Abyss Domination Chapter 435 to Chapter 501. An indescribable force burst out from behind him. Soren's face changed in an instant. He picked up the Lolita dragon beside him and immediately activated haste. His whole body flew away like a shadow. As one of the few top rogues in the Underdark who had seen the body of the Queen of Spiders, Soren had received many missions when he was among the drows. Perhaps because the reputation accumulated from the missions was too high, Soren's name gradually reached the ears of the Queen of Spiders at that time, and she forced him to accept a difficult mission. Is that the Queen of Spiders? The expression on the Lolita dragon's face was also a little panicked. As a dragon, she easily slept all the way to the legendary realm, but what just happened in front of her completely shattered her past confidence. Perhaps mortals were as weak as ants in her eyes, but in fact, they were also like ants in the eyes of some existences. Soren nodded slowly. Then a familiar force emerged, and suddenly he recalled the memory of several times when he met the Queen of Spiders. Life and death. Shard of divinity, death's hand. Godhood of assassination. As a top rogue who had faced the incarnations of the gods several times, Soren knew the terrible power of the old gods too well. Compared with a terrible existence like the Queen of Spiders, legends were just as insignificant as a speck of dust. There were many records about the fall of the Arcane Empire, but in fact, there had always been a conspiracy theory that the fall of the Arcane Empire was because they threatened the rule of the gods. The power of the great arcanists was too strong, and the field of their research also involved the realm of the gods, so they fell overnight for some reason. During the period of the Arcane Empire, its influence spread throughout the multiverse, and there were millions of legendary professions inside. Conspiracy theorists believed that no one except the gods could eliminate so many legendary professions in one breath. Gods. The field that Soren was exploring little by little was also a field beyond the imagination of mortals. In theory, gods were invincible, or at least, they could not be defeated by mortals, because this was the rule set by the gods. Throughout history, the fall of the gods had always been due to internal strife. Examples of mortals killing gods could be counted on one hand. If it wasn't for the arrival of the Avatar crisis, a god with weak divine power could also kill a group of legendary professionals. Gods are almost invincible in their divine kingdoms. Within the domain of the gods, a single ability of form change, reality change, or size change is enough to easily change your body into any form that they wish to see. For non-divine creatures, some gods who have mastered the divine domain of death, slaughter, and destruction can directly erase the life of the other party. Deities are immune to the majority of negative status effects, and they always take the maximum value of the immunity test. Only gods in the form of saints can be killed by mortals. The Rules of God Slaying, Volume 1, Chapter 3, by DKJAYER. Far away from the battlefield. Just as the Queen of Spiders' figure disappeared, a blurry and distorted shadow quietly retreated. I failed. The power of the Queen of Spiders is too strong. We mistakenly estimated the power of the Queen of Spiders based on the strength of the god of half-elves and rogues. Even if we have increased the amount of power difference by nearly 100 times, the gap between the two sides is still too big. The battle plan failed, and only one member of the God-Slayer tactical team survived. The coordinates of the half-bit wall seem to have been locked by the Queen of Spiders. Request support from the astral floating tower to retreat. I must return to the sigil and bring the news back to the Church of Non-Gods. The shadow quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the other side, Soren finally slowed down a little after putting enough distance between them. He looked at the Lolita dragon in front of him and said with a serious expression, "Things are a little beyond our expectations. If even the Queen of Spiders has appeared, then I'm afraid we can't stay in the Underdark for a while." The Avatar Crisis. The act of killing a god before the Avatar Crisis began would definitely arouse the anger of the Queen of Spiders. Soon, a terrible purge would spread to all parts of the Underdark. At least before the Avatar Crisis officially broke out, the Queen of Spiders would need to vent her anger. For now, although the gods had sensed something, none of them knew what was about to happen. Soren was probably the one who knew the content of the Avatar Crisis best. To some extent, this should be the only obvious advantage he had over many gods. No one knew when the Avatar Crisis would break out, how strong the outbreak would be, and how large the scope of the impact would be. Even the gods who were resisting the chaotic energy could only vaguely guess the general direction. So during this period of time, there were actually a lot of tentative actions. Not only the gods were testing other gods, but other powerful organizations were also testing various targets. Everything that happened today. Soren had no impression of it in the past, which meant that it happened before other adventurers entered the Underdark. Although he didn't know the origin of the team of professionals who attacked the Queen of Spiders, Soren could roughly guess that they had a great relationship with the Arcane Empire, because the whole battle plan seemed quite sci-fi, and the premise of all this was that they needed the Thaling of the Arcane Empire to complete a huge tactical calculation. Soren had encountered this kind of fighting method before, but it was not as scary as today. If the target was not the Queen of Spiders, they would have succeeded today. Any god below the mid-level divine power could be defeated by this level of tactic. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong target. They chose the Queen of Spiders, who was already a great divine power and in charge of too many clergies and domain powers. He didn't know why they wanted to kill the Queen of Spiders. However, Soren was not surprised. After all, the Queen of Spiders was famous for attracting firepower, and her enemies were already countless. As early as the mid-level divine power, which was before the Battle of the Queen of Spiders broke out, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, was already fighting the entire Elven divine system alone. It was not surprising. If the Queen of Spiders wasn't so powerful, Soren wouldn't have turned around and run away when he saw her. As for why someone would think of killing her, Soren didn't quite understand the reason. In his memory, there were only a few existences who would take such a risk and be so hostile to the Queen of Spiders. For example, the churches of gods and non-gods, an exploration organization in the astral plane, or some powerful force that he didn't know. Note, before the establishment of the Drows, the Queen of Spiders was more alone against the Elven divine system. However, as a goddess who was good at using conspiracy, she would also find some powerful allies. Queen of Spiders. The Lolita dragon lowered her head and muttered to herself. Since the beginning of the incident, she seemed to be a little depressed, and her whole person seemed to be absent-minded, as if there was something on her mind. But at this time, Soren didn't have time to think so much. The battle at the beginning was too terrifying. He might not even be able to hold on for a second under such a tactical attack. As for the Queen of Spiders' strong counterattack after taking all the attacks, Soren wasn't surprised at all. At present, the Avatar crisis hadn't completely broken out, and the Queen of Spiders hadn't been completely deprived of her divinity. Unless several other gods with great divine power joined forces, it was basically impossible to kill her. Many tactics seemed strong, but they were useless against some existences. For example, someone once wanted to kill the Queen of Succubus, who didn't seem to be very strong, but when they really wanted to do it, they found that they couldn't even pass through the aura of seductive beauty. In the end, the Queen of Succubus casually opened the domain of fallen desire, and the group of people began to play the shameful game that they would regard as a lifetime of shame. There was more light in front of them. There was a strange fluorescent plant growing nearby, but as soon as they got close, Soren's expression changed, and he put his hand on the hilt of icing death. In front of them appeared a figure on the ground. From the outline, it should be a woman. Her exposed skin was very pale, and her face was covered with a veil, so they couldn't see her face clearly. However, Soren saw a familiar symbol on her body. His heart couldn't help but thump, and he thought to himself, the Godslayer organization? A psionic warlock? When Soren turned the woman over, he and the little Lolita next to him couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. The little Lolita frowned slightly, and after a glance, she said, "She's dying." Soren nodded slowly. Yes. She's dying. A powerful psionic warlock with a profession level of more than level 30 was so easily killed by the Queen of Spiders. Soren spread out her wrist and saw a dark green symbol that looked like a black widow on it. He couldn't help but murmur, "Assassination priesthood. Craftiness domain. It's the curse of the Queen of Spiders. She's basically hopeless." Since the Battle of the Queen of Spiders, Lolita had been coveting other powerful priesthoods or corresponding priesthoods. Craftiness domain. Basically, not many people who were cursed by the Queen of Spiders could survive. Sigh. The little Lolita slightly looked at the psionic warlock, whose breath was fading, and said slowly, "Unless a god gives her a new life, she's basically dead now." Time froze. When he heard this sentence from her mouth, Soren's eyes couldn't help but burst into light. He seemed to have thought of something. There was once a boring debate. That was, the world before Soren came here, and the world he was in now, which one was stronger? Although the lethality of nuclear cleansing made many people proud, in fact, it was useless for many existences. Not to mention the powerful gods, just the ability of a professional to advance into a psionic warlock was enough to end the debate. The psionic warlock's ability to control ordinary people was too strong, and after advancing into the legendary realm, they also had the ability to take over others. Soren looked at the psionic warlock in front of him. For him, the target in front of him had a very attractive aspect, and that was the ability of the psionic warlock to telepathic suggestion. This ability didn't have much lethality, but it could affect the minds of ordinary people. It could be simply understood as the most powerful hypnotism. If it was performed by a legendary psionic warlock, then the range of coverage would be quite wide. The psionic warlock could control the minds of ordinary people and leave some hints in their hearts. This ability may not be very useful in other places, but if it was used in the direction of spreading faith and developing believers, then its effect would become quite amazing. The reason why Soren thought of this was that there was a professional who borrowed the ability of the psionic warlock. Although because of this move, the professional who advanced into the divine also fell into the evil camp, but it did not matter. He was originally a neutral existence, and falling into the evil camp only meant that he had more enemies. But relying on the controllability of the psionic warlock, the professional developed the divine church from nothing in a short time, and became an existence that could fight against the old divine church. This was the value of the psionic warlock. They could directly create the first batch of believers out of thin air. Soren had advanced into the demigod realm. To some extent, he was already in a situation where there was no way out, and the threat of the demigod vampire was still there. Although he could temporarily hide in the outer islands with Vivian, they could still be found in the end. To fight against the gods, they still needed the power of the gods. Even if Soren was confident that he could unite with Gloria to deal with the demigod vampire, with the addition of the divine church behind the other party, the chances of winning were quite low. The growth of the church was very fast. Soren could train a batch of pirates who were good at fighting, but the church could train even more powerful professionals. If he didn't speed up, the distance between them would only grow larger and larger. He had divinity. He also had a godhood. The only thing Soren lacked now was a divine domain that matched his abilities and identity. As long as he could obtain a divine domain that he could fuse with, he could slowly enter the realm of a true god. He possessed divine power. Develop believers. To train priests. With these three conditions, and with the population, resources, and wealth of the outer islands as backing, Soren was 70% sure that even if the Avatar crisis came, he would be able to withstand it. As for Vivian's troubles, Soren, who stood at the height of a deity, would naturally have an easier time dealing with them. For example, how to completely erase the existence of the dread demon god. This point. Perhaps only a true god could do that. Soren stared at the psionic warlock in front of him. Her face was pale, and her life force was almost depleted. This was the domain of the Queen of Spiders. Soren had seen such a terrible curse, which directly killed a drow matriarch who went against her will. Even in the internal struggles of the drows, if a family did something that angered the Queen of Spiders, then the Queen of Spiders might directly kill all the higher-ups of the family with craftiness, and finally send the spider elves to destroy the remaining members of the family. There were actually many families that were destroyed, but it was mainly concentrated in the period before the fall of the Dark Maiden. After the fall of the Dark Maiden, the Queen of Spiders had not carried out a bloody purge for a long time. There was only one way to save her, to fight against the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Only the power of a deity could do it. Divine bestowal. This was the only way Soren could think of to save her. As for the requirement of divine bestowal, that was, her attitude towards Soren, this was not a problem at all. The woman in front of him was a legendary psionic warlock. If she wanted to hypnotize herself to a certain extent, it would be a matter of a blink of an eye. The most important thing was what she was thinking in her heart. Was she going to die like this, or did she want Soren to save her? A deep breath. A glimmer of divine light appeared in Soren's eyes. A demigod could already mobilize the power of divinity. Although many of them did not appear as abilities, they were just instincts that Soren had mastered. For example, telepathy. After becoming a demigod, he could communicate with any intelligent creature. Soren could directly use his divine power to convey his thoughts to the other party's mind. I can save you. Soren held the psionic warlock in front of him in his arms, looked directly into the other party's eyes with the brilliance of divinity, and conveyed his own consciousness into the other party's mind. He slowly said, but the price is that you must become my believer. There are many things that I can't make clear now. The only promise I can give you is that you won't have a bad life in the future. Time is running out. Make your choice as soon as possible. If you delay for too long, I'm afraid I can't save you. Divine Bestowal. This was a very powerful ability, but the price paid was also quite serious. For example, the mutant killer whale that Soren's divinity bestowed was basically impossible to recover the lost divinity. As the price of absorbing divinity, the mutant killer whale's will and life were almost controlled by Soren. In theory, Soren could directly use the control of divine power to take away its life. The gods were the supreme beings, even if the psionic warlock in front of him was a legendary class. Once she chose to accept Soren's divine power, then her life was in the hands of Soren. There was no doubt about it. The gods controlling their believers was essentially no different from the demons controlling their followers. It was just that the demons' behavior was more arbitrary, evil, and cruel, while the gods were much more restrained, and there were many good gods who were very protective of their believers. Divine bestowal was a brand on the soul level. As long as it was formed, it was difficult to get rid of it, unless there was something that involved a higher level than the gods. Life or death. This choice was not very difficult. However, as a powerful psionic warlock, maybe she would rather die than be controlled by Soren in the future. If this was the case, Soren could only kill her at the last moment. After all, sometimes he was really cold-blooded. Except for Vivian, Soren really did not care much. Maybe now there was also Gloria. 1 second was as long as a day. There was not much time left for the psionic warlock in front of him, so when Soren received her reply, he immediately pressed his palm on her forehead. Divine bestowal. A strange divine radiance appeared. The divine power in Soren's body gradually passed to the psionic warlock in front of him. Under the light of divinity, her whole body was covered with a layer of strange gray energy. This was the Queen of Spiders' arcane field, and it was also a special field of the gods. 1 point of divinity. 2 points of divinity. 3 points of divinity. The divinity in Soren's body was slowly decreasing. As the divinity was injected little by little, the strange gray energy in the psionic warlock's body became thinner and thinner. Instead, it was replaced by the divine power transmitted by Soren. With the influx of divine power, Soren's ability to sense her became stronger. In the end, they even formed a telepathic communication between the two. This meant that the psionic warlock in front of him had opened her mind and began to rapidly change her attitude in the way of self-hypnosis, and finally integrated with the divine power transmitted by Soren. 5 points of divinity. When half of the strange gray energy was expelled, Soren decisively stopped the divine bestowal. He only had 11 points of divinity left. If this continued, he would fall from minor divinity. 5 points of divinity were enough to save the psionic warlock's life. As for the other half of the energy, he could only think about it later. The Queen of Spiders was powerful. But it was not that there were no gods who could fight against her. In essence, the curse was still the corrosive effect of negative energy. In the future, there would always be ways to eliminate it little by little. P.S. Status adjustment, heartbreak. As an author who often makes stupid mistakes, it's not easy to write a good book for you guys to read. Stupid Stupa. The Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. The clouds of war had dispersed, and this rich and prosperous city had gradually regained its vitality. Although the legend of the pirate king Soren would still circulate in the taverns, making people constantly speculate about the relationship between the legendary Pirate King and Princess Anna, people had gradually begun to get used to some changes in their lives. For example, There were some more chambers of commerce at the port recently, where they could buy a lot of specialties from the south of the continent, and occasionally some luxury goods from the east. Merchants were actively fighting for access to the southern sea route, although they had to pay a price to buy the passage issued by the pirate king Soren. But the rich profits were still enough to attract the attention of merchants. Recently, some people said that the legendary pirate king had built a sea kingdom. He ruled a large area of the sea and made his own rules in the sea. With more and more understanding of the southern coast, many merchants who went to the southern sea route for the first time agreed. Because only by buying the passage issued by the pirate king could they safely reach the south coast all the way. There were even pirate ships on the sea to escort their merchant ships. This was definitely a rare occurrence in hundreds of years, but without the passage issued by the pirate king, they could guarantee that the merchant ship would be on the sea route for at most a day or two, and then the whole ship would be washed clean with blood, and in the end, nothing would be left. Soren's methods were absolutely cruel. The key to everything was the quantity. If Soren took 50% of the profits, the merchants would definitely complain. But if he could leave 50% of the profits to the merchants and ensure their safety, then the merchants would gradually get used to it after the initial discomfort. In fact, people's ability to adapt was quite fast. Recently, even merchants on other routes were preparing to get a passage, so that they could ask Soren's fleet to escort them until they left the territory of the Vrykal pirates. Recently, the Vrykal pirates were having a hard time. It was said that one or two very fierce and overbearing pirate leaders had come to the south coast, and their pirate minions were quite good at fighting. They even fought with the Vrykal pirates several times and still couldn't win. The rules on the sea were changing little by little, and those who could not adapt would be eliminated. Chaos was the real disaster. Order, even if it was evil, would bring prosperity. Soren's exploitation did not dampen the enthusiasm of the merchants. After careful calculation, the merchants who were chasing after profits were surprised to find that they still had considerable profits after obtaining the rights to the route, and their safety was also guaranteed. The war in the south was spreading little by little, but the Frost Kingdom was still relatively peaceful. Many goods sold well after being shipped there, especially food. A ship of grain could actually earn twice the profit, and it would be sold out as soon as it reached the port. Note, the price of grain has doubled. On this day. It was a special day for Arendelle. Because on this day, a blue door of light suddenly opened in the sky above Arendelle. Then, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the noble figure of Princess Royal appeared like a goddess. She stood in the air and looked down at the city in front of her. Her crystal blue dress fluttered in the wind, and the sun shone down from behind Princess Royal, making her look like a goddess in the dawn. All the people who saw the Princess Royal couldn't help but cheer. Many people gathered in the streets and knelt down humbly towards the figure of Princess Royal. In just a moment, the whole of Arendelle was boiling. When the figure of Princess Royal appeared, the country in this world of ice and snow seemed to be full of vitality in an instant. Her Majesty Princess Royal was finally back. Arendelle was safe. In the eyes of the people in this country, it seemed that as long as the Princess Royal was still there, they had nothing to worry about. She's finally back. The Princess Royal's figure stood in the sky. She gazed at the cheering and joyful subjects below, and then her line of sight fell on the back of the azure light gate. There was a strange silver-white flowing light, and it was as gorgeous as a spreading cloud. This was a certain place in the star boundary. Princess Royal let out a faint sigh, and then gently waved her hand. A long ladder made of ice and snow emerged under her feet. She descended from the sky and walked towards the palace step by step. The long ladder made of ice and snow gradually dissipated after she left. But with a little strange aura, the whole of Arendelle was falling with crystal snowflakes. Sister. Princess Anna's figure had been waiting in front of the palace for a long time. When she saw the Princess Royal walking step by step in front of her, the little princess, who had been frightened for months, finally couldn't help but throw herself into the arms of the Princess Royal with slightly red eyes. Sister was finally back. Princess Anna couldn't help but cry. When she saw the figure of the Princess Royal, she finally couldn't help but vent the pressure that had been building for a long time. The meaning of the return of the Princess Royal was so different. At the bottom of the steps of the palace, the court witch and the female guard captain couldn't help but look at each other and felt relieved. As for the others in the palace, after seeing the figure of the Princess Royal, they seemed to have found their backbone. They became full of energy and enthusiasm. For the whole of Arendelle, the Princess Royal who had been in power since the age of 12 was really different. Her reputation in the kingdom was even above most of the monarchs in history. Of course, Soren didn't know about the return of the Princess Royal. In fact, he was now having a headache about another matter, and that was, the psionic warlock hadn't been completely rescued. The Lolita dragon, who initially planned to follow him on the adventure, was about to leave. It was inexplicable. It happened so suddenly that Soren wasn't prepared at all. The Lolita dragon standing beside him suddenly said that she was going to leave, and she didn't ask for Soren's opinion at all. She was just telling him the fact that she had decided to leave. Okay. You can't ask too much of your teammates from the Chaos faction. Since ancient times, chaos has always been the cause of chaos. This was a fact that had been confirmed countless times before it was confirmed by people. Are you really going to leave? Soren looked at the Lolita dragon in front of him and said with a helpless expression, if you leave now? I can't send you off. I'm afraid you'll have to leave the Underdark by yourself. The Lolita dragon's expression was a little complicated, but after a while, she nodded and said, no need. I can teleport away by myself. I'm going back to the Dragon Island. Even the Queen of Spiders has appeared in the mortal world. I'm a little worried about what will happen to my hometown. Soren looked at her and said in a deep voice, okay. Take care of yourself. Don't stay in the astral plane after teleporting. I'm afraid the astral plane isn't very safe recently. The Lolita dragon's hometown was definitely not in the material plane. Soren had been to the Dragon Island in the material plane. There were only a few dragons on it. The real Dragon Island was in the Dragon God's kingdom. Interplanar teleportation. The astral plane was an important transit station, but now the astral plane was not as safe as before. The Lolita dragon looked at Soren and hesitated. Soren. You should be very rich, right? Rich? This question made Soren stunned for a moment, but he still nodded and replied, I should be rich, right? Why do you ask? Borrow money. Soren had never heard of a dragon returning money after borrowing it. That's good. The Lolita dragon smiled when she heard this. She then raised her little white hand and motioned Soren to hand over her palm, and said, come. Put your hand like this. Soren was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and obediently handed over his hand. Me. Princess Alice of the Brass Dragon Kingdom, abiding by the ancient contract, has formed an alliance with the human Soren in front of me. I swear in the name of the Dragon God. When an ally needs help, we will ask for a reasonable reward and help our ally get through the difficulties. In the name of the Brass Dragon. On behalf of the dragon race, I have formed a dragon alliance with the human in front of me. A strange magic light burst out. As the Lolita dragon in front of him completed some kind of oath in the strange dragon language, a row of data quickly appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Special situation triggered. Her Royal Highness Princess Alice of the Brass Dragon Kingdom requests to form a dragon alliance with you. This is the oldest soul contract, requires 50,000 slaughter EXP. Do you want to form an alliance? It really was a dragon alliance. Soren almost didn't think much and chose to pay the slaughter EXP. This was a kind of soul contract. It was equivalent to directly extracting a part of the soul energy. However, Soren's slaughter EXP was the source of soul energy, so he could use the slaughter EXP to replace the consumption of the Dragon Alliance. A magical power spread. Accompanied by an indescribable feeling, Soren and the Lolita dragon in front of him formed the most sacred Dragon Alliance. Of course. This contract was only sacred to the dragon race. In fact, with their overbearing and arrogant character, this contract was in fact very harsh in many cases. Dragon Alliance, legendary ability, you and Her Royal Highness Princess of the Brass Dragon Clan have formed a sacred dragon alliance. From now on, you can directly summon the brass dragons in the multiverse by means of a contract by paying 10,000 slaughter EXP, interdimensional teleportation, minimum summon is an adult dragon. The Sacred Dragon Alliance can transmit requests to most of the brass dragons. The targets of the summoning include the ancient dragons and the ancient dragons of the Brass Dragon Clan. However, Please note that this kind of help is not without a price. Using the Dragon Alliance will cost at least 100,000 Kindler coins, and it is possible to summon 1 to 3 adult brass dragons to your summon. The more powerful the dragon you summon, the more you need to pay. Note, if you are unable to pay the dragon a satisfactory reward, you may be attacked by the dragon, or the effect of the Dragon Alliance will be cancelled. But if the reward you pay is very satisfactory to the dragon, and even spread a reputation among the dragons for being generous, then you may be able to summon the ancient dragons and the ancient dragons to help when needed. Data 1. The Dragon Alliance sometimes appears as a spell above the 7th circle. This spell is to randomly summon other types of dragons. In most cases, it is because some gods or other beings have formed a rather ancient covenant with the ancient dragons. This covenant has been passed down for thousands of years, and it has not been cancelled because of a breach of contract, so it eventually evolved into a spell. Some spellcasters of certain forces can inherit this covenant and use spells to summon the dragons to help. Data 2. Soren is now equivalent to the first generation to have the Dragon Alliance. If he does not lose the qualification of the Dragon Alliance for some reason, then in the future, if he becomes a god or some kind of existence above the mortal world, his future priests or spellcasters can inherit the Dragon Alliance he has formed now. Data 3. The Dragon Alliance is one of the few abilities that require Slaughter EXP. Even as a spell memory, Slaughter EXP is required. And this summoning is the most expensive summoning ritual. The Dragon Covenant. It was one of the most famous abilities in the multiverse to throw money at others. Many people in history had obtained this ability. Perhaps it was because the ability to summon top-level fighters was too cool, and many of them went bankrupt because of it. In fact, the most powerful force that retained the highest level of the Dragon Covenant, which was the Dragon City that Soren mentioned, rarely used this ability. The reason was simple. Most of the dragons only took in money and did not spend it. Even if they earned money, they would not spend it. The result was obvious. The more powerful the dragon was, the higher the reward. Most of the time, the summoned dragons came from other worlds, and they would leave with the reward. The amount of money spent over a long period of time was actually quite shocking. This was equivalent to reducing the amount of gold in the material plane. If they wanted to replenish it, they could only get it from other planes. The Wizard Alliances. How much did the Dragon Covenant cost us? Had a detailed overview. The departure of the lowly dragon made Soren a little helpless, but the Chaos faction was also famous for doing whatever they wanted. Sometimes, Soren was a little envious of them. But it was just envy. Soren would never be able to do whatever he wanted like them. He was a person who was used to doing things according to his own rules. The psionic warlock still seemed to have not woken up. The power of divinity did not immediately fuse with her body, or the fusion needed a process. She might even be a little resistant to being controlled by Soren deep in her heart. The progress of divinity fusion is very slow. Soren closed his eyes and could feel the divinity he gave transforming the woman in front of him. He could easily find one thing on her, which was that there was almost no way for ordinary creatures to absorb divinity on their own. Whether it was the mutant killer whale in the beginning or the woman in front of him, it seemed that they needed time to fuse with the divinity. At this time, Soren realized how amazing his ability to fuse with divinity in the blink of an eye was. It seemed that he could fuse with both divinity and divinity very quickly. Others, even if they were gods, would need a long time to fuse with them bit by bit. This might be related to killing, or it might be for other reasons. Since he hasn't woken up yet. Soren looked at the psionic warlock in front of him and gently took off the veil on her face. Her pale face had gradually recovered its rosy color. The outline of the other party's face made him a little stunned. It wasn't that the psionic warlock was ugly. On the contrary, she was full of charm. But the key was not her beauty, but her face reminded Soren of the Githyanki's. The psionic warlock in front of him had some Githyankian features on her face. The Githyankis were an astral race. Their appearance was very different from humans. If one had to describe them specifically, the Githyankis had a bit of a snake spirit face. Their ears were very sharp, and there were obvious protrusions on their backs and spines. There were many differences in their specific appearance, so Soren could tell that she had the blood of the Githyankis just by taking off her veil. Eh? Soren's expression suddenly turned serious. He reached out to take off the woman's robe and observed the area below her collarbone. There was a dark blue snake-like mark there. Soren reached out and groped the other party's chest, then his fingers touched the spine from above the psionic warlock's buttocks little by little. He could clearly feel that her spine was slightly protruding about half a centimeter compared to ordinary people. This meant that she was a hybrid of human and Xianxia's, in which the human bloodline accounted for most of it, and the Xianxia's bloodline was only a small part. The astral races were predatory. They might capture humans as slaves, so it was not ruled out that there were hybrids for some reason. Finally, Soren lifted the sleeve on her wrist, and 3 dark blue letters could be seen on her white wrist. MSS. The traces of the letters were already very faint, or they had faded because of the spread of the skin. This meant that the imprint had been left behind very early on, most likely during her childhood, and then gradually faded as her body grew. Soren slowly pulled down the sleeve, looked at the psionic warlock in front of him with a complicated expression, and murmured, "Slave?" The mark of a slave. Soren found it hard to imagine that such a powerful psionic warlock was actually a lowly slave in the past. Such a mark was only a blink of an eye for her to erase, but she chose to leave the mark of a slave on her body. There was probably a legendary story behind it. Soren had no good feelings about the Xianxia. This race had been enslaved by the Mind Flayer Empire for a long time, but after breaking free from slavery, they did not become much better. Instead, they became the most dangerous plunderers and robbers in the astral world. The Xianxia captured other races as slaves and maintained their brutal rule with militarized management. It seemed that any race that had been controlled by the Mind Flayer would eventually be destroyed by them. And most of them had psionic powers. The Xianxia were like this, and so were the Duergar. Sigh. Soren raised his hand and stroked the psionic warlock's long hair, but suddenly he seemed to have touched something, and his whole body could not help but stiffen in place. Wound. Wound on the brain. Although it was not obvious, Soren could feel it through her hair. Mind Flayer? Soren looked very surprised. The expression on his face seemed to be a little unbelievable, and he murmured, "Was she not a slave of the Xianxia? The one who once controlled her and left the mark of a slave was the Mind Flayer? Such a wound." This kind of wound was a little shocking even after it healed. In Soren's knowledge, there was only one kind of monster that would leave such a wound, and that was the Mind Flayer. Because they would suck the brains of other creatures, she was attacked by the Mind Flayer. Soren reached out his hand to the other side of the psionic warlock's cheek, and he touched a second similar wound. Now Soren was basically sure that it was the Mind Flayer, but it was hard for him to imagine that a slave who had been controlled and attacked by the Mind Flayer did not become an idiot or a lunatic, but instead became a legendary psionic warlock with a profession level of more than 30. This was simply too shocking. Perhaps the woman in front of him had a legendary story that was not inferior to Soren's. Phew. Soren's eyes were a little complicated, and there was a little pity in them. He rarely sympathized with others, but the woman in front of him actually made him sympathize with her, and there was a trace of respect in his sympathy. In the past, there were adventurers who challenged the Mind Flayer's lair and were captured by the Mind Flayer because they lost the battle. At that time, they would rather commit mass suicide than have their brains sucked by the Mind Flayer. To be able to survive that kind of environment and go all the way to the top of the legendary realm. Such a woman was worthy of Soren's respect. Let's leave here first. Soren seemed to feel some kind of energy fluctuation. After becoming a demigod, his ability to sense energy had been greatly strengthened, so he thought for a moment and decided to leave with the psionic warlock first. Soren raised his hand to help her put on the robe that she had taken off, and then fastened the buttons on her chest. Then he carried the psionic warlock's delicate body, and his whole body turned into a shadow and moved toward the passage out of the Underdark. The elemental stone, legendary level 3, was in his hand. He also got the shard of divinity. Soren felt that there was no need for him to stay here for the time being. The risk and the reward were completely unequal. Unknown land, half-plane. The space here was slightly shaking, and the edge of the half-plane had signs of collapse. It was like the domain of the nether storm. The ground that made up the half-plane was gradually collapsing, and the violent energy was destroying the structure of the half-plane world. Outside the half-plane was a deep darkness, as if a terrible force had passed through the space and locked this place. One was a small world, and the other was a big world. The collision of energy caused cracks to appear in the space, and finally, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky of the half-plane, and then the figure of the Queen of Spiders slowly appeared. So it's the Nirvana half-plane. The Queen of Spiders looked down at the world in front of her. On her back were 8 twisted spider legs, and when they opened, they looked like skeletons that were wings. Her expression seemed a little playful and a little surprised, and then she smiled and said, "I thought all half-planes like this had disappeared. I didn't expect there to be one hidden." Half-plane. One of the trademarks of the Arcanists. Everyone knew that the floating city had powerful combat power, but many people didn't know that another important structure of the floating city was the half-plane. The half-plane and the floating city were one. The great Arcanists created their own floating city, and then developed their own half-plane with the floating city as the foundation. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have the qualifications to challenge the high and mighty gods. Let me end all of this. The Queen of Spiders laughed wildly and raised her hand to the sky, and then a dark crack appeared in the sky of the half-plane. The next moment, a large number of monsters appeared in the sky, and they rushed to the half-plane like a raging torrent. Spider elves, demon spiders, wax demons, enchanted drows, abyss petitioners. Endless monsters appeared in the dark crack, and the moment they appeared, they began to kill mercilessly and madly rushed to the arcane tower at the end of the half-plane. Servants of the Queen of Spiders. Terrible monsters from the kingdom of gods, abyss of demons. When the kingdom of the gods locked this half-plane, a portal across the plane was also formed by powerful divine power. This was not a material plane. The boundary of the material plane could not affect here, and the gods could directly open a portal to the kingdom of gods in outer space. This was not an ordinary battle. When the portal to the kingdom of abyss of demons, was opened, it had become a war of the gods. P.S. Today's update will be updated at 3. This month's update volume will be increased. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Intruder detected. A translucent light screen appeared on the surface of the arcane tower as a cold metallic sound rang out. Thaling's figure appeared at the top of the arcane tower and said coldly, "Activating Level 1 combat readiness. Activating the defensive force field of the arcane tower. Activating defensive battle plan. Activating the golem army. Rumble. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the walls of the arcane tower suddenly caved in, followed by a series of loud footsteps. Puppet golems walked out of the arcane tower one after another. These golems were not of the material plane's craftsmanship at all. The lowest grade among them were steel golems with special craftsmanship. As for the other diamond golems, magic power devices, magic power guards, and so on, there were countless of them. The civilization of the Arcane Empire not only gave them powerful close combat abilities, but also gave many golems anti-air abilities and various long-range energy attacks. However, the final result did not change at all. The defensive force field of the arcane tower shattered easily like an eggshell. The golem army was easily surrounded by the monsters that surged out of the spatial rift, and then all of them were torn apart into scrap metal. A divine kingdom. A divine kingdom belonging to the gods. After the believers died, they would be reborn in the divine kingdom. Most devout believers would become petitioners and become natives of the divine kingdom. A small number of fanatical believers would become powerful Holy Spirits. Some would even be directly in the form of angels, and the gods would use their powerful divine power to reconstruct their physical bodies. Since the birth of the angels, many gods had tried to turn their fanatical believers into angels. However, due to the good and evil of the factions, sometimes they would be divided into otherworld apostles and fallen apostles. These two were extremely similar to the form of angels. After the believers were reborn in the divine kingdom, they would have almost infinite life. The price of this near-eternal life made them a part of the divine kingdom, and their own life and death were completely one with the gods themselves. Petitioners could not leave the divine kingdom. Only in the case of a war of the gods could they participate as the backbone of the gods on one side. For any god, if they sent all their petitioners into battle, it meant that they were ready to fight to the death. A long time. The kingdom of God was like an energy storage pool. The church would develop believers in other planes, and the God would select the best believers and lead them to the kingdom of God. Many of these believers would become petitioners and Holy Spirits, while some would exist as ordinary reincarnations. The quality of the soul and the devotion of the faith would determine the identity of the believer after they entered the divine kingdom. This was like a soul that had fallen into the bottomless abyss. Some people could directly transform into higher demons, while others could only transform into abyssal worms, monster level 1. There's a big difference, right? However, that was the rule of the multiverse. The power of the soul would be magnified by the rules of other dimensions after losing the physical body. For example, Soren. If he accidentally died, with the purity of his soul and his willpower, as long as his soul didn't die for some reason, it would be easy for him to reincarnate into a higher demon. However, at that time, he had already forgotten too much. Any reincarnation would erase a large amount of memory, even for the believers of the gods. After entering the gods' kingdom, they would only retain the memory of their devout faith, while the other memories would gradually fade until they completely disappeared. Note: Partial Analysis of the Kingdom of God, Volume 3. How many believers did the Queen of Spiders have? She had ruled the Drows for a long time. In the long river of time, the Queen of Spiders had new believers entering her kingdom every day. Perhaps some of these believers would be consumed in the battle with other gods, but the total number was still increasing. Otherwise, the abyss of demons would not have become the size of a plane. Note: The unknown relationship between the petitioners and the size of the Kingdom of God, Volume 1. It was rare for outsiders to enter the kingdom of the gods. No one could really figure out what was in the abyss of demons, but just by looking at the corner, the power that the Queen of Spiders had accumulated over a long time was quite terrifying. There were not many petitioners. The ones in charge were a black mass of demon spiders and various monsters that had been punished by the Queen of Spiders. They were like cannon fodder that drowned everything. The Queen of Spiders didn't care about the consumption of these creatures at all. Thousands. More and more demon spiders appeared, as well as other unspeakable monsters. Looking through the dimensional cracks in the sky, a huge forest could be vaguely seen from the darkness. This forest looked like a huge spider web, and in the middle was a palace that looked like a spider mother. This was Loltha's kingdom. Or, this was only a part of the kingdom of God. Damn it. These annoying guys are really haunting me. The demigod vampire stared at the front with a gloomy expression. In front of him was a team of fully armed paladins, but this was not the key to everything. The key was that one of the paladins held a weapon that even he was afraid of. Although the weapon had not been unsheathed, the ability of the gods had made him feel danger. Very, very dangerous, a team of legendary paladins. Even the weakest one was a high-grade paladin. There were even high-grade priests of the god of justice, and some professions that he could not identify. It might be the advancement of the clergy. What are they going to do? A group of people came to the Underdark? Are they going to purify the evil here? The demigod vampire was ready to fight at any time. One of the paladins in front of him held a heavy hammer in one hand and a thick black coat in the other hand. This burly man actually gave him a lot of pressure. This was something that he had rarely encountered since his ascension as a vampire. A paladin who could threaten him was probably not a simple legendary figure. Codex Guardian, Judge, Arbiter. The Hellpemer's expression was also very serious. He seemed to have serious injuries on his body, and he did not know who left them. He directly communicated with his mind. It looks like a special legendary organization. That sword is quite dangerous. I'm worried that it is that thing. Not easy to deal with. The god of rogues and half-elves has been defeated by us. Our purpose has been achieved. I need some time to absorb his power. Let's find a way to get rid of these annoying guys. On the other side, the paladins looked at the two people in front of them with serious expressions. Even without any detection spells, they could feel the evil of the other party. Coming to the Underdark was quite a risky move. But they had a reason to come, so this time the lineup was quite luxurious. Even a legendary weapon had been brought here by them. Purify the evil? Standing on the side of the team was a clergy. He had the emblem of the god of light on his chest. In the past, he had been active in the front line against the demons. He came here only for some special personal reasons. At this moment, he looked at the demigod vampire in front of him and seemed to know his identity. He turned his gaze slightly to the paladin next to him and said, "Vampire Reinhardt. One of the sons of fear." He set off a bloody massacre in the south of the continent and turned many innocent people into vampire slaves. In the end, he became a false god with the identity of a vampire. After establishing the church, he has been operating secretly, but he has never stopped his evil plans. His believers have been doing evil everywhere, and the spread of vampires in many places is definitely related to him. Because of his existence, at least tens of thousands of people have been brutally killed. The atmosphere gradually became dignified. The surrounding space had long been locked. The paladin in the lead glanced at the two enemies in front of him, then slowly pressed his palm on the black tome and said in a deep voice, "Evil must be judged." This battle was almost inevitable. If they allowed these two evil enemies to lead just like that, then there would be an eternal hole in their future path. It was like seeing the demons wreaking havoc in the mortal world, but they themselves were indifferent. Moreover, it was not that they had no chance of winning, because this time they even brought out the Holy Avenger, a 5th-grade artifact. Although its power had not been fully restored and it was re-strengthened to a +6 artifact, as long as they had the Holy Avenger in hand, they had a high chance of winning even against the powerful evil gods. Item type, Holy Avenger, Karsamir, +5, item grade, 5th-grade artifact, item description. The Holy Avenger is the ultimate weapon of the paladins against evil forces. There is almost no evil in the lower planes that can fight against its power. Karsamir is a legendary weapon, perhaps one of the most powerful weapons in the material plane, but its origin and history have been completely forgotten. This sword has the power to make evil tremble in fear. Even the powerful evil gods and demons have heard of its name. But this was not its true power. This artifact was still missing its most important part. Equipment requirements, strength 14 and above. Can only be used by paladins. Equipment effect, artifact characteristics, magic resistance 50%, magic removal, 3 times, +15 sharpness, +10 penetration, +15 toughness, +10 armor break, +10 holy damage. Artifact effect, magic resistance. When holding this artifact, the user will increase magic resistance by 50%. Any spell will have a 50% chance of failure against the owner of the Holy Avenger. Weapon special effect, magic removal. When this weapon hits any enemy, it will cast a legendary magic removal effect on the target. Weapon characteristics, resist evil. When this weapon hits any evil enemy, it will cause an additional 10 holy damage to the target. The departure of the Lolita dragon made Soren feel a little lonely. Along the way, he gradually got used to the talkative nature of the little Lolita. Suddenly, when she left, Soren always felt that something was missing. The psionic warlock still did not wake up. However, her vitality was gradually recovering. Soren's divine gift offset the curse of the Queen of Spiders. Even if there was still negative energy erosion, it was not enough to threaten her life. Boom, suddenly, a violent vibration came from the front. This place was close to an exit of the Underdark. Soren's purpose of this trip was basically achieved. He had obtained the Shard of Divinity and completed the fusion of the elemental stone. There was no need to continue to stay here. So he originally planned to leave the Underdark from here, then take the psionic warlock back to the Outer Islands and find a way to ask a legendary priest to cast Greater Restoration on her. The Queen of Spiders personally did it, so ordinary methods were basically useless. It was estimated that only a legendary priest could give it a try. A priest of the goddess of wealth, a high priest of the sea temple. Soren could always think of a way to pay a price. After all, he had invested so much in the woman in his arms. Rumble, the violent vibration came again. Soren could now be sure that there was a battle in front of him, and it was on the way he had to pass through. The battle was near the exit. This was the only exit that was relatively close. The location of the battle made his heart skip a beat. Is it a drow? Or someone else? Soren found a remote corner and put down the psionic warlock in his arms. If there was a battle later, he would not be able to take care of her, so he could only put her aside first. Sneak. Soren's figure merged into the darkness and then approached the location of the battle little by little. The smell of blood. A very strong smell of blood. Before he got close to the area of the battle, Soren smelled blood. This smell of blood felt a little familiar to him and even awakened some kind of desire to kill in his heart. An existence that he wanted to kill very much, the god of vampires, Reinhardt. Vivian was currently the biggest threat. The existence of the demigod vampire had always been a thorn in Soren's side. The demigod vampire was like a knife hanging over their heads. He was one of the few people that Soren wanted to kill even in his dreams. Don't kill him. Vivian would be in danger, however, Soren was not a reckless person. He knew very well that he was no match for the demigod vampire. Even if he joined forces with Gloria and Vivian, they might not be able to defeat him. This was because saints were born to be above mortals. Even though Soren had become a demigod, he was still quite a distance away from becoming a saint. There was energy in the air. The smell of blood, the aura of darkness, the fluctuation of elements, the radiance of divine spells, and some kind of power that Soren felt very uncomfortable and fearful, but also somewhat familiar. What a terrifying power, it didn't come from a person. Soren's sixth sense as a demigod made him think that it came from something. Sixth sense, it seemed that after becoming a demigod, his sixth sense had become stronger. Bang, the sound of flesh hitting the wall, and some kind of magical flute sound. Just the moment he heard it, Soren's heart gave birth to a trace of despair, and even a feeling of despair that made him want to commit suicide. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and then Soren completely recovered, and was completely immune to the influence of the flute sound. Magic flute, there was a legendary bard here. It seemed like he was a bard from the fallen camp, because a normal bard would use the hero's movement to boost morale. It's really him. Soren's eyes suddenly burst out a ray of light, and then a crazy murderous intent surged in his heart. The demigod vampire, Reinhardt, Soren's feeling was not wrong. This smell of blood really came from his biggest threat, the god of vampires, however. The desire to kill in his heart did not make Soren rush out blindly. On the contrary, he retreated a little, and hid himself more in the shadows. He also saw another person, a very powerful bard. Soren had never seen a bard who could play a legendary war song, and also hold a long sword to fight against two paladins at the same time. This was simply unheard of. Soren did not even know if there was such a talent as battle performance, and whether it needed battle casting and mobile casting to support it at the same time. This bard completely overturned Soren's impression of him. His close combat skills were enough to make many high-level rogues feel ashamed. What kind of monster was this? Wasn't the bard a jack of all trades? When could it be so abnormal? Could he be the legendary Hellbard? Paladins? It's them. Why are they here? Soren's gaze turned to the other side. The paladins in front of him surprised him, because they were the ones he had met near the desert. Warden, the paladins of the Holy Avenger. Soren once revealed the location of the divine artifact, Tyr's Eye, to them as a deal. At that time, they made it clear that they would do anything to recover the divine Avenger's repair parts. However, Soren did not expect them to meet here. But counting the time, from the time Soren told them the location until now, these paladins should have already arrived in the Underdark. So they should have gotten the Tyr's Eye now and were ready to leave here and return to the surface world. And why was the demigod vampire here? Did they just happen to meet? Soren had a lot of doubts in his mind, but he could not guess the answer because everything could be a coincidence. If he did not tell the paladins that there was a divine artifact here, they would not have come to the Underdark. Maybe this is an opportunity. A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's pupils, and he quietly moved along the edge of the battlefield. The battle was still going on. The demigod vampire and the Hellpemer obviously had the upper hand. Both of them had the strength of high-grade legends, and one of them was a god in the form of a saint. If it was an ordinary legendary profession, they would have already been killed by them. However, they were facing paladins after all. The restraining effect against the evil faction was obvious, and there was also a very strong cleric. The most important point was, whether it was the demigod vampire or the Hellpemer, they seemed to be afraid of something. They had been a little hesitant during the battle, as if they were afraid of the weapon on one of them. even if this weapon had not been pulled out yet. Could it be? Soren seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed a trace of surprise. What kind of weapon could make the saint, the incarnation of a god, so afraid? In his memory, there seemed to be only a few, and the one that this group of paladins in front of him might be the most famous one among them, Divine Avenger, Karsamir +5. It was as if he had made some kind of decision. Soren stepped back a little, and then a strange ring appeared in his palm. Lich Ring +5, this powerful Tier 5 legendary equipment. Soren had not used it since the moment he got it. The reason was simple. Because this legendary equipment had a curse on it, after wearing it, it would reduce vitality by 2 points, and there was no way to take it off himself. He had to first remove the effect of the curse. Wearing it was equivalent to reducing HP by 1 point for every profession level. The reduction effect of vitality would directly affect the profession level. Soren's maximum HP was reduced by more than 20 points in one go. Unless it was an undead life form, there was no way for others to resist the curse effect of the Lich Rings +5. This equipment was a double-edged sword. If it was not necessary, Soren would not wear it for no reason. Elemental Crystal Stone. Soren entered a state of full preparation. Not only did he wear the cursed Lich Ring +5, but he also took out the fused Elemental Crystal Stone at the same time. Item type, Elemental Crystal Stone, Fusion. Item grade, Tier 3 Legendary. Item description, a special treasure from the elemental plane. After fusing earth, water, wind, and fire, it became a complete piece. It contains powerful magic, and can be activated to cast various spells or summon elemental creatures to fight. This elemental crystal stone seems to have some special traces after fusing. It may have some unknown origin. Equipment requirements, none. Special effects, Elemental Legion, 1x/3 days, Stone Skin, 3x/1 day, Ice Storm, 3x/1 day, Fireball, 3x/1 day, Lightning, 3x/1 day. The fused elemental crystal stone was very different. There was not much improvement in the spells that could be activated, which were Stone Skin, Ice Storm, Fireball, and Lightning. Although the number of times it could be used per day had increased, it was still only some low-level spells. The most important change was the Elemental Legion, because this was a legendary spell. Elemental Legion, legendary spell, activates the power of the elemental crystal stone to summon a group of giant fire elementals, earth elementals, water elementals, and wind elementals. The number of summoned creatures is 2 to 6, and it is possible to summon a legendary elemental elder. This was the most powerful ability. With this, it was equivalent to bringing an elemental legion with him. When needed, he could use a group of thugs to drown the enemy. Rogues were more afraid of being besieged. Because they could not withstand attacks, Soren needed this kind of meat shield that could share the firepower. The battle was still going on. Soren began to buff himself with spells, and at the same time, he approached the battlefield little by little. Lich Ring, Elemental Crystal Stone, Slaughter Transformation. Soren now had no idea of holding back. What he wanted to do most now was to cut off the head of the demigod vampire. Then Vivian would be safe. Hell's music. With the bard's footsteps, the sound of the magic flute suddenly began to sound like the mournful music played by a dead person. He held the magic flute in one hand and moved to play, while the other hand held a long sword to constantly parry the paladin's attacks. At the same time, when he moved, his toes would touch the ground from time to time, leaving a shallow pit that was not very obvious. The bard's footsteps were very light, and sometimes it even gave people the illusion that he was dancing, as if he was not fighting at all. The fighting skills of the sword dancer. And the dodging ability of the clown dancer. He also seems to have mastered some of the skills of the master player. How many skills of the same profession is this guy proficient in? He is definitely the Hellheimer. Soren's expression became more and more serious, because in just a short time, he saw no less than 3 of the same profession's fighting skills from the bard. He even had no doubt that the bard in front of him could take out another weapon in the blink of an eye, and then use the dual weapon fighting skills to instantly perform the sword form, spinning strike. Only the Hellheimer could raise a jack-of-all-trades class like the bard's to such a level, because this guy had lived for many years. If he really is the Hellheimer, then the situation is not very good. Soren was very cautious to look for an opportunity. He knew a lot about the Helpheimer, but this name was still very well known because the Helpheimer was one of the few existences who had legendary fighting skills, legendary sneaking ability, and legendary casting ability at the same time. For a bard to be so strong that he could use the magic flute to cast a legendary spell, this made many mages want to cry. This guy was like the son of the plane who had used a cheating device. The average bard at most had second-rate fighting skills, second-rate sneaking ability, and third-rate casting ability. But the Helpheimer's jumping steps in front of him gave Soren a very strong sense of crisis. Squeak, the music played by the magic flute suddenly stopped, and the Helpheimer smiled and took back the long sword, and then gently pointed his fingertips to the front. Hell's Music, Chapter 4, Desire to Kill. Gate Between Worlds, Legendary Spell. At first, some inconspicuous magic lights appeared on the pits left by the Helpheimer's movement. Then, they quickly formed a simple 9-pointed star array. When the strange mournful music stopped, it quickly formed a gate of otherworld in midair. In the next second, a terrifying roar was heard, and a malevolent greater demon appeared from the portal. However, after the demon appeared, its first target was none other than the Helpheimer who had completed the summoning ritual. Protect from evil. A very simple magic light appeared, and the Helpheimer faintly frowned, saying in a low voice, "Sure enough, demons are brainless. Summoning demons could easily backfire. However, a protection from evil buff would solve the problem. At the very least, it would force them to turn around and attack others." As expected, with the help of the Helpheimer's spell, the summoned demon immediately turned around and charged at the paladin in front of it. Its huge body had many sharp appendages that flickered with a cold light like blades. The form of demons was uncertain. It was difficult for them to predict what they would look like because demons had a strong mutation type. Even if they wanted to, they could always maintain the form of Abyss Worm and advance to the legendary realm in battle. However, at that time, the legendary Abyss Worm would be as big as a dragon, and there would not be much difference in combat ability. In theory, lesser demons could control their form until they reached the legendary realm. If they were not killed, the summoned demon in front of him should be called an alien demon, a failed demon in advancing to the legendary realm. If it succeeded, it would become a Baylor. If it was a little worse, it could also become a six-armed Naga. If it was unlucky, it could maintain the form of a Berserker, Vrock, Glabrizu, and so on. Anyway, when its strength was promoted to the legendary realm, it did not look messy. The general difference between the forms of demons was still there, and it was considered a successful species. However, if it looked strange or became like a xenomorph, then it would be a failed mutation. Note, there were defective demon princes, which belonged to the strange kind. Failure did not mean that it was weak, in fact, the combat power of a failed product was stronger. The alien demon was stronger than an ordinary Baylor. The only flaw was that it did not have a brain, its soul was chaotic, and its thinking was completely controlled by the desire to kill. It was a lunatic among demons. If demons thought they were lunatics, then you can imagine how awkward the position of these alien demons would be. However, they were also demons that liked to respond to the summons of killing. These monsters thirsted for blood and death. As long as there was a chance to be summoned to other planes outside the abyss, they would always respond to the magic summons like a swarm of bees. So in theory, as long as these lunatics in the bottomless abyss were still there was no need to worry about the legendary spell not being able to summon a powerful demon. Alien demon, legendary creature, a monster that was more than 3 meters tall and weighed more than 8,000 pounds. It looked a little like a Void Fear or a Zerg Queen. They had many strange joints on their body, which were all failed mutations. It was even possible to find some parts that looked like the body parts of other demons. These monsters basically had no brain and only had the most primitive nature of chaos and killing instinct. However, this did not mean that they were easy to deal with because the alien demon's strength, vitality, and dexterity were all increased by 25 points. Alien demon, high demon, large otherworld creature, large chaotic evil creature, grade 5, challenge rating 18+, monster level 21+, has spell-like abilities, highest and lowest attributes, 35 and 3, total attributes, 100 to 125, special abilities, chaotic will, battle instinct, desire to kill, high demon special ability, bite attack, frenzied attack, Challenge difficulty, S+, challenge difficulty, S+. Although they were inferior to the Balers in terms of life form, they weren't much weaker than the Balers in a real fight. That's right, although Soren did not want to say it, the hideous monster in front of him was actually the original form of the Slaughterer transformation. They were called Slaughterers by the demons, a terrifying monster that was completely dominated by chaos and filled with the desire to kill, haha. It was a little ironic, wasn't it? In fact, Soren had long expected that one day, he would encounter a real slaughterer. The appearance of the alien demon changed the tide of the battle. This incomparably terrifying monster moved its huge body that weighed more than 8,000 pounds. Its body was the most dangerous weapon. All kinds of terrifying spiked limbs could easily cut through steel armor. Its ferocious bloody mouth could crush everything in the blink of an eye. Even iron blocks could be chewed into pieces and swallowed into its stomach with crunching sounds. In theory, they could eat anything and everything could be digested by their terrifying stomach acid. Their skin was tougher than dragon skin and had very high physical resistance. Most control abilities were ineffective against them, and their chaotic will made them immune to all mind control spells. Because they were already chaotic enough, this kind of chaotic creature was hard to control even for a demon lord. Once they were summoned, they could do whatever they wanted. Ah! A shrill scream sounded. The alien demon relied entirely on its combat instincts to move. In just one round of effort, it had bitten off the lower body of a paladin at the cost of having one of its arms chopped off. Drops of demon blood fell to the ground. Soon, green smoke rose from the ground. Then, a small pit could be seen where the blood had landed due to corrosion. Slaughterer,'s original form. Now that this thing was summoned, the paladin was in a bad situation. Thinking about the state of Soren when he transformed into the Slaughterer, one could understand how difficult this thing was to deal with. In the face of the huge Slaughterer that weighed more than 8,000 pounds, the defensive formation of the paladins did not seem to exist at all. No one could resist this kind of monster. The suppression of strength and size was too obvious. The crushing ability of this monster was stronger than that of the Baler. It had a huge body, but its movement speed was quite fast. The high-speed movement of the alien matrix-like body coupled with terrible lethality made the paladins suffer heavy losses in the blink of an eye. But this was just the beginning. After the demigod vampire retreated for a while during the fight, he immediately rushed into the formation of the paladins. Soren was still unable to determine the profession of the demigod vampire. He could only be sure that he had the racial bonus of vampires, extremely high movement speed, powerful combat power, and various terrible magic abilities. There was a racial penalty for vampires to advance into a profession, so his own profession level would certainly not be too high. But if he added the racial talent of vampires, as well as the abilities and divine bonuses obtained after becoming a god, then he was more dangerous than the Hellheimer. Sunburst. A terrible strong light broke out in the dark underground space. Whether it was the paladins present, the demigod vampire, the Hellheimer, or Soren, they were all affected by this spell. But obviously, the enemy was more seriously affected, clang. With the power of Sunburst raging, a paladin who had been holding back also rushed out. He instantly pulled out the sword at his waist and directly swooped down to slash at the slaughterer in front of him. Evil slash. A holy radiance appeared. The sword seemed to be shrouded in an indescribable force. In just a moment, half of the slaughteurer's body was cut open, and even the internal organs could be seen clearly. Holy Avenger, the penetrating power of this divine artifact was enough to ignore the resistance of the mutated demon. The paladin holding the Holy Avenger, Karsamir, was so powerful. Every time he attacked, he could leave a terrible wound on the slaughterer. At the same time, the power of the divine artifact automatically added the ability of holy damage after hitting the enemy, and also produced a legendary level dispel magic effect. This world was still very kind to Saint Samurai. Among the most powerful artifacts in the material plane, two of them were exclusively used by paladins. One was the Holy Avenger, and the other was the Pale Justice. A Tier 5 divine weapon was more than enough to crush a high demon. The slaughteurer's injuries were getting worse and worse, while the paladin wielding the Holy Avenger was completely unharmed under the protection of his companions. The situation of the battle was being reversed bit by bit. If the summoned slayers were killed, then the paladins, who had a clear advantage in numbers and wielded divine artifacts, would undoubtedly have a higher chance of victory. Moreover, Saint Samurai were good at restraining evil powers, and their ability to restrain evil powers made up for part of the gap in strength. However, in the face of such a situation, neither the demigod vampire nor the Helpheimer panicked. They were still closing in little by little, especially the demigod vampire who was fighting with the warden. He was using the advantage of high-speed movement to bring the warden closer to the rear of the paladin's front line bit by bit. The distance between them changed little by little. The vampires were even getting closer to the clerics and the paladins who were holding the Holy Avenger. At this distance, Soren couldn't help but think of something bad. Oh no! Soren suddenly felt something, and his whole person rushed out of the shadows in an instant. His figure flew out and seemed to be ready to rush into the battlefield at this time. But, everything was too late. Saint's domain, time stop. Soren didn't know if these paladins in front of him had any experience fighting against the saints, but from the looks of it now, they shouldn't have much experience. Because the way they fought was obviously the way they dealt with ordinary legendary figures. Even Vivian could cast the legendary spell Time Stop. As one of the most powerful Sons of Fear, it was impossible for vampiric Reinhardt to not master one or two legendary spells after he became a god. Time stop. Even time had stopped. Then what was the point of fighting? Everyone else present was suddenly shrouded. Whether it was the warden or the clerics, they were all still in place. Even the nearby Helpheimer was motionless in place. He was not a demigod, no matter how strong a legend was, they could not be immune to the effect of time stop. Haha. The demigod vampire let out a strange laugh, and his figure flew out. His first target was not the paladin holding the Holy Avenger, but the spellcaster standing behind the defense line. A violent burst of magic aura. However, these activated defensive force fields all cracked like eggshells. The demigod vampire easily broke through all the defensive spells, and in the blink of an eye, he dug out a still-beating heart from the clergy's chest. Time stop was still in effect. The paladins who were hit all at once couldn't hold on until the end of the spell. The attack of the saint easily broke through their defense. Even if the demigod vampire was a weak god, he was still a god after all. The second target was the paladin. Pure physique, tough immunity, legendary physique, and epic strength, in front of the demigod vampire in the form of a saint, these were just a second or two more. Within the effect of time stop, he could easily finish the battle. A cold light flashed. The vampire even easily hit the paladin holding the Holy Avenger again, and at the same time, he was ready to take the opponent's life in the next attack. Since you guys are so persistent, you're courting death. Then I will naturally fulfill your wish. As soon as the voice of the demigod vampire fell, a cold light suddenly stabbed from behind him. Soren's expressionless figure appeared, and the curved sword icing death mercilessly stabbed at the opponent's heart. The racial talent of the vampires was too abnormal. If you wanted to kill them, you could only attack certain positions. How is this possible? The demigod vampire's face was full of astonishment, an expression of disbelief. With the cold light, Soren directly broke through the energy defense field on his body and stabbed the enemy's heart with his sword. But at this moment, the demigod vampire seemed to have triggered other defensive abilities, and a second energy defense field directly blocked Soren's attack. The defense was not broken, there were many defensive spells in the form of a saint. Soren had already expected this and did not hesitate to stab again. Shadow Strike. In the face of Soren's continuous offensive, the figure of the demigod vampire suddenly turned into a blood-red gas, and then instantly left his attack range. Vaporized form. The gas returned to human form at an amazing speed. The demigod vampire was shocked and said, "Who?" Until now, he had not seen Soren's appearance. Evade sight. Soren retreated into the shadows at the moment when the enemy vaporized. The anti-detection cloak, which was comparable to a divine artifact, made the demigod vampire unable to see his existence with his eyes. Immune to my time stop. Who is it? Are there other gods nearby? The demigod vampire's expression was a little surprised, and he was very cautious to keep a distance. He could not see the trace of the enemy, and he could not detect it when he quietly approached him. Everything told the demigod vampire that the enemy was not simple. It was just a sword that broke his energy defense field, and the enemy had the ability to seriously injure or even kill him. Soren disappeared in place. But at this moment, he did not continue to attack the demigod vampire, but turned and rushed to the paladin who held the Holy Avenger. Ah! A holy light emerged. Soren held the Holy Avenger in his palm and there was a burning pain. The pain seemed to penetrate into his soul, and his whole body could not help but tremble. But all this was just in a flash. The next moment, Soren let out a low roar, holding the Holy Avenger in both hands, and turned into a stream of light to cut the demigod vampire in front of him. Omnipotent hands. Dang! At this critical moment, a cold light suddenly flashed under the noble dress inlaid with gold and silver thorns on the demigod vampire's body, and then it blocked Soren's attack in the blink of an eye. Then the cold light disappeared again, and the figure of the demigod vampire took 3 steps back in a row. The cold light came from his cuff, which could be determined to be some kind of short weapon, not more than 15 centimeters long. Hidden sword? Is he an assassin? Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he rushed forward again, and the Holy Avenger directly slashed down. Sword form, beheading. In the face of Soren's fierce attack, the demigod vampire was no longer able to attack others. Soren's explosive power under the slaughter transformation was amazing, and the continuous offensive forced the demigod vampire to retreat again and again. The retreat was not because he was afraid of Soren's strength, but because he was very afraid of the Holy Avenger in his hand, because even the incarnation of the Holy Avenger did not have the ability to resist the attack of this artifact. Hold human body spell. The demigod vampire tentatively cast an instantaneous spell. However, Soren's footsteps did not stop at all, and even his own test of immunity did not trigger. Because a row of data appeared in front of him, affected by the target, hold human, effect. Magic resistance ability was triggered. Holy Avenger's magic resistance is in effect. Lich Ring plus 5 magic resistance is in effect. You are directly immune to the effect of this spell. The Holy Avenger's magic resistance was 50%, and any spell on the owner of this artifact had a 50% chance of being completely ineffective. The Lich Ring plus 5 also had 10% magic resistance, and when the two were stacked, it was 60% magic resistance. According to normal luck, a 10-sided die, Soren would only trigger the spell if he was unlucky enough to throw 1 to 4 points. Otherwise, it was basically difficult for ordinary spells to affect him. And even if it affected Soren, it would have to go through Soren's test of immunity again before it would take effect. However, Soren had another unique ability, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess. The effect of this blessing was to reduce Soren's opponent's bad luck by 1 point, while Soren's own luck wouldn't drop below the standard. The blessings of the Misfortune Goddess could not make someone's luck explode. However, she was able to prevent bad luck from befalling someone. In fact, Soren rarely encountered bad luck, especially during battles. He was always able to perform above average. Up until now, he had never encountered such a situation where he stepped on something out of bad luck or encountered an unexpected situation. In the current situation, the effect of the blessing of the Misfortune Goddess was immeasurable. Law command. Intimidate. Disintegrate. Finger of death. Misdirection. Maze. The demigod vampire's spellcasting ability was quite amazing. As a saint after being apotheosized, his spellcasting level was far beyond Vivian's. In the face of Soren's fierce attack, the demigod vampire, who was afraid of the power of the Holy Avenger and did not dare to fight him head-on, could only constantly cast various instantaneous spells to attack while retreating. No one knew how powerful the legendary instantaneous ability he had mastered. Anyway, all of his spells so far had no casting process, and all of them were rushing towards Soren like a storm. If there was no Holy Avenger in his hand, Soren would have been seriously injured or even dead at this moment. However, with the Holy Avenger, Soren directly ignored these spells. Law command, intimidate, ignore it. Disintegrate, ignore it. Finger of death, ignore it. Misdirection, what's the use of this thing, maze, this seems to be a bit troublesome. But before Soren could dodge, the spell was directly ineffective. It seemed that it was not because of the Holy Avenger, but because he seemed to be automatically immune to spells like maze when he was in the slaughterer form. The power of the artifact was so amazing. Soren used to rely on his immunity to resist the spells, and even if he resisted, he would still suffer some damage. But now, he did not suffer any damage at all. Unless the 60% magic resistance was broken, then the magic resistance would trigger the damage immunity, which ultimately determined how much damage Soren would suffer. For example, Finger of Death. If the 60% magic resistance was not broken, then it would be ineffective directly. If the 60% magic resistance was broken, then Soren would have to face a mandatory test of fortitude. If he failed, he would die directly. If he succeeded, he would suffer less damage, and this damage would also be weakened by a certain degree of his own resistance. With the Holy Avenger in hand, any spell must break Soren's 2 tests of fortitude before it could hurt him. Damn it! The demigod vampire's face was getting worse and worse. He muttered in his heart, "What kind of monster is this? Even if he has the Holy Avenger, all the spells should not be ineffective, right?" He gritted his teeth. The figure of the demigod vampire instantly turned into a gaseous state, and then at the moment when time stop was about to end, he raised his hand and launched his most powerful instant spell. Energy Drain, legendary spell. Since the enemy was so strong, then he could only rely on Energy Drain to erode the opponent's ability and let his strength be greatly reduced first. This spell again. Soren's face finally changed a little. He had suffered a lot because of this spell in the past. If he had not found a way to restore his ability, he was afraid that he would have a headache for a long time. In the current situation, if Soren was hit by this spell, there was basically no need to fight. It would completely destroy his rhythm in an instant. However, there was no place to hide at this time. At such a close distance, it was impossible to avoid an instant legendary spell. He could only rely on his own resistance to resist it. Now that he was in the form of Slaughter, with the Holy Avenger and the +5 Lich Ring in his hand, he did not believe that he would be unlucky with the blessing of the Misfortune Goddess. With so many advantages added together, he could not resist this legendary spell. A row of data appeared in front of him, attacked by the legendary spell, Energy Drain. Magic Resistance ability activated. Holy Avenger's magic resistance is in effect. Lich Ring's +5 magic resistance is in effect. Slaughter resistance is in effect. You are completely immune to the effect of this spell. Past, Soren was directly immune to the effect of this legendary spell, at this moment. Even Soren had a feeling that he wanted to laugh and murmured in his heart, "Too powerful. It's really too powerful. Is this the power of the legendary artifact? No wonder so many people fought for the Holy Avenger and Pale Justice back then." In his memory, both artifacts had caused an uproar, but they were both paladin equipment. Soren had no interest in them in the past. Today, if it weren't for omnipotent hands, he wouldn't have been able to pull up the Holy Avenger. Shadow Leap. The powerful power of the artifact made Soren full of confidence for the next battle. With such high magic resistance, he had no worries at all. As for the ability to fight, Soren did not believe that anyone could beat him with a 5th grade artifact. +15 sharpness, +10 penetration, +15 toughness, +10 armor break, +10 holy damage. This completely crushed the effect of the legendary curved sword, Icing Death. Soren was confident that he could cut an adult dragon into pieces in a minute. The effect of time stop ended. However, a battle of this level could have amazing changes in a second, so no one had time to communicate. Soren's Shadow Leap once again rushed in front of the demigod vampire. Sword form, Spinning Strike. The Holy Avenger drew a holy light and directly cut the demigod vampire in front of him. An invisible energy defense field was activated. The demigod vampire in the form of a saint had many defensive means, and the first attack was not enough to break all his protective energy shields. But, at the moment of contact, a holy light also appeared on the Holy Avenger. Target hit. Holy Avenger, Dispel Magic, effect triggered. Dispel Magic test passed. Target's high-grade energy shield dispelled. Dispel Magic. Any enemy hit by the Holy Avenger, as long as they had any spell effect on their body, whether it was energy protection, elemental resistance, or bull strength, cat's grace, fox's cunning, etc., as long as it was a buff spell effect on the body. Once hit by the Holy Avenger, it would automatically trigger a legendary level Dispel Magic effect. This weapon had made many spellcasters suffer in the past. Dang. The sound of weapons colliding sounded again. The demigod vampire had no choice but to resist Soren's attack again, and this time, new data appeared. Target hit. Holy Avenger, Dispel Magic, effect triggered. Dispel Magic test passed. Target's high-grade haste spell dispelled. In an instant, the demigod vampire's movement speed and attack speed were significantly reduced. He avoided the edge of the Holy Avenger and seemed to want to get out of Soren's attack range. But how could Soren let the enemy get away at this time? He instantly activated the +5 Lich ring on his finger, and the speed of the whole person was as fast as a shadow in an instant. Greater haste. Soren's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. The whole person was like a whirlwind, and the terrible attack even formed a sort of air. On the other side, the warden, who was out of time stop, stood in place in shock and murmured, "How is it possible? He can use the Holy Avenger. There's more. How can a rogue use the legendary Blademaster's whirlwind? P.S. This is the first update, there are 2 more updates today." It's him. When they saw Soren's figure, the paladins who had seen him before immediately recognized his identity. But there was no time for them to think so much at this moment, because the outcome of a battle in the legendary realm could be decided in a flash. They did not know why Soren appeared at this time, why Soren could pick up the Holy Avenger, and why Soren could use the legendary warrior's whirlwind skill. But this did not affect their knowledge that the battle had taken an amazing turn. There was no time to mourn their dead comrades. The Saint Samurai gripped their longswords firmly and charged forward again with silver shields in hand. Soren had obviously suppressed the demigod vampire. As long as they separated him from the Hellpemer, they could find a way to stall the demon. Then the battle would be completely on the side of justice. After killing the demigod vampire, their strength would be obviously suppressed. No matter how strong the Hellpemer was, it was impossible for him to deal with so many paladins alone. The most important thing now was not to let the Hellpemer interfere with Soren. Once Soren's offensive was interfered with, the outcome of the battle would be difficult to predict. The Hellpemer was a high-grade legendary profession. Once he formed a short pincer attack with the demigod vampire, it was possible to injure or even kill Soren in an instant. The paladins present were veterans who had survived hundreds of battles. They knew very well what the consequences of such a thing would be. Divine Realm, courage. The warden did not have time to think about why he could use the Holy Avenger. At the moment when the Hellpemer moved, he smashed the warhammer in his hand on the ground, and then the surging current raged out. This was a very powerful legendary equipment. The jumping electric current obviously affected the Hellpemer's movement. The warden quickly flipped open the black codex in his hand. As he pressed his hand on the codex, a pure and holy power burst out. He said in a deep voice, "Justice. Courage. Holiness. Glory. Sacrifice." An indescribable power broke out and covered the whole battlefield in an instant. Divine Realm, sacrifice. Everyone nearby was instantly covered by the divine realm of the legendary paladin. Even Soren, who was in the middle of the battle, saw a row of data quickly appear in front of him, affected by divine domain, courage. You will gain an additional 1 courage point for all judgment effects in battle. Immune to all fear effects. His resistance to the corrosion of negative energy had increased. All nearby allies will gain 3 points of morale. A divine light bestowed courage upon the others. The second beam of holy light split into 3 and directly affected the 3 people nearby. One was a heavily injured Saint Samurai, one was a spellcaster, and the last one was Soren. Soren saw another data prompt appear in front of his eyes. Affected by divine domain, sacrifice. 10% of any damage you receive will be transferred to your protector. Additional 3 points of strong resistance. Additional 3 points of willpower resistance. Legendary Paladin. In this world, there were very few paladins who could reach the legendary realm, but once they reached the legendary realm, their strength would be greatly improved, because of faith. The power of faith was so powerful, paladins were born with a difficult and bumpy path. They were destined to face more difficult tests than other professions, but it also made their faith stronger. Legendary paladins had legendary abilities such as armor skin, epic strength, perfect physique, and so on. Among all professions, paladins were always the top meat shields that could be ranked in the top 3, sword form, waist slash. The power of the courage domain made Soren's attack more and more unstoppable. The desire to fight after transforming into a slaughterer met with the power of courage was like adding fuel to the fire. Shadow leap. There was a phrase called shadow following, which was perfect to describe Soren at the moment. The natural environment of the Underdark was very suitable for Soren to fight, and his familiarity with the terrain was a hidden advantage. No matter how the demigod vampire tried to get rid of Soren, he would be stuck to him. Occasionally, the opponent would use a little trick to open up a gap, but then Soren would activate the ability of Shadow Leap and instantly stick to him again. At this moment, the demigod vampire was about to go crazy. This was simply going too far. Is this how a rogue fights? Do you think you are a barbarian? If it weren't for the fact that spells were ineffective and he was afraid of the power of the Holy Avenger, the demigod vampire would really want to tear the guy behind him into pieces. Since he woke up as the son of fear, he had never been chased like a dog like today, and what the hell was this momentum that was getting more and more powerful? Courage domain. Soren had already activated the slaughterer form, and the desire to fight in his heart was quite strong. Now, with the blessing of the legendary paladin's courage domain, it could be said that his momentum at the moment had reached the peak. In this case, 1 + 1 was definitely greater than 2. Soren's current state was like a meeting on a narrow path. There should have been a sentence of "the brave will win," but in fact, before the demigod vampire had time to build up his momentum, Soren's anger had already exploded. "You are cheating." The demigod vampire was going crazy. Fight? There was no guarantee that he could resist the attack of the Holy Avenger. Run? This guy is chasing me so energetically and has the ability of shadow jump, I can't escape at all. Soren was not worried about the demigod vampire escaping at all, because his shadow jump was still more than 100 meters away, and he still had one chance to use shadow jump. This distance was longer than most of the flash teleportation spells. As for the longer distance teleportation, with Soren so close, the demigod vampire didn't even have a second to cast a spell. Want to cast a spell? Only instant cast spells could be cast. The storm-like attacks finally forced the demigod vampire to have no way to retreat. Facing Soren who was chasing after him, the demigod vampire finally gritted his teeth and resisted. Then, after being hit by the Holy Avenger, he removed a blessing spell and activated a special spell unique to the gods. Summon Dark Servant. Vampire Priesthood. The priesthood of the gods was naturally not just to expand the scope of absorbing believers. In fact, most of the priesthoods had their own unique abilities. For example, the Queen of Spiders, Crafty, Field directly disabled a psionic warlock with a profession level of more than 30. However, the vampire priesthood activated by the enemy was naturally not as powerful as the Queen of Spiders. This was a summoning spell derived from a priesthood, and it belonged to the legendary level of summoning. Boom, the teleportation channel was formed in an instant, accompanied by a black fog. In an instant, 2 or 3 figures rushed out of it with great speed. High-grade vampires, one of them was obviously close to the legendary level. These vampires rushed to Soren as soon as they appeared. Apparently, they intended to delay him under the command of the demigod vampire. Shoo! Soren rushed over with no expression and instantly waved his sword and cut a high-grade vampire in half. At the same time, Soren's palm gently pressed on the ground, and the surrounding space immediately vibrated. A portal connected to the elemental plane was opened. Elemental Legion, legendary spell. The power of the elemental stone was activated by Soren, and a gust of wind blew in the portal connected to the elemental plane. Then an Elder of the Wind elemental rushed out of the portal. The wind was raging. The Elder of the Wind elemental raised his hand and a bolt of lightning struck the high-grade vampire. Then, scorching flames surged out, and the figure of a giant fire elemental flew out of the portal. In an instant, the nearby ground was scorched black. Finally, heavy footsteps sounded. A figure that seemed a little too big and took a little effort to slowly walk out of the portal appeared. The portal closed. The Elemental Legion summoned an Elder of the Wind Elemental, a giant Fire Elemental, and a giant Earth Elemental. At this moment, the eyes of the demigod vampire almost popped out. He finally seized the opportunity to summon the Dark Servants. He wanted them to delay Soren and buy time for himself. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the enemy launched the Elemental Legion and summoned a lot of elementals. This guy did it on purpose, right? The demigod vampire was about to go crazy at this moment. What made him even crazier was that he still didn't know who the enemy was. What the hell are you? Where the hell did you come from? Are you a rogue, a paladin, or a barbarian? Why do you know Whirlwind? Why can you use the Holy Avenger? Why can you use the Holy Avenger to summon Whirlwind? Why can you summon the Elemental Legion when you use the Holy Avenger to summon the Elemental Legion? What the hell are you? P.S. Second update, one more update today. Take advantage of the situation. After so many life and death battles, Soren had already told him that he must not give the enemy a chance to breathe. Once the enemy had a chance to breathe, the situation could be reversed in an instant. Whirlwind. Soren didn't know any Whirlwind at all. If he knew the legendary skill, Whirlwind, he would have the ability to simulate the legendary Bladestorm, double the attack speed, double the movement speed. In the entire material plane, the number of melee professions who could master Whirlwind was less than 2 digits, and nearly half of them were legendary sword saints. Soren now looked like he was using Whirlwind, but in fact, it was just because his attack speed was very fast, and his high dexterity combined with greater haste gave people the illusion of activating Whirlwind. Note, Whirlwind needs the power of Chi as support. As for the legendary Bladestorm, this was not a combat ability, but a combat skill that was accidentally combined in the War of the Holy Saints. The name, Bladestorm, was also given by the adventurers themselves. Because other than this name, there was no other name that could describe that kind of peak combat ability. At present, in the entire material plane, only one orc sword saint with a profession level of 27 could do this. Whirlwind, combined with Whirlwind, Legendary Whirlwind / Legendary Deadly Strike, Insight into Weakness, and finally, Greater Haste, formed a god-killing combat ability. Soren was lucky enough to see this battle. The Sword Saint's attack directly formed countless real sword auras. That was why people called it Bladestorm. Another similar Godslayer combat ability was also created by the Sword Saint, but it relied on simulacrum and true mirror image. When it came to the pursuit of physical damage, the Sword Saint had indeed embarked on a very extreme path. Holy Radiance. Soren's figure had exceeded the limit of what ordinary people could see with their naked eyes. If they wanted to lock his position, they could only rely on other methods. As a level 6 spell, the effect of Greater Haste was quite amazing. Even without the support of the two-handed sword ability, Soren still gave people the illusion of activating Whirlwind by relying on Omnipotent Hands and Greater Haste. Sword form, Spinning Strike. Soren's figure was like a shadow, and the Holy Avenger turned into a flowing holy light, directly blocking all the escape routes of the demigod vampire. Clang! Clang! There was a continuous sound of collision. Every time Soren swung his sword, the demigod vampire would take a step back. The light of dispelling magic continued to appear. In the end, the demigod vampire no longer had any energy defensive force field on him, and even his own support spells were all removed. Crack, a very crisp cracking sound was heard. When Soren used the spinning dance to turn it into a heavy slash, the hidden blade of the demigod vampire could no longer withstand the attack of the Holy Avenger and broke into 2 pieces. A row of data appeared. Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about Whirlwind / Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about Whirlwind / Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about Whirlwind / You've learned a new battle skill, Whirlwind / 3 data prompts appeared in a row. But this was just the beginning. Soren's storm-like attacks continued to appear. Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about / Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about Fierce attack. Battle breakthrough. You've leveled up in battle and grasped some information about Whirlwind. 3 more data prompts appeared in a row. and Soren's eyes no longer showed other data displays. At this moment, he seemed to be at the peak of a battle, whether it was his own explosive power, fighting will, or comprehensive attributes, they had all reached a current critical point. The Paladin's realm of courage pushed this critical point to the limit. Shadow Leap. Whirlwind Slash. Soren's figure rotated at high speed, and the Holy Avenger turned into a storm that cut everything around him. The sword form, Whirlwind Slash, itself was a weakened ability of Whirlwind Slash. In the case of a breakthrough, Soren finally showed the real whirlwind attack. Poochie, a stream of blood splashed out. In the horrified eyes of the demigod vampire, the enemy's explosive power seemed to be getting more and more amazing. What's going on? Why does this guy in front of me seem to become more dangerous in the blink of an eye? Divine Shield. In the face of Soren's endless crazy attacks, the demigod vampire finally activated his last life-saving means. Divine Power Field. Since he became a god with the vampire clergy, his divine power had been slowly growing. He rarely used this power because even for the gods, divine power was a very precious power. But at this time, he couldn't care so much. In front of the powerful lethality of the Holy Avenger, the defensive ability of his saint form could be completely ignored. If he didn't activate the divine power field, Soren could tear him apart in minutes. Buzz, the burst of divine power formed a shock wave. It directly shook Soren's figure out. The Holy Avenger also seemed to have cut into some powerful invisible energy field and was directly isolated around the demigod vampire. A row of data appeared. You've been attacked by the divine power shock wave. Test of Fortitude triggered. Test of Constitution triggered. You've received 10 damage transferred, points of divine power damage. Attack hit. You've dealt 75, plus 10 holy damage, points of slashing damage to the target. Target activated divine power field shield. Cut divine power field. You've consumed 120 points of energy of the divine power field. Finally, he was forced to activate the divine power field. Soren raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of endless fighting spirit, and he rushed up again in an instant. Saints, powerful incarnations of gods. Only when they were forced to use divine power could it be considered a real battle to kill a god, otherwise all efforts were just a joke. You can't even force out the divine power field and you still want to kill a god? Dream on. During the catastrophe of the saints' descent, there was a sentence that best described the current battle situation. Because at that time a legendary warrior said so. It's time to put on the bayonet. Put on the bayonet. These 3 words represented how dangerous the real battle to kill a god was. Forcing the incarnations of the saints to the point of activating the divine power field, at this time, almost everyone had used up their trump cards. In this case, what determined the outcome was their own fighting spirit, because both sides were close to running out of ammunition and food. The demigod vampire's expression was a little crazy. He never dreamed that since he awakened the power of the Son of Fear, he had encountered so many battles. He even fought with the Chosen of the Lady of Wealth and personally defeated the chief priest of the Dread Lord. He had never suffered a big loss in so many battles, but today, in the hands of a guy who came out of nowhere, he was forced to the point of activating the divine power field. Once the divine power field was activated, for the gods, it was basically equivalent to fighting with their lives on the line. Otherwise, the Queen of Spiders would not be so furious that she wanted to kill them all. This was the last life-saving means of the gods. If even the divine power was used up, then they were really close to the end of the road. Soren's figure rushed up again. This madman! The demigod vampire gasped. When he saw the scarlet pupils of the opponent, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart and instantly turned into a gaseous state to avoid it. Humiliation. This battle felt like a humiliation to him from the beginning to the end, because from the beginning to the end, he was like a dog being chased by the madman in front of him. The most unbearable thing for him was that he didn't even know who the guy in front of him was. He felt that he was going crazy. Vampires were very powerful creatures. High-level vampires were comparable to liches. They were born with the ability to dominate humans. They could transform into bats, gas, monsters, and so on. They could also absorb energy to reduce the enemy's profession level by 2. Their natural racial characteristics gave them a very high damage reduction ability. At the same time, their claws and teeth were regarded as natural magic weapons. They themselves had the characteristic of quick healing. They had at least 12 HP, the same level as barbarians, and they also had natural extra armor +6. They were children of the night and could create derivative. After transforming into a vampire, strength +6, agility +4, intelligence +2, wisdom +2, charm +4, and so on. However, all of these were actually useless. The demigod vampire was still being chased by Soren like a dog. All of his corrosive abilities were ignored by Soren's incomparable resistance. Dominate humans, absorb energy, transform, natural magic weapon, quick healing, damage reduction. Soren spun his two-handed sword like a windmill. No matter how high your damage reduction was, no matter how amazing your recovery ability was, as long as you were touched by the Holy Avenger, you would be turned into a human again in minutes. There was a saying, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Soren had no doubt that with his current explosive state, even if someone was shooting at him with a machine gun, he felt confident that he could block those bullets. At this moment, he finally experienced the feeling of the legendary Grand Swordsman blocking bullets with his saber during the Battle of the Golems. It was undeniable, although Soren chose the path of a rogue. In fact, he had been influenced a lot by the Sword Saint. He had the extreme pursuit of the Sword Saint in his heart, but he did not have the belief of facing death with equanimity like the Sword Saint. In the case of pursuing both lethality and survival, Soren chose the path of a rogue. Perhaps all melee professions were more or less influenced by the Sword Saint. After all, the existence of the Sword Saint itself was a kind of benchmark: speed, strength, burst, resistance, damage dealt, and opportunity presented itself. Soren did not doubt this at all. If he couldn't kill the demigod vampire today, then it would be even more difficult for him to kill him in the future. It was such a heaven-sent opportunity. He had obtained the Tier 5 divine equipment, Holy Avenger, under such circumstances, and he also had a bunch of Saint Samurai by his side. He did not have to face the followers of the Vampire Church as cannon fodder, nor did he have to worry about others interfering with his battle. To a certain extent, this was an opportunity that could not be replicated. Soren had to seize this opportunity no matter what. Shadow Leap. Sword form, waist cut. Soren was able to wield a two-handed sword smoothly because his omnipotent hands allowed him to wield any weapon with ease. More importantly, Soren's combat techniques were all very violent, and they were all performed with heavy weapons. Regardless of whether it was sword form, heavy hack, sword form, beheading, sword form, waist chop, sword form, spinning strike, or other combat techniques, almost all of them could not be used with small or light weapons. Using a two-handed weapon was better than using a one-handed weapon, especially when using sword form, waist chop, and sword form, beheading. The demigod vampire did not even dare to take any of them head-on. Clang, the holy light exploded like fireworks, and the expression of the demigod vampire became more and more ferocious. In the end, it was already a crazy look. At this moment, he had already lost the handsome aristocratic demeanor at the beginning. He was now disheveled and ragged. Because of anger and madness, his pupils gradually turned red, and his face became pale with a dark green gloominess. The corners of his mouth finally revealed very obvious fangs, the outline of his face became cold and cruel, his jaw was obviously sharp, dark green nails appeared on his fingers, and his skin seemed to have a metallic luster. Vampire form. Soren's second round of outburst finally completely angered the demigod vampire, so that he could no longer maintain his handsome and elegant appearance and revealed his true appearance. Damn you! I'm going to tear you into pieces. In the form of a vampire, Reinhardt's speed had obviously increased a lot. His dark green claws were covered with an indescribable radiance of energy. If other vampires had claws and fangs that were equivalent to natural magical weapons, then as the god of vampires, Reinhardt's claws must have reached the standard of legendary weapons. Clang, sure enough, as Soren expected, the demigod vampire used his claws to parry Soren's attack. The collision of the two directly made a metal-like sound, but it was obvious that there was a clear sword mark on the demigod vampire's claws, and there were traces of holy energy burning on it. Although the recovery speed was very fast, the suppression effect of the Holy Avenger was still quite obvious. On the other hand, Soren, who was holding the Holy Avenger, had no problem. After a round of collision, Soren did not suffer any damage, but the demigod vampire received 10 points of holy damage and 15 points of shadow erosion damage. Shadow Strike would take effect as long as it came into contact with the enemy. Not all of the damage was applied to the demigod vampire, and the shield effect of the divine energy field was still there. The opponent relied on his strong recovery ability to resist some of the damage, and the other part was transferred to the energy shield. I must break the critical point of his defense. Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and his whole person disappeared again. The next moment, the brilliance of the Holy Avenger was like a whirlwind, directly sweeping toward the demigod vampire in front of him. Clang! Clang! Kacha! There was an obvious sound of breaking, and the demigod vampire's claws were directly cut in half by Soren. The divine energy field had weakened. Soren's crazy attacks were constantly reducing the strength of the divine energy field. As one of the most powerful weapons in the material plane, the Holy Avenger could even cause nearly 100 points of damage to the Queen of Spiders. Although the demigod vampire had a divine energy field shield, after withstanding so many attacks, it was finally on the verge of collapse. There was a hint of anxiety on the Helpheimer's face. He didn't know who the guy who suddenly appeared was, but he knew that the guy was very difficult to deal with. The demigod vampire in the form of a saint was suppressed by him, and the Helpheimer even doubted that he could withstand a few rounds of attacks. But now, even if he wanted to support, there was no way. The warden in front of him was biting him too hard. No matter how he gained the upper hand, it could not change one point, that was, the paladin had a clear advantage, and the warden in front of him was also a veteran legendary figure who had been famous for hundreds of years. Want to leave? The Helpheimer had no doubt that the other party had the ability to make him stay, and even take the opportunity to attack the already injured demigod vampire. But the battle could not continue like this. He had to support the demigod vampire, otherwise, it was only a matter of time before Reinhardt was defeated. The madman who suddenly appeared seemed to have gone berserk. Fallen Praise, legendary war song. The Helpheimer finally gave up relying on Prelude to Hell to interfere with the enemy's attacks, and chose to use Fallen Praise to buff the demigod vampire. The variables of the battle were still there. Although Slaughterer was seriously injured by the Holy Avenger, its strength was still not something that ordinary paladins could suppress. As long as those young paladins could not hold on, then Slaughterer would be able to get out of their control. At this time, the Helpheimer's opportunity came. As long as Slaughterer interfered with the other party a little, he could rush over to help the demigod vampire kill Soren. Now, it depended on who could hold on first. Was it the group of young paladins, or the demigod vampire who was currently being suppressed by Soren? For this, the Helpheimer still had a little confidence in his heart. No matter how badly Reinhardt was suppressed, he should be able to hold on a little longer than those paladins, right? The situation of the paladins was indeed very bad. Their casualties were actually very serious. At the beginning, when they were attacked by the demigod vampire and the Helpheimer, they had already lost the upper hand. Later, they were also hit by a time stop, which directly killed and seriously injured a few people. If it weren't for Soren appearing at that time, they would have been wiped out long ago. But now, although Soren suppressed the demigod vampire and affected the battle, their situation did not improve much. The warden had to delay the Helpheimer. The legendary clergyman died in battle under the time stop, and although the remaining young paladins were all above the advanced level, they had to delay the seriously injured and even crazier mutated demon. It was quite difficult to delay such a terrible monster. How else could they delay? Delay with their lives. The surviving young paladins were almost risking their lives. Among them, there was a figure that was so eye-catching. He was wearing mottled silver-white armor, standing in the front line of the front line against Slaughterer. The wind and frost around him made his slightly immature face reveal a sense of vicissitudes. The injuries on his body were actually very serious. Red blood dripped down from his fingertips, but he still did not retreat half a step. Because he could not, in this case, if he retreated, everyone would die here: blood, tiredness, pain. He had already unknowingly begun to get used to these things. From the moment he left the City of Wealth, he walked for tens of thousands of miles on foot. Along the way, he ate the wind and slept in the open. He had seen too many things that he could not imagine in the past. He had fallen and lost his way, but he had regained his faith. He finally understood why there was always a trace of sadness in the eyes of the older paladins. Because his heart began to be filled with sadness. He was not lost, nor did he fall. His faith became firmer, and his will was as strong as steel, but his heart was still full of sadness. He did not give up on justice. He just did not know what had happened to this world. The situation of the paladins was not good. A challenge rating of 21 was indeed not something they could deal with. If it weren't for one of the figures who was clearly covered in blood, but still relied on faith and will to fight in the front line, perhaps the demon would have rushed out long ago. This young paladin had been seriously injured. If it weren't for a paladin who was attacked by the demigod vampire at the beginning, he would have died under the claws and fangs of the demon. Unyielding will, no matter how strong his will and faith were, allowing him to still burst out powerful combat power in a seriously injured state. One thing was still unchangeable, that was, his vitality was constantly flowing away. And when his vitality was completely lost, no matter how strong his faith and will were, he could not change his fate of dying. Soren seemed to be aware of the change in the battle. His offensive became more and more violent, and he did not even dodge the counterattack of the demigod vampire. He directly relied on his strong physique and the strong resistance after transforming into a slaughterer to fight the enemy head-on. The demigod vampire's celestial force field had been broken by Soren. Every attack of the Holy Avenger made the enemy's injuries rapidly worse. Even if the Holy Form had thousands of vitality, it could not withstand the Holy Avenger's head-on attacks. Pucci, Soren's chest was penetrated by the claws. Although it did not hurt his vital parts, it pierced his lungs, and suddenly his breathing became a little chaotic. Katja, the palm of the demigod vampire was directly cut off by Soren with the Holy Avenger, and one of the dark blue claws was suddenly missing. He did not even think about it and swung his sword again to cut the enemy's waist. Sword form, waist cut. With a cold light, the waist of the demigod vampire was directly cut in two by Soren. But just as his body was about to be cut by Soren, suddenly a smoke came out, and then the figure of the demigod vampire turned into bats flying in the sky. Bat form. The last life-saving means of high-grade vampires. This trick may be close to an unsolvable thing for many people, because in the face of flying bats, they did not know which one was the body of the demigod vampire. As long as the other party's main body escaped, in that case, all the previous efforts would be for naught. The saint form could heal his injuries in a very short time. However, the bats that filled the sky were not a problem for Soren. How many bats are there, he couldn't tell at first, but there were at least 100 of them, right? With so many bats flying out, it would be very difficult to capture the target's body. Therefore, Soren put away the Holy Avenger the moment the enemy turned into a bat. He had experience in dealing with legendary vampires and had already thought of a strategy to deal with them in their vaporized form and bat form. Even if he was facing the god of vampires, Soren still had a way to deal with these bats. Spinning slash. Clang, Soren's legendary curved sword icing death and another curved sword appeared in the palm of his hand. His figure rose into the air in an instant. Just as the body of the demigod vampire burst into bats, the two curved swords formed a terrible sword storm. The cold sword directly formed a curtain, sealing all the nearby space. How fast could the bats be? With the curved sword, legendary, ability, the slaughter form, all kinds of buffs, activated greater haste, his agility temporarily exceeded 30 points, and at the same time, he mastered greater dual wielding. How fast could Soren's swords be at this moment? Pada. Pada. Pada, the vampire bats fell from the sky like rain. Before they could fly more than a meter, a large number of them had already fallen to the ground. In terms of attack speed, although Soren was not as good as the purebred blade master who had a basic speed +1 every 3 profession levels, he was competent enough to fight against any other melee profession with greater dual wielding. No matter how many bats the demigod vampire transformed into, they had to fly out of his body first. In such a narrow space and dense situation, it would be a joke if Soren's dual swords couldn't clean up these vampire bats at the same time. What kind of agile rogue was this? If he couldn't even kill these bats, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Bang! The bats that burst in the black fog were instantly cleaned up by Soren, but because there were so many of them, there were still a few that escaped. Clang, Soren didn't say anything and directly threw out the curved sword in his hand. First, it was the spare rare curved sword, and then he threw out the legendary curved sword icing death. He instantly killed 2 bats that were a few meters away. There were still 3 bats left that escaped, and they fled in 3 different directions. Soren's expression was calm. The elven warbow +2 appeared in his palm. In an instant, he aimed at the bat on the left, and the arrow flew out instantly, killing one in an instant. Vampire bats were vampire bats after all. They would not suddenly become supersonic fighters. Even if there were a lot of them, they lost most of their effect after Soren's first round of attacks. Swoosh, the second arrow was shot at the bat on the right, and the arrow nailed the target at once. Shadow leap. Sword form, heavy hack. After killing the remaining vampire bats with 2 arrows, Soren didn't think much. He pulled out the Holy Avenger in an instant, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Then he jumped and slashed at the last vampire bat. Clang, the vampire bat turned into black smoke and returned to its human form. The demigod vampire tried to block Soren's attack with his claws, but what greeted him was a third round of crazy attacks. Soren waved the Holy Avenger and attacked wildly. He almost completely gave up any means of defense. He directly pushed forward and instantly forced the demigod vampire into a corner. Plop, Soren's eyes were full of killing intent. At the moment when the 2 figures crossed, the Holy Avenger pierced through the heart of the demigod vampire. The holy light broke out, the holy power burned the heart of the demigod vampire into charcoal in an instant, but Soren did not hesitate at all. He pulled out his weapon in an instant and slashed at the head of the demigod vampire. Sword form, beheading. A ruthless cold light flashed, and the head of the demigod vampire was cut off. His lips moved slightly in midair. Who are you, Pada? A head fell to the ground, and the body knelt down weakly. Data appeared instantly. Target killed. You've killed the god of vampires, Reinhardt. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 115,000 slaughter EXP. Alert. Alert. Interference by unknown energy. Extraction of slaughter EXP failed. Extraction of slaughter EXP failed. The target's soul energy has been extracted by an unknown target. You've gained 250,000 slaughter EXP. A strange melody began to play. Just when Soren's crazy attack forced the demigod vampire into a corner, the figure of the Hellpemer suddenly gritted his teeth and opened up a distance with injuries. Everything happened in an instant. When Soren pierced the heart of the demigod vampire and cut off his head at the same time. The Hellpemer also suddenly crushed the magic flute in his hand, and then an indescribable strange melody echoed around. Hell's Requiem. Legendary war song, Soul Trap. The target of the sudden burst of power was not the other people present, but the demigod vampire who died in an instant under Soren's hands. The Hellpemer was holding a strange black crystal in his palm. At the moment when Soren killed the demigod vampire, a strange blood-red color appeared on the black crystal, and then in the blink of an eye, it became blood-red, and the projection of a certain soul could be vaguely seen in it. The soul is imprisoned. Soren reacted in an instant, and without looking at the data prompts that continued to appear crazily behind him, he directly swung the Holy Avenger and slashed at the Hellpemer in front of him. Buzz, a strange thing happened. The figure of the Hellpemer suddenly disappeared like some high-level demons, leaving only a voice echoing, haha. No matter who you are. I'll come back for you. Soren was so angry that he almost went berserk. He swung the Holy Avenger and smashed it on the ground, roaring, bah. If you want to fight, come now. Son of a bitch. Unfortunately, the figure of the Hellpemer had already disappeared. The data was still jumping in front of Soren's eyes, but now was not the time to look at it. He stomped his feet with hatred, directly swung the Holy Avenger and rushed to the alien demon in front of him. This time it was really a miscalculation. Soren never dreamed that the Hellpemer would actually use the soul-sucking technique at that time, directly imprisoning the soul energy that he should have absorbed into the crystal. Slaughter EXP was essentially soul energy. The Hellpemer used the soul-sucking technique to imprison the soul of the demigod vampire, which was equivalent to absorbing most of Soren's slaughter EXP. How could Soren not go berserk? But fortunately, the demigod vampire was dead, and the soul-sucking technique could only take away the soul, but not the other forces in his body, so Soren only lost a large amount of slaughter EXP. The only thing that worried him a little was that the relationship between the Helpheimer and the demons was unclear. In this case, he suddenly made a move to imprison the soul of the demigod vampire, and he didn't know what he was planning. However, for now, it was better to kill the alien demon behind him first. A high-level demon could more or less make up for his losses. With the Holy Avenger in hand, there were not many good opportunities to kill people like this. Soren was full. In fact, he had never felt as full as he did today after activating the Slaughterer transformation. This feeling was not brought about by killing the demigod vampire, but the satisfaction after killing the mutated demon. The slaughter thirst that troubled Soren after transforming into the Slaughterer seemed to have obtained an unprecedented satisfaction the moment he cut off the mutated demon's head with the Holy Avenger. All of a sudden, Soren was completely free from the influence of the slaughter thirst. He did not know why. Soren had no clue about this. He could only see a row of data in front of him: killed mutated demon. Extracting target's soul energy. You've gained 35,000 slaughter EXP. Unknown mutation. Extracting unknown energy. Divine power conversion. Unknown mutation in Slaughterer transformation. Slaughterer transformation in Slaughterer transformation. Divine power conversion complete. Partial demonic characteristics conversion. It was such a brainless data prompt. Killing the mutated demon did not give a lot of slaughter EXP, probably because its body was still in the bottomless abyss. Many summoned creatures would not really die because of this situation, such as high-level demons, and elementals. Although they had their own bodies, what really affected them was the characteristics of their souls, something that Soren could not figure out. The soul was too mysterious. High-level demons would definitely be affected to a certain extent after being summoned and dying, but they rarely really died because of this. Otherwise, the corpse of the summoned creature would not disappear as an energy form. Soren had a lot of data in front of him. Target killed. You've successfully killed the god of vampires, Reinhardt. Target is in saint form. Extracting target's divine power. You've gained 9 divine points. Target has the ability of divinity. Absorbing target's divinity power. Extracting target's divinity. You've gained 5 divine points. This was the first row of data that appeared, but it was just the beginning. There were some data that Soren could not understand, but he could clearly feel that he seemed to have merged with some kind of power. Successfully killed a deity. You have successfully killed the god of vampires, Reinhardt, who has a weak divine power. You've received the legendary ability, God Slayer, Soren. Your existence is beginning to enter the eyes of the gods. Godslayer, Soren, legendary background ability. The moment you succeed in slaying a god, your existence will be noticed by many powerful beings in the multiverse. Whether it was the gods of the heavenly realm, the demons of the abyss, the devils of hell, or the evil gods in the dark corners, they all began to shift part of their attention to you. This was a display of power, and also a special challenge. Among the gods, there would be some who wanted to test whether you were qualified to join them, and there would also be some who wanted to kill those who challenged the rules. Whatever the case may be, your name has undoubtedly spread to many places in the multiverse. Legend plus 50, Intimidation plus 100, Negotiation plus 50. All of your trials of immunity will have an additional 1 Godslayer bonus. Soren understood this. After he killed the demigod vampire, he received a legendary background ability. It was similar to the blessing of the misfortune goddess, but the effect seemed to be more powerful. Unfortunately, the main thing was that the increase did not directly affect his combat ability. 50 points of legend was a little scary, and 100 points of intimidation. Soren estimated that he could scare a lot of people to death, right? As for the improvement of his negotiation ability, it should be the influence of the Godslayer's identity. The most important thing was still the 1 point of Godslayer bonus. Soren's powerful immunity resistance was accumulated little by little. He knew how important these basic things were in a high-end battle. Then there were other data notifications. Target killed. Target has the vampire, divine title. Divine title extraction failed. You can't absorb any power of this divine title. Target has the hunting domain. Hunting domain extraction successful. You've received part of the information of the hunting domain. Divine power conversion. Hunting domain information converted to slaughter domain information. You've received a weak understanding of the slaughter domain. Target has the fear domain. Fear domain extraction successful. You've received part of the information of the fear domain. Divine power conversion. Ability improvement. Part of your fear divinity reproduction ability has improved. You've received a weak understanding of the fear domain. This was the initial data display. But there were some other data displays that made Soren a little confused. Target has the unabsorbed, half-elf, divine title. Current divine title and self-compatibility is 85%. Divine title extraction successful. You've received part of the information of the half-elf, divine title. Target has the unabsorbed, wanderer, divine title. Current divine title and self-compatibility is 91%. Divine title extraction successful. You've received part of the information of the wanderer, divine title. 2 information notifications. Then there was nothing else. In the beginning, Soren only absorbed the divinity domain, but he had received a very obvious improvement. But now he had even succeeded in extracting the divine title, but there was nothing else except these 2 pieces of information. Soren didn't understand. He felt that he had some kind of special sensing ability, but he didn't know why there was no data prompt. Not even a fart. It was as if the information of these 2 divine titles was completely out for a while, and then there was nothing else. Soren didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. But at this time, there was no way to delve into it, so he could only put it aside first. The body of the demigod vampire began to dissipate rapidly after death. The body of the saint form was special, unlike the flesh and blood of mortals. After the body of the demigod vampire dissipated, a special ring was left in the place, and then there was nothing else. The style of the ring was very simple, and it was engraved with the emblem of a vampire bat. Soren trembled for a moment when he touched it, and then quietly put it away. A divine artifact. Although he hadn't looked at it carefully, the moment he touched it, it gave Soren a similar feeling as when he pulled out the Holy Avenger. Tap, tap, tap. Soren slowly came in front of the paladins, and there was no trace of reluctance on his face. He directly threw the Holy Avenger over and said in a deep voice, "Catch." He couldn't take the sword. No matter how powerful it was, he couldn't take it unless he intended to go against the whole world of paladins. However, Soren also played a little trick. He didn't return the Holy Avenger to the warden, or the paladin who first held it, but directly threw it to the young paladin he had seen in the City of Wealth. Clang, the young paladin's expression was a little dazed. His broken silver armor was full of scars, and his cloak was stained with blood. When Soren threw the Holy Avenger over, he subconsciously reached out and caught it, and then the eyes of the others fell on him. He was seriously injured, but he still stood straight. Different from Soren holding the Holy Avenger, this artifact immediately emitted a dazzling holy light after it fell into his hand. The young paladin's expression was still very dazed, and he turned his eyes to the warden next to him. "You take it first." The warden's face was very surprised. One was that Soren would throw the Holy Avenger to him, and the other was that the Holy Avenger had such a strange change after falling into his hand. The Holy Avenger recognized this young man, hee. Soren's mouth showed a smile. He gently tightened the anti-detection cloak and turned to walk into the darkness. "Stand firm in your beliefs. Young man. The future world will need your strength." This time, Soren didn't hide anything. His voice shocked the young paladin instantly, and he immediately looked up at his back. However, at this moment, Soren had gradually merged into the darkness and disappeared in front of their eyes. Only his words remained in place. It was thought-provoking. In a dark corner. As soon as he left the sight of the paladins, Soren staggered, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The injuries on his body were actually very serious. Fighting the god of vampires alone, even with the power of the Holy Avenger, he was inevitably injured. During the battle, he could forcibly suppress the injury, but now that the battle was over, he didn't need to hold on. Regardless of the conduct of these paladins, whether they owed Soren a favor or not, there was one thing that could not be changed, that was, Soren belonged to the evil camp. So Soren had to hold on in front of the paladins no matter what, and by the way, he forced himself to take care of the young man he met in the City of Wealth. The current Holy Avenger was only a radical faction among the paladins. Some kind of transformation had not been completely completed, and there was still no shortage of stubborn conservatives among them. Only when the Avatar crisis began, and the Earth was devastated, the Holy Avenger completely abandoned some of the dogmas and regarded order as a belief above good and evil. Because the damage caused by chaos was too terrible, now Soren just wanted to find a place to sit down and have a good rest, and drink a few bottles of healing potions to quench his thirst. Come on. Soren slowly moved forward. The wound on his chest had not yet healed, making it slightly inconvenient for him to breathe. Soren walked towards the place where the psionic warlock was hiding and whispered, "In order to help you get the Holy Avenger, I'm going all out this time. I hope you won't let me down." Everything just now was to pave the way for him. Otherwise, a young man who had just joined the Holy Avenger would not be qualified to touch the artifact. A short rest. After Soren's injury recovered by 80%, he left the Underdark with the unconscious psionic warlock. He was ready to return to the Outer Islands. This trip was very rewarding. Not only did he get what he wanted, but he also killed the demigod vampire. And Soren was now really in the realm of the gods, although there was still something missing. Right now, what he needed the most was to familiarize himself with this power. There were many things in the god realm that he still needed to explore on his own. Otherwise, the improvement he could gain would be quite limited. Even after the Queen of Spiders killed a god, the god of ooze, it took her many years to completely fuse with it. Soren did not think that he was stronger than the Queen of Spiders. Soren had gained a lot from this battle. He now had a clearer understanding of how strong a god spirit's incarnation of a saint was. The demigod vampire was only a minor divine power, and it had been less than a year since he became a god. To deal with him, Soren had to use all his trump cards. Without the power of the Holy Avenger, there was no way to win. Minor divine power, weak divine power, intermediate divine power, great divine power. With a rough calculation, Soren could judge how powerful the other gods and saints would be. There were still too many things he needed to accumulate. He even had a simple calculation in his mind, which allowed him to predict the power of each level of deity. Minor divinity, plus, minor shard of divinity, equals, minor divine power. Without counting his other abilities, as well as the power brought by the clergy, followers, and the realm, it could be assumed that, minor divine power, had a divine power base of 1. Then the value of the minor divinity was 10 points, and the value of the lesser divinity was 30 points. If he was not wrong, the value of the minor shard of divinity was 10 points, and the value of the lesser shard of divinity should be 30 points. 3 times the difference in divinity. 3 times the difference in shard of divinity. In the end, it led to more than 3 times the difference in divinity. If it was conservatively estimated, the combat power of a lesser god might be more than 6 times that of a minor god. This was only the difference brought by divinity, shard of divinity, and divine power. There was no way to calculate further, because there was a gap of more than 3 times in the most basic part. The comprehensive combat power was simply not on the same level. As for how terrifying great divine power was, Soren's final calculation was a little scary, so he thought about it and decided not to think too much about it. No wonder the Queen of Spiders took so many years to upgrade from great divine power to great divine power. Soren calculated his final calculation and found that no wonder the gods of great divine power were qualified to open their own divine system. Judging from the final calculation, the gods of great divine power could easily create a group of gods of their own divine system. It was no wonder that even though the god of light had created several low-level divine powers, he himself was still a god with great divine powers. The Outer Islands, Mordor City. On the side of the council hall was a forbidden area, and no one was allowed to get close. Even the pirate leaders under Soren's command had to report in advance if they wanted to get close to this place, and then they could pass the inspection of the steel golem. This was Gloria's laboratory. There were many secrets hidden in it, but the most important was everything about the shadow plane. Success! Gloria, who was in front of the alchemy table, suddenly stood up excitedly. She was holding a medal with a strange silver-white streamer in her white palm. There was a diamond-shaped purple gem in the center, faintly emitting a magic wave. Gloria gently tidied up her wizard robe, turned around, and came to an open area. She said to a clay golem next to her that was obviously different, ET1. Begin the 5th test of the Silver Blade of Gith Experimental Model 3. Prepare to record all the test conditions. Store the relevant information in the soul crystal. The clay golem on the side nodded, and a special magic light appeared in its eyes. It looked like some kind of modified detection spell. This clay golem looked very different. Because it looked a little slender, and there seemed to be no combat equipment on its body. Its appearance was closer to the human form. It seemed to have higher wisdom in terms of demeanor and other aspects. There was something familiar on its body. It was a very inconspicuous soul wave. There seemed to be only one kind of existence in the puppet golem that had soul waves. That was, Thaling. This clay golem was Gloria's test product. It was the original form of Thaling that she made with precious soul crystals. A creature level of only about 5, an intelligent golem used for research. Its combat power was estimated to be no better than an ordinary pirate, but it had a lot of spell-like abilities, most of which were modified detection spells. In terms of potential, ET1's growth potential exceeded all the puppet golems. Start recording. ET1 turned its gem eyes and a magic light fell on the silver-white metal ball in Gloria's palm. Gloria nodded gently, and with a serious expression, she clenched the gem on the silver-white metal ball in her palm and said slowly, Elemental Energy Conversion Test. Replace psionic power to transform the form of the Silver Blade of Gith. The test begins. A faint magic light emerged, and the silver-white metal ball in Gloria's palm suddenly began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into the shape of a beheading sword. The place where the gem was inlaid became the hilt of the sword, and in front of it was the silver-white blade with a strange flowing light. The first form switch is complete. The conversion rate is 100%. The form switch interval is 0.1 seconds. There is no energy barrier or rejection phenomenon. A strange light appeared in ET1's eyes, and it seemed to record something into its own soul crystal. Gloria showed a smile at the corner of her mouth and said slowly, Continue the 2nd stage of the test. Synchronize the energy changes of the experimental model. The silver-white two-handed sword with a strange flowing light quickly turned into a metal ball again. Then, under Gloria's operation, it turned into a one-handed sword, a scimitar, a shield, a blade barrier, and a silver-white spear. The test is complete. The first form switch is all passed. The conversion rate is 100%. The form switch interval is 0.1 seconds. There is no energy barrier or rejection phenomenon. ET1 continued to record the success of the test. Gloria breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words, turned around and said slowly, Proceed to the 2nd stage of the test. Begin to test the 2nd form switch. It also started with a silver-white metal ball. In Gloria's palm, it first turned into a one-handed sword, and then it did not return to the silver-white metal ball form, but directly changed into the shape of a scimitar. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation appeared, and the strange silver-white flowing light distorted, as if there was some kind of interference. Warning! Warning! An unknown energy rejection phenomenon has occurred. The elemental energy interference is serious. The 2nd form switch has failed. The silver sword of Gith shows signs of damage. Do you want to interrupt the experiment? Gloria let out a sigh and said faintly, We still failed. Interrupt the test. Restart the 2nd form switch research. What went wrong? Why is there no problem with the 1st form switch, but the 2nd form switch always goes wrong? Is it because there is no psionic power to control it? Gloria could not help but fall into deep thought. The weapon in her palm had turned back into a silver-white metal ball. She murmured in a low voice, The research has hit a bottleneck here. If even the metal form switch can't be cracked, it is impossible to proceed to the next step of the magic power rune research, right? I don't know if there are any new results on Mother's side. Bang! At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly knocked open. Gloria, whose thoughts were interrupted, could not help but frown. Then she saw the small and exquisite Lulu rushing in, a little breathless and stammering, "No. Not good." Vivian suddenly fainted. Vivian fainted again. Although she didn't understand the reason, Gloria wasn't too worried this time. Because Vivian's breathing was very stable, and there was nothing wrong with her body. To some extent, she even felt that Vivian's strength was increasing. This time, the fluctuation of divine power was more violent than the last time. She didn't know what happened, but Vivian's strength was automatically increasing again and again. But it must have something to do with Soren. Gloria had some guesses in her heart, but she wasn't completely sure. "Don't disturb her." Gloria raised her hand and cast a warning spell, then turned around and left the room with little Lulu. She said slowly, "You stay here for a while, don't let anyone get close to her and disturb her. After a while, Vivian will wake up on her own." Lulu raised her little head and looked like she understood, but she still nodded quickly and said, "Meow." Lulu understands. "Stay here and don't let anyone disturb Vivian's rest." Gloria smiled when she heard this. She raised her hand and stroked the cat girl's little head and said softly, "It's good that you understand, good girl." Asterisk ta ta ta. Asterisk. A burst of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a young woman dressed as a maid came in. "What's the matter?" Gloria frowned again. The young maid came to Gloria's ear, whispered a few words quickly, and then respectfully stepped aside. Gloria's face showed a trace of doubt after hearing this. She murmured, "A priest of the goddess of agriculture? Why are they here?" "Forget it. I'll go greet them myself." Outer Islands, Port Mordor. A slightly different warship was docked in this increasingly prosperous port. This warship had a special rice insignia, which meant that it belonged to the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, a neutral faction of the Goddess of Agriculture. There were guardian knights of the church on the warship. It was absolutely impossible to come to a dangerous place like the Outer Islands without guards. The leader of the group was a middle-aged priest with a refined appearance. He was dressed plainly, but he looked like he had lived a comfortable life. "Is this the place?" The middle-aged priest looked at the bustling port in front of him and said with a slightly surprised expression, "I didn't expect there to be such a bustling place in the Outer Islands." Soon, Gloria's figure appeared surrounded by a group of guards, and the middle-aged priest on the warship walked down with a smile. This group of people attracted a lot of attention. Not knowing when, the priest of the goddess of agriculture appeared near the port. He frowned and looked at the church insignia in the distance and murmured, "Why is the priest of the goddess of agriculture here? This place doesn't seem to have anything to do with her domain of faith." There were many people who noticed their arrival, but most of them were just watching. After all, the goddess of agriculture had a strong background. Although she was a god who had risen in the last 1,000 years, the relationship behind her was enough to make many divine churches feel afraid. "Welcome, Your Excellency." Gloria glanced at the insignia of the middle-aged priest on the opposite side and was surprised to find that he was an archbishop. Such a character was also important in the Church of God. She was afraid that he was about to enter the realm of legends. The port was not a place to talk. Gloria, as the hostess of the city of Mordor, naturally needed to greet and arrange them. Soon, this group of people was arranged in the city of Mordor, and the eyes of all parties were also spying on the intentions of the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture. Council Hall. After changing to a relatively quiet environment, the middle-aged priest immediately went straight to the point. "Your Excellency Gloria, I'm sorry. I came here hoping to cooperate with you on something. I don't know if it's convenient for Your Excellency Soren to meet me now." Cooperation. Gloria raised her hand and gently lifted her long hair. She still didn't quite understand how Mordor could cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture, but she still smiled politely and said, "I don't know what cooperation it is. Soren is not in Mordor City recently, but I can handle everything here." As the hostess of Mordor City, Gloria naturally had a very high right to speak. When Soren was not here, she was the secret decision-maker. "Yes." The middle-aged priest nodded and waved to a follower behind him. Immediately, a young man came over with a box. He picked up the box and placed it in front of Gloria. He opened it gently and said, "The church is very interested in this thing. So we hope to cooperate with Your Excellency Soren." I believe our sincerity will definitely satisfy you. It turned out to be this kind of thing. Gloria just glanced at it and understood what was inside. A kind of granular crystal with a pungent smell. One of the things that Soren asked her to help with in the past seemed to be fertilizer used to help crops grow. The production had started a few months ago, but how could she pay too much attention to such a trivial matter? She just didn't expect that this thing, which was completely insignificant to her, could attract the Archbishop of the Church of Agriculture, and let him come to her door in person to seek cooperation. At this moment, Gloria really couldn't see through her man. She didn't know if Soren had expected this, or he just did it by accident. So it's this. Gloria's mouth curled up, and her attitude was very casual. She said tentatively, "It seems that we haven't spread this thing out yet. I don't know how your excellency knows about it." She acted like this thing was a secret. Gloria's performance told this group of people in front of her that this thing was not a casual thing, but a secret of Mordor City. Since it was a secret, of course, it was very important. Important things were naturally expensive, and there were a lot of things implied in just one sentence. Haha. The middle-aged priest smiled faintly and said slowly, "Anything related to agriculture can't be hidden from the eyes of the goddess. Please believe that we are here with absolute sincerity. Mutually beneficial things are a help to us. Isn't it?" Gloria glanced at him and said softly, "That's true. But I don't know what your excellency's cooperation is about." Finally, they came to the main topic. The middle-aged priest smiled and said in a deep voice, "After our tests, this thing can meet the growth needs of crops, make barren land fertile, and the harvest of crops can be significantly improved. The goddess of agriculture is a kind and loving god, so the church intends to promote this thing so that all believers can feel the joy of harvest. We plan to purchase this fertilizer in large quantities and then promote it to more believers." The alchemy of the fertilizer was not high. Any high-grade wizard could instantly see that the most important thing was the guano stone, which was a natural mineral near Mordor City. Soren decided to study this because the guano stone was the best natural fertilizer, and it could be used directly with simple processing. This place had existed as an undeveloped land for quite a long time, and the indigenous people would certainly not notice that the accumulated guano was actually a treasure. So at present, the entire mine was in a preliminary state of development, and the reserves on this island were not even developed. The Church of Agriculture was obviously aware of this. This low-end alchemy refining process had no value at all. The real value was the guano stone mineral on the island where Mordor City was located. The value of the crops was not high. The corresponding value of the fertilizer could not be too high. It was not that high-end alchemy could not refine high-quality fertilizer, but the cost and price were too high. It completely exceeded the harvest profit of the crops. Therefore, Soren found that the things extracted from the guano stone, which was a natural high-quality fertilizer, were very valuable because its cost was quite low. It only needed to be used as a mineral for preliminary processing. This relatively low cost could be popularized and then promoted to many places as an alchemy fertilizer. The harvest of crops, the increase of grain production. This was of great significance to the Church of Agriculture, especially their believers were farmers. If it was successful, the influence of the church would be multiplied. This was also an important reason why an archbishop came to the outer islands in person. The night was colder than ever. The cold wind that blew out of Minnesota Canyon carried a sound that made people shudder. Milan took a pot of mashed herbs and slowly walked into the front of the temple. She heard the groans of the wounded and Serena's comforting voice. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and there were some bloody bandages scattered on the ground, as well as some kind of disinfectant smell. Some wounded people were lying in the corner of the temple. The town's garrison captain, Mokade, was sitting under the stone pillar of the temple with a long sword in one hand. There was a bloody wound on his left arm. This was left by the Gnolls. There had always been a group of terrible Gnolls near the Minnesota Canyon. They believed in the demon lord, king of Gnolls, Yeenagu, on the 422nd floor of the abyss. These Gnolls were quite difficult to deal with. Since the half-elves migrated here, they had never stopped fighting with the Gnolls. That's right. This was a half-elven town. Many people looked similar to humans, but in fact, they were all half-elves. It was just that the elven blood was relatively thin. At present, most of the residents in the town only had less than a quarter of elven blood. Damn the gnolls. A town guard let out a painful growl. Because of anger, his wound opened again. The doctor who was responsible for taking care of him immediately told him not to move. Otherwise, the wound would not stop bleeding. Milan, who was only 16 years old this year, walked forward with her head down. Because she was a half-elf, she looked very petite, only the height of a 12 or 13-year-old human girl. However, she was born very agile. Many people in this town were good at fighting. Milan. A low male voice sounded. The tall guard stopped wiping his weapon and walked to the little girl and said, "Go inside and have a look. See if your father succeeded." The little girl nodded obediently, put down the medicine pot, and walked toward the back of the temple. The back of the temple was dead silent. This place worshipped the god of half-elves and rogues, Kester. He was the successor of the god of thieves, Max. Since the Shadow Realm fell into the hands of the Lord of Shadows, the god of half-elves and rogues, Kester had to rely on his own race to bring the weak realm of half-elves into the scope of his clergy. From then on, the half-elves began to spread his faith widely, and his priests became an important force within the half-elves. There was a prayer room behind the temple. Milan carefully approached the door and gently pushed it open. A middle-aged man in a priest's robe was kneeling inside. In front of him was an exquisite altar, in which stood the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues. "My lord Kester. You are the guide of rogues, the protector of half-elves. Your humble believer, Bernge Kasadik, prays for your response. I beg you to bestow divine spells to help my people. The Jackalans are wreaking havoc in our homeland. They believed in the demon lord of the bottomless abyss, king of gnolls, Yinagu. My people have suffered heavy losses. Many brave warriors have fallen under the claws and teeth of the Jackalans. My great lord. Your humble believer begs you to give us help. Your believers need your divine spells to save and protect them. My lord Kester. Your humble servant prays for your response. If you have heard my voice, I will tell you the truth. I beg you to guide us." Many of his clansmen had already fallen. "We have asked for help from the church in autumn fall. But we have not received any response. We lack food, weapons, and warriors. If you do not respond to your servant's prayer, I am afraid that everything here will be destroyed by the war." The prayer turned into a cry. The middle-aged man knelt in front of the statue as if he had lost his faith and his soul. "Father." Milan's eyes were slightly red. She walked quickly to help the middle-aged man who was on the verge of collapse. Drops of tears could not stop falling. Her father had been kneeling for 3 days. He had not eaten or drunk for 3 days, and kept praying for the god's response, but he had not received any response. There was no divine spell, no response, and even the glory of the temple was gradually dissipating. The attacks of the Jackalans had become more and more fierce. Uncle Baston had died in battle, Brother Bolo had died in battle, and Uncle Kaladu had died in battle. Her father, who was once powerful and had saved many lives, had now completely become an ordinary person. He could no longer use any divine spells, treat the wounded, or protect the town. Her father was in pain. Milan knew how much he loved the town he had built with his own hands. She knew that her father was willing to give everything for it, including his own life. But now everything would be destroyed by the war. The frenzied attacks of the Jackalans had caused them heavy losses. The orcs from the other side of the mountain were also ready to move. The huge footprints of the ogres appeared on the edge. They had lost the protection of the gods and the divine spells of the priests. Their losses in the battle began to multiply. Relying only on the treatment of herbs, more and more warriors would eventually fall. Her father was in pain. He prayed to the gods over and over again, but there was still no response. "Milan." The middle-aged man turned and glanced at his lovely daughter. His eyes were bloodshot. He raised his hand and stroked the half-elf girl's silky long hair. Then he staggered to his feet. Clang, her father pulled out his long sword. He walked step by step to the corner and put on a half-body armor made of steel. He had not worn armor for a long time. Milan slowly walked over and carefully helped her father put on the armor. She understood what her father wanted to do. As a once powerful priest, He could only rely on this to fight now that he had lost all his divine spells. Tomorrow, you will leave with them and go to Autumn Fall. That is our capital. There will be people there who will accept you and protect you. I will cover the retreat with the others. Her father's voice was resolute. His tone of facing death made her shed big drops of tears. Autumn Fall, Broken Bone Hill. A group of fully armed half-elven warriors were stationed here. They lit a bonfire and sat around with sad expressions on their faces. Hold on. Barkaloo. You have to hold on. Don't die. Soon, Priest Fina will save you. You have to hold on. The warriors suppressed their painful cries. A faint smell of blood filled the air. A wounded man was lying on the ground. His chest and ribs were sunken. His breathing was very weak. It was difficult to save such a serious injury with potions alone. On the other side of the bonfire, a half-elf woman with long blonde hair knelt on the ground. She held a lifelike statue in her palm and prayed devoutly, "My Lord Kester. You are the guide of the rogues, the protector of the half-elves. Your humble servant prays for your response. The warrior who fought to protect your faith is dying. He had single-handedly killed 6 gnolls. He has defeated the ogres, the orcs, and the vampires. He fought bravely in order to protect your glory. Now he is about to die. Your humble servant Fina prays for you to give him magic to save him. If you can hear my prayer, please give me guidance." Tears fell drop by drop. The painful groans in her ears were getting weaker and weaker. The heaving chest gradually stopped, and the breath disappeared little by little. The young half-elf girl's eyes were full of tears. She stood up blankly and looked up at the starry sky. There was no light. Her faith was collapsing. She came to the warrior who died in battle like a zombie. She knelt down and raised her hand to caress his cold face. Tears fell drop by drop. At this moment, she sobbed, "Brother. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Surface world, Spider Forest. Ah. Solon's figure suddenly sat up. At this moment, he was sweating all over. His chest rose and fell violently, and his heavy breathing reverberated, making him look like a bellows. What's going on? Soren's expression was very strange. He pressed his hands on his temples and murmured, "Why is this happening? Why do I have such a dream? Why is everything in the dream so real? Dreams, dreams. 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 Dreams that felt so real." It even made Soren wonder if all this was a dream. He rarely dreamed. In Soren's memory, the number of times he dreamed could be counted on one hand. But he didn't know why. As long as he closed his eyes now, he would soon have a dream one after another. And these dreams all had similar beginnings. People prayed to the god of half-elves and rogues in their dreams, and he would dream about things that happened about an hour after the prayer began. Things that felt so real. Such dreams were not long. Soren's dreams were one after another, each from a different person, and they lasted only about an hour. Sometimes he didn't even sleep at all, and just closed his eyes to take a nap, but he would soon be dragged into all kinds of strange dreams. He was going crazy. Although he didn't know what the reason was, Soren knew that it must have something to do with the god of half-elves and rogues, and the divine power he absorbed. There was no time to find out. Soren's current state was very bad. His whole person seemed to be in a daze, and he couldn't tell whether he was in a dream or in reality. His mind was a little confused. It was like a storage device that suddenly stored too much information, and then all the space was piled up. Soren felt that his brain was about to crash. Electric current. Strange electric current, jumping data, countless zeros and ones. Soren even felt like he was back in Amber City when he was lying in bed for half a month. The only difference was that he was now much stronger than before, and this degree of pain was still within his tolerance range. His body could still withstand this crazy feeling, so he hadn't completely collapsed yet. But the feeling of countless streams of data, a series of dreams, the voices of countless people, and so on, piled up together as if his brain was about to explode, was still there. Soren really felt that his brain was about to explode. Since leaving the Underdark, his mental state had plummeted, and sometimes even his mind would be temporarily blank. Because he suddenly heard the voices of countless people. This incomparably chaotic voice pierced directly into his brain. Hundreds and thousands of words were all connected together. It should have been a chaotic sound, but he could hear every single one of them very clearly. The end result was that the brain became more and more unbearable and painful. Soren even suspected that he had become something like a terminal processor. His brain was like a supercomputer in his previous life, constantly receiving large amounts of information. All of this information was transmitted to Soren's brain, causing his mind and body to bear a huge burden. The body of a mortal, Soren was in a lot of pain. He was only awake for a few hours a day. His mind was in a daze. Most of the time, he was like a god, using some kind of high and mighty perspective to pass through one after another incomparably realistic dreams. He couldn't break free from these dreams. This was because as long as the call of prayer rang out, his brain would begin to receive countless information. He was in great pain. It was extremely painful. It was more painful than any other battle. This kind of pain didn't come from the body, but from the mind. His head was very painful, very swollen, very dizzy, and very uncomfortable. He couldn't use any clear words to describe it because he felt that he couldn't even organize words. His brain was always filled with electric current, countless weak electric current jumping, and countless data appearing. This kind of pain that directly affected the brain was simply driving him crazy. He wanted to go back to the outer islands. But in fact, he was awake less and less every day. He was like a madman. He wandered in the wilderness with an unconscious woman. Occasionally, there would be some reckless monsters that came to provoke them, but in the end, they all became ghosts under his sword. He wandered in the black wilderness east of the spider forest, and in just a week, many people heard about him. The residents of the nearby towns saw a wandering figure. It rained. The cold rain fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost May. With the arrival of summer, the rainstorms became more frequent. It was said that there was a river change in the south, which directly flooded many places, causing many people to become homeless. This was the main road to the Valoran Duchy. Passing through the border of the spider forest, then entering the black wilderness, and finally from the Howling Wind Canyon to the boundary of the Valoran Duchy. A large group of fully armed people was moving forward. In front of the group was a heavy knight riding a tall horse, and on both sides were well-equipped infantry guards. At a glance, one could tell that the owner of the group was a noble. The rain seemed to be getting heavier. It was obvious that this group of people was in a hurry because they didn't intend to find a place to take shelter from the rain. There was a slight disturbance in front. Then, the whole group came to a stop. Then, a burly knight rode forward and shouted, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" There was someone in front. In the middle of the group, a wide and exquisite carriage lifted the curtain, and then a young noble lady poked her head out and said, "Sir Eden? What happened?" The knight who rode forward glanced and replied, "Nothing. There are two travelers in front. I'll make them make way now." Thud. The sturdy metal boots landed on the ground. The burly Sir Eden put his hand on the hilt of his sword and motioned others to make way. His expression was very vigilant because this place was close to the spider forest and the black wilderness. It was easy to encounter some dangerous existences. There were two people in front of him, a woman and a man. The woman held the man's hand and stood in the rain. She was wearing a large cloak, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. But the man behind her could be seen clearly. With just a glance, Sir Eden judged that he was a difficult character to deal with because there was a sense of oppression on his body. The only thing that puzzled him a little was the man's eyes were blank, and it could even be said that he was a little dull. He looked like a mentally retarded person. He just stood there stupidly and let the woman in front of him hold his hand. Sir Eden was just about to order the two people in front of him to make way, but suddenly he seemed to have seen something. He couldn't help but tremble, and his tone slowed down a lot. He said in a deep voice, "I don't know what this witch wants to do here." "Witch?" He saw the wizard's robe under the cloak. "We don't mean any harm." A gentle female voice sounded, and in an instant, Sir Eden let go of his hostility because he felt that the two people in front of him didn't seem to be hostile. The woman held the man's hand and walked forward. The man followed silently and blankly. "We just want to ask you to give us a ride. We will leave once we reach our destination." In the carriage, a beautiful noble young lady stared at the two people in front of her with widened eyes. Sir Eden, who was responsible for protecting her, didn't allow any outsiders to get close to her, let alone sit in her carriage. But now, not only did two outsiders come to her, but they also sat in her carriage directly. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the woman in front of her only said softly, "Relax." Then, she really relaxed. If it's just on the way, it shouldn't be a problem, right? She felt inexplicably relieved. The entire group moved forward quickly as though the small episode just now didn't happen. It was still raining outside. The tall woman took off her cloak and covered her face with a veil. After the young man beside her sat down, she took out a clean cloth and gently wiped the man's cheeks, wiping the rainwater off his body. The young man sat on the spot motionlessly. His expression was dull and his eyes were dull. He looked like a puppet, allowing the woman in front of him to do whatever she wanted. The young lady couldn't help but feel a little curious. She widened her eyes and observed the two people in front of her. After a while, she suddenly asked, "Is he your servant?" The veiled woman didn't turn around and replied, "No." The young lady tilted her head and sized up the man and woman in front of her. She continued to ask, "Then, is he your companion?" The veiled woman didn't speak and only shook her head gently. The young lady looked disappointed. She carefully observed the two people in front of her. The veiled woman's movements were very meticulous. At this moment, she was gently helping the man tidy up his clothes. The young lady asked excitedly, "Then, is he your husband?" The veiled woman let out a chuckle and shook her head again. The young lady finally couldn't guess. She hung her head dejectedly and said, "Then, I can't guess." The veiled woman stood up. She was tall and looked at the young lady in front of her. She slowly said, "He is my master." "My God. My God." The rain gradually stopped. As the evening came, the group finally chose to camp. They had been traveling in the rain for a whole day. If they continued like this, the people and horses would not be able to hold on. There was a hubbub of voices outside. Because it had just rained, it was not easy to make a bonfire. Many soldiers could only soak dry food in water and swallow it. However, it was impossible to do without a bonfire at night. Everyone was soaked and exposed to the cold wind for a night. They would be affected by it tomorrow. These soldiers did not have many extraordinary physiques. Sir Eden sent someone to find some dry firewood, and he ordered another person to prepare a small stove and send it to the carriage. The team had a charcoal stove, a delicate and small copper stove, which could be used to cook something directly with charcoal, but only enough for 1 or 2 people. The inside of the carriage was like another space. Everything outside would not disturb here. It seemed that there was some invisible force. The others became very quiet when they approached the carriage. Time passed little by little. The sky gradually darkened. A bonfire was lit outside, and the soldiers cooked a large pot of meat soup. Sir Eden casually ate some dry food, then drank a large bowl of thick soup. Then he began to arrange the sentries for the night watch. He was a veteran who retired from the battlefield. The title of Sir was given by his master. After his master passed away, he became loyal to the eldest daughter of the family. In the Valoran Duchy, there was no saying that only men could inherit the title. The eldest daughter and the second daughter also had a certain inheritance right. After arranging the sentries for the night watch, Sir Eden wanted to see the carriage. But as soon as he walked near the carriage, he felt that it was better not to disturb them at this time, so he turned back to the bonfire. It was very quiet in the carriage. Of course, this was just because the people outside couldn't hear it. In fact, since night fell, the young man in front of Caitlin's face became distorted. He seemed to be suffering great pain. He held his head with both hands and made a terrible roar. She felt scared, then she blacked out and didn't know anything. Sizzle. The strong wooden board of the carriage was easily crushed by the young man like tofu. If the masked woman next to him didn't help to calm him down, the carriage would have been torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. "Master." The masked woman pressed her hand on the young man's forehead and said softly, "Relax. Relax. Relax. Let my soul be one with you. I will help you share the pain." "My master. You have to open your mind. You have to open your mind. Otherwise, your mortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the enormous amount of information from the gods. You'll go crazy. You'll really go crazy. Let me enter your heart. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you cut off these faith connections. That was the connection of faith that belonged to the previous god. His power is interfering with you. You must learn to reject these beliefs. You are the supreme god. You are the supreme god. And not a tool that was kidnapped by faith. Let me help you cut off all the faith connections. Then, you can rebuild your kingdom. Otherwise, the will of the previous god will replace you. He will use your body as the host for his resurrection. Abandon these beliefs. The one they serve is not you. What you need is a new faith. A new kingdom. My master. Let me help you sever everything. These old beliefs should be buried together with the dead gods. An invisible psionic force field spread out. The masked woman held the young man's hands and then put her forehead on his. In an instant, her face became pale. And the young man's distorted face gradually relaxed. Pain. The masked woman was suddenly soaked, and sweat slid down her pale cheeks. In just a moment, she seemed to hear countless voices and see countless pictures. A huge amount of information hit her brain. Even if she used to be a psionic warlock with a profession level of more than 30, at this moment, she felt completely overwhelmed. Too much, there were too many, the call of mortals, the prayers of believers, terrible dreams, everything poured into her mind like a torrent. Autumn fall. This once prosperous city had now become a bit dilapidated. The decline of Whiterun began to affect here, and another thing that happened recently hit autumn fall even harder. The priests lost their connection with the gods. The restless enemies began to harass them frequently. Without the power of the priests, the soldiers suffered heavy losses. What was more terrible was that the news seemed to be impossible to hide. More and more people felt panic, and the enemy's attacks became more frequent. Bad news was sent back here one by one. A large number of refugees gathered outside the city. Without the protection of the gods and the divine spells of the priests, within a radius of hundreds of kilometers around autumn fall, the half-elf towns and villages were attacked. Gnolls, orcs, ogres, these monsters that they had chased away all those years ago suddenly returned here, as if they wanted to take back this fertile land. Archbishop. Not good. There was a rush of footsteps, and then a young trainee priest quickly came near the square. He whispered a few words in the ear of a middle-aged priest, and then the middle-aged priest's face changed greatly, and he quickly rushed to the location of the temple. The temple of the god of half-elves and rogues. This was his largest temple in the material plane and the center of his faith in the mortal world. As the successor of the god of thieves, the god of half-elves and rogues lost too much power in the struggle of the gods. Because he failed to master the realm of shadow, the rogue's faith began to be given to the Lord of Shadows, the goddess of fortune, and the Lady of Night. He, who only inherited a weak clergy, had no choice but to spread the realm of faith to his own race. That was the half-elves, who were sandwiched between humans and elves, had always been in an awkward position. So his first clergy was half-elves, and then rogues. Half-elves were his main source of faith. He once relied on the half-elves' faith to promote to lesser divine power. Unfortunately, because of the failure of the struggle in the realm of rogues, he was beaten back to lesser divine power by the Lord of Shadows. Now he fell into the mortal world as the first batch of gods and eventually died in the hands of the demigod vampire. The glory of the temple was very dim. As the largest temple of the gods in the material plane, all the changes here meant a lot of things. The glory of divinity was declining. From the moment the god of half-elves and rogues fell into the mortal world, the glory of this temple had dimmed a lot. But fortunately, the decline gradually stopped. Although the power of the temple weakened a lot, it still retained part of it, which made many believers feel a glimmer of hope. But not long ago, another amazing thing happened. That was, the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues in the temple suddenly became dim and completely lost its power, just like an ordinary statue. This process lasted for a whole day. By the next day, these statues seemed to have regained their power, and a glimmer of divinity appeared again. Although it was very weak. But at least there was still hope, but Now, what happened in front of them made all the believers pale. In the eyes of the middle-aged priest, the statue of the god of half-elves and rogues standing in the center of the temple gradually lost all its divine brilliance. There was still residual power in the temple, but there was no trace of divine power in the statue. Cracks appeared, and in their dull eyes, the statue erected in the center of the temple suddenly collapsed. Buzz, it was like the power of a certain source had been destroyed. With this temple as the center, all the statues that served the god of half-elves and rogues became dim, and some even had cracks on them. Finally, in all the temples that served him, the divine power radiance on the idols disappeared one after another, turning them into completely ordinary objects. He had fallen. The god had fallen. This time, it was a complete fall, and there was nothing left. His divine name had passed away. Soren's mind was in a mess during this period of time. Not only was his brain constantly receiving the faith from the god of half-elves and rogues, but more importantly, every time the believers prayed, the name of the god made Soren feel that a will was interfering with him. This was a very powerful will, more powerful than the will of the Dread Lord, because this was a complete will of the gods. Although the god of half-elves and rogues had died, he was not completely dead because he still had many believers in the material plane. The believers were praying. But they were not calling Soren's name, but the name of the dead god. At this time, Soren, as the successor and carrier of the clergy, although he received these beliefs, he was rejecting them. This power was conflicting in his body, and the remaining will of the gods was making a final struggle. Every time the prayer appeared, the will became stronger, and Soren needed to consume more power to fight against it. In the end, Soren almost completely lost his perception of the outside world. His spirit, his will, and his mind were all fighting against the pervasive faith and prayers, and the will of the gods that was crazily counterattacking with the prayers. This was a struggle. A struggle between gods. If there was no interference from others, Soren might be as crazy as other gods for a long time. Note, just like the crazy period of the Dark Sun. In the end, the winner of the collision of wills would decide everything. Note, the struggle between Arthas and the Lich King. Soren did not believe that he would lose. In fact, his will would not lose. What really affected him the most was the faith of the clergy, because this power contained too much information. There was a very taboo spell in the past. It was called Kossus's Investiture of the Gods. This was a 12-circle spell and the most powerful spell in history. The great arcanist Kossus used the power of this spell to overthrow the first-generation goddess of magic, then seized her divine power and temporarily turned himself into a god. But then something unexpected happened. Kossus, who was probably one of the most powerful arcanists in history, self-destructed because he couldn't withstand the huge amount of divine information from the goddess of magic. This ultimately led to the end of the Age of Thorium. The collapse of the weave directly destroyed a glorious era. No matter how much the mortals boasted that the arcanists were comparable to the gods, there was one thing that could not be changed. The gods could only be comparable to them, but could not be surpassed. Kossus was probably the most brilliant arcanist in history, but he also died the most aggrieved death, the domain of the gods. It was also at this time that the exploration began. Pant. He panted heavily. Soren's entire body was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were gradually clearing up. The pain was fading. The zeros and ones in front of his eyes were gradually returning to normal. The electric current in Soren's brain had weakened a lot. After the extreme pain, he seemed to have entered a new realm, and he felt a strange and indescribable spiritual power. If there was a metaphor to explain everything at this time, that was, Soren, who received the clergy of half-elves and rogues, was like a computer. After various strengthening and self-exercise, his brain's computing power had been quite amazing. But this amazing operating power, after contacting the Faith Network, that provided services for many gods on the Weave, Soren's brain was gradually close to collapse. It was like a computer that was about to burn its CPU. But in this case, because of the prayers of the believers, the will of the god of half-elves and rogues launched a dying counterattack. One could imagine how much pressure Soren was under at that time. The Weave was only part of a huge network. Above the 9 layers of the Weave, which was the domain of legendary spells, there was a more powerful, Faith Network, that served the gods. The 12th circle spell, Causis's investiture, that defeated the first generation of the goddess of magic came into contact with this domain. But as the great arcanist self-destructed because he couldn't withstand the divine information of the goddess of magic, the second generation of the goddess of magic directly blocked the magic network above 9 layers and directly turned it into a faith-receiving network, and then made it convenient for many gods. In short, the faith network was made into a fast channel to give divine spells. Soren's state was very similar to that of the great arcanist. That great arcanist was directly blown up by the huge amount of information and divine power of the weave, and Soren was exposed to a large amount of information belonging to the god of half-elves and rogues on the faith network of the gods, and was in a state close to mental confusion and madness. Insufficient computing power, the level of divinity couldn't withstand the connection brought by a large number of faith prayers, and Soren's spirit couldn't withstand the call of thousands of believers. More importantly, it wasn't him who was called. Causis, who was probably the most powerful great arcanist, directly blew up, but Soren was still able to withstand it. Because the avatar crisis was coming. Whether it was the weave at the bottom or the faith network at the top, they would all decline with the avatar crisis. At that time, the gods would only be able to connect with very devout believers, and not like now, just by shouting their names. The gods had such an ability. Holy name, God's domain, when his holy name is said in his temple, altar, statue, etc., or by his believers, any object related to him, any person who says his holy name, can enter the range of the god's perception within an hour. This was the reason why Soren was in pain. It was also the reason why many people wouldn't easily call the god's holy name. Soren was like a primitive computer. Without enough external programs, divinity, he was directly connected to the huge network of the interstellar era. Then in a flash, the crazy amount of information almost drove him crazy. As a person who had just come into contact with the super network, Soren didn't even understand how to cut off the network, and his will was greatly challenged. And at this time, the psionic warlock appeared. She directly pulled out Soren's network cable and then cut off all the faith connections. Soren temporarily broke away from the gods' faith network. He was not in contact with the domain above the 9th layer of the weave, which gave him a chance to breathe, and his spirit was gradually recovering. Without the connection of faith, the will of the god of rogues and half-elves rapidly weakened and was wiped out by Soren in the blink of an eye. Then everything happened in autumn fall. All the statues of the god of rogues and half-elves lost their power, and some even cracked and collapsed directly. He was dead. Soren completely took over his clergy, but he did not take over his believers for the time being. The reason was simple, the holy name. The believers were still chanting the holy name of the original god of half-elves and rogues. Now what Soren needed to do was to respond to their prayers and respond to their calls with a new holy name, a holy name that only belonged to himself. The statues had become mortal. But the temple that served the god of rogues and half-elves still retained divine power. If a believer was smart, he would notice this. Because if even the clergy disappeared, then there should be no power in the temple. Oh. What's wrong with me? Am I too tired? Did I suddenly fall asleep? The noble girl shook her head and got up from the carriage. She looked up in front of her and saw a man and a woman sitting in front of her. Her expression seemed to be a little surprised, and then she seemed to gradually remember something. She wondered, did I sleep for a long time? Why do I seem to have forgotten something? Yes. You slept for a while. The masked woman smiled and nodded. The noble girl rubbed her forehead and muttered, really? It seems that I really fell asleep. She glanced at the two people in front of her. Everything was not much different from what she remembered. It seemed that nothing had happened. The only difference was that the man's eyes seemed to be much brighter. She glanced at him and had an inexplicable illusion of wanting to worship him. The girl shook her head and put this strange feeling aside. When she looked down at the carriage, she could not help but tremble. Copper furnace. On the copper furnace that Sir Eden brought in, there were 5 clear fingerprints on it. P.S. To write today's chapter, it took a long time to sort out the information. So it's a little late, sorry. There's another chapter today. A day passed quickly. When they arrived at the Howling Wind Canyon, the masked woman finally left with the young man. When the two of them left the group, the noble girl immediately lifted the blanket impatiently, and saw that the hard floor of the carriage had long been marked with finger marks. She compared the finger marks on the carriage, then took out a dagger from her waist and directly stabbed the dark floor. This was ebony wood from the north. She used all her strength to stab it, but the depth was not as deep as the finger marks. The girl picked up the copper stove, looked at the clear finger marks on it, and murmured, "What kind of monster is that man? Is he a barbarian?" The departure of the two people did not cause any waves. It was as if it was natural for them to come here, and it was natural for them to leave. No one doubted it, and no one was puzzled. Only the noble girl in front of him was curious about something, but she did not have too many unusual emotions. She was not afraid, just curious. Patter, heavy footsteps sounded, and Sir Eden's voice came from outside the carriage, saying in a deep voice, "My master. We're almost overdone. I heard that a noblewoman recently came from the Frost Kingdom. She is very active in the noble circle in the south. She is a descendant of Queen Isabella like you. This lady has amazing financial resources. If you want to inherit the title, you need more allies. Maybe you should take the time to meet her." The girl put down the copper stove in her hand, tidied up her dress, and slowly said, "Okay. I understand." Shipwreck Bay. The business of the White Shark Tavern was as hot as ever. Even though the watered wine here was criticized, many people came here not to drink. This was one of the largest dens in Shipwreck Bay. As for what kind of business they were doing, you could tell by looking at a group of ferocious guys sitting here. This was the secret stronghold of the pirates. Bang, the door of the tavern was violently pushed open, and the wind and rain outside suddenly blew in. The ferocious pirates sitting near the door immediately frowned, their gazes unfriendly as they sized up the two people who came in. There was a young man wearing a large cloak and a tall woman with a veil covering her face. After sizing up the man, the pirates shifted their gazes to the masked woman. Her large cloak couldn't conceal her tall and slender figure. The curves of her ample bosom and perky buttocks could still be seen. Thus, someone couldn't help but let out a frivolous whistle. The two of them ignored the pirates. The young man went straight to the bar counter. He slightly frowned as he looked around. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Tell OLC Dog to come see me." OLC Dog, the fierce-looking bar owner, was wiping his wine glasses when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment before he realized that this was his leader's nickname. However, not many people dared to call him that anymore. Who was this young man in front of him? He actually dared to call his leader OLC Dog? Everyone in Shipwreck Bay addressed him as Lord Dog. Was he not afraid of being skinned alive? The bar owner looked at Soren from head to toe. Soren looked very young, like an adventurer who had just come out of the woods. Thus, the bar owner's expression suddenly became somewhat unfriendly. Noticing his expression, a few of his thugs quietly surrounded him. "Looks like there's a show to watch." The pirates in the bar suddenly had a look of schadenfreude on their faces. Humph. Soren couldn't help but frown. He noticed that the woman behind him let out a playful chuckle. Immediately, his expression became somewhat unsightly. He turned around and glanced at the thugs beside him. In a flash, his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Then, he saw a group of thugs retreating with pale faces. One of them was so scared that he even sat on the ground. "Tell OLC Dog to come see me." Soren couldn't help but increase his tone. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire bar. Everyone who was gloating couldn't help but feel as if their throats were being strangled. They abruptly found it difficult to breathe. Clatter, the cup in the bar owner's hand fell to the ground. His face instantly became extremely pale without a trace of blood. He seemed to have thought of something. His whole body trembled as he said, "Yes. Yes. Your Excellency. I'll go now." There was a dead silence in the bar. The bar owner panicked and sent someone to inform the team leader. He trembled as he came in front of Soren. His whole body was covered in cold sweat as he tried to explain something. "Arrange a quiet room." Soren wasn't interested in haggling with this kind of small fry. He glanced around and slowly said, "I want a fast ship tomorrow. Immediately get someone to prepare it. Gather the other team leaders nearby. I have something to arrange." Soren's figure went up to the attic. After he completely left, the other people in the bar seemed to have regained their ability to breathe. One by one, they gasped for breath. Among them, those who spoke unkind words at the beginning had a deathly pale face. "Your Excellency," they seemed to know who that young man was. Then, they were almost scared to death, in the room. Soren didn't pay attention to the frightened pirates. He waved his hand and signaled them to get out. Soren directly spread out a large map and then pointed at a few places on it. The masked woman looked very interested, but she was very quiet. She just looked quietly and didn't say anything. "How much strength do you have left?" Soren frowned as he looked at the map and casually asked. The masked woman thought for a moment and then said, "I'm barely in the realm of legends. The Queen of Spiders' arcane field is very strong. It directly affects my soul." Soren nodded gently and said in a deep voice, "Can you use a large-scale telepathy suggestion?" The masked woman chuckled and nodded, "No problem." Hurried footsteps could be heard. When they reached the door, the person outside stopped and calmed down a little before cautiously knocking on the door. Soren looked up and said, "Come in." OLC Dog came in. Behind him were 3 pirate leaders that Soren was familiar with. Now they were all well-dressed, and OLC Dog was even fatter. It seemed that these people were living very comfortably in Shipwreck Bay. Soren glanced at them, and OLC Dog's forehead immediately broke out in cold sweat. At this time, Soren was not interested in beating them. He just reached out and pointed at the map and said, "Immediately send someone to inquire about the news near Autumn Fall. No matter what means you use, I need to know any recent news related to the half-elves immediately." OLC Dog wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and nodded heavily, "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll arrange people to do it right away. The news will be sent back soon." Soren slightly nodded, then looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Gather the pirate leaders in the nearby waters and send the news back to the outer islands. 3 months later, I want to hold a military parade in Port Mordor." "Military parade?" OLC Dog and the others showed a trace of doubt on their faces. Then they reacted with a shocked and excited expression and immediately nodded, "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I'll send someone to inform the other pirate leaders now." A military parade, this kind of show of force, it seems that only the mainland kingdoms would do this, right? Is Your Excellency planning to? At the thought of this, OLC Dog and the others in front of him couldn't help but look excited because Sir Soren finally decided to take this step. Tap, tap, tap. Soren's finger gently tapped on the map. He pondered for a moment and continued, "Let Casa dock the Dragonhead warship at Port Tylon and pass the news to Arendelle. Let the giants lead the pirate fleet back. Since the Princess Royal has returned, the Vrykul pirates are not a problem. Just leave a Chamber of Commerce guard there. Also call back the fleet on the west coast. Let Scarface pay attention to the movements of the southern islands. Send the 3rd and 5th fleets to the eastern sea route." Soren's finger traced the location of White Run, then along the river until it reached the estuary of the Southeast Sea. He said in a deep voice, "Send someone to inform the eastern pirates. We may need to pass through their territory after a while." Orders were issued one after another. Although it was not clear what Soren's plan was, the pirate leaders below felt that His Excellency was about to make a big move, gathering the power of the 3 seas. "What is Your Excellency planning to do?" "Port Tylon, Sea Temple." The figure of the Naga siren priest slowly emerged from the blue sea. No one knew if she had encountered any good things during this period of time, but the divine brilliance in her eyes was becoming more and more obvious. Although the goddess of ocean was a cruel and evil god, she was also a very generous god, because there were only a few worthy existences in the entire ocean god system. This was also the reason why the goddess of ocean had always been at a disadvantage in the battle with the Lord of Storm. No matter how strong the main god was, it was impossible for him to do everything by himself. Especially the matter of the material plane. If the main god of a divine system personally went into action, then the impact of the matter would become serious. "Soren is back?" The Naga siren priest sneered and said slowly, "This guy really doesn't get up early without benefits. Send someone to tell him that the Dragon Bone warship is almost completed. Let him do what he promised me. That bitch priest Kim. She wants to compete with us for everything just because she has money in her hands. It's time to let her suffer for once. The temple guard in the dark took the order. The Naga siren priest gently raised her hand, and a blue water ball appeared in front of her. The ball made of seawater was like a crystal ball. She looked at it silently for a while, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It won't be long before it's time to deal with you traitors. The figure of the Naga siren priest walked towards the secret room of the temple and said slowly, "Do you really think that a fallen trash is qualified to compete with the sea goddess?" Soren's figure set foot on the land of Port Tylon. There was already a group of pirate leaders waiting for his return near the port. Soren just glanced at them and said, "Organize all the recent things and show them to me. Send someone to ask the Sea Temple if the things I want are ready. Let someone mobilize the materials of Snake Island. Ship 1/3 of the materials to Raging Sand Island within a week. I'll need them later." Soren had a lot to deal with. As the pirate king who controlled the vast sea, he had thousands of pirates under his command. In the end, not only pirates, but also merchants, sailors, and guards became his subordinates. The psionic warlock seemed to be a little surprised by Soren's power. Although Soren mentioned his identity on the way, he did not say that the force he controlled was comparable to a kingdom. What she saw along the way was that no matter what Soren needed, there would be abundant manpower and material resources immediately. As long as she was not an idiot, she could feel the terrible mobilization power contained in it. To be able to mobilize an armed fleet so casually, even the king would not have such an easy time. Soren was busy with his own affairs, while the psionic warlock was observing the world. She was not familiar with the material plane. She spent most of her life in the astral plane. Her darkest and most painful period wasn't on the surface, but in the mind flayer's nest in the dark zone. Since then, she had returned to the material plane's plane. Soren only stayed in Port Tylon for a day, and then he returned to the outer islands. Port Mordor. Soren's return was not a big deal. In fact, many people did not know that he had returned. At this time, Port Mordor had been 2 or 3 times larger than before, and many wharves and warehouses had been built nearby. There were many caravans coming and going. Some went to the Amazon rainforest and used this place as a transit point. There were also those who were not afraid of death and were ready to trade with the indigenous people. It was said that some time ago, a large tribe of indigenous people fought with the Amazons. It was said that even the Storm Lord was involved, but there was still no winner. The indigenous people and the Amazons had been fighting for thousands of years. Unless the temple intervened directly, it was estimated that they would fight for another 1,000 years. Moreover, in Soren's memory, there was a powerful god behind the indigenous people, although he rarely set foot in this world. Father of the dinosaurs, Utau. A very ancient god. He was once known as the master of the rainforest and the old rival of the Storm Lord, but later he seemed to be silent. The specific reason was unknown. There were written records that he seemed to have created a god, a monster that adventurers jokingly called Godzilla. This god had not appeared for a long time. Only his faith was still spreading in the more remote and barren areas of the outer islands. Occasionally, one could see Droll who believed in him. The Temple of Wealth moved quickly. Port Mordor was about to build a prototype of a port city, and the largest share of it was undoubtedly the Temple of Wealth. The faith of the Lady of Wealth was widely spread among merchants, sailors, and guards. Relatively speaking, only pirates could accept the faith of the sea goddess. After all, the sea goddess was more frightening, and merchants were obviously more willing to accept the teachings of the Lady of Wealth. Soren didn't care about the competition in this place, because he himself had little interest in these two areas. Soren knew what pirates were like. In his plan, pirates themselves were a knife. Moreover, he did not want to be controlled by others. If he included pirates in his own opportunities, he would be restricted by the sea goddess. This was not worth it at all. On the way to the city of Mordor, Soren played with a ring in his hand, which was engraved with the emblem of a vampire bat. This ring was called the Ancestral Ring. It was a very good artifact. Unfortunately, he could not bring it up. The reason was very simple. This artifact ring had racial restrictions. It could only be used by vampires. Even if Soren wore it with the help of the omnipotent hands, he would be cursed by the ring. Bloodthirst. Soren did not want to inexplicably want to suck human blood, so he could only put it aside first. Item type, Ancestral Ring, +1, Item grade, Grade 1 artifact, Item description, this is a ring containing divine power. It was given some kind of power by the god of vampires. Anyone who wears it can gain supreme power among vampires, and at the same time, greatly improve their own strength. This ring has the power to control other vampires. It can directly control some vampires who are weaker than oneself. There is a special curse on this ring. Any non-vampire life will be affected by wearing it. Requirements, Racial restriction, Vampire. Equipment Effect 1, All Test Immunity +2. Equipment Effect 2, Ancestral True Blood, increases the rank of vampires. The bloodline worn will gradually purify over time and eventually reach the level of the vampire ancestor, but this process may take thousands of years. This effect is not effective on ancient vampires. Equipment Effect 3, Dominate Humans, this ring has powerful magic. It can cast the spell of Dominate Humans once a day. Equipment Effect 4, Dominate Vampires, this ring has powerful tempering. It can cast the spell of Dominate Vampires once a day. Equipment Effect 5, Dominate Vampires, this ring is given some kind of power by the god of vampires. The person who wears this ring can command vampires. This was the artifact ring left by the son of vampire. To some extent, it should be a very useless thing. Its actual combat effect was probably not as good as the +5 Lich ring, but it also had some special abilities. For example, Ancestral True Blood, and Dominate Vampires. This should be similar to the power of the vampire priesthood, but it was added to the ring. Maybe it was because the ring was injected with divine power. The city of Mordor had appeared in front of them. Soren turned around and looked at the psionic warlock behind him, and said slowly, "Is Greater Restoration and Remove Curse really useless? There are priests of the Lady of Wealth and the Sea Goddess here. Maybe it can be of some use." The psionic warlock glanced at the city in front of her and shook her head gently. "It's useless. Mortals can't interfere with the realm of the gods. Unless you can get one of the two goddesses to remove the curse for me, the power of mortals is useless." The Quetzalcoatlus roared. A shadow flew across the sky, and the Quetzalcoatlus, which had grown 2 or 3 times larger, appeared. It constantly hovered above Soren's head and roared excitedly. Because the Master of Mordor is back, P.S., begging for next month's votes. The Quetzalcoatlus hovered above Soren's head, but it did not fall. The movement here had alarmed other people in the city of Mordor. Some people seemed to have realized the return of Soren. "It seems that Vivian has trained it well." A smile appeared on Soren's mouth, and then there was a little worry on his face, and he murmured, "Vivian didn't come. It seems that she should be the same as the previous few times, right?" He didn't know why. In the divine power obtained from killing the demigod vampire, Soren did not perceive the will of the Dread Lord, nor the will of the demigod vampire. The former may be that the demigod vampire erased the influence of the Dread Lord after he became a god, and the latter may be that the demigod vampire was not completely dead, or he had not completely disappeared. The existence of gods was different from mortals. Becoming a god meant gambling one's soul. After the death of mortals, the soul would go to other worlds to be reincarnated, but after the death of gods, the soul would completely dissipate. Under normal circumstances, Soren should have directly absorbed the soul power of the demigod vampire, but a part of it was taken away by the Helpheimer at the last moment. Helpheimer's Requiem. This strange legendary poet and the devil in the Bottor Inferno were unclear. He probably knew more about the soul than Soren. However, now was not the time to think about so many things. Soren planned to go and see how Vivian was doing. The city of Mordor was already in front of him. Soren looked at the further expansion of the planned city in front of him, turned to the psionic warlock behind him and said, "What do you think of this place?" The psionic warlock chuckled and said slowly, "My master. You remind me of a person. A legendary figure from a long time ago. He was also a legendary pirate. But his legend has been buried by history." Soren showed a look of interest on his face and said, "Die. Who is it? Tell me. Maybe I've heard of it." Die. Die. The psionic warlock rarely mentioned her name. She looked at the port of Mordor in the distance and slowly said, Bodine. He's a legendary pirate who appeared in history. He's very similar to Master, but he's still a pirate, while Master has gradually stepped into the eternal kingdom of the gods. He built Baldur's Gate, a place that has long since disappeared in the annals of history. There should be no more legends about him in this world. Even though his name may have been more widely known than the gods, he was eventually buried by history. This place reminds me of Baldur's Gate. Motto. Although the city of Mordor has many similarities with it, one difference is that this place will stand for a long time because of its owner. Bodian. Soren had never heard of this name before. Time was merciless. Other than the gods, even the legendary figures would gradually be erased from history. As the psionic warlock said, there were no legends about Bodian in this world. However, Soren had heard of the name of Baldur's Gate. It seemed to be a very ancient city. Its name had some connection with the god of massacre, but it was too long ago to know. Soren looked at her and asked, Where did you know this? The psionic warlock looked up at the sky and slowly said, The astral plane. The travelers of the astral plane have been observing the changes of this world. Maybe thousands of years have changed the world, but for the residents of the astral plane, it's just a small team in the long river of history. The travelers of the astral plane will record the history of many planes, and the time span may be thousands of years. Travelers of the astral plane. Soren smiled and did not continue to ask, because Gloria's figure had appeared at the city gate. You're finally back. Gloria was wearing a black wizard's robe. She wore a pair of black lace gloves on her fair fingers, and a large, dreamy diamond ring inlaid on her finger. Her long silver hair shone brightly under the sun, and even the loose wizard's robe could not hide her exquisite and perfect curves. A hint of joy appeared on her face when she saw Soren, but when she saw the veil behind Soren's back, and her intuition told her that she was a beautiful psionic warlock, Gloria's expression suddenly changed slightly. Then, as if nothing had happened, she gracefully walked up to Soren and naturally reached out to hold Soren's arm. It was unknown whether she did it on purpose or not, but she gently pinched his arm and said elegantly, Is this our guest? Us? Our guest. The strange jealousy and special tone made Soren smile, and the psionic warlock in front of him could not help but let out a frivolous laugh. Then she gently came in front of Gloria and looked at her beautiful face. Her figure slowly knelt down on one knee, but her knee didn't touch the ground. It was just a kneeling posture. The psionic warlock took Gloria's right hand. Gloria was at a loss. The psionic warlock kissed her fingertips and said in a slightly magnetic voice, My beautiful mistress. My master's follower, Butterfly, a psionic warlock from the astral plane. It's nice to meet you. Perhaps I can serve you. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when the psionic warlock got up, her full breasts were exposed in front of Gloria, which made her feel a little overwhelmed. My lord. The psionic warlock's voice sounded in Soren's mind. She said with a frivolous tone, My mistress is really beautiful. And really cute. Soren's mouth twitched. He took Gloria, who was holding his arm, and left, and replied directly with telepathy, Don't mess around. A frivolous laugh sounded in his mind. The psionic warlock replied with a smile, This way, the mistress won't have any jealousy, right? My master? It seems that our secret is not suitable to be told too many people now. A group of people entered the city of Mordor. A few months later, the city of Mordor had changed a lot from what Soren remembered. The roads were much wider than before, and the drainage ditches on both sides had been completed. A sculpture was erected in the central square. It was Soren's heroic figure. Most of the neat brick houses had been completed. The construction of the garrison's camp and school grounds had been completed. The city gate had been rebuilt and expanded once. The reclaimed land outside was now a green wheat field. Perhaps it was not as prosperous as the port of Mordor, but the port of Mordor's prosperity had a sense of hustle and bustle, while this city had a sense of heaviness. This was what Soren needed. The prosperity of the port was just fireworks in the air. This was his Real Foundation, Council Hall. Soren asked someone to arrange a room for the psionic warlock, and then walked toward Vivian's room. There were no accidents. The little girl once again entered the same state as before. She fell into a deep sleep. Lulu? Following Soren was the fallen witch. When she saw Soren, her eyes lit up. She seemed to have found something that even Gloria did not. She had been looking at Soren with a meaningful look, but she did not speak. She just followed behind quietly. Occasionally, she would inadvertently look at her daughter with some kind of slightly guilty or other emotions. Sitting in front of Vivian's door was a little cat girl. She did not know how long she had not slept. Her beautiful big eyes had become dark circles. She looked like she wanted to doze off, but she forced herself to stay awake. When she heard Soren's voice, she instantly jumped up and said in a daze, "Meow? Lulu is here. Lulu has been guarding Master. Lulu is not lazy." Soren leaned over and touched her little head, and said with a little heartache, "Lulu, be good. Go and rest first. We are here." The little cat girl shook her head gently and said timidly, "No. Vivian has been sleeping for a long time. Lulu is a little worried. Lulu will guard her until she wakes up. Meow. P.S. Today's first update. There are 2 more." The room was very quiet. Vivian was lying peacefully on the soft velvet bed. Her small hands were folded in front of her chest, like a sleeping princess in a fairy tale. When he saw Vivian's peaceful sleeping posture, Soren's eyes suddenly softened. In the end, even his whole aura became gentle. The other people in the room were all sensitive. Gloria looked at Soren, who was sitting by the bed and stroking Vivian's silky long hair. Her eyes suddenly became a little complicated. She couldn't tell what kind of emotion she had. Even if they were so close, in Soren's heart, the most important thing was probably Vivian in front of him. The fallen witch reached out and held her daughter's palm, but didn't speak. Gloria turned and looked at her mother. Her expression gradually calmed down. She shook her head faintly, as if to tell her that she didn't care. It was always easy for women to desire more, but she never thought of competing with a little girl. Maybe she was just sighing. "How long has she been sleeping?" Soren stood up. His face had become a lot more dignified. He reached out and pressed his hand on Vivian's white forehead. He closed his eyes and sensed something. He whispered, "Did her divine power go berserk this time?" Gloria didn't understand what Soren had discovered, but she still said softly, "It's been 7 days. This time there was no abnormality. She has been sleeping quietly. There was no sign of her divine power going berserk." Soren frowned and whispered, "Is that so?" As if she had also discovered something, a faint magic light appeared in Fallen Witch's eyes. Then she couldn't help but take a step forward and murmured, "The demonic aura on her is getting more and more obvious." Fallen Witch. As a witch who made a deal with the succubus witch, Mechanut, she was no longer a pure human, so she could feel more than Gloria. As a demigod and the son of slaughter, Sauron himself was inextricably linked to the abyss demons. Therefore, after Sauron discovered something, she paid a little attention and discovered the abnormality. The demonic aura on Vivian's body was more obvious. Even if there was no sign of her divine power going berserk this time, it didn't mean that it was a good thing. Soren was silent. His divine perception seemed to have made him aware of something, so his expression was dignified and a trace of worry appeared on his face. The fallen witch came to Vivian's side. She wanted to reach out and touch Vivian's forehead. After she got Soren's permission, the fallen witch leaned over and put her forehead on Vivian's forehead, and then her whole body. She couldn't help but tremble. Dang dang dang, the fallen witch took 3 steps back with a pale face. When she saw that everyone's eyes were on her, she murmured in a low voice, "The bottomless abyss." The stronger Vivian's power is, the closer she is to the bottomless abyss. The thing that Soren was most worried about finally happened. The stronger the divine power of fear that Vivian inherited, the stronger the attraction of the bottomless abyss. The transfer of the power of the demigod vampire greatly strengthened her as the host of the resurrection of the Dread Lord. If the situation continued to deteriorate, Vivian might be directly summoned to the bottomless abyss. Some of the most powerful of the infamous Sons of Slaughter were directly summoned to the bottomless abyss. Vivian's power was bringing her closer to the bottomless abyss. This kind of proximity didn't create a substantial spatial distance, so Gloria couldn't feel it at all. But Soren, as a son of slaughter and a demigod, could feel it. The fallen witch, who also traded with the succubus queen, could also feel it, because they all had the aura of the abyss. Soren fell into deep thought. He reached out and stroked Vivian's soft long hair, turned to look at the others, and slowly said, "Let's go out first. I'll think of a way to deal with this." The bottomless abyss. This was a very scary place for mortals. But for Soren, this was just one of the most dangerous places he had ever been to. The change in Vivian made him realize this. Although he had solved the demigod vampire and eliminated the biggest problem in the material plane, he also concentrated a large amount of the divine power of fear on Vivian. This meant that the time he finally faced the Dread Lord had been brought forward. The task of the Sons of Fear was to kill each other. The demigod vampire replaced the Witch of Fear, Lillian, who was supposed to awaken in Amber City. He slaughtered a large number of Sons of Fear. Although there might be some survivors, the divine power of fear gathered was quite large. Reinhardt's ascension as a vampire was equivalent to changing the original resurrection progress. However, when he was killed by Soren as an important threat, the resurrection progress of the Dread Lord was corrected again. The divine power returned to Vivian's body as the real host. Soren didn't know how much time he had left. But he had a very strong hunch that his schedule to go to the bottomless abyss had been greatly advanced. The only variable at present was, the time he was going to the bottomless abyss was before or after the Avatar Crisis was launched. If it was before the Avatar Crisis, then the difficulty of fighting the Dread Lord would increase exponentially. But if it was after the Avatar Crisis was launched, then Soren's chances of defeating him would be at least 60%. Vivian's power couldn't be stronger anymore. As a child, all her power was rootless duckweed. This was also what the Dread Lord wanted, because it was precisely this way that he could easily take back these powers. Otherwise, how could he take away the power that the Son of Fear had obtained? "You guys go out first." Soren sat by the bed and looked at the sleeping Vivian gently. He turned to look at the others and whispered, "I want to stay here alone with her for a while." Gloria and Fallen Witch looked at each other and turned to leave the room. Soren sat at the foot of the bed and looked at Vivian's little face. He reached out and stroked the little girl's cheek, then leaned over and kissed her forehead, murmuring, "Don't worry. Big Brother will always stand by your side. No matter what difficulties there are, I will face them with you." The corner of the little girl's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't know if she could hear Soren's words, but she should have perceived the existence of Soren. Time ticked by. Soren sat by the bed and looked at the little girl in front of him quietly. From time to time, he reached out and stroked her silky long hair. His eyes gradually returned to calmness. When he got up and left the room, Soren's eyes returned to the cold and ruthless look of the past. He took one last look at the sleeping Vivian, and a strong murderous intent reappeared in his body. He whispered, "The Dread Lord? No matter who it is. Anyone who threatens Vivian will die." 3 days passed quickly. Soren's return was finally known to the others. The priests of the Temple of Wealth and the Sea Church came to visit him. He also met the agent of the Church of Agriculture. Soren himself didn't expect that the fertilizer in his plan would attract the priests of the goddess of agriculture. But since there was such an opportunity, of course, he had to make good use of it. He wasn't sure how much he could change the future now, but if he could change it a little, maybe there would be a miracle in the world. Soren had a lot of things to deal with. There were some new discoveries in the Shadow Plane, but it was still a bit difficult to break through the defense line of the Wizard Tower. Soren was worried about being attacked by the Mana Crystal Pulse Cannon. He had to cut off the power of the Wizard Tower to safely enter it. The information from the vicinity of Autumn Fall had been sent over. The half-elves were not having a good time recently. At the same time, they were attacked by creatures such as orcs, gnolls, and ogres. For the half-elves' current plight, the other races nearby were indifferent. Because in this turbulent period, many gods fell into a deep sleep one after another. They didn't want to waste their power in other places. Soren took the information and thought for a long time. In the end, he temporarily put it aside and prepared to talk about it in a few days. The strength of the half-elves would not be exhausted so quickly. He was a person of lawful evil. He knew very well that it was better to provide help in times of need. He was waiting for the opportunity to obtain the greatest benefits. Perhaps this was the advantage of being evil. Port Tylon, Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga siren priest sat at the back of the temple. For some reason, she wore a gorgeous priest robe today. Her whole person seemed to be preparing for something important, and her expression was quite serious. However, when she finished listening to the report of some twisted sea creature in front of her, her face gradually turned ugly. She frowned and looked at the blue sea in front of her. She murmured, "What is Soren going to do? Mobilizing a fleet at this time? Did he make any big moves recently? Is he going to retaliate against the Principality of Rossard? Or is there a bigger plan? Damn it." The Naga siren priest knocked on the ground with her scepter and said, "How many navies did he mobilize?" "Army." She did not know when she called Soren's subordinates from pirates to navies. The twisted shadow was hidden in the sea below the sea temple. Its specific appearance could not be seen, but it could be felt that it was some kind of mutated sea creature. Its breath was very strong. It looked like a hybrid of some sea creature and sea monster. It had the strength beyond a high-grade profession but was not yet in the realm of legends. This creature had appeared in the sea temple more than once. Its whole body was hidden in the sea, and it said in a low Naga language, hundreds of warships were mobilized near Port Tylon. The dragon-headed warship was also docked near Port Tylon. Snake Island mobilized about 50 medium-sized warships. Recently, a batch of materials was transported out from here. The number of fleets in Shipwreck Bay is huge. If we don't count the small clippers, there are about 300 warships. If we count the small pirate ships, I'm afraid there are more than 600 of them. There are more warships coming back. Arendelle of the Frost Kingdom, the patrol fleet of the southern island countries, and the surrendered pirates on the west coast. These are just some of them. Soren has controlled and annexed many chambers of commerce during this period of time. There are also many merchant ships and guard warships that he can secretly mobilize. A conservative estimate is that he can mobilize thousands of medium-sized ships. The Naga siren priest took a deep breath. She fell into silence. After a long time, she murmured, "Has he become so powerful? This guy. How can his strength grow so fast?" The distorted figure in the sea also fell silent. After a moment, he said, "Your Excellency High Priest. Ever since the rise of Soren, he had never failed. This gives him an unimaginable appeal among the pirates, not to mention that his methods are quite brilliant. Now, from the south coast all the way to Arendelle, any chamber of commerce that wants to travel safely on the sea has to look at his face. Pirates used to earn their income from plundering, but now, many pirates have taken on the responsibility of guarding frigates. Although this is based on exploiting the other chambers of commerce. Don't you think this is like the taxes in the kingdom? Soren divided the seas into his own territories, and then used the pirates to control these seas. Finally, he used his powerful force to force others to pay taxes. Before he was strong enough. Soren's actions were supposed to be extorting protection money, but when he was strong enough, everything became a legitimate tax. He provided protection for the Chamber of Commerce, and then collected taxes to support the pirates. This was the embryonic form of an army. The Naga siren priest's face became more and more dignified. She murmured, "If this continues, his influence will only grow." The shadow in the sea also fell silent and said slowly, "Your Excellency High Priest. I'm afraid that Soren is no longer someone we can control. Since the annexation of other pirates on the south coast, his strength has been growing rapidly. Arendelle's naval battle allowed him to successfully defeat the kingdom's regular army. His fleet has expanded rapidly, and many pirate groups that were watching have turned to his subordinates. And he attacked the southern island countries under the command of the Pirate King and won the final victory. After that battle, Soren almost won over all the pirates on the south coast. Even many caravans from Shipwreck Bay to Port Tylon have turned to him. If he hadn't mobilized his fleet this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known how strong he was." The Naga siren priest could not help but sigh. Yes. If it wasn't for the scale of Soren's fleet this time, many people would still be in the dark and not know how powerful his armed forces were. Pirates, Chamber of Commerce, guards. The pirates under Soren's control were only the power on the surface. As he used violence or annexation or forced other chambers of commerce to submit, the guards under the control of the Chamber of Commerce also fell into his hands. Sea trade was not land trade. More than half of the people on a merchant ship could be counted as combat power. The sailors had received combat training, and the guards of the Chamber of Commerce had many elites. Although Soren had divided a part of the benefits, the slave trade, ocean trade, and the eastern route were almost all in his own hands. Snake Island, Port Tylon, Shipwreck Bay, Raging Sand Island, West Coast, Arendelle, the southern island countries. Motto: since defeating and annexing the pirate king Ashrod, Soren's armed forces had been expanding rapidly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to support Arendelle's expedition and the war against the southern island countries. Bring me the map. The Naga siren priest suddenly stood up and said to the temple guard outside, "Bring me the sea map." Heavy footsteps sounded. The guard of the sea temple quickly brought a map. The Naga siren priest quickly spread it out in front of her, then frowned and observed carefully. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the city of Modo and the outer islands, then drew a line directly connecting to Port Tylon. Then there were 3 lines connecting Snake Island, Raging Sand Island, and Shipwreck Bay. Then, the Naga siren priest's face turned pale. Her finger connected from Raging Sand Island to the eastern route, and then from Shipwreck Bay to the west coast, Arendelle, the southern island countries. The First Fleet. The Third Fleet. The Fifth Fleet. The dragon warship is in Port Tylon. The pirate leaders under Soren, Giant, Scarface, and Knight are in Shipwreck Bay. Here. There are still his hidden forces in the City of Wealth. Raging Sand Island. The pirate king Ashrod's fleet. This is the sea of the Principality of Rossard. The pirate's 6th fleet is here. Soren, this guy. He has arranged such a strong naval force here. Now even the fleets near Arendelle and the southern island countries have been mobilized back. Damn it. What the hell does this bastard want? The Naga siren priest hammered the wall heavily and turned to stare at the map in front of her. She felt Soren's plan. It was definitely a big move, but she could not figure out what Soren wanted, such an armed force. Even if it was a landing battle, it would be enough to attack a land kingdom, right? Thousands of brave and ferocious pirate army, a huge fleet that could directly block all the coastlines of any kingdom. His relationship with the Northern Witch Council was ambiguous, and now he had Arendelle in the Frost Kingdom. When the Naga siren priest spread out the map and once again examined the power possessed by Soren, her heart could not help but have a trace of fear, a trace of trembling, and a trace of indescribable shock, as Soren's opponent and ally. The Naga siren priest knew very well how weak Soren was at the beginning. He was completely under her control, but now that man had become a terrible existence that she needed to look up to, she witnessed all this with her own eyes, but as a competitor. Tick. The wet seawater slid down, and a sticky tentacle stretched out from the seawater. Then, it gently pointed at 2 places on the map, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency High Priest. Sauron's pet is here, and the ghost warship, Deadman's Voice, is hidden here." Gotcha. The Naga siren priest was shocked. P.S. Today's second update. The volume of The War of the Gods is finished here. Tomorrow, I will start writing the next volume of The War of the Gods. If you have a monthly vote, please vote for it. Rewards can also encourage Futu's creative enthusiasm. Well, reach out for the monthly vote. It was a quiet day. Soren sat in the hall and looked at the information sent in front of him. The situation in the continent was getting more and more chaotic, and the war in the southern countries showed signs of spreading further. The oppression and exploitation of the nobles for a long time had accumulated enough hatred. As long as someone wanted to stir things up a little, it would explode like fireworks. As for who was secretly stirring things up, even with Soren's intelligence-gathering ability, he could not be sure. However, he could roughly guess that there were demons active, as well as some believers of evil gods. It was ironic, many gods' churches were on the side of the nobles to maintain order. Even the churches of good gods seemed to have to lend a helping hand to the corrupted nobles. Because once the order was destroyed, there would be greater chaos. Autumnfall should be able to hold on for a while. Soren put down the scroll in his hand, tapped his index finger gently on the table, and murmured, "The half-elf's foundation is still there. Even if they lose their priests and gods, there are still Droll and the wizards. The elves refused their help, and the human kingdom seems to be in pain because of the ancient red dragon in Whiterun. It is said that there are gnolls from the abyss. I don't know if they can hold on until the time I need. Xianxia, the Gnoll King. Has this guy's claws reached the material plane? Is he planning to collect the flail of time? Haha. This guy is looking for trouble. Soren's mouth showed a mocking smile. He picked up a pen and quickly drew a huge and ferocious gnoll figure. It was holding a huge three-headed flail and wearing fine gold armor. Xianxia, the Gnoll King, was one of the lords of the abyss that Soren was familiar with. The reason why he was familiar with him was that he had many gnolls and ghouls under his command. To some extent, he was the final boss for adventurers who entered the abyss. The other lords of the abyss were difficult to deal with, but he had many minions under his command. After all, the gnolls and ghouls were not difficult to deal with. Even with the difficulty of the abyss, it was still within the acceptable range of others. Soren stayed in the 422nd layer of the abyss for a while. Maybe we should send some people to stand by first. Soren glanced at the portrait in front of him, as if he remembered something. Then he threw the paper aside and murmured, Xianxia's men are not strong, but they are still very scary in the material plane. It seems that we have to prepare some backup plans. Patter. Soren stood up and walked outside. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Soren had set up many things, and at the same time, he had also been collecting information. There were not many things worth mentioning. The first was that someone had seen traces of the goddess of cat and dance. This minor divine power, goddess seemed to have fallen to the mortal world. Soren had once met her believer. She was the pitiful goddess who was almost ruined by the Lady of the Night. She had once fallen to the most evil and taboo realm, and her alignment had shifted to chaotic evil. Second, it seemed that the god of travel and exploration had also come down. This was a minor divine power, god, but his traces were still uncertain. Third, it was the Lady of the Silver Moon that Soren was quite concerned about. Her believers had been moving frequently recently, and the information collected had repeatedly collected the movements of the Lady of the Silver Moon. Soren was not worried about the others, but the Lady of the Silver Moon made him a little worried because it was this lady who had killed the Witch of Fear, Lillian. The city of Mordor was always in order, and everyone was busy doing their own things. Soren got up and walked to the port of Mordor. He had recently made some breakthroughs in some special abilities, and he still needed to explore them by himself. Demigod. Some people thought that demigod was the advancement of legendary, but in fact, demigod was another kind of life form, a fusion of mortals and laws. Legendary was already the limit of mortals. If the gods were deprived of all their realms, then they would only be powerful legends. A profession level 20 was legendary, and a profession level 40 was also legendary, but the difference in strength was relatively large, and there was no difference in the nature of life form. But demigod was different. Demigod was another kind of life form, and also the starting point of another path. From the beginning of becoming a demigod, Soren was like a mortal who had just advanced into a profession, embarking on another long and more difficult path. Soren awakened a new ability, in other words, he had already accumulated this ability, and it was only when he became a demigod that it automatically awakened. Domain, Pirate. When Soren first got the information about this domain, he was actually a little surprised. But soon he calmed down because this information appeared one after another, and the premise directly allowed him to master the first domain ability, Pirate. Soren always thought that his first domain ability would be Shadow Domain, Domain. This was the most basic part of the gods and the foundation of all clergy. Although the demigod vampire's clergy was vampire, the domains he touched included hunting, fear, child of the night, and so on. This was the domain. The embryonic form of all clergy, and the first extension of the power of the gods. Legendary was the starting point of the gods, so legendary rogues were likely to master Shadow Domain. This was actually the foundation of becoming a god, but this foundation was basically sealed because there was a Shadow Lord above it. As long as this god did not fall, there was basically no way to improve Shadow Domain. It could only be transformed into a legendary skill that could shuttle between the shadow plane and the material plane, strengthen one's own shadow ability, and add more life-saving skills. Pirate Domain. A domain that Soren himself was a little strange, and he was not even sure how useful it was. This did not seem to be a fighting domain, nor a domain of a profession, because pirates were just an industry, and there were all kinds of professions in it. Gods had many domains to extend their reach. A powerful and ancient god would even have as many as dozens of domain extensions, making it convenient for him to directly seize the clergy of other gods at the right time. The most typical example was the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. Without the power of a domain, it was difficult to fit a new clergy. Just like Soren could not integrate the power of the vampire clergy at all, because he was not a vampire. Similarly, if he did not have half-elf blood, Soren would not have been able to get the information of the half-elf clergy. The racial clergy actually had quite a lot of restrictions, however, except for the racial clergy, it was much easier to integrate other clergy. Many gods relied on the power of the domain as a springboard to touch other clergy abilities. Pirate domain. A domain that Soren did not know whether it was useful or not, because he did not intend to become a god with the pirate clergy. This clergy was completely controlled by the sea goddess. The sea was her domain, and pirates without the sea were simply a joke. And the potential of the pirate clergy was smaller than the racial clergy. Soren could not expect to develop pirates on a large scale, right? Who would produce? Who would create? Who would work? The pirate industry had no potential. Although Soren borrowed the power of pirates, he never thought of using it as his core clergy. However, the understanding of the pirate domain still gave Soren a lot of improvement, because when he mastered the first domain power, he finally became a real demigod. This was the starting point of the saint form. It was also the first extension of his ability after he stepped into the divine realm, and at the same time, it gave him the opportunity to master other abilities. For example, the one that appeared now, the data in Soren's mind had some unexpected changes, but there was no doubt that its existence was closer to the ability of a god's template, or it had begun to integrate with the power of the divinity. Now, Soren had a new direction to choose from. Language proficiency, demigod domain, automatic and constant language proficiency effect, can understand any language, and can communicate with any intelligent creatures. Consume 30,000 slaughter EXP, or 3 divine power points to master. Language proficiency, demigod domain, automatic and constant language proficiency effect, can read and understand any language, and can use any language to communicate, write, and record with other creatures. Consume 30,000 slaughter EXP, or 3 divine power points to master. Interplanar communication, demigod domain, can cross space and planes to communicate with specific creatures, including summoning, praying, and worshipping one of your creatures. Gods use this ability to connect with their followers, and demigods can also rely on this creature to develop their own followers. This ability can directly cross most of the planes. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 10 divine power points to master. Interplanar teleportation, demigod domain, demigods have the ability to cross planes. This is a power that is integrated with the law of the universe. Even a warrior with no arcane ability can use interplanar teleportation. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 10 divine power points to master. Note, this ability is a prerequisite for the divine realm, such as plane teleportation, plane travel, and plane travel. These were the advanced abilities that Soren had awakened because of the demigod domain, but mastering these abilities required slaughter EXP and divine power points. The slaughter EXP was still acceptable, but Soren did not have any divine power points at all. He had not even become a god yet. Where would he get the divine power points to master these abilities? Finally, there was another ability that was even more insane, but it was not brought by the domain, but by the divine spark. Form change, divine spark ability, gods can freely change their own form, or the form of others. The effect is equivalent to greater polymorph. In theory, gods can transform into any creature they have seen and understood, and at the same time obtain some of these creatures' abilities. Or, they can change a creature into the form they want, such as a frog, a rabbit, or a chicken. The casting level of this ability is determined by the power of the god. Consume 100,000 slaughter EXP, or 100 divine power points to master. What the hell was this? When Soren saw this ability, the first thing that popped into his mind was 72 transformations. Pirate domain. Soren stood on the lighthouse and looked at the prosperous port in front of him. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Navigation required guidance. The lighthouse was an important facility in a port. This 210-meter-high lighthouse was completed with the help of the Witch Council. Ordinary construction techniques were very troublesome. Only the witches could easily build such a tall building. Because of the existence of this lighthouse, the nearby routes became much safer. Even from a distance, one could see the guiding light in the darkness. The whistling sea breeze came out. Soren stood here and could easily overlook the entire port. He looked at the Sea Temple and the Temple of Wealth, which were built on the left and right sides respectively, and murmured, "Pirate domain." Piracy as an industry belongs to the plunder domain. But the real plunder domain should be full of aggression and full of other kinds. For example, the king of gnolls, Yeenagu, is the god of the plunder domain. The gnolls' nature is not to produce, so they rely on plundering others to survive. Pirates are also a group of people who don't produce. Without the rules I set, they can only rely on plundering other caravans to survive. The limitations are still too big. Pirates are essentially no different from mountain bandits, and so on. It's just that because they are active in the sea, the number of pirates is much higher than other plundering industries. The potential is too small. It's almost impossible to rely on the pirate domain to touch the plunder domain. It seems that it can only exist as an extension of the domain ability. Soren's hair fluttered in the wind. After sorting out his thoughts, he also had a clearer plan for the future. Pirate domain, you have an unprecedented reputation among pirates. This domain ability can give you an extra bonus in anything related to pirates. You will easily gain the admiration, worship, and following of other pirates. When you defeat a group of pirates, you can more easily make them surrender. In battle, you can activate the pirate domain. Any pirate within the domain will gain a bonus in courage. The effect is equivalent to the level 6 spell, Greater Bravery. This ability is a domain ability and has domain precedence. Note, Divinity of Fear and Legend level strengthen part of the effect of the pirate domain. This was the ability of the pirate domain. Every domain had a special ability. The shadow domain allowed one to travel through the shadow plane at will. Greater Bravery, level 6 spell, this is an enhanced version of bravery. It can greatly boost the courage of others. After using Greater Bravery, the target will temporarily gain +4 morale and be immune to all fear effects. In addition, the target will temporarily gain extra HP equal to your casting level. The maximum HP you can gain is 20 points. Courage. It could make people stronger. Some people who were supposed to be dead had managed to accomplish some great feats because of the belief in their hearts. This was similar to the temporary HP bonus effect of Greater Bravery. There were many such examples in the real world. Many people who were seriously injured and should have died, but because of their faith and courage, they fought for time with the Grim Reaper. The power of faith was so powerful. Soren's pirate territory was strengthened by the Divinity of Fear and Legend level. The specific effect was uncertain, but the immunity to fear was most likely a bonus effect of the Divinity of Fear. The bonus of Legend level should be reflected in the morale bonus. Soren was a level 10 wizard. Within the pirate domain, all the pirates under his command would gain an additional 10 HP, which was close to the HP of a profession. Obviously, the ability of this domain was not to increase one's combat power. Soren came down from the lighthouse and looked at the few pirates who had just been dragged out of the tavern and taken away by the security patrol because of drunkenness. He could not help but murmur, "Why do I always feel that I might be on the path of piracy until the end?" The pirates were too big a part of his forces. Soren felt that he needed to develop some other forces, or train the pirates into a real army. His thoughts were clear, and his thoughts were clear. Soren did not hesitate to choose language proficiency, character proficiency, and interplanar communication to strengthen his demigod abilities. Teleportation could be done from the wizard level. Interplanar travel was a daily routine for high-grade wizards, and Soren's wizard level was about to reach that threshold. As for the form change ability, it was impossible to think about it in a short period of time. Soren did not have any divine power at the moment. He relied on Slaughter EXP, which consumed a lot of energy, so he could only choose the most important one. Language proficiency and character proficiency played an important role in any plane. Soren could not always rely on telepathy, and telepathy consumed a lot of spirit. Then there was interplanar communication, which was the most important ability. Whether Soren could take the initiative to control the communication with the half-elves depended on this demigod ability. In theory, Soren was now in the transition period from demigod to false god, and he already had the ability to develop communication between believers. Now, what Soren needed was to wait for a true believer to contact him, and then use the interplanar communication ability to tell him his true name, Soren. Perhaps he could not give divine spells, but as long as he could communicate, it would be a start. Autumn fall. The war made this beautiful city full of holes. The city was crowded with refugees from all over the world. The crazy attack of the half-orcs and gnolls affected many places. Many residents of towns and villages were forced to flee to Autumn Fall because only the city could provide them with shelter at this time. Those simple fences could not stop the gnolls at all. Even the towering walls of Autumn Fall were seriously damaged in the siege. Among the enemies, there were traces of the gnolls from the abyss. The primitive and violent giant catapults of the half-orcs were powerful, they were supported by the lords of the abyss. Some of the siege weapons were obviously more powerful than expected. This was not a trick that the half-orcs could play. The temple of the god of half-elves and rogues. Even though this god had completely fallen, and even the statue had lost its glory and collapsed, his priests did not all leave because of this. Because they had lost their faith, life still needed to go on. The attack of the half-orcs and gnolls increased the pressure on the city's defense. Although the priests could not use divine spells, the combat skills they had trained in the past were still there. They were not weak spellcasters. They were wearing full-body armor and wielding warhammers and casting spells. The priests also began to participate in the battle, fighting in the front line like a warrior. They were priests with faith. They would not fall so easily. The faith of the god was lost, but the faith of protecting the city and protecting the old and the weak was still there. Loud shouts came from the temple. A large number of refugees gathered in the temple, but most of them were the old and the weak. All the adult men had been recruited as militia. This temple, which used to be sacred and glorious, had now become a refugee shelter. There were children crying everywhere. Mothers comforted their children while crying. They had more or less lost their loved ones in the war. They were short of food. The half-orcs launched an attack before the crops were ripe. A young and beautiful mother had no milk to feed her child because of hunger. Listening to the sound of her child crying, she could not help but burst into tears. Even though she had squeezed her gradually dry milk, she still could not squeeze out even a drop of milk to satisfy the hungry and crying child in her arms. She had not eaten for several days. There was a trace of sympathy in the eyes of others, but they could not do anything because they could only share the clear rice porridge. The crying of the child made the young mother's heart ache. She trembled with her hands and took out a dagger from her waist. A cold light emerged. The young mother stared at the child in her arms and cut her finger with the dagger. Bright red blood flowed out. She placed her finger into the baby's mouth. Hunger made the young child desperately suck on her finger. The mother gently used her other hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of the baby's mouth. A smile finally appeared on her pale and beautiful face. Her father was dead. In order to cover their retreat, her father decided to personally lead the militia to stay behind. More than 100 people stayed behind, and less than 10 people finally broke through and returned. Her father died in a glorious battle. A militia who broke out of the encirclement told Milan that even though her father was seriously injured, he did not retreat half a step. Countless jack-o'-lanterns had died at his hands. Yes. Even without his magic, her father was still so powerful. But he still died in the end. Milan's heart was full of sadness, but she did not cry, even if she was just a little girl who had just become sensible. She knew very well that the moment her father decided to stay, he already had the awareness to face death in his heart. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her to Uncle Bam and let him take her to Autumn Fall to ask for help from the bishop who had guided her father's path. Her hometown had been turned into ruins. Milan knew very well how much effort his father had put into that place. He had built the town single-handedly. It had taken him 20 years to grow from a small village to a prosperous town. But now everything had been destroyed by the war, and her father finally chose to fight to the last moment to protect it. Their home was destroyed. They became homeless refugees. Even if Autumnfall took them in, they could only temporarily settle in the abandoned temple. This temple, which had served the god that his father had believed in all his life, was abandoned in such a short period of time. There were no priests praying, and no believers serving. People seemed to have quickly forgotten the existence of this god and had to face a more difficult fate. The situation in Autumnfall was not good. Although Milan did not understand many things, she knew that there was not much food in the city. In order to satisfy the soldiers in the battle, the old, the weak, women and children had been eating porridge for 3 days. Milan still had some food. It was given by the former bishop. He came here at noon yesterday and looked at Milan kneeling in the prayer room of the temple. The senior priest who had served the god of half-elves and rogues for half of his life sighed. He told Milan that the god had fallen, and no matter how she prayed, it was useless. The old man looked at the statue that had lost its brilliance with his eyes full of vicissitudes. After leaving some food, he turned and left. Although he was unable to use divine spells, his combat skills were still far superior to many soldiers. The tragedy of the siege had forced the priests to wear armor and participate in the battle. Hunger made Milan feel weak all over. This morning, she had secretly given what little food she had left to a young mother who was nursing a baby. She saw with her own eyes that the mother used a dagger to cut open her finger and then used her blood to feed her child. This scene was very shocking. It reminded Milan of her mother who had passed away a long time ago, so she secretly gave her the last bit of food she had. The prayer room was very quiet. Milan felt that her legs were numb. She didn't know why she was kneeling here. Perhaps she was experiencing her father's feelings at that time. The town was besieged by jack-o'-lanterns. His father had also knelt in the prayer room for an entire day and night, praying for a response from the gods, hoping that he could regain the divine power to save his home. The bishop told her that God had fallen. Milan knew this because all the statues had lost their brilliance. She was a very talented little girl who had inherited her father's innate perception. If none of this had happened, perhaps it wouldn't have been long before she would have become a trainee priest, and then slowly inherit her father's position and become a bishop in charge of a temple. But that would probably take many years. Because she was a little playful, her father always spoiled her and rarely forced her to pray with him. Milan was very sad. As a young girl, she was now surrounded by loneliness and fear. Uncle Pam was called to participate in the battle. When she saw him the day before yesterday, his arm was injured. She didn't know if he was alive or dead today. No one comforted her. At this time, no one had the energy to care about a little girl. Everyone in the temple had fear in their eyes. They didn't know what would happen tomorrow, and they didn't know what would happen in the future. Milan felt very powerless. She was just a very ordinary little girl. In the face of such a war, she couldn't do anything at all. So she could only pray to God for help. The bishop told her that the god of half-elves and rogues had completely fallen. As a god, he had died and could no longer hear the prayers of his believers. But the little girl didn't give up. She was not a priest of the god of half-elves and rogues. She was just a little girl with the talent of a priest but hadn't officially decided to believe. Therefore, she decided to pray to all the gods. No matter who it was, as long as they could save them, she was willing to give her faith, life, and soul to this god. She would fight to protect his glory for the rest of her life and never change her mind until death. Her faith was so strong. So much so that even after 3 days of not receiving any response, she still continued to persevere. She prayed for the help of the gods, prayed for the great gods to help these poor people. She was willing to give her all for him, become his most loyal servant and follower, and fight to spread his glory all her life. Unfortunately, there was still no response. In this period of the coming of the Avatar crisis, no god would pay attention to such an inconspicuous little girl. Their energy was all used to deal with the unknown future. Moreover, in the absence of any holy emblems, statues, or altars, the gods had to pay their own divine power to listen to her call. And in this temple that was almost abandoned, all her prayers and calls could only be transmitted to one place, that was the existence of the half-elves and rogues clergy. Tiredness. Hunger. Sadness. Milan didn't know why she was still persisting. What was she still persisting in? She just knelt on the ground numbly, her petite body knelt down humbly, constantly praying to all the gods who might respond to her prayers, praying for even a glimmer of hope. Patter. A drop of crystal tears fell down her delicate and tender face. The little girl who had been strong and didn't cry after hearing the news of her father's death finally couldn't help but burst into tears. The prayer room was strangely quiet. She could even hear the sound of her tears falling on the ground. But just when she was almost desperate, a powerful will suddenly appeared in her mind, then. Some kind of great power directly transcended space, causing a sacred name to echo in her mind. Instantly, her entire mind couldn't help but tremble. Soren. Finally, there was a god who answered her prayers, at this moment. Milan cried tears of joy, she was so excited that her whole body trembled. She prostrated herself on the ground and used her most humble soul to welcome the great will that had descended upon her. My lord Soren. Your most humble servant begs for your help. I beg you to save my clansmen. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. As long as my great lord is willing to save us, your name will become sacred in my heart. My faith, my life, my soul. I will always fight to protect your glory. I will pick up the sword for you. I will hold the shield for you. Your enemy is my enemy. Your will is my faith. I am willing to dedicate my entire life to you. I will fight to spread your great glory. I will spread your faith in the mortal world. No difficulties will change my loyalty to you. I will overcome all obstacles for you and remain faithful to you until the day I die. When death comes, my soul will return to your kingdom and follow your footsteps forever. Her trembling voice echoed in the prayer room. Milan's expression gradually changed from excitement to calmness, and finally into a kind of unparalleled determination. She was swearing with her soul. Her pure soul was accompanied by a terrifying explosion of energy that directly interfered with the surrounding space, causing the surrounding air to seemingly stop. Bits and pieces of holy light appeared. Milan's petite body was enveloped by a huge force. At this moment, she had directly completed the process of advancement and became a true priestess. However, this was only the beginning. An even more powerful force was imprinted on her body. That was the power of divinity. The great existence that had answered her prayers had directly transcended time and space and granted her the power of a god, because what she had just made was the legendary, Holy Spirit oath. This little girl not only gave her faith to the god that had answered her prayers, but also used her pure soul to touch the rules of the god. She directly completed the Holy Spirit oath, with her mortal body to follow the god forever. From now on, no matter what kind of predicament she encountered, even if she died for some reason, the death god who controlled the river Styx had no right to take away her soul. Because she belonged to Soren. Her soul had been branded by Sauron with divinity. This was the supreme law of the gods. Because not a single god would give up on their own Holy Spirit, even the evilest demon god would understand that the Holy Spirit was their most precious asset. Only the most devout Holy Spirits would do that. Only the gods could directly cross space and time to bestow the power of divinity to them, because they would become the most steadfast followers of the gods, the absolute foundation of any divine kingdom. The radiance of divinity gradually dissipated. Milan's figure slowly stood up. There seemed to be some kind of sacred radiance in her eyes as she watched everything in front of her. She was now the incarnation of a deity. As a Holy Spirit apostle who had dedicated everything, including her life and soul, to God, her eyes were God's eyes. She could be used as a tool for God's incarnation to descend at any time. Milan stared at everything in front of her. She slowly walked out of the temple. In front of her were many refugees who had gathered. They were all old, weak, women, and children. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at the little girl who walked out of the temple barefoot. There was a loud rumbling sound in the distance, and the sound of fighting could be heard. They couldn't help but show a look of horror. Milan silently watched everything. Her eyes were so bright that anyone who looked into her eyes couldn't help but lower their head. The snow-white dress danced in the wind. The little girl walked slowly towards the city wall barefoot. Her steps were so light that she was almost walking on the ground. Even the slightest bit of filth would not stain her white feet. Holy. At this moment, the little girl was like a holy angel who came to the battlefield in the midst of the war. The Outer Islands. Soren's figure directly floated in midair. Around him was a distorted space as if it was a connection of some kind, connecting his soul to the little girl. The sound of a sincere prayer echoed in his mind. This crisp and tender voice was like rolling thunder that exploded in Soren's mind. In an instant, countless electric currents and numbers jumped. In the end, the power of the divine spark was completely activated. Soren's brain was like a powerful biological computer that crossed time and space in an instant and locked onto the little girl who was thousands of miles away. Her will, her heart, her soul. Soren felt a little shocked. He was a person who was difficult to be touched. He was ruthless and decisive. Countless people had died in his hands. He stepped on blood and bones to get to where he was today. He was Soren, the master of Moto. The master of the three seas. The supreme king of the pirates, the god of the half-elves. At this moment, he was moved by the little girl's soul. The moment the Holy Spirit oath was completed, he didn't hesitate to choose to give her divinity. This was the first true believer since he got his divine position, the first Holy Spirit that followed him and turned her into his chosen. Soren's slaughter exp quickly disappeared. Without any divine power, he didn't hesitate to use slaughter exp to give her power. At the same time, he gave true divinity to his Holy Spirit in the mortal world. She would become Soren's Holy Spirit apostle, God's chosen. God's incarnation. God's representative in the mortal world. However, this was only the beginning. Because Soren accepted her faith, he must fulfill his promise. Because they had reached an oath. Soren was a person who would never break an oath. So at this moment, he burned slaughter exp to replace his divine power. He used demigod's will to forcibly descend on the little girl's body. At this moment, Soren's will descended on his first Holy Spirit apostle and watched everything in front of him with her body. The flames of war were burning. There were shouts everywhere. Soren saw a large number of wounded and corpses. The orcs attacked this once beautiful city crazily. From time to time, black-furred gnolls climbed up. These were not ordinary gnolls. They had a very obvious demonic aura. These were the followers of the Gnoll King, Yeenagu. They were evil creatures blessed with the power of the abyss. Countless half-elves were fighting on the front line. From time to time, spellcasters could be seen in the rear. However, their numbers were too few to stop the crazy enemies. No matter where it was, spellcasters were always so rare. Soren watched all of this. At this moment, he crossed space and descended on the battlefield in front of him with the body of a little girl. P.S. Today's update. The mood brewing is complete. Boom. A dull loud noise echoed on the battlefield. With the bleak sound of the horn, the orcs swarmed up like a tide, and the entire city wall had become a bloody killing field. The primitive and wild advance attacked the ancient city wall again and again. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss shuttled through the army of orcs. They jumped nimbly at high speed, looking for the opportunity to cut in and kill. These agile enemies brought huge casualties to the half-elves because they could climb the city wall more than 10 meters high with their bare hands. Milan. A hoarse roar was heard, and then a middle-aged man covered in blood and flesh rushed over with a heavy hammer in one hand. He swung the warhammer and smashed down a half-orc who had climbed up the city wall. Then he rushed over and roared, "Are you crazy? What are you doing here? Go down quickly. Go take care of those women and children. This is not a place you should be." Bang. Another strong half-orc climbed up. The middle-aged man picked up an iron shield and slammed into it. In an instant, the half-orc was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away. Then, with a plop, the half-orc fell to the ground from the city wall. He was dead. Go. The middle-aged man looked at the little girl in front of him. The crazy battle for days made his eyes bloodshot. His high-strung spirit and will did not notice the abnormal situation of the little girl at this moment. He stretched out his hand to grab the little girl in front of him, and then directly walked down the city wall with her. The situation on the battlefield was getting more and more difficult. At this time, there was no spare energy to take care of a little girl. She would only cause trouble if she stayed here. Hmm? Facing the middle-aged man who was walking in front of her, the little girl's beautiful face frowned slightly. She moved her feet, turned around lightly, and then passed by him. She didn't even touch her sleeves. Huh? The middle-aged man stood in place in astonishment. His hands were empty, and he didn't even touch the corner of the little girl's clothes. Her movements just now were so smooth, and it imperceptibly revealed amazing nimbleness and skill. Milan didn't look back. The middle-aged man behind her was just a priest who had lost his divine power. It was not worth her attention and wasting her precious time. Because this time was exchanged with psionic energy. Roar. A wild roar sounded, and an armored orc warrior rushed up the wall. A beautiful white figure appeared in its sight. It was a beautiful little girl. She was wearing a pure white dress, like a holy lotus blooming on the bloody battlefield. This pure white color was so eye-catching on the bloody battlefield. In an instant, it stung the blood-red pupils of the half-orc warrior, so he roared without hesitation and swung his sword to slash at the half-orc warrior. Its insanity made it want to wither this pure lotus-like beauty and let scarlet blood flow in the snow-white world. Clang, Milan's figure fluttered like a butterfly. In an instant, she passed by a half-elf guard. The next moment, a long and narrow elven scimitar appeared in her palm. Her figure didn't stop at all. In an instant, she passed by the half-orc warrior in front of her. The cold light of the scimitar cut through the air, and then time froze at this moment. The half-orc warrior's figure stiffened in place. Plop. A clear sound of falling to the ground. A head fell to the ground, and the headless body of the half-orc warrior slowly fell down. Blood gushed out wildly, but not a single drop stuck to Milan's pure white dress. Her figure leaped on the city wall like a graceful butterfly, at this moment. The eyes of the entire battlefield were attracted by this white figure. Countless people who were in the midst of battle saw her. Courage. Her existence seemed to have awakened the courage of the soldiers, allowing them to erupt with strength even though they were extremely tired, and forcibly repelled the enemy's attack. Roar, crazy roars came. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss flew up from the corner. These powerful monsters with blood-red pupils noticed the existence of the little girl. They rushed from all directions, like a black shadow sweeping past, and pounced on the little girl in front of them. They wanted to behead the only white light on the battlefield. Humph. Facing the gnolls from the abyss rushing from all directions, the little girl showed a mocking smile. Her snow-white toes gently hooked, and the second elven scimitar fell into her palm. Clang, the crisp sound of metal colliding. Milan's figure flew up in an instant, her whole body spinning at high speed. The two scimitars turned into a cold light all over the sky. Her snow-white dress made her look like a flying butterfly. In an instant, she rushed out from the shadows. Her figure swept through the air, and there were drops of blood sliding down from the blade. Behind her, there were sounds of falling bodies, and the bodies of the gnolls from the abyss fell directly from the air. Clang. The little girl landed gently. She frowned and looked at the elven scimitar in her hand, which was already a little curved, and threw it away. There were scattered weapons everywhere on the battlefield. She coldly glanced at the others and instantly found two scimitars again. Then, her figure turned into a white afterimage and swept through the air. Cold and merciless blade lights appeared. After that white figure, there were corpses of orcs and gnolls. All of them were killed with one strike. No enemy could last more than one strike from her, even the gnolls from the abyss could not last even a second. The battlefield was dead silent. Milan's figure leaped on the city wall and killed hundreds of half-orcs and gnolls at once. The offensive of the half-orcs was instantly suppressed. With the bleak sound of the horn, the half-orcs who attacked frantically retreated like a tide. There was a burst of cheers. When all the enemies in front of them retreated from the city wall, the surviving half-orcs could not help but cheer. Dong. Dong. Dong, the dull sound of war drums came from behind the half-orcs. This crazy drum beat seemed to have strangled all the half-orcs in an instant, making them stop cheering abruptly. They looked nervously at the back of the half-orc battle formation. Groups of half-orcs parted like a tide. Along with the gradually agitated and frantic sound of war drums, a huge monster that clearly had the bloodline of an earth dragon appeared. It had thick dragon horns, a huge body, strong limbs, and hard dragon skin. The old figure of the half-orc priest appeared. Eugene stood on the huge dragon beast, holding a white bone spear in his hand. He smeared the powder ground from the ashes of his clansmen on his face. His chest was covered with countless scars. His memory seemed to return to that winter. In that cold and snow-covered season, he also held a spear with his bare chest and faced the frost giant army that threatened the survival of the tribe. Roar, it let out a roar. His old body could not hide his power. Eugene looked at the battlefield in front of him and roared, "For the tribe. For the Blade clan. For our descendants." Buzz. The white bone spear cut through the air. When Eugene pointed at the bloody city wall in front of him, countless half-orcs roared wildly. They clenched the simple weapons in their hands and hammered their chests. The fatigue accumulated from days of crazy attacks turned into a violent courage. Eugene. Blade. Eugene. Blade. Countless half-orcs shouted Eugene's name frantically and rushed to the battlefield in front of them again with bloodshot eyes, cold, hunger, death. This was a battle that would determine the fate of the half-orcs for the next hundreds of years, since this land was taken away by the half-elves and the half-orcs were expelled to the cold barren land. The shadows of hunger and death had always shrouded them. But the half-orcs did not fall, nor did they fail. Because they had Eugene, the greatest leader of the half-orcs in history. He led his clansmen to open up the northwest wilderness. He traveled around the continent alone just to find a way to make the Blade clan strong and strong. He united all the half-orcs with love and tolerance. He was cruel and ruthless to his enemies, but he treated his clansmen like his own children. His eyes were always filled with pity and sadness. He slaughtered the winter wolves in the cold ice and snow. He went into the death swamp alone to kill the black dragon. He beheaded the king of the frost giant army under the siege of the frost giant army. It supported the backbone of the Blade Teeth clan with its old back. He never married and had children in his life, nor did he have any spouse. The first thing an old half-orc shaman did after leading his clansmen to defeat the half-elves' army was not to celebrate the victory, but to kneel on the ground and kiss the black fertile land under his feet. He was Eugene, Spear. He was the backbone of the half-orcs, the hope of the half-orcs, the real chief of the half-orcs. The war was reignited. Accompanied by the wild sound of war drums, the orc army swarmed forward like a tide. 700 years. It had been 700 years. From the moment the city of Autumnfall was established, the orcs had completely lost this land. In their oldest songs, they also recorded how fertile the land they once had, this beautiful land with an agate river flowing through it. But now they could only struggle in the wilderness of the northwest. Although the rise of Eugene allowed the orcs to return to prosperity, they had defeated the ogres, repelled the lizard men, and even defeated the dwarven army. They had once again occupied a good piece of land in the northwest wilderness. But Eugene was old after all. It was getting closer and closer to returning to the soul of the ancestors. As a shaman priest who maintained the faith of the ancestors, Eugene did not have as long a life as other spellcasters. Whether it was Eugene himself or the warriors of the clan, they had all realized this. A hero past his prime. They knew very well that after losing this great chief, the Blade clan would go back to division and decline, and eventually be trapped in that terrible wilderness again. Because they had no god's blessing, only the most savage land could accommodate them. So when the half-elves showed signs of decline, Eugene did not hesitate to lead the orc army to attack, and even reached some kind of agreement with Yeenagu, the king of the gnolls in the bottomless abyss. This was an opportunity. It was also the only chance for the orcs. They could only rely on Eugene's strong cohesion to unify the whole race and launch a full-scale war to recapture their land. All the warriors had already joined the war. In order to prepare for the war, the Blade clan had tightened their belts for many years. If they recaptured their land, they could go from one glory to another, and if they were defeated, they would have to face hundreds of years of difficult fate again. This was a war that determined the future of a race. Since it had already begun, they would not give up until the last moment. The future must be created by themselves. If it weren't for a group of pioneers who defeated the half-elves, the dwarves, and the ogres, the current Autumnfall city would not have been built at all. The orcs were stupid. Many of them were not smart enough, but Eugene spent a lifetime teaching them this truth. They were the pioneers. They could use blood and death to forge the future of the orcs. Eugene would travel with them. This old orc shaman had been fighting on the front lines all this time, until it fell. The courage of the orcs would never disappear. On the city wall, the white figure stopped. Milan frowned as she gazed at the half-orc army that had regrouped. She gazed at the huge draconic beast in the distance and spotted a familiar old figure. Eugene, Ascendant, Eugene, a level 27 war shaman, the spiritual leader of the orcs. The time of troubles was an unprecedented calamity. Not only was there a huge calamity, but there were also many unprecedented opportunities. Adventurers weren't the only ones who could ascend to godhood. There were also the natives of this world, Ascendant, Eugene. Bone Spear, Eugene. Dragon Slayer, Eugene. Gladiator, Eugene. Pathfinder, Eugene. Erudite, Eugene. Frost Giant King Terminator, Eugene. In Soren's memory, no one who could ascend to godhood as a native was a simple character, Eugene Whitebone Spear, this old orc who smeared the ashes of the dead warriors of the clan on his body as a totem was definitely one of the most difficult enemies Soren had ever seen, if it wasn't for its humble origin. It was just a child of the half-orc gladiator. It was branded as a slave when it was born. It didn't have any divine bloodline at all. Perhaps it had already entered the realm of the gods with its ability. However, even without any divine bloodline, Eugene eventually seized the opportunity of the Avatar crisis and successfully ascended to godhood. This was an opponent that couldn't be ignored. Soren didn't even see any hope of victory for the half-elves today. Because as long as Eugene didn't fall, they had to face countless orcs who were ready to die. The ancient sacrificial drums sounded. The eyes of the orcs were red, and they roared into a state of madness. Eugene awakened the souls of their ancestors. Although the orcs didn't have their own gods, their countless sacrifices had produced another kind of power. The souls of the dead warriors did not return to the river Styx. They stayed somewhere in the grey wilderness, in the form of ancestral spirits, waiting for the moment when the god of the orcs was born. The power of shamanism was not weaker than any god's church. Dong dong dong, with the wild sounds of the war drums, the orcs were like a tide as they charged forward. In an instant, the orcs' defensive formation was on the verge of collapsing. These orcs who had fallen into a berserk state did not know pain or fatigue. Before they were exhausted and died, they would always attack frantically. Soren hadn't seen such a large-scale war for a long time. The last time he saw such a scene, it seemed to be on the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War. Countless demons and devils fought together, and the world seemed to be covered. This was a battle that determined the fate of the race. Autumnfall was the last line of defense for the half-elves. If this place fell, the half-elves could only start to go into exile again. Once they went into exile, it might be hundreds of years. Milan looked down at the battlefield in front of her. Tens of thousands of orcs were like a torrent of steel that could break through all the defenses in front of them at any time. In this case, the power of a person was quite small. Even a powerful legendary figure could be trapped in it. Only the power above immortal could crush their morale and solve the crisis that was about to break through the city. In the name of Soren, a pure white figure flew up out of thin air. Her voice at this moment became a kind of sacred, directly echoing over the battlefield. Milan's eyes were shining with the brilliance of divinity. She looked at everything in front of her and slowly said, "Follow the ancient contract. In the name of God of the half-elves, Soren. Summon ancient allies to help. In the name of God. I will give my allies enough in return." Milan's petite figure looked down at everyone in front of her like a deity. Her gaze passed through the space, and she pointed a white and slender finger to the sky. She slowly said, "Oath. Dragon Clan Covenant." Buzz. The air trembled with Soren's voice, and in an instant, it was as if there was an invisible spiritual force spreading out and directly covering the whole battlefield. The attack of the orcs stopped abruptly, and a terrible pressure instantly made everyone on the battlefield stiff in place. Not only the orcs who attacked, but even the half-elves on the wall also felt that it was difficult to breathe. Draconic aura, a very powerful draconic aura. It was more powerful than any dragon that Soren had ever seen. Even if they hadn't arrived on the battlefield, the terrible draconic aura had already frightened everyone. The huge dragon that the orc chieftain Eugene rode directly knelt on the ground, and its huge body even trembled a little. It almost trampled the orc warriors next to it to death. Then a crack appeared in the sky, and a portal to another world was opened, interplanar summoning. When Soren launched the Dragon Covenant in the name of God, he didn't summon the brass dragons of the material plane, but directly transmitted the summoning contract to all the brass dragons in the multiverse. The existence of the gods was above the mortals. When Soren completed the contract in the name of God, it contained quite a lot of power, and it might even attract some very ancient beings. Roar. The terrible draconic roar came from the sky, and in an instant, the whole battlefield was raging. The soldiers on the battlefield couldn't help but tremble, and there was a trace of real fear in their eyes. Advanced draconic aura. Soren's expression changed slightly, and Eugene's old face showed a trace of horror. The whistling wind came. A huge figure directly swooped down from the crack in the sky, but this was just the beginning. When the first huge bronze figure appeared, 2 more adult dragons appeared. Although they were much smaller than the first dragon that appeared, they were all adult brass dragons. The dragon wings rolled up the wind and sand in the sky, and the terrible pressure shrouded all the mortals. The leading brass dragon spread its wings like a huge shadow. It stared at Soren's incarnation with its eyes that were almost completely melted together like a metal ball. Then, it turned its gaze to the orc in front of it. Flames jumped in its bloody mouth. Not only the leading brass dragon, but the other 2 brass dragons also had scorching breaths in their mouths. 3 terrifying dragon breaths fell from the sky, accompanied by surging heat waves. The flames directly swallowed the orc army in front of them. The 3 dragons flew over the orc army in an instant. The scorching dragon's breath cleared out a line of death in the army's phalanx like plowing the ground. Ancient brass dragon, Soren completed the dragon's covenant in the name of God and summoned an ancient brass dragon that was above level 30. Baby dragon, young dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, adult dragon, elder dragon, ancient dragon, ancient dragon, ancient dragon, and ancient dragon. The power of a giant dragon would become stronger with time. The dragons that could be seen in the material plane were basically adult dragons. When the strength of a giant dragon reached a certain level, many of them would leave the material plane and go to other worlds. Because it was very rare to see an ancient dragon in the mortal plane, there was only one ancient red dragon that was hiding near Whiterun in the entire material plane. This ancient red dragon just moved its nest, and it caused the collapse of Whiterun and the entire southern kingdom to be in chaos. One could imagine how terrifying the ancient dragon species, which was second only to the primordial dragon, was, under the influence of the advanced draconic aura. Even Soren's incarnation was greatly affected. As for the other mortals on the battlefield, some of them could not even hold their weapons tightly. The long lifespan had turned the scales of the ancient brass dragon into a rather dull copper color, but its defensive ability was far beyond that of other dragons. Such an existence rarely cared about the affairs of the mortal world because they were terrifying existences close to the gods. The ancient dragon's breath almost burned everything. Even weapons made of steel were easily melted into molten iron. Beside it, 2 other adult brass dragons directly crushed the orc army with their dragon's breath. There was no resistance at all. The orcs could not even attack the giant dragons in the sky. The situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant. Giant dragons. They were creatures that were above the mortal world. When they appeared on the battlefield, it was a terrible disaster in itself. No. Eugene's red pupils stared at the giant dragon in the sky. He watched countless orc warriors being burned to charcoal under the dragon's breath. He roared angrily, then he leaped up, clenched the white bone spear in his hand, and threw it out. The whistling spear broke through the air. The power of the elements made it break through the air like a bolt of lightning. The full blow of the legendary war shaman made the air make a muffled sound like a sonic boom. Clang! In the face of the thrown white bone spear, the ancient brass dragon slammed its tail on the white bone spear with amazing skill and directly knocked it out. Incredible, Soren had never seen a giant dragon with such a dragon tail sweep skill. Perhaps only the ancient dragons who had lived for a long time could reach such a level. Woo woo woo. The bleak sound of a horn was heard. A burly gnoll appeared beside Eugene. It pulled the seemingly crazy orc chieftain and roared, "Retreat!" The enemy used the higher dragon covenant. We will die if we stay here. Retreat quickly. These giant dragons won't stay for too long. As long as the army is still there, we can come back. Our Lord Yinagu will send more reinforcements. The warriors of the Blackthorn Knolls can't die for nothing. The giant dragon raged in the sky. The orc army had turned into a sea of fire. Many warriors had already collapsed without Eugene's order. This was an existence that they could not match. Even Sauron in his heyday might not be able to defeat an ancient dragon. Unless there was a saint incarnated by a god, even if a legendary team came, the final result would likely be annihilation. Because the challenge level of the ancient brass dragon was above 24, on the entire battlefield, even if all the orcs and elves were added together, they would not be able to form a team of adventurers with a profession level of 24 or above. They retreated, the orc army retreated. All the orc warriors fled for their lives. Their morale was instantly destroyed by the terrible dragon breath. Eugene's old figure stood in place. He looked at the charred bodies of countless warriors in front of him with sad eyes. Finally, he looked at the white figure on the wall with angry and hateful eyes. The ancient brass dragon was still hovering in the sky, but it did not continue to attack. He did not listen to anyone's orders at all. After completing the dragon covenant and defeating the orc army in front of him, his eyes had been fixed on the old orc. He felt danger. This was the only existence that could threaten him on the whole battlefield if he fell to the ground. The old orc in front of him had some kind of power, a very ancient power, which made him feel like some kind of primitive god, totem, or ancestral power. This kind of power could kill the ancient dragon. Eugene retreated in the end. Even if the opportunity to defeat the elves in one fell swoop was in front of him, he still failed in the end. Because a little girl came out of nowhere and used the advanced dragon covenant. She had the breath of a god. A god that was supposed to have fallen, Soren. This name that made him feel a little familiar inherited the divine title of a fallen god, and then appeared at the most critical moment and ruined all his plans. But he would not give up, even if the opponent was a god, he would never give up. This was a war that determined the future of the orcs. He would never give up because of a defeat. When he regrouped, he would come back. Autumnfall must be conquered. Otherwise, all the sacrifices would be meaningless. The dragons looked at the defeated enemy. Finally, they turned their eyes to the white figure on the city wall. The ancient brass dragon seemed to frown because it felt that the power of the gods was dissipating. This was not the body of the gods, but a descending chosen. However, it was not angry. Because no one dared to delay the payment of the dragon, even if it was a god, 3 huge figures flew over the city wall of Autumnfall, and many half-elf soldiers trembled involuntarily. The ancient brass dragon flew directly to the most magnificent building in Autumnfall, and then directly relied on its natural intuition to sense gold. The dragon swept and smashed the door of the city's warehouse. The 3 huge figures entered the warehouse. They simply ignored all the people present and looted the vault of Autumnfall in a storm-like manner, taking away all the gold and jewelry in it. The dragons were not stupid. Since this contract summoned them to relieve the siege, then the city naturally had the responsibility to pay them. The dragons did not need the consent of others to take their wages. The ancient brass dragon directly took away all the things it wanted. As if it was not satisfied, it turned its eyes to the super arcane crystal pulse cannon on the tower of Autumnfall, which was now completely decorative. It liked this silver-white barrel very much. The dragon's keen intuition of wealth told it that a lot of mithril was injected in it. So, it opened its mouth and broke the cannon, and then flew to the space crack in the sky with its reward. The god who summoned it seemed to be a bit interesting. The harvest of this trip was comparable to the accumulation of hundreds of years of accumulation. Finally, the figures of the 3 brass dragons left, and the treasury of Luoya City became so empty that a horse could run on it. Since it was its reward, it would naturally take as much as it could. The brass dragons of the chaotic good camp did not care so much. Since they saved the city, it was natural for them to think that they could take as much as they wanted. The dragons were very smart. Although they understood that no one dared to delay the dragon's payment, they also knew that it was more difficult to find a god than to move around in a city. Therefore, they did not hesitate to empty the vault of Autumnfall. Although the deity had told them the location of his true form before he ended his descent, the smart brass dragons realized that flying across half the continent to ask for a reward from a deity was far more efficient than emptying the city's treasury. They were chaotic and kind brass dragons. Saving a city was in line with their own code of conduct, so naturally, the rest was to do whatever they wanted. After all, a god was a god. Bargaining with a god, after all, there was still a little bit of a grudge in their hearts. The Outer Islands. Soren's figure stood in midair, and the light of divinity in his eyes gradually dissipated. His whole person seemed very tired. The price of a god's descent was not small, otherwise, the other gods would not rarely appear in the mortal world. This was an act that directly consumed their accumulated divine power. Even the powerful gods had to slowly accumulate their divine power little by little, and this could take hundreds of thousands of years. The new gods were very weak. They did not have much divine power themselves, and some could not even give out divine spells. Many gods' power was slowly familiarized with the rules and evolved using divine power. This process basically took more than 100 or 200 years, however. Soren did not have this concern. Relying on the data flow in his mind, he could directly use Slaughter EXP to replace the conversion of divine power points. Although the price was very heavy, it could save the other gods hundreds of years of time. However, using Slaughter EXP to replace it was not a solution at all. Soren did not have so much Slaughter EXP to consume. If he wanted to strengthen his own divine power, he still had to find a way to accumulate some divine power points. Therefore, priests and believers were particularly important. As long as he accumulated enough divine power points, he would soon be able to master the power of the law that other gods would need hundreds of years to master. This was like an ability point. Divine power points were more important than it, patter. Soren slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his remaining Slaughter EXP, and the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch slightly. The temporary arrival of his avatar had consumed a total of 300,000 Slaughter EXP. Fortunately, he could also absorb the soul energy of the enemies killed by his avatar. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of Slaughter EXP. Now, he had more or less kept half of it. God Spirit Incarnation. Soren looked at his own data and murmured, unless it's to kill a stronger enemy, using a god's avatar will always be a losing proposition. If I kill a demon, I might be able to earn more than 100,000 Slaughter EXP with a single descent. I wonder if there will be a chance to make use of it in the future. Ordinary warriors gave too little Slaughter EXP. Most of the soul energy that Soren brought back came from the Abyss Gnolls. They helped Soren gain at least 100,000 Slaughter EXP. As for the ordinary orc warriors, well, let's not talk about them. The data didn't change much. The most obvious change was that a new page had appeared on Soren's data page. Divine Power Value, 1. Under Soren's Divinity Value and Shard of Divinity, there was a new Divine Power Value, which showed that he had 1 point of Divine Power. However, there was a difference from what Soren knew before. There was actually a limit to the increase of Divine Power. Divine Power Value, 1160. To upgrade to Minor Divine Power, 100 Divine Power Values are required. Master the Law of Gods of Form Change. The limit of divine power stored in the Shard of Divinity was 160. Finally, he had divine power. At this moment, even Soren couldn't help but feel excited. He had been in the realm of gods for so long, but until now, he had only gained 1 point of divine power. But this was just the beginning. As long as he had divine power, he could bestow divine spells, and then develop his priest followers. Finally, he could gain more divine power. Soren believed that after he started, the speed of accumulating divine power would not be too slow. Come. Soren got up and walked outside. He said in a deep voice, "Order the fleet to go to Raging Sand Island. Order the other pirate leaders to prepare for action. Unified distribution of supplies to Raging Sand Island. Send someone to contact the person in charge of the Eastern Sea. I'm going to meet with them in 2 days." Orders were issued one by one. Since Soren had made a breakthrough in divine power, he naturally had to act immediately. Night fell. Soren sat in the meeting room and looked at the nautical chart in front of him. His eyes were always fixed on a certain position, as if he was thinking about a difficult decision. Tap, tap, tap. Rapid footsteps were heard. When Soren looked up, Gloria's figure also appeared in front of him. At this moment, Gloria's beautiful face showed a rare excitement. She took a black metal book and came to him. She said in a hurry, "Look what I found. It's near the maze we went to." Spellbook. A spellbook from the Arcane Empire. There's actually a spellbook hidden near the maze. Soren slowly looked up. He didn't seem to understand why Gloria was so excited. Although there were many powerful spells in the Arcane Empire, it was well known that the great arcanists didn't need to rely on spellbooks to memorize them. They were all geniuses who could memorize and cast spells without spellbooks. Therefore, many of the spellbooks left from the Arcane Empire were used by low-level spellcasters. For a legendary witch like her, there weren't many things that could be used. However, when Soren reached out and took the black metal spellbook in front of him, his face suddenly changed dramatically. He even looked quite excited. Because the moment he touched the spellbook in front of him, a row of information prompts also appeared in front of his eyes. Grasped information about advanced profession. Obtained an item to trigger advanced profession. Intelligence is higher than 20 points. Knowledge is higher than 200 points. Spellcasting level is higher than 5. Obtained the ability, Sage. Grasped the ability, Language Proficiency. You have the ability to decipher the language of the Arcane Empire. The basic requirements for advanced profession have been met. You have obtained information about advanced profession, Arcanist, from Wizard. In the study. Soren slowly flipped open the black metal spellbook in front of him. Along with the faint light of a spell restriction, Soren raised his hand and wiped away the restriction. The owner of this spellbook wasn't very powerful. It probably wasn't even a half-legendary. Soren used his demigod power to crush the restriction spell on the book. Arcanists were powerful, but not all of them could stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. This kind of restriction spell that could only be used on mortals was useless against Soren. Asterisk crack. Asterisk the black metal cover was flipped open, and the spellbook suddenly shook. When it came into contact with Soren's fingertips, it trembled and was finally suppressed on the table. It's alive? Soren was a little surprised. He closed his eyes and murmured, "It's really alive. But it doesn't have any consciousness. The power of life animate must have been exhausted. It has been a long time since new soul energy was injected." Arcanists had a lot of strange abilities. Their power was not only reflected in destruction. Wizards were respected not because of their destructive power, but because of their creative ability. The appearance of the floating city was the pinnacle of their creativity. Life animate was a high-level spell that could turn something into a living construct. Soren wasn't interested in wasting slaughter EXP on a spellbook, so he didn't plan to revive it. This kind of spell consumed a lot of soul energy. Unless there was a soul crystal from the bottomless abyss or the Bautor Inferno, which was the kind Soren found in the White Dragon's lair, the consumption of slaughter EXP could be as high as tens of thousands. Gloria took the soul crystal and injected it into the Thaling experiment ET1. Currently, the Thaling experiment's soul energy was still insufficient. If it wasn't for the shadow plane, Gloria would have probably gone to the Bautor Inferno. From both Soren and Gloria's point of view, the progress of the Thaling experiment was much more important than anything else. They were like biological computers with enormous computing power. Unraveling the secrets of the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower required ET1 scanning and computing abilities. The paper of the spellbook felt like human skin. It seemed that this spellbook had been strengthened to a certain level. The Arcane Empire was rich in resources, and the Arcanists might have enough soul crystals to spend. Soren glanced at the preface of the book and quickly turned the pages. Soren had never seen these characters before. In fact, when he first saw them, Soren didn't recognize them at all. However, he immediately recognized them. Not only could he recognize them, but he could also fully understand these arcane runes. This was because he had the language proficiency ability as a demigod. Soren could read and understand any language. This was the power of a god. Retentive memory. Encyclopedic knowledge. Erudite knowledge. It took Soren less than half an hour to finish reading and memorize the entire spellbook in front of him. There were at least a few 100,000 words written in it, and there were also many complicated patterns and symbols. However, Soren had memorized all of them. Ever since he obtained the divinity, Soren's memory ability seemed to have been further strengthened. Sometimes, he only needed to take a glance to memorize something. So this is how spellcasting was done in the Arcane Empire? Soren frowned and closed the spellbook in front of him. He murmured, "It seems like they didn't leave the magic net to cast spells. Could it be that only a great arcanist can do this?" Humans were talented. There was a legendary advanced profession called Great Wizard. It could be upgraded to level 5 at most, and it was a very powerful advanced profession. There was also a legendary advanced profession called Great Arcanist. In the entire Arcane Empire, there weren't many people who could be called Great Arcanist. I have a wizard level of 10, so I have a basic spellcasting foundation. I should be able to level up successfully, right? Soren stood up and thought. He murmured to himself, "I've seen some powerful character templates in the Arcane Empire. It seems like they all started from Arcanist. If I start from Wizard, won't I have a lower starting point? I wonder if I can level up to the level of Great Arcanist." Back in the day, there was a standard path for powerful spellcasters to level up. Wizard, Candlehold Scholar, Great Wizard. What Soren was a little worried now was that the way Arcanists and Wizards cast spells was different. Arcanists were like spellcasters who combined the abilities of wizards and warlocks. He wasn't sure if the two professions could be compatible because many of the abilities of wizards couldn't reach the standard of arcanists. The goddess of magic had castrated many of the wizard's abilities. There was no point in hesitating. In the end, he had to try it himself. Soren still had about 200,000 slaughter EXP, which was enough for him to level up as an arcanist. Whether the two professions could be compatible or not, he would know after trying it out. Level up to Arcanist, successful. Arcanist has leveled up to level 1. Received 28, INT 22 plus, INT 22 to 10, *0. 5, skill points, HP increased by 10, profession HP 4 plus, con 22 to 10, *0. 5, you have learned the Arcanist ability, Arcana Memory. You have learned the Arcanist ability, Arcana Rune. You have learned the Arcanist ability, Arcana Counterspell. Your ability, Counterspell, has been replaced. Unknown conflict. Some abilities of the advanced profession, Arcanist, have failed. Some effects of Arcana Memory have been automatically converted. Energy interference from the weave. Mana shackle has failed. Forceful removal of mana restriction has resulted in loss of spellcasting ability. Contact with the deeper structure of the weave. Connect to the weave in the Arcana circuit. Arcana Memory has automatically fused with Arcana Memory. Level up complete. Arcanist ability has been converted to a wizard's profession. Spellcasting ability has been restored. Pain. Soren's brain was in pain for a moment, as if he had touched a terrifying high-voltage electrical grid. That was the power of the weave. Compared to the massive weave system, Soren's ability was instantly crushed. Then, he lost his spellcasting ability, and the weave system rejected his access. However, as the data in his brain was converted, the weave system reopened its doors to him. Soren felt his consciousness enter a deeper place within the weave. This place did not seem to be left behind by the goddess of magic, but more like a back door opened by some powerful existence using the loopholes in the weave itself. The inner weave. Sauron's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly found that he had actually entered the inner part of the weave. In the grid of the weave outside the weave system, there was an even more special inner weave space. Arcana Memory, profession ability. Arcanists have mastered a special technique that allows them to come into contact with the weave and understand the structure of the weave itself. When coming into contact with the inner weave, Arcanists can automatically recall spells that they have already cast, and there is no need for them to memorize spells again. An Arcanist will retain the original spell model of the spell, and as time passes, this model will automatically be reconstructed. After a certain period of time, Arcanists will once again recall spells that they have cast, even if they do not have time to rest or meditate. Level 0 spells will be recalled after 10 minutes, Level 1 spells will take 1 hour, Level 2 spells will take 2 hours, Level 3 spells will take 4 hours, Level 4 spells will take 6 hours, Level 5 spells will take 8 hours, Level 6 spells will take 12 hours, Level 7 spells will take 16 hours, Level 8 spells will take 20 hours, Level 9 spells will take 24 hours, and Legendary spells will take 7 days. Note, Arcana Memory is not compatible with the wizard's profession level. Back in the day, Arcanists were level 1, and could only recall level 0 and level 1 spells. Arcana Memory will increase with the level of the Arcanist. He still had no mana. As long as the weave did not collapse, the chaotic energy would not interfere with spell casting. As an Arcanist, Soren still needed spell slots to complete the process of casting spells. However, he seemed to have understood some of the secrets of the Arcane Empire. Although he did not release his mana, Soren had the ability to recall spells. He could automatically recall spells that he had cast without meditation. The only pity was that Arcanists were not compatible with wizards. As a level 1 Arcanist, Soren could only automatically recall a level 0 spell that he had used every 10 minutes, and a level 1 spell that he had used every 1 hour. But even so, Soren could deeply feel the power of Arcanists. Spells could be automatically recalled. The inner weave within the weave was actually able to store the original spell models and automatically reconstruct the memories over time. All spells, including legendary spells, could be automatically recalled. The only difference was that the amount of time it would take to do so would vary. This ability, compared to the original adepts who had used up all their spell slots without meditating, the difference was like heaven and earth. Illuminate. A ray of light appeared on Soren's fingertips, and the bright light shone in the study room. With his current spellcasting ability, he could maintain it for a long time, and this was only a level 0 spell. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, as the 10 minutes passed, Soren found that the level 0 spell models that he had used were restored. P.S. Today's update. There are 2 more. Outer Islands. Battleships were ready to set sail. A fog appeared on the sea, and Soren's figure stood quietly on the sea. There were many coolies on the dock who were responsible for transporting goods. There were nearly 5,000 slaves in the city of Mordor, so the labor force was relatively abundant. Soren's eyes looked into the distance. From time to time, he closed his eyes to sense something. Sometimes, he would fall into meditation. His whole body seemed to be integrated with some kind of special force. Advancing into an Arcanist did not make him much stronger, but there was no doubt about the potential of an Arcanist. At present, the 2 most useful abilities should be these: Arcane Rune, Profession Ability, Arcanists master mysterious runes. These runes can be used to make and strengthen weapons and equipment. Arcane runes are quite stable, which makes Arcanists more successful in making rare-grade equipment. Arcane runes can have special effects in many aspects. They can be used in spell refinement and magic devices. Many advanced arcane runes can easily make legendary equipment. Arcane runes. A structural rune similar to a spell circuit. Its biggest use was to make items. Soren's alchemy ability was not enough. Although he had mastered more than 20 arcane runes, it would be difficult for him to make a rare-grade equipment. However, Gloria was a master in this field. After coming into contact with these arcane runes, she immediately found a way to perfect the silver sword of Gith. According to her own estimation, if nothing unexpected happened, she could upgrade the silver sword of Gith to a legendary item. A wizard who could make legendary items was quite precious. Soren naturally fully supported this. He directly allocated more than 100,000 Kindler to Gloria to ensure that she could buy the corresponding materials from the Witch Council at any time. If possible, he hoped to see the finished product of a legendary item as soon as possible. The second specialty was Arcane Counterspell. It was different from Counterspell in that it was a very powerful combat specialty. Arcane Counterspell, Profession Ability. Arcanists understand the structure of the weave better than other casters. They are able to counteract the spells cast by their enemies. Although this requires extremely high intelligence and comprehension ability, if the counter is successful, the Arcanist can directly reflect the enemy's spells back. The effect is similar to small spell deflection. After the counter is successful, the Arcanist can reflect level 1 to level 3 spells back to the caster. Remarks, prerequisite for advanced arcane counterspell. Reflect spells. That was right. This was the Arcanist's counter ability. Once successful, it could directly reflect a level 1 to 3 spell back to the caster. Soren's intelligence wasn't that high, but as his divine domain grew stronger, his basic attributes would continue to increase. Currently, he had a very high success rate of using counter-arcane spells against low-level wizards. If he was surrounded, his counter-arcane spells would be able to surprise his enemies. Soren had 2 divinity points, and after obtaining it, all of his stats would increase by 1. If Soren used this as a foundation, it wasn't impossible for him to increase his intelligence to 30 points in the future. Let's go. The sea under Soren's feet broke open, and the ghost ship, Dead Man's Voice, broke through the waves. The dark mast rose from behind him. The drowned undead on the deck looked ferocious, and his body was surrounded by a faint black aura. This was the power of death. The ghost ship had further mutated during the slaughter, and the drowned undead's ability gradually increased with the addition of more undead. As an undead construct, the ghost ship had touched the edge of the legendary realm. It was hard to imagine, what kind of ability would a ghost ship have if it was promoted to the legendary realm? Warships set sail and left Port Mordor directly. Soren's actions inadvertently attracted a lot of attention, but everyone was now guessing what he was going to do. Raging Sand Island. A few days passed like this. Since Soren's order was issued, warships had been docked on this island. Now the port here was full of warships. When Soren's ghost ship appeared, the warships followed the ghost ship to the eastern route. Hundreds of warships stretched for more than 10 miles, moving in an oppressive posture along the eastern route. Because of the large-scale movements of the pirates, the entire southern kingdom was nervous. Many principalities dispatched heavy troops to guard the port cities, vigilant of these pirates landing on land at any time. Dragonhead Warship. Soren glanced at the others in front of him, spread out the map in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Here, here, and here. The Agate River is the only river we can enter the inland. Most of us stop near the estuary, and the others lead the elites to enter the inland with me." The Agate River. This river was like the Yangtze River and Yellow River. It was one of the largest rivers in the southern region, and the only river that could allow large warships to sail. Soren could not give up the advantage of the water, so he could only go along the Agate River to Autumn Fall. "Your Excellency." The half-elf first mate's expression was a little puzzled, and whispered, "Are we making such a big move just to enter the inland?" Soren had not explained the specific mission so far. If other pirate kings did this, I'm afraid many people would throw away the burden, but Soren was different. His reputation among the pirates was too high. Even if no one knew why he gave such an order, the pirate leaders still obediently carried it out. Of course not. Soren glanced at the pirate leaders present. His eyes swept over the one-eyed man, Scarface, Giant, and other pirate leaders. Seeing that they were all puzzled, Soren's mouth could not help but evoke a smile, and slowly said, "We're here to pick someone up." Pick someone up? Hearing Soren's words, the pirate leaders present were even more puzzled. Who were they picking up? Who needed to be picked up by such a big force? This time they dispatched more than 500 warships, and the pirates mobilized more than 10,000 people. All the people were on standby on the road, ready to receive at any time. Such a big move, was it just to pick someone up? They thought that Sir Soren was going to attack some kingdom, although they still did not understand. It did not hinder the pirate leaders from continuing to carry out the mission. Soon, the half-elf first mate led the dragon warship and the third fleet to wait at the estuary of the Agate River, while the other pirate leaders led their elite troops to follow Soren into the inland area. The eastern pirates had already greeted them, and the nobles in the southern region were a little panicked. They did not know why such a huge pirate army suddenly gathered here. This even alarmed many powerful organizations, as well as the gods' churches. However, in this special period, no one dared to act rashly. These pirates seemed to be planning to go up the Agate River. As long as they did not attack the nearby cities, it was estimated that no one would dare to provoke Soren. So, a large group of pirates swaggered along the Agate River and gradually approached the direction of Autumn Fall. Autumn Fall. With the retreat of the orc army, the ruined city also recovered a trace of vitality. However, although the orc army had retreated for nearly a week, the tense atmosphere in the city still did not ease at all. Because after the battle, the forces of Autumn Fall were divided into 3 factions. The first faction was Droll. The number of half-elf Droll had always been large, and many of them were in high positions. As for how Autumn Fall should deal with the attack of the orcs, the Droll faction's idea was to ask the elves and Droll organization for help, and use their strength to repel the orcs' attack. However, at the beginning of the siege, the elves did not send troops at all. Although the Droll organization gave some help, they were busy looking for the traces of the devil recently and did not give much support at all. Therefore, this faction's voice was not high. The second faction was the traditional nobles of Autumn Fall. They were the backbone of Autumn Fall and the main force to defend the city. Because the dragon looted the treasury of Autumn Fall after the battle, the power of the nobles was hit hard. Most of them were unwilling to take out their private property to help the city through the difficulties. Because of the lack of military pay and materials, the morale of the army in Autumn Fall was low. The nobles had been very active recently. On the one hand, they were busy drawing together, and on the other hand, they were busy criticizing the power of the last faction. The last faction was the church. After the end of the orc siege, the priests of the original god of half-elves and rogues quickly gathered around the Holy Spirit priest, Milan. The number of these priests was not large, many of them fought in the front line to protect civilians in the siege, and the proportion of casualties was close to 30%. But, they had a high reputation among the civilians, especially when the orcs besieged the city. Milan invited the incarnation of the gods to come and finally summoned the dragon to lift the siege. At that time, countless people saw the dragons hovering in the sky and trembled under their dragon's power, so the influence of the church recovered in a short time. A church that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years naturally could not disappear so easily. Since the god who came claimed to be the god of half-elves, then he was the new successor, and the church naturally needed to serve this god. The original system was not destroyed. The biggest change was that the Holy Spirit priest, Milan, became the current supreme leader of the church. Before the god clearly appointed a new patriarch, the status of the gods chosen was far higher than that of other priests. This third force was also the source of the chaos in Autumn Fall, because the Holy Spirit priest Milan conveyed the first decree of the gods on the first day after she woke up. A bigger disaster is coming. Only by leaving Autumn Fall and moving along the river can we avoid these disasters. The gods will arrange for people to meet them, and eventually they will take a big ship to live safely overseas. When this oracle was conveyed, the whole city of Autumn Fall was shaken. The power of the aristocrats firmly opposed the migration. They could not accept giving up the city of Autumn Fall like this. Because they were all aristocrats with great wealth and status, this wealth was more because of the land. If they gave up the city of Autumn Fall like this, then they would have nothing. Almost most of the aristocrats thought this was a quite stupid decision. Moreover, they blamed the church headed by Milan, thinking that it was they who made the city of Autumn Fall bankrupt. After looting the treasury, they could not even pay a penny for the army. The attitude of the Droll was more neutral. They realized that if there was no help, when the orc army came back, they might not be able to defend Autumn Fall. However, their point of view was that if they wanted to migrate, they should move closer to the elven forest. The Droll church could take these refugees, at least they did not have to travel long distances overseas. Unfortunately, their point of view could not be agreed by too many people because many people understood that the elves might not be willing to accept a large number of refugees. Settling these refugees was also a big problem. Food, land, materials. This heavy burden, now a little opposite to the Droll church, the royal family of the elves may not be willing to take over. However, the church's power was not high because if there was a choice, most people were not willing to leave their homes. Although the church had a high reputation among the civilians, when the oracle was really conveyed, there were very few people who could respond. The temple hall. A middle-aged priest with a beard stood in the middle. He glanced at the others and said, "Are we really going to give up here? Are we really going to leave here? We lack food and enough warriors." Although the guards of the temple can protect some people, once a large-scale migration is carried out, it will inevitably alarm the orc scouts. Civilians can't escape from the orcs' pursuit. In the end, we may be wiped out. Besides, without food, we can't eat enough. If we can't eat enough, we won't have the strength to walk. The oracle only told us to follow the river, but did not tell us where to go. Relying only on the warriors of the temple, I'm afraid that we will be wiped out by the orc army less than 50 miles away from Autumn Fall. The middle-aged priest opened the map and pointed at a few locations. Eugene's army has retreated. But here, and here, there are orc outposts stationed here. Their scouts have already surrounded us. If we move the civilians on a large scale, it is impossible to hide from these scouts. From here to here, the orcs' light cavalry can block all our routes in half a day. I can't imagine what a terrible disaster would happen if a large number of civilians were caught by the orc army. Once we leave the city, it will be impossible for us to retreat. There was dead silence in the temple. Milan's delicate face was a little confused. As the most devout Saint Cardinal, she was only responsible for delivering the oracle. As a little girl, she didn't know much about how to do it. At this moment, she could only look hesitant. Then what should we do? This was the will of the gods. He told us that there will be an even greater disaster. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid we will lose even more. A sigh was heard. An old man in bishop attire walked out and said slowly, "Your Excellency Saint Priest. It's not that we don't want to listen to the will of the gods. But the problem now is that we can't leave at all. Although our prayers can be answered by the Lord, He still hasn't given us any divine spells. Without divine spells, our power will be greatly weakened. It's impossible to protect so many civilians. Your Excellency, please look outside. There are a group of old, weak, women, and children outside. The rest are either farmers or militia. Such a force may be useful in defending the city, but once you encounter an orc army in the wild, I'm afraid it's impossible to fight at all." The temple became quite quiet. The priests present looked at each other. Obviously, they all understood that what they said was true. It was impossible to protect the civilians with just the guards outside. However, at this moment, a young female priest stood out. She was wearing silver armor and holding a war hammer in her hand. She looked valiant. Her name was Fina. She once appeared in Soren's dream. In the dream, she lost her brother and knelt in front of the statue and cried. The war seemed to have made her mature a lot. There was an extra scar on the side of her face. Although it destroyed her beautiful face, it made her more determined. God said that someone will help us. Fina glanced at the others present and said slowly, "It's difficult to defend Autumn Fall. When the orc army regroups, it's almost impossible for us to defend the city. The gnolls from the abyss are ready to move. Once the believers of Yinagu, the king of the gnolls, join the battle, I'm afraid we won't even last 3 days. I don't want to leave here either. But we have no other choice. Our warriors have suffered heavy losses. It's impossible to defeat the enemy with our current strength. Now there are refugees everywhere in the city. If this continues, only death awaits them." Fina stood up and walked to the center of the hall, looking at the others and said, "The most important thing now is to be prepared and wait for the arrival of the gods. Since our Lord has answered our prayers, then He won't give up on us easily. Now the most important thing is to gather the people who are willing to follow us." Many civilians had nothing. They were not as attached to their land as the nobles. Many people just wanted to escape the war and find the hope of survival, and the gods were their only support. If there was a safe retreat plan, there would be many people willing to leave. What about the nobles? The middle-aged priest glanced at Fina in front of him and said slowly, "I'm afraid they won't let us leave." Fina's eyes became fierce, and she said in a deep voice, "It's their decision to stay or leave. For those who are willing to follow our Lord overseas, they have no right to tell them what to do. The land can be taken back if it's lost. As long as people are still there, there is still hope. I can't let my people stay here and wait for death." There was a dead silence in the temple. The priests present could not help but look gloomy. The orcs still had tens of thousands of troops, and Eugene himself was a powerful war shaman. From any point of view, the strength of the two sides was no longer equal. Agate River. Soren looked at the mountains in the distance, his expression seemed to be thinking about something. It was not far from autumn fall, and he would be able to reach autumn fall by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Everything was going according to plan, and his priest would tell him the important things in prayer every day. For the situation in autumn fall, Soren did not care much. He only needed to pick up those who were willing to follow him. As for how the others chose, it was their business. Soren did not intend to be dragged into the quagmire again. It was not easy for him to establish a safe rear in the outer islands. Naturally, he would not involve himself in the disputes on the mainland. As for helping Autumnfall defeat the orc army, it was even more impossible, not to mention whether Soren had the ability to defeat Eugene's army, whether the pirates were willing to fight for the half-elves. Just the loss was unbearable for Soren. He controlled the 3 seas, he had a large number of territories, routes, and chambers of commerce under his command. If the pirate army was consumed in autumn fall, or if they were hit hard by the orcs, then it could be said that Soren's rear would be in chaos. He did not know how many forces were eyeing him in the dark. Those who were suppressed and cleaned up by cruel means, as long as they waited for an opportunity, they would definitely fight back crazily. At that time, everything would have been for naught. Moreover, the Avatar crisis was coming, and taking autumn-fall may not be able to survive the turbulent years. This was a dead end. P.S. The 3rd update is complete. A drizzle fell from the sky. As the terrain in front of him gradually widened, Soren's expression gradually became serious. They were already close to autumn-fall, and they would be able to reach it by this afternoon at the latest. Autumnfall City was not built on a river like Amber City. It was about 20 to 30 miles from the Agate River to the Autumn Leaves Plain to Amber City. The orc army did not retreat to the northwest. They occupied a large area of land and were now stationed near a large town north of Autumn Fall. Spread out the scouts. Soren looked at the high ground in front of him and silently calculated the distance. He then said in a deep voice, "Let them pull out the orcs' outpost. One Eye, you will personally lead the team." With Soren's order, One Eye stood up with a grim expression and grinned, "Yes. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I guarantee that no one will be left alive." Soon, a figure jumped into the Agate River from the warship. These people drifting on the sea were excellent swimmers. In the blink of an eye, they came ashore one after another. The leader was One Eye. He sent a signal to the warship and quickly led hundreds of people to disappear. These pirate leaders had long been prepared for battle. Today, they were all veterans, and many of them were elites with a profession level of 10 or above. From the Battle of the Swamp King, to defeating the pirate King Ashrod, then to the naval battle of Arendelle, and finally to defeating the navy of the southern island countries, Soren's pirate army had grown into a group of elites. Only a real battle of life and death could quickly train a group of elites. The weather of April had gradually become hot. Ugly Monkey squatted in the grass and crawled forward, careful not to make any sound. There were a few people on his side, all of them were the elites of their team. Ugly Monkey was a thief. The reason why he had this nickname was because of the ugly birthmark on the left side of his face. A dark green and ferocious birthmark had completely ruined his originally pretty good looks. He was born in Shipwreck Bay, and his mother was a prostitute. It was said that when he was born, his mother was still sick. Anyway, she didn't know how to describe it. He was born very ugly and slightly deformed. Logically speaking, it would have been difficult for him to survive given his birth. However, Ugly Monkey was quite lucky. When he was very young, he met an old bandit who had retired. The old man pitied him for his hard life and took him in as his disciple. Since he was 3 years old, he had taught him some thief skills. Ugly Monkey's bones were deformed. His arms were of different lengths, and his back was naturally a little flat. However, God had taken care of him. He was very agile, and his mental reflexes were far superior to others in the same field. That was why he was given the nickname Ugly Monkey. Everyone said that his movements were as agile as a monkey's. When he was only 14 or 15 years old, Ugly Monkey had already displayed thief skills that far surpassed his peers. His harvest was much greater than the others. However, these days did not last for long. After that, His Excellency Throatcutter appeared, and the forces of the gray area outside the Shipwreck Sea were all taken in. Unsurprisingly, Ugly Monkey also joined this Excellency's forces. He used to steal, but he wasn't good at fighting. After His Excellency Throat Cutter took control of the shipwreck sea, a group of bandits like him were gathered together. At that time, he really began to learn how to fight, including some assassination skills. Any city near the coast had many low-level jobs. There were many people like Ugly Monkey, but he was the most talented one among them. The instructor in charge of his training told him that he was not even 20 years old. If he was diligent enough, he might be able to enter the realm of legends in this lifetime. Legend, for any professional, this was an unattainable realm that they yearned for. The instructor said that the best rogue and the best assassin on the coast was His Excellency Throat Cutter. If he could make a great contribution in the future, he might be able to get guidance from His Excellency Throat Cutter. Therefore, Ugly Monkey did not hesitate to participate in this operation, and he chose the most dangerous job, the outpost scout, stealth, tracking, and assassination. Ugly Monkey had received strict anti-reconnaissance training. There was also a forest ranger in his team. Not long after the operation, they found traces of the orcs. The traces of these guys were very obvious, because they were tall and many of them weighed more than 200 pounds, the footprints on the ground could help them determine their position. The rhythmic croaking of frogs sounded. Ugly Monkey unsheathed the short sword at his waist. His eyes sharpened. His strength was not high. This was his natural weakness. Therefore, he liked to apply poison to his weapons during battle. This way, he could defeat his enemies more easily. He thought that he was more suitable to be an assassin than a rogue. It was said that His Excellency Throat Cutter's army had a group of elite assassins made up of high-grade rogues, and he hoped that he could join them one day. Thump, there was a slight sound of falling to the ground, as if it was a signal. In an instant, more than 10 figures rushed out from the darkness. A cold light flashed past. Ugly Monkey's figure rushed out like an agile monkey, easily crossing a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, he used his hands and feet to quickly pass the obstacles in front of him, and the short sword instantly pierced the enemy's heart. The whistling of the wind sounded, the enemy's strength was great, and they waved their weapons with a strong wind, but they were not agile enough. For Ugly Monkey, these enemies were too slow. Clang, Ugly Monkey waved his hand and a cold light flashed, and the sharp dagger pierced the enemy's back. A dual-wielding battle. As a rogue who had been trained since childhood, Ugly Monkey could use his fingers to quickly pick out slippery locust from a pot of oil when he was 7 years old. In order to improve his skills, he even learned how to perform tricks from a magician when he was 12 years old. It was not a level 0 trick, but a magic trick that relied purely on the speed of the fingers to deceive the eyes. During this period of training, his left and right hands had become quite agile. From then on, he began to practice the ability to use both hands to steal at the same time. Roar, the orc's painful roar was heard. Ugly Monkey looked at the orc's appearance and could not help but curl his lips. It's so ugly. Based on his familiarity with the human body, Ugly Monkey judged that his attack had injured the orc's kidney, so he was not in a hurry to kill the enemy. Instead, he was very agile and was delaying the battle. As expected, the orc in front of him gradually slowed down, and its strength began to decline. Looking for an opportunity, Ugly Monkey twisted his body and kicked the orc's lower body. Accompanied by some kind of cracking sound, he swung his short sword and cut the orc's throat. The battle ended quickly. Ugly Monkey glanced at his companions who appeared, and used his dagger to cut off the orc's right ear, then quickly disappeared into the darkness. His companions chuckled beside him. They were obviously saying that the orc scouts were only SOSO. Ugly Monkey heard this and pursed his lips, but did not have any intention of replying. These were only a small group of enemies. In a one-on-one fight, it was almost impossible for them to win against these rogues who grew up in the lower 9 kingdoms. However, if they encountered a large group of enemies, the battle would not be so easy. The orc's strength advantage was still very obvious. These hybrid creatures were much stronger than the laborers at the docks. If they had the advantage in numbers, the battle would not be so easy. Thinking of this, Ugly Monkey took out a small mechanism. It was an exquisite sleeve arrow. Ugly Monkey fixed it on his wrist and loaded it with 3 poisoned arrows. He was naturally weaker than others, so naturally, he needed to rely on more techniques. The others in the group saw his movements. As the only existence in this group who was close to a high-grade profession, when Ugly Monkey loaded the sleeve arrow, they could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then they began to take out crossbows, sleeve arrows, and poison darts and equipped them in hidden positions. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The more careful they were, the more likely they would be to survive. They were not warriors who fought head-on, and they had too many low-grade fighting skills. The sun gradually set in the west. Soren's scouts were like a net, covering the battlefield near Autumnfall. Autumnfall City, Temple. Milan, who was kneeling in the center of the temple, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were dazzling. She stood up in an instant and said excitedly, "Prepare to transfer the believers. Our Lord is coming. Arrange the temple guards immediately. We will first transfer the most devout believers to a safe place. Our Lord has already led the army here." Everyone in the temple was surprised, but then the priest gave the order. The remaining guards of the temple also moved quickly and arranged people to transfer here. "You want to transfer the most devout believers?" Milan stood up and said with a serious expression, "These people are the easiest to arrange. They are willing to obey our orders. As for the others, wait until the first batch of people is sent away. In just a few days." This little girl, who was only in her teens, had matured a lot. Although she still looked young, she was a lot more experienced in doing things. As the only priest of the church, she had learned a lot during this time. "Yes." The temple guard responded. "Soon." There was a lot of noise outside. Many people were hesitant to leave now. However, there were still many devout believers who immediately prepared to leave together because the siege of Autumnfall City had frightened them. The majesty of the dragon had left a mark on their hearts. In the priest's words, their new god was a powerful god who could control the dragon. As long as they left here, the god could provide them with safety and protection. In the crowd, a pale mother hugged her child. Although the crisis in Autumnfall City was temporarily lifted, the food was still not enough. Her delicate face was a little panicked. She held the baby in her arms with both hands and moved slowly with the crowd. At this time, a man dressed as a militia came over and quickly walked to her side. He hurriedly said, "Sister? Are you really going to leave with them? The general said that there will be elven reinforcements soon. We can defeat those orcs." The beautiful woman turned to look at him. A trace of tears appeared in the corner of her eyes. She murmured, "How long will it take? Even if we can defeat the orcs? How long will it take? How much blood will we lose? We have no food. I'm afraid, my child, and I can't hold on until then. I'm not afraid of death. But I want him to live." The young mother looked at the wide-eyed infant in her arms. There were wounds on her fingers. That was when she had used her blood to feed the child in her arms when food was the most scarce. The little baby was very courageous. Even when he saw so many people panicking, he still didn't cry. He just stared at everything with his eyes wide open, as if he could feel something. When the young mother's gaze fell on the baby, she immediately became gentle. She shook her head with a firm expression and whispered, "I'm sorry. I plan to bring him to a safe place and raise him slowly. There's no hope in staying here. Even if I defeat the orcs, I won't be able to carry him through this autumn." The militia next to him fell silent. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. I'll leave with you. I can't let you go so far with the child alone." After speaking, the young half-elf looked at the city walls in the distance with a trace of sadness on his face. He was a brave warrior. If he could, he would never want to leave his hometown. But now he had to face a dilemma. One was to stay here to protect his home and eventually find a way to defeat the orcs. The other was to protect his sister and go overseas together, waiting for the day when he could recover his homeland. One was his hometown, and the other was his only surviving relative. In the end, he chose the latter. Hurried footsteps sounded. A young figure rushed into the temple and shouted to the priests present, "Warships! So many warships! Over at the Agate River! It's full of warships! We're saved! Scouts!" In this case, only scouts would leave Autumnfall. The young man who seemed to have more elven blood was excited and hurriedly said, "Army. The Lord's army has arrived. The god of half-elves and rogues." The remaining strength of the church was not only the priests, but also many half-elven rogues. As early as soon as the oracle was delivered, the church sent out many rogues. Milan's face showed a smile. She knelt on the ground and prayed, then stood up and said, "Let's go now. Everyone pack up and escort the believers away." At this moment, the voice of a middle-aged priest sounded. He looked more like a noble than a priest. He said in a deep voice, "Leave like this? There are orc troops wandering nearby. What if we meet them on the road? We can't hold on for long." Fina frowned and looked at him. She said in a deep voice, "The Lord will naturally meet us. Let's go now." At this time, it was almost afternoon. After a busy day, thousands of believers quickly gathered. These were the most devout believers of the church. After the oracle was delivered, they chose to leave together without hesitation. The south gate of Autumnfall opened. The first to come out were the temple guards, then some of the militia, followed by the mighty civilians, and the priests in charge of the rear. On the city wall, a well-dressed noble silently watched the crowd in front of him leave. His eyes were cold and had been staring at the figure of Milan. "Your Excellency." A middle-aged man who looked like an officer came to him and said in a deep voice, "Are you going to let them leave like this? If they leave, the hearts of the people in the city will scatter. I'm afraid our situation will be more difficult next." The well-dressed noble turned and looked at him. He said with a cold expression, "I know. Withdraw the people from the front line. They can't reach the Agate River before dark. As long as they leave here, they will be exposed to the orc army." Speaking of this, his expression was cold. Yes. Most of the believers were old, weak, women, and children, or ordinary civilians. These people were quite slow. It was absolutely impossible for them to reach the Agate River before dark. If they were found by the orc army, the final result was almost needless to say. How could a group of civilians fight against a powerful orc army in the wild? The middle-aged officer's face suddenly turned ugly. After understanding the reason why the noble let them go, he could not help but feel a little unbearable in his heart. Unless there was someone on the way, the final result of these people would be miserable. As long as they were caught, it would be a massacre. And if these people were slaughtered by the orc army, the civilians in Autumnfall would never have the idea of leaving again. This would also be a major blow to the prestige of the church. In this case, the noble parliament would have absolute control. The sky gradually darkened. The priests had urged the crowd to speed up as much as possible, but it was impossible for so many old, weak, women, and children to walk fast. There were many orphans of soldiers in the crowd. Those women holding children had not eaten a full meal for a long time. Now they were even more tired. Now the sky was dark, and they had only walked about half of the way. If the orc scouts found them, then they were likely to be caught by the enemy. "It's too slow." The old bishop glanced at the bloated and slow team and murmured, "I'm afraid the orcs have found us. Let the temple guards prepare for battle. The militia stay to protect the believers. Others, prepare for battle with me." Half a day had passed. It was almost impossible for this mighty team to not be discovered. If they were discovered, it would not take long for the enemy army to appear. The old man bowed his head and prayed a few words, then slowly said, "Now we can only hope that the Lord's reinforcements can come to meet us. Otherwise, we may not make it to the Agate River." Woo woo woo, the bleak sound of a horn was heard. The crowd suddenly made a panic cry. Countless people looked into the distance in horror. The figures of the orcs appeared in the distance. Although the night affected their vision, they could still see the enemy approaching quickly. "Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Temple guards, follow me. Others, take the civilians and leave." The old man in a bishop's costume pulled out a long sword from his waist. He clenched a steel shield and rushed to the rear. At the same time, he shouted, "Don't panic. Go in the direction of the Agate River. The Lord's reinforcements are in front. Priests, stay. Servants of the church. Warriors of the temple. We can't abandon the believers. Those who can fight, follow me to stop the enemy from approaching." This is the last darkness before the dawn. The Lord's army will come soon. For the glory of the Lord. Prepare for battle. A whoa, the desolate howl of wolves sounded. With the reverberation of the dull war drums, dozens of orc cavalry riding huge wolves rushed out from the side of the orc army. It was more difficult to raise these ferocious beasts than to raise a heavy cavalry. Even with the strength of the orcs, they could only train a small team. Now, the wolf cavalry team bypassed the orc army and rushed to the retreating civilians. The orc warriors had already appeared in front of them. Facing the wolf cavalry that was getting closer and closer to the crowd, the temple guards who stayed behind could not support them at all. The distance was getting closer, the shadow of death shrouded everyone. Once the wolf cavalry rushed into the crowd, it would be a massacre. The distance was getting closer and closer. The stench from the wolf's bloody mouth hit them in the face. The orc cavalry howled and rushed into the crowd in front of them. Hearing the cries and shouts, George turned his head and looked at his sister who was holding a child not far away. Without hesitation, he clenched his weapon and rushed up. Behind him were the old, weak, women and children. Once the wolf cavalry rushed in, it would be a massacre. As a trained militia, he could not sit back and watch the tragedy happen. Come with me. Men, stay and block them. George waved his weapon and went up. Several men with children around him also clenched their weapons and rushed up. There was fear in these people's eyes because they were facing a terrifying Mount Wolf cavalry. Not to mention the orc warriors above, even the Mount Wolves below were not something they could easily deal with. These ferocious beasts were the leaders of the wolf pack. The wolf that was bigger than a calf could easily deal with a real warrior. It was difficult for them, who had only received militia training, to defeat it. The ferocious smile of the orc appeared in front of them. The wolf just pounced and knocked over the man next to it. Then the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The wolf's bloody mouth bit off his throat. Fear was spreading. The crushing strength and the shadow of death made many people fearful. But no matter how scared they were, no one retreated in the end. Because they had no way to retreat, behind them were a group of old, weak, women and children. Their relatives were among them. As men, they had to stand up, even if they knew they would die. But even if they died, they had to fight to the last moment. A whoa! The mournful howls of the wolves reverberated in the air. The wolf cavalry was like a torrent that broke through the defensive formation in front of them. These ordinary militia could not stop them at all. In just a moment of collision, more than 10 militia fell to the ground. A wolf rider crossed their line of defense. The killing had awakened the bloodthirsty nature of the orcs. It rushed directly to a woman who was running away. Because she was carrying a child, she was too slow, so the wolf rider easily caught up with her. Sharp blades cut through the air. Facing the terrible enemy, the woman, who had no fighting experience, squatted down at the moment of contact. Her mother's instinct made her tightly protect the child, exposing her defenseless back to the enemy. A head flew into the air. The blood gushing out was accompanied by the mournful cries of the children. The half-orc cavalry laughed and waved their swords again. They had no sympathy for the alien races. Their bloodthirsty nature made them brave warriors, and such warriors were ruthless on the battlefield. The harsh living environment made them believe in natural selection. The weak could only be eliminated, even their own kind. The cold light appeared once again. It wasn't the first time they had slashed their swords at the crying children in front of them. As relatively stupid half-orcs, they also had a smart side, which was that the children of their enemies would become their new enemies when they grew up. The smell of blood filled the air. Sharp blades slashed through the air, and a massacre seemed to be about to take place. Swoosh, a sharp arrow flew out. The body of the half-orc cavalry stiffened for a moment, and then he fell off the wolf. The sharp arrow shot directly into its head, penetrating its skull in an instant. With a plop sound, the second arrow shot out, hitting the wolf's head in an instant, nailing it to the ground. Terrible strength. There seemed to be someone approaching in the darkness, and the speed was quite fast. Behind him, more figures appeared. Cold swords appeared. The wolf cavalry close to the crowd was instantly killed by the flying shadows. Their ferocious heads fell to the ground one by one. Even the ferocious wolves couldn't hold on for more than a second. Roar! Accompanied by a dull roar, a huge figure rushed out from the darkness. He was wearing heavy armor, and his eyes were bloodshot as he roared in excitement. Blood vessels that looked like earthworms appeared on his explosive muscles. This was a 3-meter-tall warrior. He seemed to be heavy, but his charging speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of a wolf cavalry. Then he roared and swung the heavy anchor in his hand. The terrible power erupted with a dull roar. The wolf was directly smashed into meat paste with the half-orc cavalry on it. The half-orcs are just SOSO. The giant glanced at the frightened half-elves beside him, and a sinister smile appeared on his scarred mouth. Then, he rushed up again. His huge body swung the heavy anchor as if he was entering and exiting a place where there was no one. Not a single wolf rider could withstand his attack. Often, they would be smashed into a meat patty together with their wolves. Giant. The pirate leader under Soren. He wasn't very smart, but he was quite good as a fighter. He should be the pirate leader under Soren who was the closest to the legendary level. His lack of intelligence didn't affect Soren's use of him. With the blood of the swamp giant and the warrior's job as a barbarian, this guy with all brawn and no brain would rush to the front in any battle. Often, he would break the enemy's defense line alone. Don't waste time. Scarface stabbed his sword into the wolf's throat. He turned to look at the giant next to him and said in a deep voice, "There are enemies approaching. They can't hold on for much longer. You go and help them deal with the half-orc army." A figure quickly approached in the darkness. Soren's elite pirates finally arrived. The wolf cavalry fell one by one. When they saw that something was wrong, they immediately tried to escape, but they were killed by arrows one by one. The giant roared and rushed up. Berserk! After his huge body approached the half-orc army, he didn't stop at all. He directly waved the anchor and rushed into the army from the side of the temple warriors. This time, the orc army was thrown off their feet. Giant! You idiot! Scarface was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Helpless, he could only speed up and rush over. This idiot, I let you support the temple warriors behind, not let you rush into the half-orc army alone. Scarface cursed in his heart, but at this time, he could only brace himself and go forward. Bang! With a shrill scream, the half-orc warrior's body was directly smashed out, and then he hit 7 or 8 people in a row, and then he fell to the ground and died. The giant relied on his full body armor. His strength was higher than Soren's in the state of transformation. Coupled with the giant's body advantage, he simply crushed all the half-orcs. The anchor used by a large warship was a complete killing machine on the battlefield. The half-orcs, who were known for their strength, were like a group of children in front of him. The heavy anchor roared past. The giant seemed to feel that this was not enough, so he directly threw the huge anchor in his hand. This time it was simply flesh and blood flying. The heavy anchor whistled past like a shadow, and it forcibly cleared a bloody line in the middle of the half-orc army. The more the giant killed, the more satisfied he became. The battle on land was much larger than the battle on the deck. He directly picked up the anchor again, and then swung it 360 degrees. In an instant, a vacuum area was cleared around him. Giant creatures were indeed a great killing machine on the battlefield, just him alone seriously damaged the morale of the half-orcs. His huge body and huge weapon formed a complete crushing advantage, and in an instant, the half-orc army was disrupted. In the darkness, sharp arrows were shot out like a storm. Soren calmly put an arrow on the bow, and every arrow took the life of an enemy. His figure moved at high speed in the night. As long as a target suspected of being an half-orc officer appeared, it would be greeted with a fatal arrow. The elven war bow could penetrate armor within a range of 300 meters. Soren's dark vision allowed him to be unaffected by the night. He was like a ghost wandering on the battlefield, calmly but fatally killing any dangerous targets. No one could hide from his sight, and no one could avoid his arrows. After all, he had the blood of a half-elf. Am I saved? George awkwardly pushed away the wolf that was on top of him and staggered to his feet. Cough. He coughed violently and felt weak all over. He seemed to have suffered a little internal injury. However, his battle record was also quite brilliant. As an ordinary person who had only received militia training, he actually killed a wolf alone. The battle in front was still going on, but more and more reinforcements appeared in the darkness. These were fierce-looking warriors. They had a stronger murderous aura than the regular army of Autumnfall. At first glance, they were elites who had experienced many desperate battles. The reinforcements finally arrived, facing the ferocious orc army in front of them. The pirates under Soren's command were fearless. They even rushed up while screaming. Sir Soren was invincible. Victory after victory gave them the courage to face any enemy. Even if it was an abyssal demon in front of them, they would have the courage to face it head-on. Men should fight the enemy head-on. The high-spirited elite pirates directly divided into two teams and surrounded the enemy from both sides, ready to swallow the enemy in front of them in one breath. Why did they have to fight the orcs? Why did they think so much? Anyway, this was Soren's order. They just had to kill the orcs that were still standing in front of them. Demigod Domain, Pirate. Facing the elite pirates who finally arrived at the rear, a smile finally appeared at the corner of Soren's mouth. Then he looked at the orc army in front with cold eyes and did not hesitate to open Pirate Domain. An invisible divine domain spread out. In an instant, all the pirates seemed to have gone crazy. Their morale was so high that it was about to explode. If it was said that they were excited before, now it was a wailing and howling. Each of them seemed to be possessed by the god of war. All kinds of combat skills were used to kill a large number of enemies in an instant, and directly divided the orc army into two from the middle. Ugly Monkey's current state was very strange. He did not know what happened to him. Suddenly, his whole body seemed to have endless strength, and his whole person was very excited. His pupils were slightly red, and his heart was beating much faster than before. His entire body was in a very strange state. Regardless of whether it was his hearing, sight, touch, or perception, all of them had reached unprecedented heights due to some kind of invisible force. Behind him were the corpses of half-orcs. Without exception, they were all killed in one blow. The ugly monkey felt as if it had been possessed by the soul of an assassin. The enemy's movements, positions, and flaws were all within his grasp. His excitement did not affect his rationality. Instead, it allowed him to unleash 120% of his strength. Around him, his companions seemed to be in a similar state. Each of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they performed exceptionally well, increased morale. The morale boost was equivalent to a level 6 spell, and the domain effect was similar to the Greater Bravery spell. The effect it would have on the battlefield was simply unimaginable. The elite pirates that rushed over flattened the half-orc army in front of them. At the end of the battle, it was almost a one-sided situation. The fighting spirit of the orc army was easily destroyed. Soren put away his elven warbow. Almost all of the orc officers were killed by him. If a demigod were to kill them personally, these guys would have no way to survive. Your Excellency. Scarface's figure appeared behind Soren. He knelt on one knee and said, "The orc army has been completely defeated? Do you want to kill them?" Soren turned around and glanced at him, then said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about them. Arrange for people to evacuate the civilians immediately. The real enemy is approaching. Let people cover the civilians' retreat. We will return to the range of the warship's cannons." Scarface nodded and said, "Yes. Soon." Someone arranged for the civilians to evacuate, and Soren looked into the distance. He felt that more enemies were approaching, and among them, there was an existence that he was quite afraid of. Eugene the Ascendant, some unusually agile shadows were flying in the darkness. Soren's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "They're fast." A woo. A mournful wolf howl sounded. However, it was not a wolf that appeared, but a group of burly gnolls with black hair. Abyss gnolls, the servants of the Gnoll King, Yeenagu. Black shadows flew past the periphery of the battlefield, but they did not rush over recklessly. Instead, they stayed far behind them. These gnolls were very smart. They knew that they could not defeat so many enemies. Die. A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. He waved to the pirate leader beside him and disappeared into the shadows. Abyss gnolls. These monsters were dangerous. He had to get rid of them first. On the other side, the mighty orc army was approaching. A very tall giant gnoll with green eyes stood beside Eugene. It held a three-headed flail in its hand. At this moment, its expression was very crazy. It roared, "We can't let these mortals go. You said that the parts of the divine artifact, Flail of Time, are in the hands of the half-elf church. That's the divine artifact that belongs to our Lord. We can't let these mortals take it away. Otherwise, your tribe will suffer the wrath of our Lord." Eugene's eyes were cold. She silently looked at the crazy gnoll leader in front of her and said in a deep voice, "I will definitely do what I promised. The parts of the divine artifact will definitely be handed over to your Lord." Hee hee. The huge gnoll leader looked at Eugene with a cold and cruel expression. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, "It better be so. In order to help you deal with the half-elves, many gnoll warriors have died in battle. If you still can't get the divine artifact, our Lord will definitely make you pay. His wrath is not something you can bear." Eugene was silent. As the demon lord who ruled the bottomless abyss, the strength of the Gnoll King was indeed not something that a mortal could resist. Not to mention that the Gnoll King had also conquered the Ghoul King, which was equivalent to facing the crazy revenge of two abyss lords at the same time. The orc tribe could not bear such a heavy price. They had to get the parts of the divine artifact. "Speed up." With Eugene's low roar, the orc army suddenly sped up a lot and rushed forward. Eugene's gaze looked into the distance. The power of the ancestor's soul made her sense a powerful and dangerous existence, which made her feel a little uneasy. The god of the half-elves, Soren, this unfamiliar name made her feel deeply afraid. She had a hunch that a war was inevitable. "We must get it back." Eugene clenched her fists silently. The gnolls were suspicious and fickle by nature. If the divine artifact was really gone, these ferocious beasts would definitely turn their backs on her. Blood. Drop by drop, it fell. Soren's figure was hazy in the shadows. In front of him were the corpses of the gnolls lying on the ground. He looked at the corpses in front of him coldly. He directly reached out and picked up the tallest one of them. He frowned and carefully observed it. Abyss demon. Soren's expression was dignified. He murmured, "Not a gnoll from the material plane. Demon." There were two modes of reproduction in the bottomless abyss. One was the continuous evolution of the abyss worm. The demon's bloodline could mutate and eventually evolve into various creatures. The second was demon reproduction and demon hybridization. The demons that evolved from the abyss worm mated with the same kind of demons, or with other kinds of demons, and eventually produced new demons. There were also some outsiders in the bottomless abyss. But in the end, they would more or less be mixed with the blood of the demons, so the abyss species were very different from other species. Hybrid demon. Soren threw away the corpse in front of him and whispered, "It seems that there is a loophole in the barrier of the plane. Otherwise, the Gnoll King, Xianxia, would not have sent so many gnolls from the abyss to the material plane. It should not be long before the invasion of the demons. The gnolls from the abyss appeared during the siege, and now there were so many of them. A small number of them could be explained by other reasons. But with so many of them, Soren was almost certain that the other party must have the passage from the bottomless abyss to the material plane. Demon Lord. Soren looked into the distance with a dignified face. Perhaps Eugene, the Ascendant, was not afraid of him in the form of the slaughter. But if the Gnoll King, Xianxia, joined the fight, he had almost no chance of winning. Not to mention that the Gnoll King had also conquered the Ghoul King. Now he only hoped that the Demon Lord did not appear in the material plane. After all, the bottomless abyss was their headquarters, if he appeared. "I reckon that there will be many Demon Lords who can't wait to overturn his lair, right? After all, this guy had always regarded the succubus queen, Mechaned, as an enemy, and from time to time, he would harass and attack her. The Gnoll King, Xianxia, was a master at courting death. He not only regarded the succubus queen, Mechaned, as an enemy, but also launched many attacks. At the same time, he was also a mortal enemy of the Tauren King, Buffett. The two sides had fought many times. But under such circumstances, he was still able to conquer the Ghoul King and successfully expand his territory. He didn't know if this guy was too lucky, or he was really not simple. Soren would not underestimate any living Abyss Lord. If they were dead, then so be it. Under the night sky, the orc army was speeding up. Eugene's figure suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction. In an instant, he reached out and grabbed the white bone spear behind him. A fierce murderous aura emerged. Eugene's whole body was like a top bow, ready to fight at any time. Someone was watching them in the dark. The enemy did not approach. He observed them in the dark and then disappeared into the night again. Closer, closer, they were already very close. The night wind that blew in their faces seemed to carry moisture. They could hear the sound of flowing river ahead. After passing through a sparse forest, the scene before them appeared before the eyes of the exhausted refugees. Many of them had never seen such a large ship in their entire lives. In the agate river, they could only see medium-sized ships at most. Such a large ship could only be used in the vast and boundless sea. The black cannons were aimed at the land, and the soldiers on the ships were ready to go. There were torches on all sides. They couldn't see how many ships there were, but there were probably more than 100 of them. In their field of vision, the entire river was filled with large ships. There was a faint fog surrounding the area, and a certain location seemed to be shrouded in fog. No one could see what was inside the fog in the dark, but it seemed like a dangerous monster, quietly watching everything in front of it, waiting for its master's call. Fortunately, the Agate River was as wide as the Xianxia and Yellow Rivers. Otherwise, Soren's fleet wouldn't be able to sail in. Quiet. A gentle female voice sounded. It was like a spring breeze blowing into everyone's ears. Then, everyone quieted down. They didn't know why, but when they heard the gentle female voice, they couldn't help but calm down. They had just gone through a brutal battle. Even though they were still panicking, they couldn't help but calm down when they heard the gentle female voice. The Saint Priest Milan raised her head and looked in front of her. She saw a tall woman with a veil over her face. She had a very familiar aura. It was the power of divinity bestowed by the Lord. However, the woman was much stronger than her. Milan walked in front of the woman and gently twirled her skirt. She bowed her head and expressed her respect to the woman in front of her. High Priestess. The veiled woman smiled and nodded. The priests of the other churches looked at each other and hurriedly bowed their heads to show their respect. Although they still didn't know who the masked woman in front of them was, they could tell that she wasn't an ordinary person since her words had calmed everyone down. Let the women and children board the ship first. The veiled woman glanced at the people in front of her and slowly ordered. The men stay here and prepare. There is enough food on the shore. Let them share it with the others. Sixth Fleet, prepare for battle. The enemy may catch up to us at any time. Send the civilians to the cabin and equip the militia with weapons after they have eaten. The gentle voice seemed to have a magical power. The crowd in front of her actually automatically separated according to her orders. Then, the women and children were sent to the deck one by one and placed in the cabins of the battleship. There were basically no old people among these fleeing civilians. It was very difficult for old people to survive in the chaos of war. Most of them were women and children, and then there were the militia who believed in the half-elf god. During the siege, all the adult males were conscripted. Even the teenage boys were forced to learn some combat skills. Tell the pirates not to harass these civilians. The masked woman turned around and looked at the pirate leader behind her. She said coldly, "These are all believers of my lord. You should know how Sir Soren deals with people who break the rules." The pirate leader who was missing his left ear revealed a sinister smile and nodded, "Don't worry, Your Excellency. If anyone dares to mess around, I'll skin them myself." Cruel means of ruling. Soren's rule on the south coast was maintained by killing and order. Only those who had a brain problem knew what would happen if they disobeyed Sir Soren's orders. Sir Soren killed without blinking an eye. Steaming hot food was distributed. Some of it was prepared in advance, and the other part was dried meat and salted fish. There was plenty of meat in the prepared food. Most of it was fish in the sea. At this time, it was very satisfying to be able to fill one's stomach. Now that they could eat meat, many people felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. Even in peaceful times, as civilians, they could add some meat during festivals. From what they saw in front of them, the food prepared by the reinforcements was very abundant. Meat accounted for a large proportion of the food. It seemed that the Lord's forces were really powerful. At least they were very rich. The old bishop and the priests next to him looked at each other. At this time, they didn't care about their manners. They took a bowl of hot soup and wolfed it down with dried meat and salted fish. Autumnfall had been besieged for a long time. There was not much food in the city, and some of it had to be distributed to a large number of refugees. Even the high-ranking priests could barely fill their stomachs during this time. Eat meat. If they let go of the moral taboo in their hearts, maybe there was a lot of meat in autumn-fall. There were sounds of wolfing down food everywhere. At this time, there should be a trace of chaos because of hunger and panic, but they didn't know why. When the voice of the masked woman sounded, everyone's heart was calm. They quietly and orderly received the food, and then after filling their stomachs, they were ready for battle. When they were full, they naturally had strength. The arrival of the reinforcements had obviously restored the morale of the temple guards. The foundation of a church was definitely not simple. Many of the surviving priests were close to high grade. After the first round of siege, most of the surviving temple guards were grade 3 professions. Among them, there were many special advanced guardian knights. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long against the beastmen army that was 10 times their size. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! A burst of praise and prayer sounded. When the fire of hope was reignited, many people could not help but kneel on the ground devoutly to pray and praise. The masked woman smiled and looked at everything in front of her. She seemed to be the center of everything. When anyone's eyes fell on her, their hearts could not help but feel a soft breeze. Soon, everyone boarded the warship, and the elite pirates appeared in front of them. The priests and temple guards boarded the deck, and the civilians were placed in the cabin. The whole process was quite orderly, and there was not the slightest panic from beginning to end. Soren's figure appeared in the night. He looked at the masked woman in front of him and smiled. Then he said seriously, "Get ready to fight. Load the ammunition. The orc army is catching up." Eugene rushed over quickly. The orc warriors had a clear advantage in physical strength compared to humans. When all the civilians were placed in the cabin, the mighty orc army also appeared in the sight of the lookout. "Damn." OLC Dog stood on the lookout with a monocular and murmured, "So many enemies. If they dare to rush up, how many will we kill with one shot?" They were pirates. Although the coastal areas were also restricted by the church, the control of alchemy weapons was not so strict. Almost every warship had cannons. Although they used solid shells, their lethality was still very high against ordinary soldiers. The disaster brought by the Arcane Empire made many church forces strictly control alchemy, but there were not so many restrictions in the areas where pirates were active. Soren's artillery power should be counted on one's fingers in the entire material plane. If it was a naval battle, perhaps the lethality would not be much. But if it was a densely packed battle on land, one shot could really clear a path of blood. Come, come, come. Scarface came out with a grin. His left arm was injured by an orc blade master. Fortunately, the orc blade master had just advanced, and he carefully prepared a poisoned crossbow, the poison used by the natives. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the enemy. There was actually a half-beastman sword saint hidden in the formation. Scarface, who had almost been killed by the half-beastman sword saint, grinned as he took out 2 iron balls that were chained together. He then personally put them into the barrel of the cannon and said with a strange smile, "Put this in. It will be fun to shoot with this shell." The enemies were getting closer and closer. Because they were busy sending the civilians to the ships, the pirates certainly did not have the time to retreat. So after Soren's order was given, the giant immediately led the elite pirates to form a formation on the river, and then waited for the enemy to rush over. It was fine if they did not dare to come. If they dared to come, these hundreds of cannons would definitely teach them a lesson. Eugene stopped in his tracks. He looked at the warships in front of him, and his face became quite ugly. Pirates, he had traveled around the continent before, so it was impossible for him not to have an impression of pirate warships. Although there were no pirate flags on the warships, he could recognize that the enemies were all pirates at a glance. Cannons after cannons. Although Eugene himself scoffed at this inferior alchemy weapon and did not put it in his eyes at all, he was also very clear about the damage this weapon could do to ordinary soldiers. Its clumsy body and slow firing speed were simply a piece of scrap iron in many battles, but in this situation where the army was fighting, their lethality was quite amazing. Autumn Fall also had cannons. But the half-elves were proud of their excellent archers. The dozens of cannons on the city gate were simply decorations. They were not at the same level as the black muzzles in front of them. Cannons were standard equipment for pirates, whether it was the skills of the gunners, the number of cannons, or the power of the artillery. The coastal areas were not comparable to the inland areas. If they forced an attack, they would probably have to withstand a round of cannon fire. Note, the Droll Church hates alchemy. They believe that it is they who destroy the harmony of nature. The wounds left by nature cannot be healed for thousands of years. It is a disaster brought by the alchemy research of the Arcane Empire. Therefore, any place where the Droll Church is active, the degree of alchemy control is very strict. It's just some scrap metal. The giant gnoll leader frowned and glanced at Eugene next to him, and said in a deep voice, "I feel that the artifact my lord needs is nearby. We can't let them take it away. Eugene, hurry up and order the attack." Eugene's mouth twitched slightly, and his face was not very good. The gnolls from the abyss had more than 20 points in agility. Unless they were lucky, it was impossible to hit them. From loading to firing, this level of craftsmanship posed little threat to the gnolls from the abyss. Otherwise, the main fighting force of the abyss would not rely on high-grade demons. However, these cannons weren't the same for the other orc warriors. If they rushed in like this, they would be hit by at least one round of cannons. Their dense formation suffered a lot of damage from the cannons. But the current situation was that they had to go. If they couldn't find the parts of the artifact, Flail of Time, the gnoll army might turn against them. If the alliance was broken, the gnolls from the abyss would regard the orcs as enemies, and then crazy revenge attacks were likely to happen. In that case, it would be difficult to completely defeat the half-elves. The demons of the abyss were chaotic and evil. Since ancient times, chaos had either produced lunatics or idiots. Eugene was not sure what terrible things these lunatics would do if he did not meet their requirements. There. The giant gnoll leader with black hair suddenly pointed to the front. Its green eyes seemed to see through the darkness, and its sight was directly locked on a little girl wearing a small white priest robe under the night sky. It growled, "There. The artifact part my lord needs is in the hands of that hateful little girl. Milan." Saint Priest, Milan. The little girl did not realize the approaching danger at the moment. She was just glad that they were finally rescued. My lord's reinforcements had successfully rescued them. After boarding the warship, the women and children were much safer. Eugene recognized the little girl in the white priest robe at first glance. After all, the siege of the city that day was so memorable. In the end, it was this little girl who made all his plans fail. The orc army suffered heavy losses under the dragon breath of the three dragons. A strong killing intent appeared on Eugene's old face. New hatred and old hatred gathered together. He couldn't help but clench the bone spear on his back. It was true that it was a great chief worthy of respect, love, and compassion, but it only cared about its own people. King of the Gnolls, Xianxia. This evil, bloody, chaotic, murderous, and crazy demon lord. No matter how evil, bloodthirsty, and crazy he was in the eyes of others, his reputation among the Gnolls was as high as the sun in the sky. It could be said that most of the Gnolls in the multiverse respected him, and quite a number of them worshipped him crazily. The reason was simple. Over the past thousands of years, Xianxia, the king of Gnolls, had done everything, whether it was launching a battle against the Lord of the Abyss, or trying his best to conquer the King of Ghouls, or carrying out other evil schemes. There was only one ultimate goal. Xianxia, the king of Gnolls, had always wanted to see the Gnolls grow stronger. He had been working hard all his life for this goal. From the perspective of the Gnolls, Xianxia should be a great leader. Eugene was similar. That was why it had such a high reputation among the half-blood beast men, but the other races only had hatred and enmity towards it. The two were actually the same kind of people, otherwise, they would not have come together. Charge! With an angry roar, the orc army in front of them rushed over like a tide. The elite pirates on the riverbank had already been on standby. Behind them was the Agate River. The pirates who were familiar with water could easily jump into the river and then find a way to board the ship. The warships parked on the Agate River were fortresses. The orc army's fighting ability on land was indeed strong, but if they dared to come to the water, the pirates had enough confidence to teach them a lesson. The ground seemed to tremble. In the face of such a battle scene today, the elite pirates did not show the slightest panic on their faces. Battles had already trained them. In the fiercely competitive killing industry of pirates, unqualified candidates would only be eliminated. The orc army surged like a tide. Their physical fitness was really good. They could launch an impulsive battle directly after a rapid march. But that was all. When the enemy entered the range of the cannons, a storm of firepower poured out. Fire! 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 Bursts of muffled gunfire sounded, and the orc warriors at the front fell like wheat being harvested. Solid ammunition might not have enough killing area, but it was still too terrifying to deal with flesh and blood. Especially the chain cannons fired by some cannons, which swept across in an instant, leaving broken limbs all over the ground. The pirates' cannon fire was like a bloody and cruel symphony. Round after round of frenzied firing followed by the rhythm of the rising and falling of the cannon fire. Three-stage shooting. Eugene had never seen it before, but it was very common for Soren. The warships on the Agate River had already formed a crisscrossing firepower net. If it was just a normal battle command, Soren would not be able to do it to this extent. Because it was too difficult to command in a real battle, but today was a little different. Soren had a powerful psionic warlock standing beside him. Long before the orc army arrived, she had already set up a psionic force field, so she could transmit Soren's orders to every warship's commander at any time. Her voice sounded in the mind of the warship's commander at the same time as Soren's orders. Compared to this kind of battle command that transcended time, Soren's previous method of relying on the pirate flag to transmit orders was simply too weak. It was not at the same level at all. No, there was no way to compare at all. If the current situation could be described with a metaphor, it would be the combat ability of the Renaissance era, but equipped with the combat command system of the interstellar era, this feeling was too good. Wasn't it? Soren never thought that it would be so easy to command the pirates in battle. In the past, he relied on the pirate flag to slowly give orders, and then waited for the opposing commander to see the flag before taking action. This was simply a ruthless destruction of his intelligence. But now, relying on the psionic warlock's psionic communication, the efficiency of battle command was completely different. The orc army was in a daze. Because at this moment, in their minds, the enemy's cannons did not stop from the beginning to the end. The warriors of the Blade clan who rushed in front fell in batches like wheat being cut down. They did not even rush in front of the enemy, and they suffered heavy losses under the baptism of cannon fire. Fear spread. The ground was full of broken limbs and wailing orc warriors. For them who worshipped brute force, Soren taught them a good lesson today, telling them that muscles could not solve all problems. Boom. Boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire drowned the orc army. Night made it difficult for them to see how many cannons the enemy had. They could only hear the roar of the cannons from beginning to end. The dull noise covered the roar of the orc officers. After the first round of charge was directly killed by the cannons, the orc warriors who rushed at the front collapsed without any accident. They were just a group of mortals with flesh and blood. Soren looked at the battlefield in front of him and shook his head gently. Dealing with these ignorant orcs, he had an obvious feeling of IQ suppression. If these guys were not born with amazing brute force, maybe the plan would have gone better. But the current situation was enough. Soren saved the first batch of the most devout believers. After sending them to a safe place, he planned to transport a few more batches of believers. Population. What Mordor lacked the most was population. 20 or 30,000 half-elves could be transported back. Soren began to stockpile food and supplies so early in order to deal with today's situation. He was not afraid of a large population. Mordor was under rapid construction planning. Soren would only worry about the lack of labor, not too much labor. Swoosh! Swoosh! Some fast-moving figures suddenly appeared in the night. The orc army that attracted the firepower at the beginning was just cannon fodder. These abyss gnolls that came in the night were the main force. An old figure flew over at an astonishing speed. Hundreds of lurking abyss gnolls rushed out from all directions, but their target was not Soren, nor the elite pirates on the river bank. but Milan, who was standing in the middle of the priests. Eugene rushed directly to the little girl in front of him. With a roar, he clenched his white bone spear and threw it out. He actually wanted to nail her to the ground on the spot. It all happened too fast. The sudden attack of the Abyss Gnolls attracted everyone's attention, and then the next moment, the legendary war shaman with a profession level of 27 rushed over. He wanted to kill the saint priest in front of him, Milan, a poor little girl who lost her father in the war, lost all her relatives, and lived alone in the world, less than 15 years old. Just because she had something in her hand that he had to get, the shadow of death loomed over her. Facing Ascendant, Eugene's all-out attack, Milan's chances of surviving were close to zero, on the whole battlefield. Almost no one could take the thunderous blow of this legendary war shaman, and at this moment, under the shadow of death, only one person could save her, Soren. His figure disappeared at the moment when the white bone spear broke through the air. Shadow leap. Soren's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. He crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters and directly appeared behind the divine priest Milan. He then pushed the little girl in front of him away and disappeared again at the same time. Fortunately, the distance of shadow leap was increased to 200 meters. Otherwise, Soren would not be able to save the little girl in front of him in time. Boom! The ground trembled. The spear thrown by the war shaman was like an anti-aircraft gun. It actually shattered the ground by more than 10 meters in an instant. If it really hit, Soren would probably be pierced through. Soren was not very clear about the advanced profession of war shaman, but with his rich combat experience and knowledge, he could roughly judge that war shaman was a special profession similar to Storm Lord. The Storm Lord was a special legendary profession that was advanced by the priests of the god of storms, while the war shaman was an advanced legendary profession that was advanced by the shaman priests of the totem faith. These special advanced professions might not have very strong spellcasting abilities, but their melee combat abilities were quite terrifying. After all, not many cleric classes were fragile. Very strong burst power. Soren turned his head to look at the little girl. After making sure that she was not injured, he turned his attention back to the war shaman Eugene in the distance. The spear thrown by the war shaman just now made Soren's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, looks like he also specializes in spears and javelins. His attack just now was very similar to the Storm Lord. I'm afraid that the war shaman is also a violent advanced profession like the Storm Lord. Soren had seen the Storm Lord in battle before. The bone spear used by Eugene was very similar to the Storm Lord's attack. The Storm Lord was a violent legendary advanced profession, so Soren could roughly judge Eugene's fighting style in an instant. They had a very strong hand-to-hand combat ability, and at the same time, retained the ability to cast divine spells. Although this kind of spell-casting ability was not as good as a pure shaman's, in a real battle, the effect of their combat strength was one-sided. His attack had missed, Eugene gasped for breath, but his expression didn't change at all. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground with one knee. He pressed his rough palm on the ground and said in a deep voice, Ancestor soul. Even the earth is trembling. Eternal heroic spirit. My race is undying. The deep and ancient language of the orcs echoed in the air. As Eugene slammed the ground, something strange happened behind Soren. Buzz. After Eugene's attack, the white bone spear that was buried in the ground suddenly trembled. Then, it was pulled out from the ground in an instant. A half-transparent half-solid figure appeared beside the white bone spear. It roared and held the white bone spear with both hands, thrusting it towards Soren's back. A whistling gust of wind attacked. The white bone spear was like a bolt of white lightning that pierced through the air. Even with Soren's speed, it was difficult for him to dodge it. Shadow leap. Soren's figure instantly moved 10 meters horizontally. The half-illusory, half-real spirit did not hit Soren. With a roar, he waved his white bone spear. In an instant, a terrible force broke out and directly swept the figures of 7 or 8 priests nearby, causing them to vomit blood and fly backward. Everyone, back off. Soren's expression was quite serious. He roared, Stop those gnolls. Don't come near here. An angel from another world, a saint apostle, or? Should it be called a heroic spirit, divine ascender? Eugene had indeed touched the realm of the gods. The half-spirit creature standing in front of Soren obviously came from another world. Even if it wasn't a saint apostle, it was a half-orc heroic spirit that had died in battle. In a situation where no one in the half-orc race had ascended to godhood, Eugene could still summon the heroic spirit of their ancestors. This meant that it had touched the realm of the gods and had a very high compatibility with the half-orc's ancestral spirit in the Grey Waste. Roar. With an angry roar, the heroic spirit instantly rushed towards Soren again. This kind of heroic spirit was born with legendary strength. Many of them were famous in the mortal world when they were alive. The heroic spirit that Eugene summoned was at least level 24, the situation was not good. When the heroic spirit was summoned, Eugene immediately continued to rush forward. Its target was still the Saint Priest Milan in front of it. Soren didn't know why Eugene hated the little girl in front of him so much that it wanted to kill her. She couldn't die, Saint Priest Milan couldn't die. Soren's pupils turned blood red in an instant. For Eugene's blatant attempt to kill his first Saint Cardinal, Soren's heart was filled with anger and killing intent. He activated the slaughter form in an instant, and his figure directly rushed out toward Eugene. Elemental Legion. When Soren's figure flew out and was ready to stop Eugene, a portal connected to the elemental plane was opened. A scorching aura spread. The appearance of the Elder Fire Elemental's huge body made the surrounding temperature rise sharply in an instant. The ground was scorched black, and everything within a radius of 100 or 200 meters was illuminated. The whistling of the wind sounded. The giant wind elemental followed the figure of the Elder Fire Elemental. The next moment, it flew into the air and directly rolled up an abyss knoll that was rushing toward Milan and threw it into the sky. Finally, there were heavy footsteps. The giant earth elemental slowly walked out, raised its millstone-sized fist, and smashed it toward the heroic spirit in front of it. The portal gradually closed. A legendary Elder Fire Elemental and two giant elementals with a monster level of around 18. Soren's figure was shrouded in an evil aura. This was the first time he had transformed into his slaughter form after killing the mutated demon. When he activated this ability, some unknown changes also occurred. Demonization. There was a very obvious demonic aura on Soren's body. It was the divine power belonging to a high-grade demon. A row of data appeared in front of him. Transform into slaughter form. Unknown changes have occurred in slaughter form. Ability to transform into slaughter form has been improved. Divine power fused with the slaughterer transformation effect. Under the transformation of the slaughterer, your attributes have been comprehensively improved. Strength +7, agility +3, physique +3, wisdom +3, combat ability is equivalent to a warrior of the same level, resistance to any abnormal status increases by 15 points. Under the slaughter form, you have an additional ability, Slaughter Will, and an additional ability, Slaughter Instinct. Divine power combined. In the state of slaughterer, automatically activated the effect of Aura of Fear. Any enemy within 100 meters of you must be forced to undergo a test of fear. The difficulty of the test is determined by your own divine value. If the test fails, the enemy will suffer the same effect as fear. Desire to slaughter has undergone an unknown change. Ordinary things will not be able to satisfy the desire to slaughter. The number of enemies that satisfy the desire to slaughter has been recalculated. Currently, kill at least one legendary enemy, otherwise, you will fall into a state of madness. An evil aura of fear spread out. All the gnolls within 100 meters of Soren trembled, and some even held in fear, turned around and fled into the night. Divinity of Fear. After killing the mutated demon, Soren's slaughter form seemed to have undergone an unknown change. The power of Divinity of Fear was also integrated into it, and he directly mastered the aura of fear that only high-grade demons could have. No, Aura of Fear should be said to be a special power that only some existences close to the level of the Abyss Lord could master. All attributes were enhanced. All attributes increased by +1 under the slaughter form, and at the same time, he also mastered the ability, Slaughter Instinct, that only mutated demons could have. This was a special ability. Its effect was similar to Battle Instinct, but it was more powerful. Roar. Eugene wanted to kill the Saint Cardinal Milan in front of him, which was a slap in the face in front of Soren. Even with Soren's temper, he was enraged by the enemy at this moment. He let out an angry roar, and his figure directly broke through the air, turning into a black shadow and pouncing on the enemy in front of him. The curved sword icing death was like a meteor across the sky, and a strange cold light automatically appeared. For a moment, it seemed that even the space was about to be broken, and it slashed towards Eugene's head on the spot. Clang! A dull thud echoed in the air. Another spear appeared in Eugene's palm. It was a grayish-black spear that seemed to be made of bone, but when it fought, it was like metal. A huge burst of power, at the position where the two of them fought, an invisible wave of air spread out. Heroic spirit immortal. My body is immortal. Eugene's old face was solemn. He clenched the spear and inserted it into the ground. In an instant, two half-illusory spirits appeared around his body. Heroic spirit wore soul, he could even summon heroic spirits. The kingdom of heroic spirits where the orcs worshipped their ancestors was like a small divine kingdom built in the grey wilderness, and Eugene the Ascender was the only being in the entire orc tribe who could freely connect to this kingdom. He was not a god. But to some extent, he was also a god, because he was dying. The powerful power of the war shaman could not greatly extend his life. Now, the old Eugene had already come to the edge of death. He only had a few years left in his life, and he had already felt the call of the ancestor souls. A heroic spirit kingdom built in the grey wilderness. This place was calling his soul because he was qualified to enter it and become the most powerful existence. The call was equal. When death approached, he felt the call of the ancestor souls. Eugene himself was like a god connected to the heroic spirit kingdom that the half-orc clan had worshipped for thousands of years. Because his life was coming to an end. He would kill anyone who stood in his way, Soren, who had transformed into a slaughterer, seemed to have entered a berserk state. If he let Eugene behead his first and only Saint Cardinal in front of him, and in front of so many priests and believers, then he would not have the face to hold the throne and become a god. It would be a disgrace of his life, a stain that could never be washed away. The whole plan of becoming a god might become a joke. No. Absolutely not. Soren's figure turned into an afterimage. When his feet touched the ground, cracks appeared all over the ground. Without any reservation, Soren completely let go of his restrictions and directly burst out with all his strength. The curved sword in his hand seemed to have broken through space. After killing many powerful enemies, the legendary curved sword icing death seemed to have recovered a lot of its spirituality. It even automatically emitted a strange cold light. The moment Soren slashed the war souls, a cold frost appeared. Dang! Dang! Soren held two swords in his hands and fought against Ascendant, Eugene and two legendary war souls. Under the slaughterer state, he was still not at a disadvantage, because his speed was too fast. Under the slaughterer state, Soren's dexterity directly exceeded 30 points. With his legendary evasion, legendary battle skills, epic dexterity, reflex evasion, intuition evasion, rolling evasion, flexible movement, and other abilities, Soren was like a ghost. Even legendary enemies would find it difficult to touch him, after a long time of training and accumulation. Soren wanted to be able to deal with such a situation one day. When facing multiple legendary enemies at the same time, he still had the power to fight. One evasion ability might be insignificant. Two evasion abilities might not be that great. Three evasion specialties might be just so. But when 4, 5, 6, including the legendary level of evasion abilities were stacked together, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. Even when facing the siege of several legendary enemies, he would not be at a disadvantage, at this moment. Soren felt as if he had returned to his peak. Even though there were still some flaws in some of his abilities, he had recovered at least 80% of his strength. The only difference was the legendary abilities such as Shadow Domain and Shadow Step. Spinning Slash. The cold scimitar drew a cold light. Eugene nimbly dodged Soren's attack, but the two legendary hero spirits beside him could not. Their bodies were slashed by Soren's sword. Every time they came into contact with the sword, cold frost would appear. The energy supply of the scimitar icing death was quite effective against these half-spirits. Arcane Missile X6. Soren's target wasn't Eugene, the Ascendant. Instead, it was a heroic soul beside him. It was unrealistic for Soren to directly kill Eugene with a burst of power. This was because a level 27 war shaman had the vitality of a legendary warrior. However, Soren was 90% sure that he could kill one of the hero souls he summoned. Shadow Leap. Sword Form, Beheading. Shadow Strike. Soren's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared behind the hero souls and attacked like a storm. The giant earth elemental stood in front of Milan to protect her. The legendary level fire elemental elder stopped the first heroic spirit with a white bone spear. The giant wind elemental approached at an amazing speed. With a gust of wind, it directly summoned a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it interfered with Eugene, who was beside Soren. More and more gnolls from the abyss appeared in the darkness, but the elite pirates had already reacted. Scarface rushed towards one of the gnolls. The giant roared and rushed towards one of the gnolls with a three-headed flail. This gnoll was most likely a legendary level enemy. Among all the pirate leaders, only he, who had the blood of the swamp giant, could fight head-on. The psionic warlock remained in place. However, there was a faint light in her eyes, as if she had locked onto some figures and was waiting for the right opportunity to appear. Sword Form, Waist Slash. Crack. With a cold light, Soren directly waved his sword and cut the hero soul into two from the middle. The giant wind elemental, which was very troublesome, temporarily attracted Eugene's attention. Eugene wanted to kill this fly that could fly around and was very fast. The speed of the wind was naturally quite fast. The wind elemental had a natural elemental bonus. It was the only creature that could fly freely and was very fast. Soren wanted to kill a hero soul first. Eugene naturally wanted to kill a high-grade elemental and weaken the enemy's combat power. A row of cold data appeared in front of him, killed the hero soul. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 27,000 slaughter EXP. The target is a divine creature. Extracting the target's divine power. Extraction failed. The target's body is not in the current plane. Divinity activated. Forcibly extracting the target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You've gained 3 divinity. The body of the hero soul gradually dissipated, like the light of a firefly, and finally disappeared with the wind. At the same time, in a plain called the Grey Wilderness, there was a temple built on an empty and desolate plain. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation of energy. In this world that was close to the scorching hell, there was suddenly a very slight fluctuation of energy. The power of the law that belonged to the gods directly broke through the space and instantly fell into a temple that had been worshipped for a long time. Crack, there was a shattering sound in the ancient temple. This power was like a lightning strike on the altar in the center of the temple, and in an instant, one of the hero soul statues was completely shattered. The ancestral worship of the half-orcs for thousands of years, although there were many heroic souls that could return to their ancestral land, those who were qualified to become heroic souls and set up statues on the altar of the shrine were all powerhouses who had already stepped into the legendary realm when they were alive. But now, one of the hero soul statues was collapsing. The divine power on it was dissipating, and the fluctuation of the soul was gradually disappearing. Finally, the whole statue collapsed, and countless pieces of stone scattered on the ground. Nothing was left on it. It fell, one of the hero souls had fallen. They should be similar to the existence of the gods from another world. Even if they died in the mortal world, they wouldn't really die. The only way to really kill them was to come to the Grey Wilderness, and kill them once, or let a god do it personally with his divine power, in a place far away from the temple. In the desolate plain, there was a huge ancient altar. In the center of the altar, there was a figure holding a skull. He silently looked into the distance and felt the power that had just broken through the space. He murmured, "A war between gods. Have the gods in the mortal world already fought? Only a battle between gods could affect other planes, and only the power of gods could cross the plane and destroy the hero souls in the Grey Wilderness." Boom, Soren's figure flew out, and Eugene also stepped back. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. There was a slight cough. Soren's figure slowly stood up. He looked at the half-orc war shaman in front of him and once again rushed forward with his sword. However, his target wasn't Eugene, but the first hero soul behind him who was holding a white bone spear. The psionic warlock was ready. As a psionic warlock who once had 30 levels, even if Butterfly was cursed by the Queen of Spiders, she could still exert a powerful combat power. Boom! Seeing Soren turn around and rush toward the hero's soul, Eugene rushed forward without hesitation and instantly blocked his figure with his spear. An invisible wave of air spread out. The two sides were in a stalemate again. Soren couldn't kill Eugene, and Eugene wasn't sure that he could kill Soren. So strong. Eugene, the Ascendant, Soren could only fight to a draw with Eugene in his slaughter state. This guy was indeed far stronger than other legends. Eugene's face was solemn. Or rather, his face was quite ugly at the moment. Ever since his life was coming to an end, he gradually gained the power to connect with the souls of his ancestors. However, when Soren killed a hero soul, he suddenly lost part of his connection with the souls of his ancestors. He completely lost contact with one of the hero souls, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense his existence. It was as if he had completely disappeared. Hero soul. Under the half-orcs' ancestral worship, those who could transform into hero souls were all legendary figures when they were alive. There were only so many hero souls formed by the half-orcs' ancestral worship. They were another kind of gods, a weakened version of gods. If any of the half-orcs could become a god, these hero souls could be transformed into powerful god servants at any time, but now it seemed to have disappeared. It had completely disappeared. This was a battle between gods. Perhaps Soren himself didn't realize this, but when the Ascendant, Eugene summoned the hero souls formed by the half-orcs' ancestral worship to the material plane, and Soren personally joined the battle as the god of the half-elves. The battle between gods had already broken out. The battle between gods wouldn't change because of the weak strength of both sides. The battle between weak gods could also reach the standard of a battle between gods. And when the battle between gods broke out, whether it was petitioners, hero souls, saint apostles, or god servants, once they died in battle, they would truly fall. The opportunity was right in front of him. After a short fight, Soren had a clear understanding of Eugene's strength. Shamans had various abilities similar to priests, but they specialized in elemental or soul-related divine spells. The war shaman that Eugene had evolved into obviously had the ability to summon souls. Judging from the 3 legendary hero souls that Eugene had summoned, it could be confirmed that the word war was referring to the half-orc hero souls that had died in battle. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, Eugene's strength was not much different from a legendary warrior, but his natural attributes seemed to be very high, and his long life had allowed him to master many powerful abilities. Because of his half-orc bloodline, his initial strength was definitely above 18, and he should have mastered more legendary abilities than Soren. Only a humanoid boss like Soren could fight him head-on. If it were other legendary professions, they would have been killed by the 3 legendary heroic spirits in an instant, and Eugene would not even have to do it himself. This guy was also a big boss. Just by looking at his titles, Ascendant, Dragon Slayer, King of Frost Giants, Terminator, and so on, one could feel the terrible power of Eugene himself. The opportunity was fleeting. In the face of Eugene's powerful combat power, Soren did not hesitate to continue to weaken his strength and kill all the summoned heroic spirits. Gloria was not here, Vivian was not here, and neither was the fallen witch. After all, the legendary realm was a natural barrier that was difficult for mortals to cross. Although Soren had brought the psionic warlock, she was still cursed by the Queen of Spiders. The only subordinate that was closest to the legendary realm was the giant, who was not very smart. Soren had to kill these heroic spirits first so that he could focus on fighting Eugene. Besides, killing these heroic spirits gave more divinity than killing the Son of Fear. The half-orcs still had a lot of resources. Greater haste. Soren did not hesitate to use his last card. The +5 spell of the Lich Ring was instantly activated. Soren's speed suddenly increased to the point that the naked eye could not catch him. He turned into a shadow and continued to pounce on the heroic spirits behind him. Whirlwind. Eugene's old body trembled in an instant, and his face showed a hint of surprise. This time, he could no longer catch up with Soren's speed. He could only watch as Soren appeared beside the heroic spirits in an instant. The legendary curved sword turned into countless of blades that could not be caught by the naked eye. It was like a strange and cold light falling from the sky. Eugene waved his spear and stabbed at the giant wind elemental. He was shocked. How is this possible? How can a rogue master two, whirlwind? This did not seem to be the first person to think that Soren could use whirlwind. The effect of greater haste was indeed very powerful, but it was still far from reaching the level of whirlwind. The reason why Soren looked like whirlwind was more because his attack speed was quite fast. Psionic blast. Butterfly finally got the chance to attack. She raised her middle finger in an instant, and the next moment, there was a burst of strong psionic energy. Psionic warlock? No. It's an advanced psionic warlock. Eugene's face was quite ugly. It was not until now that he found out that there was a powerful legendary figure among the enemies, and it was a very dangerous psionic warlock. Their strange abilities were only known to people in the astral plane. It was rare to encounter such an existence in the material plane. The figure of the heroic spirit stiffened for a moment. But this blink of an eye was enough for Soren. He activated the slaughter transformation and greater haste. Soren was now not so much a rogue, but a berserker with full power. Sword form, spinning strike. Shadow leap. Sword form, beheading. Shadow strike. The storm-like attack burst out in an instant with the help of greater haste. The overwhelming sword light shrouded the heroic spirit holding the white bone spear. Then its body exploded like fireworks, and the whole person dissipated in the air with the wind. A row of data appeared in front of him, killed the heroic spirit. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 36,000 slaughter EXP. The target is a divine creature. Extracting the target's divine power. Extraction failed. The target's body is not in the current plane. The power of divinity has been activated. Forcibly extracting the target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You've gained 4 divinity points. The Grey Wilderness. The second strange energy burst out like thunder and fell in the center of the altar of the temple. After the first statue of the heroic spirit shattered, then in the center of the altar of the temple, the 5 heroic spirit statues erected in the core area, the one on the far right also collapsed. The divine power on it gradually dissipated, and the fluctuations of the soul disappeared little by little. This heroic spirit statue seemed to have a different identity, and it also had a special power in this temple. When it also turned into broken stones all over the ground, there were traces of cracks on the whole altar. On the other side of the wilderness, the existence holding the skull silently watched all this and murmured, "It looks like the War of the Gods." The War of the Gods started so soon. It looks like the real era of chaos is coming. I should also make more preparations. 2 heroic spirits, 7 divinity points. At this moment, even Soren was a little excited. Such a harvest was simply unimaginable, I'm afraid. Even if he slaughtered an indigenous tribe of tens of thousands of people, he would not be able to get so many divinity points. But now, he just needed to kill these heroic spirits before Eugene. At this moment, Soren even hoped that Eugene could summon a few more heroic spirits. Anyway, he could still hold on for a while, and the greater haste spell was enough for him to kill a few more. The strength of the heroic spirits would be weakened when they were summoned to the material plane, and they could only retain about 80% of their combat power. If he really went to the Grey Wilderness to kill them, these heroic spirits would be at least 24 profession level or above. It was just like how the divine servants from another world were only at the legendary level, but in the divine kingdom, many of them were at the advanced legendary level or above. Cover me. Soren did not hesitate to rush to the last heroic spirit, and at the same time, ordered the psionic warlock to cover his surprise attack. At this moment, Eugene finally panicked a little. Even when facing the giant dragon, the frost giant king, and countless enemies, Eugene did not panic like this. But now, when facing Soren who was rushing to the heroic spirits at an amazing speed, Eugene's heart was in a mess. Because just at that moment, after Soren killed the heroic spirit he summoned, Eugene lost part of his connection with the ancestral spirit. No matter how he tried, he could not sense the heroic spirit he summoned. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Something was wrong. At this moment, even an idiot could feel that something was wrong. In the past, the heroic spirits had been killed, but they were only weakened for a period of time. Eugene could still sense their existence, and it would never be like now, where there was no news of them at all. It was as if they had completely fallen. Unfortunately, Soren would not give him a chance. He did not have the habit of giving his enemies a chance. With the psionic warlock's second burst of psionic energy, Soren's figure once again turned into a shadow and rushed forward. In an instant, he waved countless swords, each aimed at the enemy's fatal point. Since Eugene wanted to kill his only saint necromancer, Soren naturally had to return the favor and kill all the heroic spirits he summoned. The half-spirit body exploded like fireworks. As the countless faint lights dissipated, a row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. You have killed a heroic spirit. Extracting target's soul energy. You have received 21,000 slaughter EXP. Target is a divine creature. Extracting target's divine power. Extraction failed. Target's body is not in the current plane. Divinity activated. Forcibly extracting target's soul energy. Extraction successful. You have received 2 divinity, 3 hero spirits and 9 divinity points. At this moment, Soren felt unprecedentedly carefree. Such a big harvest was completely beyond his expectations, although he still did not understand why. But Soren knew that at this moment, the heroic spirits that had been maintained by the orcs for a long time had probably suffered heavy losses. Most of the heroic spirits that could become heroic spirits were legendary figures when they were alive, and there were not many of them. In this battle, the orcs had lost at least hundreds of years of heritage. At this moment, Eugene finally felt afraid. What he was afraid of was not the battle, nor death, but Soren's strange ability. Any heroic spirits that died under his blade would lose contact with him, as if they had completely fallen. Eugene's heart was shrouded in a haze. He was very afraid that his guess was true. If that was the case, then the price he paid in this battle was too heavy. Heroic spirits. The orcs could only produce 1 legendary figure in the last 100 years, and the ancestral sacrifice needed a long time to gather divinity and transform into heroic spirits. If 3 heroic spirits fell at once, he would be a sinner of the clan. Eugene did not dare to summon again. Whether the heroic spirits had really fallen or not, he did not dare to summon them in front of Soren again. But if he did not summon the heroic spirits, his strength would be reduced by half. It was impossible for him to defeat Soren, who had the whirlwind in front of him, with his own strength. The balance of the battle seemed to have tilted. Awoo! A large number of corpses of the gnolls from the abyss were left on the ground. They couldn't even reach their target after a long time. Finally, the morale of these ferocious gnolls collapsed. As the leader of the gnolls retreated, Eugene did not hesitate to stomp his feet to awaken the elements. He shook Soren away and retreated in an instant. The heroic spirit was killed, and he could not break through Soren's defense line. Eugene's goal became to contain Soren, hoping that the gnoll leader could attack him. But, as expected, it was disappointed. In front of him, there were many corpses of the gnolls from the abyss. These guys did not do anything at all. The enemy retreated. Behind Soren, there was a tsunami of cheers. The priests led by Milan knelt down toward his back, praying and praising the battlefield in awe. The range of destruction caused by a legendary battle was quite amazing. The core of the battle between Soren and Eugene could even directly kill high-grade professions. Every time the two of them collided, they left potholes on the ground. Fortunately, this was a wild area, otherwise, the city wall would have been destroyed by them. Soren did not chase after him. The reason was simple: Soren had not really hit Eugene once in the battle. He did not even force Eugene to use his elemental defense. However, Eugene did not really hit Soren either. The strength of the two sides was almost equal. If they fought hard, both sides would suffer. Soren did not want to see this kind of thing, and Eugene probably did not want to see it either. There were many things that Soren needed to do. The most important thing at the moment was to bring the half-elf believers he needed to the Pirate Islands, and Eugene's existence was very important to this. As long as Eugene was still alive, the crisis in Autumnfall would not be resolved. Only when the crisis was not resolved, Soren could get people to the distant sea. Otherwise, if the orc army retreated, even if Soren relied on the influence of the Temple of Light and conveyed the prophecy of a greater disaster in the future, many ordinary people might not be willing to leave their homes. Because to mortals, they could only see what was before them. Soren was not a soft-hearted person. However, in order to achieve his goal, even if they were enemies, he would allow them to exist for a while longer. Get on board. Soren looked at the others and said in a low voice, prepare to retreat. The first fleet will stay nearby to provide support. The rest of you will send the civilians out. Orders were issued one after another. In the end, Soren came to the psionic butterfly's side and whispered, go with them personally and send the civilians to the port before coming back. Don't let the pirates harass them. The half-elf first mate was a steady and ruthless person. With him around, Soren was not worried that anyone would go against his orders. The psionic butterfly nodded and said, understood. These believers were the foundation, and there were many children among them. After everything that happened today, these children had a deep memory in their hearts. As long as they were trained a little, they would have a solid foundation in the future. Even if the conversion of adults was successful, most of them would be ordinary believers. However, many devout believers could be born among these children, and it was even possible to cultivate fanatics. This was very important for Soren's future plan. He must not let these children have a bad impression of the church in their childhood. Finally, Soren came to the front of the priests. The civilians could be sent away directly, but these priests had to stay. Because Soren would not make such a big fuss just to take these people away. Tomorrow, you will bring back a batch of food and weapons. Soren looked down at the priests kneeling at his feet and said in a low voice, I will send people to secretly support you. When the fleet comes back, we will send the second batch of civilians away. The priests present were thoughtful when they heard this. They nodded and said, my lord, rest assured. We understand what we should do. Soren smiled and said slowly, very good. Milan. Come with me. The petite priest in front of him immediately stood up and obediently followed Soren to the captain's room. My lord. The delicate little girl humbly lowered her head and said softly, my lord, I don't know what you want me to do. Soren turned around and looked at her. He said in a low voice, why did that orc target you so much? Just now, it seemed like it wanted to kill you at all costs. Milan's face showed a trace of surprise, then she shook her head and said, I don't know. Oh right. Could it be because of this thing? The little girl seemed to be deep in thought. She quickly took out a dark green flail and handed it to Soren. She said in a low voice, this is a treasure of the church. It is said that it came from a very powerful artifact. Because my weapon of choice is the flail, Grandpa Bishop temporarily gave it to me. I have just learned some combat skills, and I was going to give it to my lord when I see him. Flail, Solon frowned when he heard this. He reached out and took a look at it, and then his whole body suddenly trembled. Time flail * poison, as expected. Eugene targeted Saint Cardinal Milan, not because of hatred, but because of the components of this divine artifact. Item type, time flail, poison, incomplete, item grade, grade 1 artifact, item description, this is a part of a legendary artifact. Because it lacks the power of the other 4 parts, it can't even exert the power of a legendary artifact. However, it has great potential. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the entire material plane, if someone can gather all 5 parts of the time flail, he or she will have the power to kill gods and demons. The Son of Massacre once used this weapon to kill the last enemy in the War of Gods. This weapon has been stained with God's blood, and there is a residual killing aura on it. Requirements, Strength 14 or above, Strength requirement +2. Equipment effect, Artifact characteristic, God's blood, poison damage, armor break, cripple, +3 sharpness, +5 toughness, +10 armor break, +5 bone break. Weapon effect, Artifact characteristic. This weapon is a legendary artifact. It cannot be destroyed by normal means, and it is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 1% chance of destroying this artifact, but the one who destroys it will also have to suffer the backlash of the divine power. Weapon effect, God's blood. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the god of massacre have also died in its hands. Even if this is only a part of the artifact, the time flail is still soaked in the power of the god's blood. Weapon effect, poison damage. This is the poison head among the 5 heads of the time flail. As only 1/5 of the parts have been repaired, this weapon can only exert a weak power. When it comes into contact with any enemy, it will cause an additional 5 points of poison damage to the target. Weapon special effect, armor-shattering characteristic. As a divine artifact, the Age Flail has a terrifying armor-shattering ability. Even if only one of the flail heads is equipped, it can easily shatter most armor defenses. Age Flail could ignore all armors below the Transcendence level, including full-body armors that couldn't block its attack. When the 5 heads of the Time Flail are fully assembled, its armor-breaking ability will be further enhanced. Even legendary-level armor will not be able to protect against its damage. Weapon effect, cripple. The Time Flail has a terrible lethality. When attacking the enemy, there is a certain chance of crippling the target directly. When the target is attacked by the Time Flail, the target must undergo a compulsory test of fortitude. Otherwise, the movement speed and attack speed will be reduced because of the cripple. The number of heads of the Time Flail determines the power of the ability. The Time Flail, it was indeed one of the parts of the divine artifact. Soren held the part of the divine artifact in his hand and could not help but feel a familiar aura in his heart. It was the power of the God's blood. This weapon had really killed a powerful existence who once had the divine domain of slaughter. The God's blood had soaked this weapon. As one of the most infamous divine artifacts in the material plane, the number of enemies who died under the Time Flail was probably more than the Divine Avenger. This was because its complete form was a 5-headed flail. A flail handle was connected to 5 flail heads, which were respectively fire, acid, ice, poison, and lightning. In battle, as long as one was touched by any of the flail heads, all 5 elements would explode together. The feeling was simply indescribable. More importantly, as one of the most powerful heavy weapons, the Time Flail had a certain chance of crippling the enemy directly. Even if a high-level demon was touched by it, it could instantly break his leg. This was one of the weapons that could easily cripple the enemy in the material plane. It's too dangerous for you to carry this with you. Soren held the Time Flail, poison, in his hand and said slowly, "The King of Gnolls is probably looking for it. Just leave it with me for now." Milan nodded obediently and said, "Okay." Soren looked at the little girl in front of him from head to toe. In terms of appearance, she was very delicate and had a slim figure. Although she was not fully developed yet, she would definitely be a great beauty in the future. This was the strange thing, he did not know what was wrong with the women in this world. They were all so powerful, and the weapons they used were even more unrestrained than the men. Not to mention the little girl in front of him. In his memory, the priestess in Amber City also used a flail as a weapon. Shouldn't a flail be used by a boss like the Ringwraith, which was a dangerous weapon with great lethality? Why did these little girls like this weapon? It was completely wrong. Autumnfall. When the first batch of believers was safely sent away, the priests of the half-elf church returned to Autumnfall with a lot of food. There was a new atmosphere brewing in the city that had been trapped for a long time. The food brought back by the priests was very rich. In addition to high-quality wheat from the south, there was also a lot of bacon, and salted fish. Most of them were meat. The number of salted fish was very abundant. Many civilians were given some fish. This was the first time they had tasted meat in a long time. Soren estimated that the last thing they lacked was fish. The location of Moder was on the fish migration route. If anyone had seen the migration of fish, they would know what a spectacular scene it was. As for salt, it was not a problem. This simple thing could not stop Soren. If there was no salt in the sea, it would be a joke. Originally, Soren wanted to make food similar to fish floss, but because he was too busy and had no energy to craft, he could only put it aside for the time being. As time passed, the direction of Autumnfall was also changing. More and more civilians wanted to leave this dangerous place. Because there was not much food in the city. If the orcs did not retreat, they would not be able to produce and work. It was difficult for an ordinary civilian to resist natural disasters. Once they were affected by the war, they would be completely destroyed. The number of believers was increasing. The priests actively mobilized civilians to leave here. More and more people were affected, and the situation in the city was becoming more and more strange. In the splendid hall, many people in noble clothes gathered here. There were already many people outside who could not fill their stomachs, but there was plenty of food and even good wine here. Nobles and civilians were always in two different worlds. The power they held was too convenient. Did they really defeat the orcs? There was a man with a cold face at the top of the hall. He looked at the others in front of him and slowly said, "I didn't expect them to be able to defeat Eugene. If this goes on, I'm afraid that group of untouchables will be easily bewitched." An old man looked at him and slowly said, "I don't know if we can ask them to help us deal with the orc army." One of the middle-aged men shook his head and said, "I'm afraid it's difficult. Since they intend to migrate their believers, it is obvious that they intend to give up here. Otherwise, they would not give up the church's property. I don't think it's possible to persuade them to fight against the orcs." Naturally, the church also had its own assets. The half-elf church decisively gave up on farmland, temple, real estate, and so on. They had no plans to stay here at all. "Should we stop them?" one of them asked in a deep voice. The old man turned around and glared at him. "Idiot! Are you trying to split the city and start a war?" Moreover, most of the people they took away were civilians. Many of them were old, weak, women, and children. They had no fighting power at all. "The army is still in our hands. As long as the army doesn't leave, we won't lose any of our strength. Those civilians are just a burden to us, a waste of food for no reason. The army must remain stable. We can't let any of the warriors leave. If they want to take away the old, the weak, the women and the children, then let them." Everyone fell silent. They could not go to war with the church, nor could they stop him blatantly. After all, there was a God behind the other side. The situation in Luoya City absolutely did not allow them to anger the God and make things worse. In this case, they were bound to do anything. They could only secretly make some small moves. Although the priests of the church still couldn't use magic, they were also high-grade warriors without magic. They had a high influence in Luoya City. If they were directly targeted, the situation in Luoya City would collapse. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was obviously dressed as Droll stood up and slowly said, "If it's just sending the civilians to a safe place, it may not be a bad thing. After all, it's difficult for us to defeat the orcs in a short time. It's going to be autumn soon. We've lost a lot of fields. These civilians will increase our burden if they stay here. If they leave, the food will be left for our warriors. His Excellency, Earthwalker, has given us a response. As long as we can hold on until June, His Excellency will come to support us." Earthwalker, hearing the middle-aged Droll's words, the nobles present could not help but stand up in surprise. "Really? His Excellency is really willing to help us? This is great." There was a sound of surprise. The middle-aged Droll glanced at the others present and nodded. Some time ago, His Excellency led the Droll Order to look for something important. Now he's coming back. This Excellency is a kind and generous elder. He will certainly not sit back and watch the orcs ravage our land. As long as His Excellency is willing to help, we will definitely defeat Eugene's orc army. Earthwalker. One of the most knowledgeable and powerful Droll, it was impossible to determine how high his profession level was, but he had been in the legendary realm for hundreds of years. He was the leader of the Earth Doctrine in the Droll Order. He had been living in seclusion in the depths of the elven forest and rarely intervened in the affairs of ordinary people. However, the current situation in Luoya City seemed to make this Excellency intend to help. There were many Droll among the half-elves. They also had their own voice in the Droll Order. The elves did not seem to intend to send troops to help, but if the Droll Order was willing to help them, it would be more useful than the elven reinforcements. Time passed by day by day. The first batch of believers was quickly sent away, and the pirate fleet returned to the vicinity of Luoya City again. Soren's plan was carried out in an orderly manner. He only cared about his believers and did not intend to intervene in other things. The first batch of believers sent away more than 5,000 people. The second batch of believers was much more. According to the recent statistics of the church, about 20,000 civilians were willing to follow them. These were the civilians who originally believed in the church. They easily accepted the will of God. Those who chose to stay were those who did not want to leave their homes. Most of them were rich people who owned land. civilians had nothing in the war. However, these people were not willing to give up their land. Even if it was now occupied by the orcs, as long as they repelled the orcs, they would regain everything. The noble council asked Soren for a batch of food through the church. Soren thought about it and agreed to their request. Nearly a month had passed. The arrival of the time of troubles was getting closer and closer. He now had only 7 months left, and then the Avatar crisis would break out. Soren did not want to waste too much time here. The believers of the church were sent away in 3 batches. Soren's fleet was enough, and with Raging Sand Island as a transit station, there was no problem in transporting so many people back. A gentle sea breeze blew in his face. A warship docked at the dock of Raging Sand Island, and a crowd of people came out of the ship. Next to them was an army responsible for maintaining the situation. "Sister! Slow down." Edu helped a young woman down from the deck. She was holding a half-grown baby in her arms. The little guy was very brave. He looked around with his big black eyes and was not afraid at all. Finally, they set foot on the ground again. Many people around revealed happy smiles. The priest's voice came into their ears, instructing them to stay here and rest for a while before continuing their journey. They did not know where they were going, but they did not panic about the future. It was as if there was an invisible force comforting their hearts and making them hopeful for the future. Some priests of the church also left with them. Although there was still no way to use divine spells, the healing ability of the priests could solve a lot of problems. Along the way, they saw many ferocious pirates, but these pirates did not disturb them at all. Order was brilliant. The 2 sides were like 2 boundaries. They were just a group of travelers and would not stay here for too long. Along the way, they saw many law enforcement teams maintaining order. They were a group of very fierce guys. Occasionally, some daring guys wanted to take liberties with them, but they were directly hung up and whipped more than 10 times. There was a prepared camp on Raging Sand Island. Many people were temporarily settled here. After resting for about 2 days, groups of people were sent away one after another. At this time, they saw not only pirates, but also merchant ships that were responsible for sending them to their destination. It was really the fleet of the Chamber of Commerce. George tried to chat with the guards of the fleet and easily inquired about their origin. The Chamber of Commerce from Shipwreck Bay was responsible for sending them away. They usually ran the ocean trade of the outer islands. This time, they were recruited by Sir Soren to be responsible for transporting these refugees to the city of Mordor. As long as these chambers of commerce sent away a group of people, they could be exempted from a year's tribute. Now, many chambers of commerce from the south coast were mobilizing fleets, and some planned to exempt themselves from 3 years of tribute in one breath. Sir Soren always kept his word. Since this Sir made a promise, naturally, he would not go back on his word. It was just a trip back and forth to send people over. It would only take a little time, but the benefits were tempting. Along the way, the guards of the Chamber of Commerce took care of them. Occasionally, when someone was sick, there would be doctors to treat them. These people who were sent away were counted. In case of an accident, the Chamber of Commerce would be responsible. George asked some information about the city of Mordor. When the guards of the Chamber of Commerce mentioned this place, their faces were full of envy. It was said that it was a very rich place. There was an endless stream of merchant ships coming and going. The security was also much better than other places. There was a lot of news about that place. For example, there was a magical fertilizer there. Even the priests of the Temple of Agriculture were attracted there. For example, even slaves could get freedom as long as they worked hard. It was said that some slaves had been given land because of their hard work and so on. Time passed like this. There were many curious people like George, and they were getting closer and closer to the city of Mordor. Autumnfall, Agate River. Soren stood on the deck and looked into the distance. He turned to look at Scarface behind him and slowly said, "What about the orcs?" Scarface bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, they have been very obedient recently." Soren nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let the scouts pay attention to the orcs' movements. If there are any special situations, immediately send them to me." "Yes, Your Excellency." Scarface retreated. The orc army had been defeated twice in a row, and Eugene's actions had become more cautious. For the first time in the city of Autumn Fall, Sauron's avatar summoned an ancient brass dragon, forcing Eugene to retreat and regroup. That night, when they attacked Sauron, Eugene returned without success and suffered heavy losses. 2 consecutive failures were very serious for the orcs, and their morale had dropped a lot. Recently, the orcs did not make any movements. Perhaps they were afraid of being hit again. If they were defeated 3 times in a row, perhaps the morale of the iron-blooded army would collapse. Eugene needed a victory to motivate the soldiers, but Sauron would not give him such an opportunity. The land occupied by the orcs, by the Agate River. Teams of orc laborers were working hard. Under the orders of the overseers, they chopped down the trees in the forest one by one and transported the logs back one by one. The orc army's camp was already busy. Many orcs were busy working, and the outline of a foundation had been built nearby. Relying on their natural strength, the orcs were very efficient. In just half a day, a rough outline of an orc fortress appeared. But this was only the beginning. From the foundation, the scale of this fortress was much larger. Autumn Fall. The meeting hall was dignified. Many nobles were talking. One of them said, "What? The orcs built a fortress on the other side of the river? What are they going to do?" The people present were worried. If the orcs really built a large military fortress on the other side of the river, it would be difficult for them to recover their lost land in the future. Even if reinforcements arrived, the situation would turn into a situation where the enemy would defend and they would attack. However, if the gnomes attacked the fortress built by the orcs, they would have to pay a terrifying price. The shaman priests were also spellcasters. Although the craftsmanship of the orcs' fortresses wasn't good to look at, their durability was definitely not worse than other races. If this fortress was really built, it would be against Luoya City. That may be a good thing. The old man sitting on the right glanced at the others. His territory was near Luoya City. Even if the land on the other side of the river was recovered, he would not get much benefit, so he calmly said, "In this way, the orcs should not attack in a short time. We can hold on until the Earthwalkers' reinforcements arrive." The orcs finally learned their lesson. After being heavily injured by Sauron twice in a row, Eugene's original plan to defeat the half-elf in one go was completely ruined. Now, building a military fortress on the other side of the river to confront Luoya City was undoubtedly the wisest action at present. On the one hand, they could consolidate the rear, and on the other hand, they could advance and retreat freely. Anyway, Sauron did not think that the current Luoya City had the ability to attack the military fortress of the orcs. No one could afford the casualties. Eugene is going to push forward step by step. Sauron looked at the river in the distance and whispered, "If the military fortress is really built, and the location is chosen on the other side of the Agate River, it would be impossible for the half-elves to recover their lost land without fighting for decades. What a pity." Eugene didn't calculate that under the Avatar crisis, the fortress would be like paper for some existences. Outer Islands, Port Mordor. A towering lighthouse appeared in front of him. The excited voices of the sailors alarmed George. Relying on his own ability, he got along with the guards of the fleet in just a few days, so he soon knew that they were about to arrive at Mordor City. A gentle sea breeze blew in his face. Flocks of seabirds could be seen in the distance. Under the blue sky, flying fish figures appeared from time to time on the sea. Everything in front of him was so novel and shocking for George, who had lived in the inland area since he was a child. He felt a wider world and even had a longing for life on the sea. Compared to the past, he was confined to a town near Luoya City. Everything he saw along the way completely subverted his understanding. For the first time, he knew that the world was so big, and there were so many things that he had never thought of before. The vision of the civilians in this world was actually very small. There were quite a few people like George. Soon, other people came to the deck and looked ahead with faces full of amazement. The figure of Mordor City appeared. It was a huge natural port, which had been expanded after construction. White sails could be seen in the distance. A large number of ships were docked near the port. Before they got close, they could hear the shouts of the dock workers. They were busy transporting goods, and from time to time, a ship set sail. Just at first sight, George felt the prosperity here. Everything in front of him was a scene he had never seen in Luoya City. Even the entire inland area did not have such a prosperous trade. Trade was wealth, and trade was vitality. The prosperity of Whiterun was because of trade, and the decline of Whiterun was because trade was blocked. We'll be there soon. After this period of contact, the guard captain had become familiar with George. He glanced at the young man beside him and smiled. Someone will arrange for you when you get to the dock. George smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched his pocket. There was still some money in it. The captain had taken good care of them along the way, so George planned to invite him to the tavern for a drink after arriving at Mordor City. He was not sure how the church would arrange for him and others, but if he could have a good relationship with this person, he might be able to become a caravan guard. He was still a little confident in his skills. However, the guard captain smiled and refused, slowly said, "After sending you to the port, we will leave immediately." This time, many chambers of commerce have heard the news. I heard that there was a fleet from Arendelle. They had already planned to go back with the goods. As soon as they heard the conscription order from Sir Soren, they unloaded the goods in Shipwreck Bay and ran to Raging Sand Island with empty ships. If we send you, the profit of the Chamber of Commerce will increase by at least 20% or 30%, and the reward in our hands will also be a lot more. So, the fleet will not stay here and will return to Raging Sand Island today. A year of tax exemption. This was quite attractive to the Chamber of Commerce. Under the control of Soren, all the routes were controlled, and the Chamber of Commerce had to pay a lot of protection fees. If the tax was exempted for a year, the profit would increase by a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many people. If it were not for the Chamber of Commerce from Shipwreck Bay, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon that could come here, perhaps the fleets from other places would also want to make a profit. Not only did they get a favor from this sir, but they also got practical benefits. Why wouldn't they do such a good thing? Port Mordor. A large ship docked near the port, and there was an endless stream of people everywhere. "Sister, slow down." Edu helped a young woman with a baby to walk down the deck, and soon a team of law enforcement came to escort them. Their destination was not the port, but the city of Mordor in front of them. Many people looked around curiously. The first impression they had of the port was not how lively and prosperous it was, but it was quite clean and tidy. Compared to the city in their memory, it was too clean and tidy. There was no garbage on the ground, and there was no obvious stench of crowded people. There was only the faint smell of the sea in the air. "Sister, look. It's the temple. It's magnificent. It's magnificent." The most striking buildings in Port Mordor were undoubtedly the Temple of Wealth and the Temple of Sea. These two churches seemed to have begun to be dissatisfied recently. The Temple of Wealth was decorated with a golden light, and the outer walls were painted with a layer of gold paint. The Temple of Wealth had an obvious advantage in terms of wealth. However, the Temple of Sea also had its own advantages, that was, there were a lot of treasures on the seabed. It was very easy to get some luminous pearls and corals. During this time, the two temples were fighting openly and secretly to suppress each other, and the battle for believers was also quite fierce. Across the port, there was a flat paved road. Many people were secretly observing this group of refugees. The characteristics of the half-elves were quite obvious, but no one disturbed them. They only occasionally looked at them curiously. In the team responsible for escorting them, George saw the legendary evil drow. Or it should be said that they were half-drow. These legendary evil existences had cold expressions, and they simply ignored other people. They just strictly or even harshly carried out their tasks. They hardly talked to others except for orders. George didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he saw a trace of panic in the eyes of these drow warriors. But it was not the kind of fear, but a hidden panic. This hidden emotion made them very serious and harsh, meticulously carrying out orders, as if they were worried that they would be replaced. The city of Mordor finally appeared in front of them. In the distance, they could see the reclaimed land, and there were green crops in the fields. This scene full of vitality made them have better hope for the future. However, there was a sudden panic in front of them, and there were the screams and cries of women and children. George instantly pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword and was ready to fight. Roar! A dull dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears. On the city wall of Mordor, a behemoth figure appeared. Its cold pupils glanced at these small humans, and then it flapped its wings violently and rose into the air. The Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters circled above them, and then flew in the direction of the sea. George's legs trembled slightly. The scene just now not only shocked him, but many people around him also cried. Compared with the huge Quetzalcoatlus in front of them, the orcs' wolves were just like puppies. The guards did not change at all. They seemed to be very familiar with this Quetzalcoatlus. Soon the team was appeased. They entered Mordor from the south gate. George couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction where the Quetzalcoatlus flew. For a moment, his heart was surging, and he murmured, "Is this Mordor City?" Mordor City. After walking into the city, many people could not help but show a look of surprise on their faces. It was not that everything in front of them was so shocking, but what they saw in their eyes was too neat. The smooth and clean road was lined with dug drainage canals on both sides. There was empty land next to it, some of which had been planted with flowers and plants. Although this city was not as big as Autumn Fall, the road was wider than Autumn Fall. It seemed that it had only recently been divided into two roads from the middle. From this point of view, it could be felt that the owner of this city had already arranged for it. Spacious roads, clean ground, neat houses. Even the half-elves who were a little particular about their living environment had to admit that this was the cleanest, neatest, and most orderly city they had ever seen and could imagine. Maybe what the sailors said was true, my Lord Soren was really obsessed with cleanliness and had strict requirements for order. It was said that if you were caught urinating and defecating anywhere in the port of Mordor, not only would you be fined, but you would also be hung up and beaten. Otherwise, the habit of those who came from other places and casually found a dark corner to pee would not have been forcibly changed so quickly. No matter what the people of this era thought, Soren would never allow people to urinate and defecate anywhere in his city. He had built so many public toilets. If they dared to urinate and defecate anywhere, he would even cut off their tools. On both sides of the neat and spacious road were rows of brick houses. Some of them had already been occupied. The area of each brick house was not large, only about 2 rooms, but the layout was quite reasonable. There was also a 2-meter-long land in front of the house to plant something. There were more people living in the south of the city. Most of them were civilians. Other places were very empty. Many houses were empty. It seemed that they were reserved. No one was allowed to get close to the barracks. The city lord's mansion was also a forbidden area for ordinary people. However, they could come and go at will in the square. The guards told them that they could not go to those places, and those places belonged to the forbidden area. Then they placed them in a house. Of course, it was not a house distribution. This was the wealth of Mordor City. Soon, people dressed as clerks came to register their names. The original families were still the same. They would be given food that was barely enough to survive every day. However, if they wanted to eat something better, or if they wanted to own a house and a family of their own here, they would be given a chance. Then they had to work. No one in this world could reap without sowing. Everything in the city of Mordor was established by order. There are many kinds of jobs. Those who had skills could choose their craft. Bricklayers, craftsmen, and blacksmiths had an advantage in this aspect. Women who knew how to sew also had an advantage. It didn't matter if they didn't have any skills. They could work as coolies or as farmers. They didn't get much money for their daily work. The most they got was 10 copper dirhams, but they would use some food as compensation. It was also possible to record the work into points instead of coins. These things called work points could be used to exchange for houses and land. Although he had just arrived, George quickly discovered that the natives here were all here to record work points. It seemed like very few people chose currency as their reward, land. Hearing this word, George's eyes lit up instantly. For a civilian like him, nothing was more attractive than land. If he could get a piece of land, then his sister would have something to rely on for the rest of her life. At least she wouldn't have to worry about starving. To get the land deed, one must be recognized by the city hall. All the land in Mordor City belonged to the city lord. There were only 2 ways for a private person to buy it. One was to buy it with work points obtained from labor. After reaching a certain standard, part of it could be paid with currency. The second was to buy it with military merits. After obtaining a certain amount of military merits, part of it could be paid with currency. Money alone couldn't buy the land here. Many people in the port of Mordor wanted to buy a piece of land here but couldn't, although this island was not small. But all the land belonged to the Lord Sorin. Although the port of Mordor was very large, it was now almost divided by the Temple of Wealth, the Temple of Sea, and the Chamber of Commerce. The second phase of the development of the port of Mordor was firmly in the hands of Sorin. Without his order, no one could continue to expand the land. There was a plain outside the city. A large number of slaves had already dug irrigation ditches and connected them directly to the river and the island. Originally, the land that was reclaimed for the first time should be relatively barren, but because of some magical fertilizer, this year's harvest seemed to be very good. Now 1/3 of the land outside the city of Mordor had become privately owned. Most of it was exchanged with military merits and kindler. Only a small part was exchanged by foremen, officials, and ordinary civilians. It was said that many pirates were saving money recently, preparing to put together military merits and private savings to get a few acres of land. If it was in the past, this was definitely something that the pirates would never think of. The spoils of war that they obtained and the rewards that they received were either spent on gambling in taverns or on prostitutes. It was said that a pirate named Stephen had started it. First, he used his military exploits to exchange for a house and land. Then, he brought in his lover from outside. The scene of his wife and children together stimulated many old men. Many pirates who were around 30 years old took out their savings and military exploits to exchange for land and houses. Chapter Stephen's Day. Military merits in Mordor were very valuable. There were special clerks here who were responsible for counting military merits. Any military merits could be directly exchanged for kindler, but it seemed that no one would do so at present. Military merits could be exchanged directly in the city hall, but it was not a human who was responsible for crossing out the military merits, but a steel golem. Its task was to count all the changes in military merits. The work points obtained from labor were very small, so soldiers might be able to exchange for a house after a few battles, while ordinary people might need to work for 2 or 3 years. Ida thought about his skills and felt that he might be able to earn some military merits. It was said that the clerks were planning to change the recording method and were going to exchange all the work points for contribution points. This was to recognize a person's contribution to Mordor. After reaching a certain level, it was possible to obtain the status of honorary citizen and enjoy higher status and convenience in many aspects. There were no nobles in Mordor at present, even those pirate leaders could not be regarded as nobles. Sir Sorin did not seem to have any plans to infect nobles for the time being. The maintenance of the city was all the responsibility of officials and the City Hall Council. Officials were officials, but officials were not nobles. In this strange but vibrant city, Edu saw too many novel but better systems. A day passed. Edu and the others were quickly settled down. Because they belonged to the same family when they were registered, Edu, his sister, and 2 other survivors from the same village were assigned to live in a house. The living environment was a bit narrow and crowded, but they were very satisfied for now. The city hall allocated some simple daily necessities, which could barely support them for a while. Mordor advocated relying on one's own hands for everything, so the next day, Edu found a job for himself. Although he had good fighting skills, he needed to be assessed to join the army. He needed to have a certain amount of contribution in Mordor, so he planned to work hard for a while. After all, he was also an advanced warrior, and his strength was much greater than other adult men. It was not a problem for him to earn twice the food and work points in a day. Originally, he planned to let his sister take care of the children at home, but this stubborn woman refused. She had learned the craft of tailoring and insisted on supporting herself. Half-elves had some skills. They were much more dexterous than other humans, so it was not difficult to find a job. There were too many tasks in Mordor City, a large number of houses were still being expanded, a large number of daily necessities had to be made, a large number of building materials had to be transported, a large number of land needed to be reclaimed, a large number of irrigation ditches had to be dug, and so on. Almost everywhere needed manpower, and the demand for labor was stronger than any other city. Edu's job was to carry wood. Because this job was piecework, he could get 1 work point for carrying 50 logs a day. 1 work point could be exchanged for a pound of food, which was enough for a family to eat. Huh. George let out a low growl and carried the log that was as thick as an adult's waist on his shoulder. Others had to work together to carry a log, but he was able to carry it quickly by relying on his great strength. A log was about 300 or 400 pounds. If he wasn't born with great strength and trained as a warrior, he probably wouldn't be able to carry it alone. In just one morning, Ida carried 60 or 70 logs back and forth. Although he couldn't keep up with his physical strength in the afternoon, he had collected more than 120 pieces. The foreman in charge of registration looked at him in surprise, then nodded to indicate that he could rest. Ida ate at the construction site for lunch and dinner. Cheap black bread with fresh fish soup, which seemed to be shark meat. Anyway, it tasted good. For Ida, he was satisfied to be able to eat meat. In the evening, Ida exchanged a pound of food and then returned to his residence with 1 work point. If I eat at the construction site every day, I can probably eat this food for half a month. Tomorrow, I should be able to get 3 work points. 1 work point can be exchanged for 10 copper dirhams. Maybe the day after tomorrow, I can buy some cloth for my sister's children to make clothes. Ida muttered as he walked, what a novel way of counting. The other people in the crowded small courtyard had returned. Although they had been busy all day, they could still hear the laughter of children. Most people chose to exchange work points for food. Carrying heavy food, they also became more at ease. As long as they worked hard, they could feed their families. This kind of life could make them feel satisfied and happy. Because they didn't ask for much. Night fell. The city hall only allocated a small amount of lamp oil to them, and many people were reluctant to light oil lamps. Night, there were women drawing water to wash clothes. After the sister finished feeding her nephew, she coaxed him to sleep. The little guy was very clever, and it seemed that he rarely cried. George came back with a bucket of water from the well outside. Seeing his sister motioning him to take off his clothes and wash them, he simply found a corner and washed them casually. The daily necessities were public, and it was a bit troublesome for 4 or 5 people to use them. George still had some money in his hand, and he planned to buy some daily necessities in 2 days. There was a noise in the small courtyard next door. George glanced at the sister who had just coaxed his nephew to sleep. He stretched his muscles and planned to quietly go and have a look. Mordor City had a curfew, but they could not go out at night. It was fine to walk back and forth in the alley of the residential area. Someone had made it clear to them when they came. Prayers and praises could be heard in their ears. Those were the devout believers of the church. Although the first day in Mordor City was very busy, for many civilians who had just escaped from the war, this busy and peaceful life was worthy of gratitude. They never expected to get something for nothing. They only hoped to make a good life with their hands. Congratulations, Old Peter. Congratulations on moving to a new house. Come on, have a drink. I wish you a meteoric rise as soon as possible. There were many people's voices in George's ears. The courtyard next door was very lively. Occasionally, there were patrolling guards passing by, but they just took a glance and left. There were many people in the courtyard, and George even knew some of them. Standing in the crowd was old Peter, a blacksmith in his 40s. George had seen him in Luoya City, and he had repaired his equipment. What's going on? George saw a table in the courtyard with wine, meat, and some daily necessities. Old Peter was thanking the people who congratulated him. When he saw George, he immediately pulled him over and insisted on buying him a drink. He also boasted about his strength to the people next to him, saying that he had seen him kill a fierce wolf with his own eyes. George did not refuse. He took the glass and took a sip. Then he understood what happened. Old Peter was a blacksmith, and his craftsmanship should be quite good. He had been blacksmithing for decades. He had been learning how to forge since he was a child. His ancestors were all blacksmiths. On the first day he came to Motor City, he was given an important position by the Ordnance Department. On the first day, he was assigned a house and received a settlement fee. Today was to say goodbye to the others. Tomorrow, he would bring his family and move to an independent courtyard 3 streets away. In the future, he would be a blacksmith in the ordnance department, and his status would probably be much higher than these people. He estimated that in 2 years, he would be able to use his contribution to exchange for a piece of land. A blacksmith. George couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy on his face. It seemed that people with good skills wouldn't be at a disadvantage no matter where they went. From their words, George learned that there were quite a few people like old Peter. People with good skills were assigned to other places. Some were assigned to the armory, some were assigned to the brickbaking factory, and some were assigned to other places. Those who were selected because of their craftsmanship immediately became superior to others. The next day, they were given a new courtyard to settle down in, and the remuneration they received was much higher than the others. George couldn't help but feel envious because he also wanted his sister and nephew to have a better life. It didn't take long for people to disperse. After a hard day's work, many people fell asleep as soon as they fell into bed. George also went back to rest soon. His sister was reluctant to light the oil lamp, so she was sewing clothes for him in the small courtyard with needle and thread. From time to time, she would talk to the woman living in the next room. The night gradually darkened. The weather in May was not bad. George slept directly in the small courtyard. The biggest difference from the past was that he slept very well tonight. Because for him, the terrible war was over. The night passed quickly. As soon as he got up the next day, George rushed to work. When he first came here, there was nothing. Although the city hall gave some relief supplies, those things couldn't last for long. No one felt that the city hall gave out less. On the contrary, many people were very grateful. For George, as long as he had a job, he could support himself and his family. There were many people who thought like him. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In just 3 days, the small courtyard where George lived had changed a lot. All the pots and pans were ready. He bought some cloth to make a new set of clothes for his nephew. What he wanted to do most now was to have a small courtyard of his own. The room where the refugees were settled was too crowded. There was no private space at all. His sister had to hide in the room when she wanted to take a bath. It was obviously difficult to change a house by working as a coolie. George still planned to find a way to join the army. In terms of personal strength, he believed that he was not much worse than those guards. People had a strong ability to adapt. In just a few days, many people adapted to life in Mordor City. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Their lives were very regular and orderly. As long as they participated in work, they would be provided with 2 meals. Basically, they would be able to eat meat often. At first, people exchanged their work points for food, but gradually, many people began to save up like the natives of this city, hoping that one day they could save enough to change a house or some land. It was said that the wasteland outside was much cheaper, so many people planned to reclaim it themselves after getting the wasteland. George was originally a civilian, so farming was naturally not a problem for him. As an advanced warrior, he had enough strength. If possible, he hoped to have some land next year. Although he had nothing now, he was full of confidence for the future. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed. George seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to the busy and fulfilling life in Mordor City. The city had been constantly expanding, and new changes could be seen every day. The road in the east had been built for hundreds of meters. Some flowers and plants were planted near the square. How many acres of land had been reclaimed in the south? Ditches had been dug there. The wood in the southwest had been cut down. Now they had to walk a little longer to carry the wood. Anyway, it was all very trivial things, but everyone here seemed to be very busy. Even the officials and foremen ran their legs off every day. The laws and regulations here were very strict. Even if the officials did not complete the task, they would be punished. Occasionally, he could see some slaves. The living environment of these slaves was much worse than theirs. Many people were very satisfied and grateful. It was said that another slave had gained the status of a free man yesterday, which was quite strange. Because in the outside world, slaves would always be slaves. From time to time, George could see the Quetzalcoatlus flying over Mordor City. It would fly in the direction of the sea every day and then fly back before dark. Perhaps people were used to it, so they were no longer afraid. They had never heard of the Quetzalcoatlus attacking people. After the initial fear, many people felt happy and excited after seeing it, thinking that it was a symbol of luck. However, no one was allowed to approach it. George heard from the guards that it was the pet of the little princess of Mordor City. No one had seen the little princess yet, but it was said that she was a very powerful spellcaster. Occasionally, a mysterious witch could be seen in Mordor City. She was the mistress of Mordor City. Every time she appeared, she would only assign new expansion tasks to the officials of the city hall. Since the establishment of Mordor City, the pace of expansion had not stopped. George was lucky to see the mysterious witch. She was a beautiful and noble witch who rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. The core of George's life was still around his sister and his nephew, who was just 1 year old. As the only man in the family, he had the responsibility and obligation to make his sister live a better life in an unfamiliar environment. As an advanced warrior, his strength, which was far beyond ordinary people, finally attracted the attention of others. He got a chance to enter the city guard. George decided to seize this opportunity. So every day after work, he would hone his martial arts skills. There were many strong guys in Mordor City, but George also had his own advantages. He was only 20 years old this year, and there was a lot of room for growth in the future. In the evening, George returned to his residence with a piece of linen. It was time for his sister to fill in a new dress. The one he was wearing was torn because of work, so it was better to make a change of clothes. From the top of Mordor City, he could see the bustling port. It seemed to be two different worlds from Mordor City. Some people longed for the prosperity of the port, but George preferred the peaceful life of Mordor City. The next day, new half-elves were sent here. George met them in the morning. He saw a trace of panic in their eyes, which made him smile. Maybe when he first came here, he and his sister were the same as these people in front of him. However, they would soon adapt to life here. Because they were all civilians. They were born to rely on hard work to support themselves, and in Mordor City, hard work could make their lives better and better. George planned to buy some meat back for his sister after today's work. Maybe it was because she had been working hard recently, and his sister's milk was not enough for his little nephew. Thinking of that 1-year-old little fellow with big black eyes, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He looked at the house on the other side of the street. Compared to the crowded environment here, it was much cleaner. George could not help clenching his fist. If he could pass the assessment and join the army, it would not take long for him to move into a small independent yard with his sister. Although it was a brick house, it was not very big. But for them, it was a new home, a starting point of hope. This was Mordor City. A place full of vitality, and hope. Although he had just arrived here, George had a sense of identity with it. This was the power of order. Autumn fall. The fleet docked near the Agate River was ready. The breeze by the river brought the smell of mud, and the slogans of the sailors came from behind. Soren looked at the distant autumn fall, shook his head and sighed, and slowly said, "Let's set sail." It was over. Everything here was over. After more than a month's delay, he finally sent all the believers he needed back to Mordor City. Now those who insisted on staying in autumn fall were not worth his time. As for their future fate, Soren was not interested in paying too much attention to it. After all, because of his arrival, the orc army had been hit hard twice in a row. Eugene had to slow down under the pressure of Soren, which indirectly bought time for autumn fall. As for who was the real winner in the end, Soren was not interested at all. Because he knew that the time of troubles was coming. "My lord." An old man in a bishop's costume came to Soren. He was one of the few surviving bishops of the church, a high-grade priest with a profession level of more than 16. He humbly bowed his head and said, "All the believers have been sent away. But there are still many people in autumn fall. If we fight for it, we may be able to persuade them to leave." Soren turned to look at him and shook his head, "No need. The power of the nobles will not sit back and watch us take away the others. Besides, a greater disaster is coming. I foresee that the gods will come to the mortal world. At that time, we will face greater challenges." "The gods will come to the mortal world." Bishop Felwood was shocked when he heard this and murmured, "How is it possible?" Soren looked at him silently. At this time, it was no problem to reveal a little about the Avatar crisis in advance. Because there had been weak gods appearing one after another, it was estimated that many powerful legendary figures had already guessed a little. The impact of the gods coming to the material plane was quite huge. Just look at Soren's current ability. He barely reached the standard of a weak god, but he had the terrible power to slaughter a city. When the Avatar crisis really broke out, gods, demons, devils, and ancient evil creatures would all come out. If there was a conflict between them, it would affect the whole plane. You may leave. Soren waved his hand gently and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A god should not have too much contact with his followers. Otherwise, there would not be enough mystery. Although the priest in front of him was a servant who helped him hurt his believers, Soren was not ready to say too much to them. After all, Soren could not give them divine spells at present. Strictly speaking, he was still at the stage of a false god. The church was left to the psionic warlock, Butterfly. With her abilities, managing a church was a piece of cake. Luoya City. Soren took one last look at the direction of autumn fall and shook his head slightly. The divine artifact has fallen into my hands. I don't know if the gnolls will turn against the orcs. No matter what, I hope this city can hold on. As a lawful evil person, Soren actually hated the arrival of chaos, so he didn't mind using his own power to make some changes. This time, more than 20,000 people were transported away from autumn fall. Compared to the nearly 1 million half-elves, this was actually a very inconspicuous part. However, autumn fall only had a population of a few 100,000. Half-elves were very common on the road, and the number of people that a city could accommodate was also limited. If it weren't for autumn fall taking in a large number of fleeing civilians, the population in the city would only be about a few tens of thousands. In this case, those who were willing to go with Soren were basically believers of the church. In order to transport them away, Soren used a lot of manpower and material resources. But it was all worth it, because with the arrival of the Avatar crisis, Soren's prestige may be greatly reduced. If the sea goddess appeared in the mortal world, he would not dare to say that he was the king of the sea. His ability to mobilize the pirates would certainly not be as good as now. After all, the sea goddess was the master of the sea. The terrible turmoil would affect the entire material plane, and the role that financial resources could play was far less than now. The later Soren's influence would be worse, and it would be much more difficult to make such a big scene. In fact, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because no matter what Soren did now, only other forces were watching. But in the future, if Soren dared to do so, other gods would be watching. This was a completely different concept. A warship sailed along the Agate River to the sea. The half-elf First Mate's dragon-headed warship had returned to Raging Sand Island. It was estimated that the first batch of believers had arrived at Mordor. My lord. The slim figure of the psionic warlock with a veil appeared beside Soren. She bowed slightly to show respect, and then slowly said, "All the believers have been appeased. Telepathy has also been planted, and they will be very quiet on the way. The priests have all been arranged. The first batch of priests has been sent to Mordor, and they will help manage these ordinary people. Some of the other priests will stay on Raging Sand Island, and then they will go back with us. Master. Although these priests are very obedient now, this is only temporary. If you can't give them divine spells, I'm afraid their faith will be shaken. I don't know what the Master's next plan is." Soren turned and looked at her. He had nothing to hide from the future chief priest of his church. He slowly said, "Although the prayers of the believers have given me some divine power, it seems that I have not fully reached the standard of a god. Maybe it's because I can't connect to the kingdom of the original gods. Under normal circumstances, as a god, I should also have the ability of a legendary priest. But in fact, I can't use divine spells now. No matter what profession a god was, even a pure warrior could have the ability of a legendary priest. However, the priest's ability obtained in this way did not consume the divine spell slots, but directly consumed the divine power of the god. If a god had a priest level, it was equivalent to having two sets of divine spells. One was the divine spell slots brought about by their profession level, and the other was the divine spells that could be used by their own divine power. Soren had accumulated 3 divine power points, but he had not obtained any divine spells. He didn't know why, but it might be related to the fact that he had not officially become a god. The psionic warlock heard this and nodded slightly, then slowly said, "Perhaps my master should hold his ceremony as soon as possible. Without officially becoming a god, there is no power to control the laws. In fact, my master, you are not even a false god now, because many false gods can also give divine spells to a small number of believers. You now rely on your powerful force and your own power to control the church, but divine spells are the foundation of the church. Priests who have lost their divine spells may still join the church of other gods." Soren nodded and said, "I know. But maybe it's not my fault. Maybe I chose the wrong time to do it. Don't you see that these priests are not too surprised to lose their divine spells? I'm afraid that more and more priests are losing their ability to use divine spells. The stars in the sky are getting dimmer and dimmer. The gods rarely respond to the prayers of mortals. I'm afraid that only some devout priests can use divine spells now. I have a hunch that something important is about to happen." Soren looked up at the sky. He didn't know when it started, but the moon in the sky seemed to have dimmed a lot. It seemed that as the first batch of stars lost their brilliance, the moon also became weaker. "Mistress of the Silver Moon." There was a strange expression on Soren's face. He turned to look at the psionic warlock behind him and said slowly, "Maybe I can't give divine spells now, but if I want to hold the investiture ceremony, I must become a true god directly. That's the only way. We won't arouse the hostility of others." "True god?" The psionic warlock trembled when she heard this. She then bowed and said, "My master. Do you have the qualifications to become a true god?" Soren shook his head and said, "Not yet. But I'm almost there. True god, divinity, divine title, and divinity. When these three elements were all sufficient, the time for him to become a true god would soon arrive." Strictly speaking, Soren could become a god at any time now. But if he became a god in his current state, then he would be a standard, false god, because he didn't have the ability of minor divinity. There was a limit to the power of the gods. True god and false god were two different standards. One was the existence that was truly qualified to exercise the power of the gods, while the other was the foreskin company that was forcefully supported by half-baked people. The former could fulfill the responsibilities and obligations that gods should fulfill, while the latter could completely deceive and oppress the believers. For example, they couldn't receive the souls of believers at all. The demigod vampire was a standard, false god. The power of his divinity was not up to standard. Taking the god of half-elves and rogues as a goal was to advance himself to the realm of a true god. It was also because he became a god as a false god that his church didn't love him, justice regarded him as an enemy, and evil regarded him as a traitor. This was a very serious matter. Because once he was labeled as a false god, it would be very difficult to get rid of it in the future. This was a stain that both justice and evil valued. The prayers of believers were a huge amount of information. If the prayers of priests were added, the burden on the gods would also be great. Only when the three elements of divinity, divine title, and divinity were fully met could the gods really deal with all this. If they didn't meet the standards, they would become like Soren when he first came into contact with prayer. They might go crazy or have their minds completely distorted. A false god was a false god. It was like flying a plane without a driver's license. This kind of behavior was very disgusting in the eyes of the gods, and the consequences were much more serious than driving without a license. Most false gods would have some kind of distortion because of their insufficient foundation. Even if they succeeded in advancing to the realm of true god, in the future, this stain would remain on them because they violated the rules of the gods. This was the problem of timing. When all the conditions were met to become a god, then you would be a true god. Everything was according to the rules of order. First, you would have the ability of a god, then you would get the qualification of a god. And if you couldn't wait, and if any of the conditions didn't meet the standards of the gods, and then hurriedly tried to become a god, then you would violate the rules of the gods and be directly labeled as a false god. Once you were labeled as a false god, no matter if it was a righteous or evil god, they would not like it. They would remember who challenged the rules of the gods. Even if you advanced to a true god, in the future, this kind of feeling would remain in the influence of many gods. Because they would think, look, it's that guy. He forced himself to become a god without meeting the standards of the gods. Soren naturally wouldn't choose the path of a false god. This was a fundamental problem that involved the credibility of the gods. It was also the first impression that other gods would have when you became a god. Because as long as you didn't leave the first impression that you were a false god, even the gods of the enemy camp would recognize your identity. They would say that you were evil, but they wouldn't say that you were a fake because you were qualified to be on equal footing with them. The biggest difference was to ascend as a true god. It was to be recognized by other gods, and it was even possible for some gods' incarnations to congratulate him, just like the vampiric demigod, who was not recognized by any gods, and even made a blood-red moon in the sky. Although it seemed to be the aura of a true god, in fact, it was just a pretentious act. This could be seen from the fact that the Lady of the Night, evil, son of the night, and so on, who had great divine power, simply ignored him. If the Lady of the Night said a word, no one would dare to touch the demigod vampire. If Soren ascended as a god, then it was very likely that a god's incarnation would appear. That would be the sea goddess. Because she was the direct beneficiary of Soren's rise, the expansion of the sea temple in the human world was completely caused by Soren's influence alone. The second possible god's incarnation was the goddess of wealth. From the outer islands to the south coast, to the eastern kingdom, to Arendelle, the prosperity of trade had a great impact on the goddess of wealth, and this prosperous trade was because of Soren's rule. When Soren became a god, this goddess might also do him the honor of descending as an incarnation. Of course, the premise of all this was that Sauron had to ascend as a true god, and not as a false god. In front of him was the endless sea. The trade winds from the southern rainforest made the trade in the eastern sea prosperous. This was the best time of the year to go to the eastern sea. As long as the sails were set, they could reach the eastern kingdom. On the bottom of the sea, there were schools of fish swimming back and forth. As the climate warmed up, these fish would gradually return to their original sea areas. The blue sky made people feel relaxed and happy, and the endless sea always made people feel its magnificence. At the same time, a fleet was also sailing towards the south. This place was very close to Raging Sand Island. Your Excellency. The half-elf first mate appeared in front of Soren and knelt down on one knee. The materials you asked for have been prepared, and the elites are all on standby at Snake Island. Soren turned around and nodded. Very good. Tell them to get ready. They will sail back to Mordor City with me in 3 days, and then set off to find the Treasure Island. Treasure Island. When he heard this name, the half-elf first mate was stunned. He vaguely felt that this name was a little familiar, but he did not have a specific impression of it. This should be an island in the depths of the Outer Islands, but no one knew where it was. In the legends of the South Coast pirates, there had always been a saying about Treasure Island. That was, in the territory of the Aborigines of the Outer Islands, there was a very, very valuable island. On the left side of the island was a huge silver mine, and on the right side of the island was a huge gold mine. The legend of Treasure Island was more or less like this. Since ancient times, many pirates had tried to find the location of Treasure Island, but no one had ever found it. Overseas was rich in minerals to begin with. The number of gold and silver mines was obviously denser than the mainland. Basically, it was possible to find smaller gold mines in places where there were large indigenous tribes. This was also the reason why the Aborigines were very rich. Treasure Island was the most valuable island in the legends because there were 2 large mineral veins here. It was said that the development of this island was enough to buy a country. Unfortunately, no one had ever found it. Do you know where the real Treasure Island is? The half-elf first mate was shocked, and then a burst of ecstasy. That was an amazing wealth that could buy a country. If they really took it, they would not have to worry about not having enough money to spend for the rest of their lives. As for the Aborigines on Treasure Island, the half-elf first mate was not worried at all. As long as they could determine the location of the island, no matter how many Aborigines there were, they could mobilize pirates to take it down. Raging Sand Island. Soren silently looked at the nautical chart in front of him. His fingers moved gently on the unmarked unknown area as if he was looking for a certain general direction. He had considered Treasure Island as early as when he went overseas. But at that time, Treasure Island was a place that he could not take down. Not to mention the large indigenous tribes and the demigods they served, just the monsters on the way to Treasure Island were enough to wipe out Soren's entire army. On the route to Treasure Island, there was a very dangerous strait. There was currently the largest octopus monster that Soren had ever seen in history, just one tentacle was hundreds of meters long. Back then, they had paid a heavy price to kill it. This was the first time the adventurers had killed a super colossal boss. Soren wanted to go to Treasure Island, so he had to pass through this monster's territory. Wealth was one of the reasons why Soren went to Treasure Island, but he was actually quite rich now. Especially when the pirate minions were preparing to settle down in Mordor, a lot of their private money was handed over to Soren. In fact, another important reason why he went to Treasure Island was to obtain divinity and the power of divinity. Soren's current divinity was 27 points, and he was 3 points away from lesser divinity. At that time, he would be able to increase all his attributes by 1 again. This was a great increase in his ability. Then there were the demigods and demigods on Treasure Island. This was the easiest way for Soren to obtain divinity. Dealing with these indigenous demigods and demigods was at least much easier than challenging the real gods. Soren was currently 2 points away from obtaining the lesser divinity. This was the same as the lesser divinity, which could increase all his attributes by 1. As a result, Soren's attributes were equivalent to +2 at the same time. At this time, he had truly entered the realm of the gods and had the power of the gods. At the same time, he had reached the standard of transforming into the form of the saint. All attributes +2. This was a huge attraction for Soren, and it was also the key for him to stand firm in the future of the Avatar crisis, because if he continued to improve, he was afraid that he would have to challenge other gods. There was a slight sound of footsteps, and soon the tall figure of the psionic warlock appeared in front of Soren. She bowed slightly and said, "My lord. The things you arranged have been done. The next thing is the investiture ceremony and the military parade. I'm afraid it will take a month or 2 to prepare." "I don't know what my lord's arrangements are." Soren retracted his finger from the nautical chart. He gently rolled it up, then looked up at the psionic warlock in front of him. He fell into deep thought. Soren tapped his fingers and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Investiture in a low-key way, parade in a high-profile way." In an instant, the psionic warlock's eyes brightened, and then she humbly bowed and said, "My lord is wise." Low-key investiture, high-profile military parade. Low-key investiture was to avoid attracting too much attention from other gods' churches, and it also implied that as a new god, he did not have much ambition. This was quite important because Soren's investiture prayer was completed by the psionic warlock. In the investiture prayer of the demigod vampire, there was hunting and fear, plus a blood-red moon. It could be said that it was very high-profile. Soren currently only planned to use the half-elf priesthood, which basically had no conflict with other gods. In order to avoid attracting too much hostility from the gods, Soren must be as low-key as possible before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. When all the gods came down and fought among themselves, Soren could expand from the half-elf priesthood to any direction. But in this case, if he added too many priesthoods, then once the Avatar crisis broke out, it was possible that some gods who coveted his power would directly attack him, such as the Shadow Lord. The priesthood of the gods could be evolved from the power of the domain. Soren had the domain of fear, so he could be the source of power for other gods who had mastered the domain of fear. Adding the words hunting, night, fear, shadow and so on to the investiture prayer was definitely not wanting to die fast enough. As for the high-profile military parade, it was very simple. Investiture could be low-key, but when showing strength, it must be high-profile. This was equivalent to Soren showing his fists and muscles to the people who secretly peeped at him on the south coast and even other continents when he was investiture, telling them that he was not easy to bully, and that they had to think about what they wanted to do. When the real military parade was held, it would not be just these pirates who came out for a stroll. Soren, Gloria, Fallen Witch, a god-level rogue, and 2 legendary-level witches, the 3 of them would stand as legendary figures on the stage. At the same time, Soren would also send an invitation to the Princess Royal of Arendelle, and to the Eye of the North of the Northern Witch Council. Furthermore, he invited the experts of the mystic sect who controlled the Eastern Sea region. A military parade was never a place where a single person could stay at home and play around. Instead, Soren's elite troops had to be brought out for a walk. His high-end combat power had to be displayed, and his powerful allies had to be invited to support him. This was the only way to truly intimidate potential enemies. Since Soren had given them a general direction, the rest could be left to the psionic warlock. The time was about 5 days later. Soren led the fleet back to the outer islands. The city of Mordor was more lively than before. Standing on the mast, one could see that the city of Mordor had expanded more than twice as much as before. Soren had designed the city according to modern standards. From the underground drainage system to the distribution of the various areas, he had already thought of a rough model before the city was built. Soren couldn't spend so much effort just to build a village for fun. The final form of Mordor City was a large city that could accommodate 200,000 people. Finally, with the expansion of the city, Mordor City and Port Mordor would be connected. But that should be a long time in the future. For now, it was better for Mordor City and Port Mordor to be separated. Soren needed to maintain the atmosphere in the city. There were more than 20,000 outsiders. Mordor City suddenly became crowded. There was basically no problem with food and supplies. Soren had begun to stockpile them a long time ago. Although he had the ability to easily feed all the half-elf refugees, he didn't give it to them casually. Instead, he asked all the civilians to exchange it with work. This was a process of equivalent exchange. The half-elf civilians basically had skills. Even if they didn't have any skills, the stronger ones could go to logging, and the weaker ones could go to reclaim the land. No matter what they did in Mordor City, as long as they were willing to do it, they could fill their stomachs and slowly accumulate a little wealth. "My lord." The psionic warlock came behind Soren and bowed slightly. "The planning of the temple has been completed. The location is near the central square. If you want to complete it before the parade, you may need to recruit a lot of labor, and at the same time, it will require a lot of financial resources. There is no problem with the priests. When we all arrive at Mordor City, we can start preparing for the daily prayer ceremony." The temple was the most basic thing. Most of the priests had only come to Mordor now, and the real formal prayer day had to be done slowly. Soren looked back at her and said slowly, "I will mobilize an army for you. The city hall will give you 300,000 Kindler coins. You can decide how to use it." Soren was very rich now. The specific amount could not be calculated because many of them were real estate. However, as the farmlands and houses were sold, the amount of liquid wealth also increased rapidly. Soren never intended to give land directly. Military merits could be used as part of the land exchange, but most pirates used their private money and military merits to exchange for dozens of acres of land. At present, only about 1/3 of the land outside Mordor City was still in the hands of Soren. Some of the wasteland was bought by the pirates below. These guys used to eat, drink, gamble, or do other things when they were rich. It was a good thing that they started to settle down and buy property. Understood. The psionic warlock smiled and nodded. Soren looked at her, got up and walked towards Mordor City. When he came back again, there were more spies in the dark. After all, Port Mordor was a transit port, and Mordor City was Soren's private territory. There were too many forces in these caravans, and Soren's every move affected their minds. They should know everything that happened to the half-elves. For the rise of a new god, many forces were silent. It was not that they didn't want to move, but they didn't dare to move. Even the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard had been honest recently, and the other forces were naturally all waiting to see what would happen. After such a long time, Soren finally got a new legend. Battle of Autumn Fall, epic battle. In the middle of May 1676 of the New Moon era, you intervened in the war between the half-elves and the half-orcs near Autumn Fall. In this war, you defeated the army of the half-orc chieftain, Eugene, twice, and thus alleviated the crisis of Autumn Fall. Yeenagu, the king of the gnolls, also suffered a loss in your hands. Although this greatly improved your reputation, it also brought you new dangers. Legend level +8, 8 legend level. After everything in Autumn Fall, Soren's legend level finally reached 100 points. 100 legend level was an important watershed because in this case, Soren's name had basically spread throughout the continent. From now on, the difficulty of him getting legend level would increase sharply. If he wanted to continue to improve his legend level, he would need to involve everything outside the plane. the higher the legend level, the more difficult it would be to improve it. In the end, he would have to let his existence spread throughout the multiverse. However, Soren's current legend level could barely reach the standard of a god. At least, it was much higher than when he was the demigod vampire. With the existence of the psionic warlock, Butterfly, Soren only needed to order a lot of things. He first went to see Vivian. The little girl's divine power was getting stronger and stronger. Now that a lot of the Sons of Fear had died, and as the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, the time for the resurrection of the Dread Lord was coming soon. Soren didn't know how long she would have to sleep, but looking at Vivian's current divine power, he was afraid that nearly half of the power of the Sons of Fear was converging towards her. There was not much Soren could do now. But if he became a god, there were a lot of things he could do. The power of the gods allowed him to face the Dread Lord directly, and he could even go to the bottomless abyss to end it. Night fell. Soren came to Gloria's laboratory. The progress of Thaling's research was still continuing, and the silver blade of gifts seemed to be about to be completed. That's what Gloria told him, just a little bit more and it would be completed. Soren didn't see the figure of the fallen witch. She should still be staying in the shadow plane to study the wizard tower. They had never been able to open the half-plane of the wizard tower from the outside. Maybe after Soren became a god, he could rely on the power of the gods to find an opportunity. After all, the ability of the Arcane Empire was too far ahead of them, and some things were difficult for them to crack. He only stayed in Mordor for one day. The next day, Soren led the fleet and set sail to the depths of the Outer Islands. The news was tightly sealed. No one knew where Soren was going, but seeing such a large-scale mobilization of the army, many people still felt uneasy. All the forces near the south coast were on alert. In the distance was the endless sea. Soren followed the route in his memory for 3 days and finally came to a dangerous sea. The blessing of the sea goddess had failed. From here on, the blessing of the sea goddess would not be able to dispel the deep-sea monsters because they were all changed by the energy radiation from the bottom of the sea. Even the sea goddess would find it difficult to control these mutated sea monsters. This was the sunken land. The destruction of the Arcane Empire created the terrible desert of death, and also made a continent completely sink to the bottom of the sea. There was energy radiation everywhere. The two most terrible places of energy radiation pollution in the entire material plane, one was in the depths of the desert of death, and the other was somewhere in this sea. These energy radiation was more serious than nuclear pollution, and nature had not been able to repair it for thousands of years. The fleet continued to move forward. When a black strait appeared in Soren's sight, he smiled because he finally found the right route to the treasure island. After sailing for another day, he could reach the legendary treasure island. Bottomless abyss, 422nd floor. In a barren desert, there were a large number of gnolls and many slaves who had fallen into the abyss. This place was originally called the Ruins of Azar, which used to be the territory of a powerful fallen angel. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the hands of a god-slayer. Now the owner of this place was Xianxia, the king of gnolls, who was the absolute ruler of the 422nd floor of the abyss. In this very vast abyss, the king of gnolls ruled a large number of gnoll servants and ghoul slaves. He enslaved these people to build a huge steel fortress for himself. From the desert to the east, one could see a huge body exposed on the surface of the earth. It was the body of a very ancient demon, the Storm Lord Obilus, Barchid. The rise of the Tanar'ri demons had killed this ancient demon and extracted its huge vitality from its withered body. Now, tens of millions of years had passed, and the pain of death of this ancient demon had continued. As an ancient demon born from the source of chaos, it had not really died yet. It was like a beached giant whale, and part of its body stayed in this plane. Although he could no longer speak, Barchid still retained a fragment of his vast consciousness. If he communicated through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone, talking about an era before the birth of Tanar'ri, about the rise and fall of the oldest demon. And a trusted frequent visitor might even hear Barchid say that demons didn't originate from the bottomless abyss, but instead migrated from some other place, after abandoning some evil creator race that had already disappeared in the long river of history. Xianxia, the king of gnolls, was the most common visitor here. No one knew what he got from the mouth of the oldest demon, but since he came to the abyss, Xianxia had been growing stronger day by day. He ruled the floor of the abyss, he conquered the Ghoul King, he fought with the Tauren King, Buffett, and he had a dangerous relationship with the Succubus Queen, Mechanut. All this seemed to be destined to make countless enemies in the abyss, but in fact, until today, Yeenagu, the King of Gnolls, was still alive. He did not fall in the conspiracy of other demon lords, and his territory was still slowly expanding. The ancient demon's body occasionally changed slightly, and its terrible power still interfered with this plane. Occasionally, there would be drastic weather changes here, which was the power of the powerful demon Obilus. On this plane, the remnants of the demon's body refused other visitors. Yeenagu's men would not let others approach easily, but occasionally, some strong men from the bottomless abyss would come here, praying for the guidance of power from the mouth of the oldest demon. Unfortunately, they still found nothing. Because recently, the remnant consciousness of this huge body became silent. It began to talk to no one. Even Yeenagu, the king of the Gnolls, who had ruled the 422nd layer of the abyss for a long time, could not get any response from it. Following the plains, there was a huge steel fortress at the foot of the mountains. This was the city of Yeenagu, the most powerful steel fortress of the Gnolls in the abyss. The only native people here were Gnolls. The other races were either slaves or Rashans. In the center was a towering palace. Yeenagu spent less than half of the year here. Most of the time, he was patrolling his territory. This was a demon lord who cared about his territory very much. He was familiar with every piece of his territory. Stupid. Incompetent. Trash. A dull roar echoed in the sky above the steel fortress. Countless Gnoll servants trembled in the roar. Yeenagu's burly figure stood in the palace, looking at the black-haired Gnoll kneeling in front of him. He roared, "You idiot! You can't even do this." The Gnoll leader knelt at Yeenagu's feet. He opened his mouth to explain the strength of the enemy, but he was greeted by a three-headed flail. Blood and brains splattered. Yeenagu glanced at the others coldly and said slowly, "Trash can only be fed to pets." Two servants in full armor appeared and dragged the body out of the hall. "My lord." An old Gnoll holding a white bone staff appeared. He glanced at the blood on the ground and said slowly, "The Succubus Queen's army has attacked our border again. Many people have died at the hands of the glorious nuns." The glorious nuns. Yeenagu frowned. The battle between him and the Succubus Queen had never stopped. The border conflicts had always been erupting. It hated those damned Radiance nuns, because these glorious nuns were the creations of the Succubus Queen, Mechanut. They were the commanders of the Succubus army and also a troublesome and cunning opponent. "Send the Ghoul army as reinforcements." Yeenagu glanced at the others and said slowly, "Let the Gnoll executioners go to the border as well." The old Gnoll wizard bowed and retreated. Soon, in this huge steel fortress, some of the closed gates were opened. Then, a black mass of ghouls rushed out and left under the leadership of some jackalans holding heavy flails. The war between the demon lords was never ending. As long as the Succubus Queen did not appear in person, Yeenagu would not easily go to the front line because war was the main theme of the abyss. But once the Abyss Lord personally participated in the war, the scale of the war would increase. A howling gust of wind blew in his face. Cristiana played with the thorny whip made of fine gold in her hand and crushed the head of the Gnoll warrior on the ground with one foot. The scarlet brain and blood splashed on the black metal boots. She didn't seem to care that it would affect her amazing charm. As a newly awakened sister of glory, Cristiana's memory of her previous life was very vague. She only retained the instinct of being a high succubus and her loyalty and love to her mother, the Succubus Queen Mechanut. This was her first battle after waking up. As the daughter of the Succubus Queen Mechanut, the competition within the Sister of Glory was also very fierce. What Cristiana wanted to do most now was to find a way to hit Yeenagu, the Gnoll King, and please her mother, the Succubus Queen, and strive for a status far higher than other sisters. Behind her was a black army of demons. There were always demons in the abyss who liked to despise succubus, but these people would always pay the price. The composition of the succubus army was very complicated because they had a strong attraction to any demon. Only less than 1/3 of the demon army were succubus, and the rest were servants drawn and enslaved by the succubus. Mechanut controlled a large number of other demons, and even the demonic abyss I could not resist her charm. Behind the demon army was a huge beholder. It was the beholder, the servant of the succubus queen Mechanut. This powerful beholder would not participate in the battle. It was only responsible for telling the succubus queen everything it saw. Mechanut's eyes were watching here. She was very interested in how the daughter she had just created would defeat the Null army and please her mother. Demons reproduced very quickly. As one of the most powerful demon lords in the abyss, the succubus queen Mechanut did not care about the consumption of the demon army. As long as she wanted, she could quickly re-enslave a group of such cannon fodder. Chaotic wars were the main theme of the bottomless abyss. Only through cruel wars could she nurture true elites. On this point, even her daughter was the same. The weak among the Sister of Glory would only be eliminated. In the distance of Cleidiana was an ancient river. That was the Styx. The Styx flowed in many planes of the abyss. Its tributaries were like tree trunks that could help demons reach many places. It was just that the ferryman on the Styx was not very easy to talk to. Cleidiana had very few memories of the past. Her clearest memory was when she was on the Styx. She remembered that she had drifted in the Styx for a long time. The turbid river water had seeped into her soul and made her forget too much. She was only left with a little bit of vague memory. It was said that the memory before death was the clearest. Unfortunately, Cleidiana only remembered a vague shadow now. As a new Sister of Glory, she did not care too much about her past. Now Succubus's natural desire for control made her want to gain more power. Pleasing her mother, the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut was her most important thing, because if she could not prove her value, she would become her mother's plaything. The Queen of Succubus had always been open to men and women. She had a morbid pursuit of beautiful things. Prove yourself and you can get power, status, and freedom because Mechanut also regarded Succubus as her own child. She loved Succubus more than any demon and allowed them to be occasionally capricious and naughty. There was a passage that said, "The Succubus Queen Mechanut's favorite servant is naturally Succubus." Since becoming the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut has had a special favor for Succubus. Even if some Succubus often disobey her wishes, this favor has not changed. For Mechanut's strange logical thinking, these capricious Succubus are just born from their nature. Only some particularly rare Succubus, such as the out-of-favor lady living in Sigil City, are really out of the love of the Succubus Queen. If there is anything in the multiverse that can make Mechanut really sad, then there is no doubt that it is these lost children. It was interesting to say. Many of those demon lords who were terrifying, evil, and chaotic in the eyes of mortals were great and noble existences in their own races. For example, Yeenagu, the king of Nulls, struggled all his life for the rise of the Nulls and successfully built a kingdom belonging to the Nulls in the bottomless abyss, getting rid of thousands of years of slavery. Another example was Mechanut, the Queen of Succubus. Now the status of Succubus in the bottomless abyss had changed from a kind of sex slave to a powerful ruling class, which was entirely supported by her alone. Her love for Succubus could be said to be no less than the pity of other gods for their believers. Without the rise of Mechanut, the Succubus Queen, there would be no Succubus in the bottomless abyss today. Cleidiana's reverie was interrupted by a slight noise. The corners of her mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Her bewitching face was filled with a seductive expression. Her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then, she brandished the thorny whip with metal barbs in her hand. Pa, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a Null lurker was pulled out from the shadows. Soul gaze. The beauty of coquettish beauty. As the daughter of the Succubus Queen, Mechanut, Cleidiana was born with the blasphemous beauty ability, which permanently strengthened her charm. Spirit gaze could see through the hearts of enemies weaker than her. Coupled with the bewitching beauty that the Radiance Nun was born with, any enemy whose will couldn't pass her charm immunity test would directly fall into her control. The Null lurker's expression was infatuated, even though a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Cleidiana's mouth. She once again waved the thorny whip on its body. The enemy in front of her was motionless. It was as if the long whip with metal barbs could only bring great pleasure to it. It stood in place without any resistance and was whipped to death by her. When the strength reached the level of the Radiance Nun, her charm ability could directly deceive the senses of the target. Pain turned into pleasure. Knowing that at the moment of death, all the accumulated pain would erupt in an instant. Then, the null scout who died under her whip finally showed a horrifying expression on his face. "How dare you send such a waste?" Cristiana gently shook the long whip, and it turned into a belt wrapped around her slender waist. As the advanced form of the high-level succubus, demon assimilation, the glorious nun was born with the combat power of the legendary level. In addition to the various abilities of the succubus, the Radiance nun was born as a priest with a profession level of 9 or above. No one knew where their magic came from. Maybe it was from the succubus queen, or maybe it was from the power of the bottomless abyss. The powerful Radiance nun could even fight against the demon lord, because the succubus lord of the bottomless abyss, Red Shroud, was the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. In terms of potential, the Radiance nun was not much worse than the higher demons. The demon lord liked pure souls. Because pure souls could allow them to directly extract power to create powerful demons. This kind of demon might be born with legendary strength. Whether it was the starting point or the growth rate, it was far higher than other demons. "Come on." Cristiana stood on the bloody ground. Under her feet was a pile of bones. Her metal-forged boots were still stained with minced meat. Her seemingly exposed metal armor did not weaken her defensive ability at all. She looked at the null plains in the distance and murmured, "Let this be the first battle of my rise. I want to prove to my mother that I am no worse than the other sisters. Cristiana. I will become a powerful demon lord." The Black Strait was dead silent. Soren waved his hand to signal the fleet to stop here, and then issued a summon. A huge shadow gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea, and the huge body of the mutant killer whale gradually approached from a distance. Soren did not bring others this time because at this stage of the impending ascension, it was very likely that others would test his lair. Therefore, he must let Gloria and the others stay in the base camp. Now that Soren was half a step away from becoming a god, even if he faced a false god, his chances of winning were quite high. This time, he alone was enough to go to the treasure island. "You all stay here." Soren slowly pulled out his curved sword, icing death, and then jumped and landed on the huge body of the mutant killer whale. He stood on the head of the mutant killer whale and gently stroked the pet's back. Then he dived into the sea with the mutant killer whale. Deep Sea Lurker, Mutant Sea Monster, Huge Body, Grade 5. Challenge Rating 18, Monster Level 24, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes 35, lowest attributes 15, total attribute value 100 to 120 points. Special abilities, Tentacle Entanglement, Multi-Attack, Huge Body, Mutant Sea Monster, Limb Regeneration, Devour. Challenge Difficulty, A+. Although there was no specific information about the giant octopus monster, Soren still remembered its general abilities. The multi-attack of the tentacles, the ability to regenerate itself, the terrible vitality brought by the huge body, and some kind of ability to devour other species to further mutate and strengthen. To deal with such a monster, no matter how many people below the legendary level came, they would all die. The sea shook. The mutant killer whale was also a sea monster, and its aura quickly alarmed the behemoth in the depths of the strait. The territorial conflict of this kind of sea monster was very fierce. The monster lurking here did not hesitate to show up and was ready to teach the enemy who dared to break into its territory a lesson. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the sea. The mutant killer whale made a dull roar and rushed directly to the huge tentacles stretched out in the darkness. The sea was violently churning. The confrontation between the two sea monsters set off huge waves on the sea. Fortunately, the fleet was not close to here, or they would all be overturned. Shadow leap. Soren quickly sneaked deeper into the sea. The huge body of the mutant killer whale completely covered his trace. The giant octopus monster only thought about how to defeat the other sea monster in front of it. Soon, a huge mass of meat appeared in Soren's sight. The surrounding sea became turbid, and he could vaguely see the terrible teeth. The amazing mouth was enough to swallow a big ship. Although the monster in front of him was a little smaller than the son of Dagon that Soren had seen, it was not too far away. Soren was looking for a fatal weakness. The mutant killer whale was entangled by a huge tentacle. Although it was much stronger now, it still could not gain the upper hand against such a huge sea monster. Here it is. Soren's figure suddenly jumped out, and then appeared above the head of the giant octopus monster. Greater haste. In an instant, countless cold sword lights appeared, and Soren's figure was like a sharp sword piercing directly into the huge head of the octopus monster. Then his whole body broke through the muscles and bones all the way into the enemy's skull. Plop! The huge tentacles fell weakly, and Soren jumped out of the head of the giant octopus. He looked coldly at the sea monster in front of him and ordered the mutant killer whale next to him, "Eat it up. Don't leave anything behind." Flesh and blood splattered. The mutant killer whale opened its bloody mouth and devoured wildly. This giant octopus monster was 10 times bigger than it. It estimated that it would take a long time to eat it up. Soren's figure flew toward the sea. As an existence that was about to become a god, it was not difficult for him to deal with such a mortal creature. Perhaps many mortals thought that the gods were just SOSO. A powerful legendary wizard could challenge the gods and even be on par with the weak gods. But in fact, this was just the delusion of mortals. Most of the time, they couldn't even defeat the incarnation of the gods, let alone the true body of the gods. The only most successful deicide was the most powerful arcanist of the Thorium Age, Caucasus. Although he killed the first-generation goddess of magic with the help of a spell, he self-destructed because he couldn't bear the huge power. The glorious Thorium Age of Arcana ended because of this. The second generation of the goddess of magic was resurrected in her daughter's body. Just to kill a god with great divine power, she lost the most powerful and talented arcanist in history, as well as a glorious arcane civilization that also had a floating city. This kind of price was really too heavy. Soren's crushing of mortals was taking shape. When the divine power was further gathered, there would be fewer and fewer mortals that could threaten him, even legendary wizards. The endless river of time, civilizations rose and fell over and over again. Countless legendary masters rose and fell. The glorious arcane civilization only had some liches left, but the gods were still high above. Soren didn't know what happened in history, but he knew that only the gods were qualified to participate in the next competition, the most chaotic era in the history of the multiverse. It was also the era full of opportunities in history. And when the unprecedented chaos ended, the era of order would also come. At that time, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to kill the gods. Soren's figure returned to the warship. He glanced at the bloody sea in front of him. It would take a long time for the mutant killer whale to swallow the supergiant sea monster, so he directly ordered, "Set sail." The giant sea beast that had once trapped many people was easily killed by him. Unknowingly. Soren also stood at a higher starting point than the peak of the past. When he had such power, the Avatar crisis had already ended, and the gods had already returned to their kingdoms. He had many powerful abilities, but he lost the opportunity because at that time, the success rate of mortals challenging the weak gods was infinitely close to zero. As long as he could use the power of his kingdom, even the weakest god could fight against a group of legendary masters. Because he had a kingdom behind him, Soren looked at the sea in front of him. Now he was only one step away from becoming a god. After taking down the treasure island, he could directly enter the pantheon as a true god. Waves were brewing under the calm sea. Starting from the Black Canyon to the treasure island, the danger level of the sea increased exponentially. Even the other sea creatures wouldn't easily set foot in this place. With Soren's current ability, he could easily feel the energy waves from the bottom of the sea. It was a radiation that covered a large area. There might be a whirlpool in this area, but he wasn't sure how it was formed. Sometimes, a huge whirlpool would appear and suck everything nearby into the depths of the sea. Currently, he didn't know what was going on inside the whirlpool. Even the gods wouldn't easily set foot in it. He could only guess that it was related to the ruins at the bottom of the sea. There was an underwater volcano near the treasure island. Although this island had a lot of wealth, the geographical environment was much worse than Moto. Perhaps only the natives could live here happily. The volcano didn't show any signs of eruption yet, and it wasn't clear if it would erupt in the future. However, some adventurers had done research and determined that this was probably an active volcano that would erupt once every 100 years or so. Soren led the fleet along the route in his memory for a day. Soon, a huge island appeared in his line of sight. There was a lush primeval forest on it. This island was more than 10 times larger than Moto. It was about 2/3 the size of Taiwan Island. Large islands like this were scattered around this area. Many of them were left behind from the time when the land sank. The largest island nearby was about 200,000 square kilometers in area. Stop. Soren stared at the island in front of him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He was a predator on this trip to the treasure island. He had to adjust his attitude so that it wouldn't affect his judgment. Because the island was very large, Soren could only choose a place to land. There was no natural harbor here. In the past, the adventurers had built a harbor, so it wasn't convenient for the fleet to land directly. Roar. The low roar of a beast could be heard. The forest far away from the treasure island was crooked. Soren only needed to take a glance to know his approximate location. This was the territory of the top-armed King Kong. The dangerous creatures entrenched in the sea weren't just the natives, spirits, and mutated creatures. There were also creatures that were born with great power. The Tombi gorilla was one of the most dangerous creatures on Treasure Island. If you didn't provoke them, these silverback gorillas with their monstrous strength were easy to get along with. However, if you accidentally angered these behemoths, they would definitely become terrifying existences. An adult Tombi gorilla could weigh more than 2 tons. They had a body of steel and iron, and their huge fists could break mountains and crush rocks with their bare hands. The mutated environment of the outer islands had further strengthened these terrifying fellows. Sometimes, they could even be seen clashing head-on with demigod spirits. The Tombi gorilla was also one of the masters of Treasure Island. Bottomless abyss, 90th floor. Due to the unique environment of the abyss, there would occasionally be some good landforms. The 90th floor of the abyss was a plain similar to a tropical rainforest. The demon lord here was called Balgra, and it was an enormous gorilla. Treasure Island's Tombi gorilla had always been suspected to be related to this demon lord. This was because the giant gorillas here all had good intelligence. It was impossible for an ordinary creature of the material plane to be born with a creature level close to level 10. Another dangerous creature on Treasure Island was the slime, ooze monster. On the main road, slime had become very rare. The reason for this was unknown, but traces of slime could be seen in the outer islands. The slime here was more troublesome. They were all relatively dangerous creatures. Due to their racial characteristics, the slime's ability to mutate was extremely high. The harsher the environment, the more powerful they were, the more powerful they would be. Occupying the site of Treasure Island were the demon slime. It was a swampy area, and basically didn't conflict with Soren's goal. The slime here served the demon lord of the 222nd floor of the abyss, the Faceless King, Jolix. This floor was also called the Slime Hell. The demon slime that occupied the swampy area served the demon lord of the abyss. They should be the Faceless King's few believers in the material plane. Finally, Treasure Island had the most indigenous people. There were many indigenous tribes here, and their scale was also relatively large. Many of them served the demigod spirits. Soren's goal was these indigenous people. The servants of the Faceless King rarely left the swampy area. As long as the top-armed King Kong didn't enter their territory, there would be no problem. These monsters had a large appetite and attached great importance to their territory. Other than that, there weren't any particularly dangerous enemies on Treasure Island. Fly. As the fleet docked nearby, Soren's figure also flew up. When he rose hundreds of meters into the air, Soren saw the figure of a Quetzalcoatlus. These dragon subspecies were distributed on many islands and could be seen almost everywhere. However, the Quetzalcoatlus's scale was very small. At most, there were dozens of them gathered together. For Soren, they were not a threat at all. Under his feet was a dense jungle. He could see broken trees and huge footprints on the ground. The figure of the top-armed King Kong was easy to recognize. Their weight of nearly 2 tons made them completely shake when they moved in groups. They were the overlords of the south of the island. Even the indigenous people were not willing to provoke them. Flying all the way along the coast, the ground gradually opened up. There was a very lush grassland. There were many velociraptors living here. Dinosaurs had been active in overseas areas, and occasionally there were figures similar to Tyrannosaurus rex. Father of dinosaurs, Utao. This god with great divine power was once active in the material plane. now there were few traces of his believers. No one knew if they disappeared in the long river of history or went to other planes. The velociraptors came and went like the wind on the grassland. They hunted all the creatures they could kill. Indigenous people were the most common prey, but occasionally they would be tamed. The tamed velociraptors would generally have a bird feather on their heads. The indigenous tribes regarded them as battle aids, but the number of domesticated velociraptors had always been small because they needed to consume a lot of meat. After passing through the endless tropical forest, they could see a swamp that was not small in size. There was a supergiant slime with a challenge rating of about 20 here. Because of its own characteristics, this monster was very difficult to kill, so no one killed it until the end of the Avatar crisis. There were distributed rivers inside the treasure island, and the central river was the territory of the piranhas. There were huge electric eels near the southwest. This mutant creature could release terrible electric currents, and the strength was equivalent to the 5th or 6th circle spells. It was also something that no one dared to provoke. As for those mutant plants, there was nothing to talk about. They were too common overseas. As long as one was careful not to get close to them. That was the general situation of the treasure island. In terms of the environment, it was much worse than the city of Motor, so it would take a long time for Soren to develop it. The most important thing was to take down those open-air gold mines first. About 50 kilometers away from the current coastline, there was a large indigenous tribe. There was a relatively small river next to the tribe. Gold sand could be directly extracted from this river. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Soren flew on the island for a long time and encountered a Quetzalcoatlus. He was bored and teased it. The aura of the gods scared it so much that it almost fell from the sky. In the evening, after returning to the warship, Soren immediately took out a piece of white paper, and then picked up a pen and quickly drew on it. He had never been a rash person. If he rushed to the island with only the memory of the past, he was afraid that at least half of the elites brought by Soren would die. He flew on the treasure island for so long today just to memorize the topographic map of the island. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. Soren quickly drew the outline of a map, then marked the terrain of each area, and then marked the distribution of all kinds of creatures, including the indigenous tribes he saw. Then he marked the convenient landing places near the island. From the map, he found the safest route that would not alarm other dangerous creatures and would not pass through their territory. Finally, he began to think about tomorrow's battle plan. He planned and acted. In a dangerous place like the sea, if he did not make more preparations, even Soren would not be able to bear the casualties. The next day, the fleet continued to move forward for about 10 kilometers and then landed in front of a beach. A group of elite pirates came down from the deck, followed by the pirate leaders brought by Soren. They were Scarface, Cyclops, and Giant. This time, Soren only brought over 2,000 people, but all of them were elite pirates. Whether it was their strength or their equipment, they were all first class. They were the core of Soren's combat power that he had accumulated for so long. If he were to risk it all here, he was afraid that it would really hurt his muscles and bones. All troops on standby. Soren glanced at the gathered elite pirates and said in a deep voice, "Leave a group of people here to guard. Rogues, follow me to explore the path. The rest of you, get ready for battle." In terms of distance, this place was not far from the indigenous tribes. Soren was not sure if they had discovered his fleet. Now, it was time to test his strength. Defeating an indigenous tribe was not a big deal at all. The goal was to reduce the casualties to the minimum. Moreover, what Soren wanted was not simply to destroy the enemy, but to capture as many captives and slaves as possible. In the end, the workers of the gold mine would have to find a way from these indigenous people. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to transport people from afar to mine the gold. To achieve this goal, Soren was afraid that he would have to crush the indigenous people's faith and fighting spirit with a crushing force. Under the shadows. Figures entered the shadows, and these slender rogues quickly disappeared in front of people. More than half of the rogues brought by Soren were half-elves. The church of the original god of half-elves and rogues naturally had more than just a few priests left. In fact, there was a special department inside the church, which had a large number of middle-grade and high-grade rogues. Unfortunately, there were very few rogues who could cross the threshold of the legendary realm. It was more difficult for them to enter the realm of legends than warriors. So even if the church served the rogue clergy, the highest professional level rogue was only a level 18 rogue. This was mainly because the original god of half-elves and rogues was too weak. It was difficult for a god with weak divine power to give much power, and he had been severely injured by the Shadow Lord. Many rogues even became priests of 1 or 2 levels. No one knew if he had a brain cramp to make the church make such a decision. With the limitations of this era, many gods' vision was not so high. No enemies. Unknown creatures found. Everyone be careful. Ah. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. It's a mutant plant. Be careful of those vines. Figures spread out and carefully detected the nearby terrain, but soon there were screams, and Soren disappeared in an instant. Clang! A cold light flashed, and Soren's figure was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, a strange mutant vine was cut into pieces. My lord! The half-elven rogue who was injured by the entanglement fell to the ground and knelt on one knee in front of Soren. Soren glanced at him, waved his hand, and ordered, "Take him down for treatment. Everyone else, be careful. There are many mutant plants here." The elite pirates also began to move. There was basically no road in the dense jungle here. They could only clear one by themselves. Behind the team were some longbow archers. The half-elves were full of excellent archers, but Soren didn't bring many because the pirates' fighting style originally included long-range weapons, such as flying axes, throwing knives, sleeve arrows, crossbows, and so on. Their fighting skills were far better than the soldiers who were systematically trained, and their equipment was naturally more flexible and varied. A huge footprint appeared on the ground. Many parts of the island were occupied. Soren saw that the footprints had 3 legs, which looked like they were left behind by some kind of dinosaur, but they could also belong to other creatures. The group didn't stop and soon passed through this place. At the other side, about 10 kilometers away from Soren, a group of indigenous people wearing simple clothes with oil paint were hunting. Stop! Suddenly, the leader of the indigenous warriors with an old and gloomy face waved his hand to signal the others to stop. Then he jumped onto the tree trunk and said in a deep voice, "There's a situation over there." They didn't necessarily need to see the enemy to discover them. The indigenous people were very familiar with the geographical environment here. The old warrior looked at the frightened birds in the distant jungle as if he felt the approaching danger. He slowly said, "You guys go back. There might be some ferocious beasts migrating over there. The rest of you, follow me to take a look." The size of 2,000 people was not small. Although Soren was very careful to hide it from the indigenous people, he couldn't hide it from the birds and beasts that came from inside. The team's advance startled many birds, and the beasts fled as far as they could when they saw them. Such a thing was enough to arouse the vigilance of the indigenous people who were quite familiar with the environment. However, the leader of this group of warriors seemed to think that some ferocious beasts were approaching because the island had not had visitors from the outside for too long. In the shadows, figures were moving forward slowly. Suddenly, they seemed to have found something and fled into a hidden corner. Some short and stooped figures with oil paint appeared. They were holding iron spears and approaching bit by bit. A cold light appeared in the darkness. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures of rogues rushed out of the shadows, followed by the cold light of the cold weapons. More than half of the indigenous warriors fell to the ground in an instant. And %%, yen #*, and yen. The leader of the old warriors made a strange sound, but unfortunately, no one present could understand it. The rogues did not stop attacking. In an instant, they formed a pincer attack from the left and right, and then they saw the body of the leader of the warriors slowly fall to the ground. Target eliminated. There are no enemies nearby. The smell of blood made the surroundings dead silent. The beast's sense of smell was very strong, and many of them fled the woods. Looks like a small leader. Soren glanced at the feathers on the indigenous people and said slowly, "Keep moving forward. Don't be too scattered." This time all the people brought out were advanced professions. The physical strength of professions was far beyond that of ordinary people. They could support this long-distance raid. Soren did not have time to waste here. He was ready to go straight to the root of the problem around this evening. On the east side of the river was a village. There was cultivated land nearby, and there were dug irrigation ditches. From the perspective of civilization, the indigenous people here were much more advanced than the indigenous people of the island of Motor. The former looked like a primitive society, but there were some outlines of a slave society here. The village was surrounded by towering wooden walls, nearly 1 or 2 meters thick, which seemed to be to guard against some monsters with terrible power. There were arrow towers on all sides of the wooden walls, and there were warriors on guard. A large number of slaves were working. If it were not for many places that were too rough and simple, perhaps there would be a large town here. The indigenous people liked the slavery system. The internal structure of any tribe was supported by many slaves. Dong dong dong, the strange sound of drums came from inside the tribe, and then there was a kind of frenzied shouting, accompanied by strange harsh syllables. In the center of the tribe, a group of priests with strange masks stood on the altar, and there was a dark red stone in front of them. Accompanied by the frenzied shouting of the tribe, a group of strong warriors escorted a group of captives. The captives were also indigenous people, but a little different. From them was that the captives had white paint on their bodies, while these indigenous people had dark blue paint on their bodies. At #yen%, a strange sound of gibberish sounded. It sounded like they were singing something. When the shaman priest in front of them raised his hand, the black mass of aborigines knelt down and shouted a name. Sa. Gu. Si. This syllable, which was similar to the common language, should represent the name of something. Ha. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of the shaman priest's mouth. He took a dagger made of bone and came to the first captive. With a cold light, the captive's throat was cut open, and blood gushed out crazily, flowing along the rock and onto the altar. The crowd below suddenly went crazy. When the blood seeped into the surface of the altar, some kind of evil and strange energy also emerged, making all the indigenous people around show a frenzied, intoxicated, and greedy expression. Blood sacrifice. The most evil way of sacrifice for the indigenous people, using blood, killing, and death to worship some existences, and to please them and provide them with power. Looking at the dark red blood on the altar, no one knew how long such a ceremony had been held. This was the favorite of the evil gods. It was also the most violent and direct way to increase power. Most of the gods on the continent rejected it, and even many gods in the evil camp stopped this primitive way of sacrifice. The development of believers was much better than this way of relying on blood sacrifice. It was estimated that only the abyss demons were still addicted to the pleasure of killing in this blood sacrifice. Soon, the second captive was dragged out. This kind of sacrifice was often difficult to satisfy the evil gods. If they couldn't provide powerful sacrifices, then they had to rely on numbers to please the evil gods. Often, a bloody sacrifice would last for a long time. When it was late at night, torches would be lit all around, and then it would fall into a wild carnival after the ceremony. The indigenous people believed that mating at this time could produce strong offspring. These offspring would be blessed by the gods and have the power to make themselves violent. This kind of mating may last until dawn, until the tribe accumulated enough sacrifices for the next ceremony. The sky gradually darkened. It seemed that the number of sacrifices prepared this time was not much. After killing more than 10 captives, the shaman priest also brought out some imprisoned beasts. For these non-human sacrifices, a certain existence was obviously dissatisfied. Because an evil and gloomy aura spread, as if it was angry, making many people tremble. It was no longer a weak spirit. The spirit could only wait passively for the tribe's sacrifice, but it could take the initiative to ask the whole tribe to serve it. Every once in a while, a bloody sacrifice would be held to improve its power. A cold light appeared in the eyes of the old shaman priest, and then he ordered a few words in a deep voice. Soon, there were cries and shouts. Strong indigenous warriors dragged some thin men and women out. They had the same oil paint as the other indigenous people, but all of them were thin and sallow. Accompanied by a cold light, the first slave's throat was cut. As the blood spilled over the entire altar, a strong consciousness suddenly showed a trace of satisfaction. Those indigenous people kneeling on the altar soon showed an excited and fanatical expression on their faces. A faint smile appeared on the old shaman's face. He could feel that his power was growing. Every time a bloody sacrifice was held, his strength would increase a little. This was the power given to him by the gods. In the darkness, silhouettes were rapidly approaching this place, and even further away, there were warriors ready to go. Soren looked at the front. As an existence that was about to become a god, he could see the rich blood-red aura above the indigenous tribe, and the power fluctuations produced by some kind of ritual. Evil god, a chaotic and evil god. It was not certain whether it was a demigod or a false god, but it was certainly the most chaotic and evil thing. The Principality of Rossard, King's City. As the night approached, everything in the palace became silent. Since the Duke of Red Dragon's wife took control of the place, many of the original nobles were stripped of their positions and returned to their hometown to farm. Now, the entire power in the principality was controlled by her confidants. Although there were many people who were secretly dissatisfied with her, due to her powerful strength, no one dared to stand up against her openly. Especially in the period before the Avatar crisis, even the church was not willing to interfere too much with the secular world. After all, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not do anything to make the world angry. On the contrary, under her rule, the power of the Principality of Rossard rose sharply and suppressed the other nearby kingdoms. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was very popular in the army. Maybe it was because of her amazing charm, or maybe it was because of her powerful personal strength. Of course, if she had not been seriously injured by Soren, her reputation in the army would have been even higher. Since she came to power, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had won 3 consecutive victories. Unfortunately, these 3 victories were ended by Soren in the Battle of Raging Sand Island, and the Principality of Rossard's navy was almost completely wiped out. Now, in the quiet side hall, all the palace guards had retreated, and only the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was left in the empty hall. Haha! A strange and frivolous laughter rang out. Then, a hazy figure appeared. In the end, it turned into a charming and seductive woman. In terms of appearance, she was devastatingly beautiful and possessed a charm that was close to that of a high-level succubus. But if you looked carefully, you could see that she was not a succubus, but a demon from the Bautor Inferno. A high-pleasure demon, they were the advanced form of the lustful demons, with the blood of the fallen angels, and were the backbone of the Bautor Inferno. These pleasure demons were obsessed with luring mortals into depravity, which was equivalent to the simple and crude succubus. The demons paid more attention to the depravity of the soul. They would brew for a long time, and then reap the fruit at the last moment. My dear Kalian. A seductive smile appeared on the pleasure demon's face. Her plump red lips parted slightly as she said, "It seems like we haven't met in a long time. I really do miss your scent." At this point, she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was silently seducing him. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife didn't look too good. She looked coldly at the pleasure devil and said in a deep voice, "Enough. I have provided you with enough souls. Don't even think about taking advantage of me, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Haha. Frivolous laughter rang out as the pleasure demon approached with graceful cat-like steps. She placed her bright red lips next to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's ear and slowly said, "Don't be so heartless. I still miss the happy times I spent with you. You were very happy at that time too. Isn't that so?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's plump chest heaved up and down. Her face was slightly red, but her expression was still cold. She said in a deep voice, "Speak. What exactly do you want?" The pleasure demon playfully stuck out her tongue and suddenly licked the earlobe of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Then, she giggled and dodged. She said softly, "Don't be so cold. I heard that you have encountered some trouble recently, so I specially came to help you." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife turned around in confusion. When the pleasure demon licked her earlobe, her body trembled, but she quickly calmed down. She said in a deep voice, "Help me? What do you want?" There was no free lunch in this world. If a demon wanted to give you something, he would naturally take it from you. Yes. The pleasure demon tilted her head and looked at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife with sparkling eyes. As the most seductive demon in the Bautor Inferno, her charm couldn't be resisted even by females. She smiled and said, "More outstanding souls. Although you have provided a lot of them, they are all lowly males. The males in your family have already been blinded by lust. Although they have good talent, they are too weak. They are like flowers in a greenhouse. This is a perverted family. Even a demon would be amazed by their depraved lust. Is this how the warlock families in the mortal world play? The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's face turned ashen. She angrily rebuked, "Enough." Buzz. An invisible wave of air wreaked havoc. A pair of blood-red dragon wings appeared behind her. Aya. The pleasure demon had a surprised and frightened expression. However, she approached with light steps. She didn't seem to be afraid at all. She exhaled and said, "My dear Karina. Don't be so angry. Didn't I help you control this family? You can do whatever you want. Isn't that right? Those guys' bloodlines taste pretty good, right? What a bunch of stupid mortals. They want to rely on the bloodlines of their close relatives to give birth to outstanding descendants, but they don't understand that only the strong can nurture true experts. All right. Don't be angry anymore. I came this time with a gift for you. Maybe you will like it. As for the reward, I think we can wait for a while. But you don't mind talking to me tonight, right?" The pleasure demon stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her charming face. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. She turned around and looked at the pleasure demon with an ice-cold gaze. Demons loved to play with minds. They would never be as simple and violent as demons. The pleasure demon turned around and walked behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She leaned her full chest against her back and gently rubbed it. Her slender white hand had already reached under the Duke of Red Dragon's wizard robe. Instantly, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. Her face flushed red, and her eyes seemed to be a little hollow for a moment. The pleasure demon's voice was like a voice from hell. She gently twisted her body and stuck out her tongue to suck on the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's earlobe. She whispered with a strange voice, "Your mouth says no, but your body is very obedient. My dear Karina. Do you still remember the happy time we spent together? Haha. Treasure Island." Soren stared coldly at the indigenous tribe in front of him. Using blood sacrifice to worship the gods was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The longer it went, the greater the thirst of the gods. Once a year became once a month. In the end, the entire tribe was dragged into a quagmire. Gods who transformed in this way were basically evil false gods. Their madness was like the abyss demons. Blood completely destroyed their minds. Attack. Under the perception of the gods, at the moment when the sacrifice reached the highest point, Soren ordered in a deep voice, "All the warriors must not be left alive." He needed slaves, not warriors. Warriors were harder to control, so killing them was the simplest and most violent way. Following Soren's order, figures rushed forward, and he himself disappeared into the night. Plop. Dull sounds of people falling to the ground were heard. Soren's figure appeared one after another like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he took the lives of several indigenous warriors. The arrow tower was quickly emptied, and the guards could not resist at all. Creak, the gate was opened by the rogues, and the elite pirates outside quickly rushed in. Frenzied shouts came from the front, and the fanatical sacrifice completely covered all this. This group of indigenous people were all addicted to some kind of emotion. However, the evil god they worshipped seemed to feel something, and a weak wave shrouded here in an instant. The connection between the gods. At the moment when Soren made his move, the other party also noticed his trace. However, as an evil god born from souls, he was more restricted than Soren in many aspects. Shadow leap. Greater haste. Soren's figure rushed at an amazing speed, and in an instant, he activated the Lich Ring +5, and then directly appeared near the altar, stabbing the indigenous shaman who presided over the sacrifice. Poochie, as blood gushed out, the old indigenous shaman's body stiffened. He looked at the blade that pierced through his heart in a daze. At this time, the sound of fighting came from outside, and the indigenous people who were addicted to the sacrifice woke up from a dream. Whirlwind slash. Another curved sword appeared in Soren's palm, and in an instant, it rolled up a storm-like attack. The so-called Great Whirlwind was an astonishing speed of at least 10 slashes per second. This kind of extreme speed would not affect the strength and accuracy of the attacks too much. In the case of a perfect dual-wielding weapon, this kind of attack speed could be doubled. Soren could not do it in his usual state. Only by relying on the effect of greater haste could he barely reach the standard. After assassinating the oldest native shaman in an instant, Soren quickly cleaned up the warriors next to him and rushed to another shaman wearing a mask. These guys were dressed a bit like enchanters, and they had an aura that Soren did not like. It was a very chaotic power. Corpses fell one by one. Near the altar, some kind of terrible power was also rapidly condensing, and then countless blood flowed like a flowing river and gathered near the stone of the altar. Not only the blood of the first sacrifice, but also the blood of the targets killed by Soren. The Aborigines woke up from a dream and picked up their weapons, but at this time, the elite pirates had already rushed in. One by one, the strong half-elf archers stepped on the roof, and then shot arrows at the enemies in front of them. Occupy the high ground. Longbowmen suppress the target. Pay attention to the spellcasters nearby. These half-elf longbowmen were not warriors, but professional archers. They had mastered a small number of ranger skills, but there was little close combat training. As a mixed-blood intelligent creature with a part of elven blood, the half-elves knew very well how to play to their advantage. As long as their talent was good and the proportion of elven blood was high, they would receive archer training and choose targets with the ability to advance to a profession. There were not many archers, but the combat effect was obvious, because their shooting speed was quite fast, and one of the older half-elves was more steady. He could actually hold 6 arrows in one hand. Although he could not do the magical shooting skill of multiple arrows, he could save the process of pulling out the arrows from behind. He actually shot 7 or 8 arrows in 2 seconds. In front of his eyes, the indigenous warriors fell one after another. This kind of extraordinary skill was no longer something that could be achieved through ordinary training. It required one's own talent to keep up. Even with a mortal's elemental foundation, he was able to surpass Soren's explosive power in archery. The explosive power of this group of archers was quite amazing. More than 2/3 of them pulled out 3 arrows from their backs at the same time, which meant that they all had the ability, continuous shooting. If it wasn't for the fact that magic archers required a high amount of talent and a certain amount of spellcasting ability, they would be worth a lot of money. To nurture, there were no more Aborigines standing in front of Soren. When the blood gathered on the altar, the nearby Aborigines seemed to have seen something terrifying and retreated one after another. They were actually afraid of the god they served. The thick blood gradually condensed into a distorted monster with an indescribable appearance. It looked a bit like a sludge monster, but there was a vague human silhouette in the middle. Blood cocoon? The monster in front of him made Soren stunned for a moment. He seemed to have seen something similar in the bottomless abyss, but it was not so terrible. It seemed to be the offspring of a demon lord that looked like a cocoon. The familiar fluctuations of the gods emerged. Soren could be sure that the distorted monster in front of him was its incarnation, but it was the first time he had encountered an enemy in this form. Shadow strike. Sword form, horizontal slash. Soren's figure disappeared in place. With the afterimage left by the high-speed movement, the curved sword icing death hit the target in an instant. There was no dodge. The monster in front of him just stood there and let Soren attack. There was a strange cold light on icing death. It was like cutting through jelly. There was no resistance point at all, and it easily penetrated the opponent's body. But in the next moment, the blood that had become like jelly pudding surged up and turned into strange tentacles that stabbed into Soren's body. Physical immunity? Soren's figure retreated quickly, and his face suddenly became serious. Just now, he had cut a more than 3 meters long sword mark, but the opponent did not feel the slightest bit of pain, and the wound healed easily. Soren's damage to it was probably very low. He only relied on the power of shadow erosion and the cold energy of icing death to hurt it a little. But judging from the shape of the enemy, its regeneration ability was also quite amazing, because its body had been absorbing the blood nearby. What the hell is this? Soren jumped up suddenly. Blood flowed under his feet, and then rolled over like a curtain. It was very corrosive. A corrosive effect that was only effective on flesh and blood creatures. The corpse in front of him was completely corroded by the blood, but the soil and rocks were not affected at all. Soren swung his sword again, This time, he broke out with all his strength and directly cut off the semi-solid state of blood. But the strange thing happened again. These cut bodies automatically moved towards the main body and then merged again. It's really like Samu's monsters. Soren had almost figured out the characteristics of the enemy after 2 probing attacks. He murmured, so, physical attacks really don't have much effect on it? Law, intimidate. Ineffective. As more and more flesh and blood were corroded, the body of the distorted monster became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, its body began to change. Hands, feet, and head stretched out from the pool of flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood giant. It had no eyes, no heart, and no vital organs. On the surface of the body, there was semi-solid blood flowing slowly. There was only a vague outline of the head. It cast a spell towards Soren, then raised its fist and smashed towards him. It can change its form and cast divine spells. Soren's figure disappeared and quickly moved away. He murmured, looks like it's a demigod. Blasphemy. Ineffective. The strange demonic language was heard and instantly pierced Soren's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. Soren had accumulated a lot of resistance over the years, so he was not afraid of this kind of attack that directly controlled the enemy. The blood giant rushed towards Soren. He could feel that the power of the ground was gathering towards it, and its form, which was far more than a spirit, was gradually changing into a form similar to a spirit. Rumble, although it was semi-solid flesh and blood, a huge crater was formed when it hit the ground. Soren flew past the side of the enemy, and with the cold light of his sword, another shocking wound appeared. However, the enemy's body quickly recovered. The blood is like a layer of protection. It's basically useless to attack the outside. But I can't touch the blood directly. This thing is quite corrosive. If I get entangled, it'll be hard to get away. In just a short while, the enemy's form changed again. The body of the blood giant was distorted. It was originally in the form of a human, but now it had the appearance of a full-armed King Kong. In an instant, its explosive power was greatly increased, and it rushed towards Soren at an astonishing speed. The form changed. It seemed that the ability it possessed had also changed. This was the ability of the legendary Transfiguration. Its own attributes and characteristics would change with the transformation. In the face of this kind of enemy with high physical resistance, Soren was really a bit difficult to deal with. However, he was not completely helpless. He quickly pulled away, and the curved sword in his hand disappeared, replaced by a ball of flame. Mel's Minute Meteors, Enhanced Spell. The jumping flame appeared in Soren's palm, and as he moved at an amazing speed, there were strange flame shadows in the air. Rumble, a violent explosion sounded. When Soren raised his palm and threw out the minute meteors, the huge body of the enemy immediately exploded. Flesh and blood splattered. An obvious crater appeared. Soren did not stop at all. One after another, minute meteors whizzed out. In the deafening explosion, the blood giant in front of him was getting smaller and smaller. Its whole body had been blown up by Soren. Mel's Minute Meteors, Enhanced Spell. After a round of Mel's Minute Meteors, Soren seemed to feel that the lethality was not enough, so he directly replaced it with Mel's Minute Meteors with Enhanced Spell Memory. This time, the effect of the explosion was even more amazing. Although Mel's Minute Meteors did not cause much damage directly, its damage penetration ability was quite strong. Otherwise, it would not be called God-slaying spell. Many adventurers relied on it to break the defensive field of the Saint form. Now, Soren could only use it to kill the enemy in front of him bit by bit. Anyway, the opponent was not as fast as him, and various control spells were basically ineffective against Soren. In this case, he could completely kite the enemy and did not have to fight head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a round of Mel's Minute Meteors, the blood giant's body was getting smaller and smaller. Its own regeneration speed could not keep up at all, and the accumulated spell damage had made its injury worse. Mel's Minute Meteors, Enhanced Spell. The flame of Minute Meteors appeared in Soren's palm again. As a half-baked wizard, the number of spells he had mastered was far less than other people. However, there seemed to be an advantage to this. That was, Soren had enough spell slots to remember more Mel's Minute Meteors. He did not have to reserve life-saving spell slots like other wizards. Soren's rogue ability was enough. All of his spell slots were used to memorize buff and attack spells. After one round, there was another round. Regardless of whether he could kill the enemy in front of him or not, he had to throw out all the Melf's minute meteors first. Rumble, the blood giant's huge body finally became smaller and smaller. When it became the size of a normal human, Soren finally saw a soul that was invisible to the naked eye. This was the perception of a god. If it was defeated by a normal human, it would be difficult to kill it. However, in a battle between gods, Soren could directly destroy the source of the opponent's soul. It was a twisted soul. The chaotic will had completely taken control of it, and even its original appearance was gone. How sad. Although it was also a demigod, the evil god in front of Soren was already completely twisted. A god without a physical body was completely different from a god with a physical body. The growth of the evil god in front of him was completely dependent on blood sacrifice and worship. Wherever the Aborigines prayed to it, it would change in that direction. In the end, because it was contaminated with too many evil sacrifices, it could not even maintain the body of its soul. Compared to the soul Soren had seen in the past, the evil god in front of him had lost even more of itself. The path of a god was difficult. If Soren hadn't destroyed the will of the Dread Lord, he would have ended up in a crazy state. Will and faith. As a god, if he didn't have a strong enough will, even his priesthood could interfere with his thoughts. This was because the gods had to receive too many prayers every day. For thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of prayers every day. If it was a normal human, they would have gone crazy on the spot. Only a god with a strong will and power could withstand so much crazy information. That was why some ancient gods gave up their priesthoods and went into seclusion, retaining only their divine power. Death Jurgle was like this, and so was Gaia. The gods also had their own responsibilities. They didn't have as much freedom as demons and devils. Even the most fallen evil god knew that his followers were his sheep, and he had the responsibility to protect them. With a priesthood came a corresponding responsibility. Perhaps some priesthoods were easy, but they were undoubtedly weak. The god of death had to maintain the flow of the river Styx. He would receive and distribute the souls and decide whether the souls would return to the god's kingdom or somewhere else. The god of light protected justice. No matter how evil the world was, he had to ensure that there was justice and kindness in the world. The priesthood itself was a responsibility given to the gods by the world. Even the weak goddess of dance had to fulfill the obligations of the priesthood. Soren's half-elf priesthood was naturally the same. If he didn't fulfill his responsibility as a god, then he had to pay the price might be death. Becoming a god and living in seclusion was an unrealistic idea. Whether it was Jurgle, the god of death, or Gaia Mother, they were both very powerful ancient gods. Even if they gave up their priesthood, other gods with greater divine power might not be able to defeat them. So they could easily live in seclusion and live the life they wanted. However, without sufficient divine power, if a god were to give up his priesthood, it would mean that the enemy would launch a crazy counterattack. Shadow Strike. Soren looked at the souls that were gradually dissipating in front of him, and his expression was quite calm. As a god with a physical body, he naturally had a higher starting point than these souls. Because there was a physical body, there was a foundation. The soul was too easy to be distorted and reshaped. Looking at the various changes in the Botwar Inferno and the Abyss, the soul itself had a high ability to integrate energy, but this integration was too easy to be disturbed by power. Ascending to godhood with a spirit body was easy to be kidnapped by faith. Soren's current situation was an example. The indigenous people prayed to it for power, hoping to defeat the enemy. In the end, it was like cultivating a demon-like evil god. If the believers prayed to it for good weather, maybe it would have another future. A row of data appeared in front of him. You've killed the demigod's soul. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 125,000 slaughter EXP. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've gained 3 divinity. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've gained 2 divinity. The target has divinity. Unknown mutated energy detected. Target's divinity compatibility is 23%. Absorbing target's divinity will be seriously affected. Do you want to absorb? The soul's body turned into primitive energy and dissipated. Soren looked at the altar in front of him and shook his head. Give up absorbing. Chaotic divinity. The divinity that was completely composed of blood sacrifice was not pure at all. It was a heterogeneous power. Soren did not need this kind of power. The divinity he needed should be gathered from the believer's faith, not the divinity brought by the scene in front of him. This power was chaotic and evil, and once the divinity's power was absorbed, it was equivalent to merging into his body. He was not confident that he could transform this power with his own divinity before he became a god. The divinity on the altar was dissipating. Through the divinity's vision, Soren saw that the blood-red light gathered on this land was dimming little by little. With the fall of the evil god, the divinity it possessed would also dissipate. It would not be long before the altar was abandoned. The battle was almost over. When Soren got rid of the evil god that the natives served, their fighting spirit had disappeared. A light appeared, everything in front of Soren suddenly became as bright as day, followed by a second light, and finally a third light, divinity, clergy. 3 huge forces exploded in Soren's mind in an instant, and then turned into a powerful soul force that reshaped his soul. Finally, these forces began to flow into his body. A row of data appeared in front of him, divine form achieved. Divinity requirement is, minor divinity, current divinity is, minor divinity. Meet the requirements for transforming into, saint form. Divinity requirement is, minor divinity, current divinity is, minor divinity. Meet the requirements for transforming into, saint form. Possess clergy, half-elf. Meet the requirements for transforming into, saint form. Transforming into, saint form, requires the extraction of divinity to strengthen the body. After the strengthening, the body will have extraordinary characteristics. Do you wish to transform? Without a doubt, Soren immediately nodded and said, proceed with the transformation. Extracting divinity from the body. Insufficient divinity. Saint form transformation failed. Can extract soul energy for transformation. Transformation into saint form requires 300,000 slaughter EXP. Do you wish to transform? Soren said with certainty, continue with the transformation. A huge force surged through his body. Because he did not have enough divinity and did not inherit the divine power of fear like the demigod vampire, Soren could only consume slaughter EXP. Saint form transformation completed. Obtained the basic ability of saint form, divine transcendence. Obtained the basic ability of saint form, spell immunity 1 to 3. Saint form transformation completed. He had finally reached this step. At this moment, the world in front of Soren's eyes seemed to be different. There were 2 ways to have the saint form. One was to become a god like the vampire god, and automatically get the saint form when becoming a god. The second way was to reach the standard of a god, and one would automatically have the ability to change into the saint form. The saint form was just a starting point. The power of the saint form was also completely different. The difference between the saint form with great divinity and the saint form with weak divinity was like heaven and earth. But as long as he entered the saint form, he could have a very abnormal ability, which was the legendary monk's divine transcendence. Divine transcendence, saint form, the saint form of the gods has long surpassed the realm of mortals. Their bodies will not be hurt by ordinary weapons. Any weapon below the extraordinary level cannot hurt them because their bodies have been integrated with the power of the law. With the ability of divine transcendence, they are immune to any weapon damage below +1. Spell immunity 1 to 3, saint form, the gods have integrated themselves with the power of the law, and their own spell resistance has been greatly strengthened. From now on, no matter what kind of spell it is, as long as it is of the 3rd circle or below, then the gods will be completely immune to such spells. Whether it is the effect of the spell or the damage caused by the spell, it will not have any effect on the saint form of the gods. Physical immunity, ordinary weapon attack. Magic immunity, spells below the 3rd circle. This was the power of the saint form. It was also the reason why so many people tried to kill the gods in the past. Minor divinity, all attributes +2, minor divinity, all attributes +1. After killing the evil god in front of him, Soren finally reached the standard of the gods. At this moment, he really had the power of the gods, at this moment. His attributes had become: name, Soren, saint form, demigod. Race, half-elf, son of slaughter. Attributes, strength 21, +9, giant strength +6, dexterity 29, +4, constitution 24, +4, intelligence 24, +4, wisdom 18, +3, charm 19, +3. Alignment, lawful evil profession, level 10 commoner, level 7 thief, 032-6500, level 8 shadow dancer, 042-5000, level 10 wizard, 021-7500, level 1 arcanist, 025-5000, grade 5. Health points, 272355, strong. Experience points, 115075, slaughter exp, 7545, profession exp, unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 100 divinity points, 30, minor divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Divinity points, 10, minor divinity. Requires 30 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Divine power points, 0/200, requires 100 divine power points to upgrade to minor divine power. Master the divine law of change form. The limit of divine power stored in the divinity was 200 points. Clergy, half-elf, rogue domain, pirate status, normal basic skills, sneak 305, literacy 290, steal 105, pick lock 120, snare 85, focus 125, negotiate 155, appraise 65, deceive 60, intimidation 245, taunt 30, perform 75, listen 75, dodge 185, parry 75, block 60, heal 85, search 55, detect 70, copy scroll 60, spell identification 50, survival 80, use magic device 55, cooking 40, alchemy 30. Saint form, transcendence, magic immunity 1 to 3. Demigod abilities, language proficiency, character proficiency, interdimensional communication. Legendary skills, omnipotent hands, legendary evasion, legendary combat skills, epic dexterity. Special abilities, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Ocean Goddess, Dragon Blood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Deathwalker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy, once per day. Personal abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximize Spell, Minor Magic Resistance, Minor Cold Resistance, Medium Fire Resistance, Minor Poison Resistance, Minor Electric Resistance, Greater Dual Wielding, Strengthen, Regeneration, Intermediate, Telepathy 10 feet. Profession abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Control, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon, Proficiency, Curved Sword, Legendary. Combat skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump, 200 meters, Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, 2 times, Fear Gaze, Divinity, Fear, Divinity, Vampiric Touch, Divinity, Sword Form, Heavy Slash, Sword Form, Horizontal Slash, Sword Form, Beheading, Sword Form, Waist Slash, Sword Form, Spinning Strike, Spinning Slash. Battle after battle. He had lost so much blood and suffered so many injuries. Soren had finally entered the realm of the gods at this moment. All of his attributes, abilities had basically reached the standard of the other weak gods. The only shortcoming was that his basic skills were slightly lower, but this was only because he had accumulated them for too short a time. The other gods had hundreds of points in all of their basic skills because they had existed for too long. Even if they were an ordinary person, they could also improve their basic skills to a good level after hundreds of years of accumulation. This was the difference in time. Soren could also slowly accumulate them after he became a god in the future. A special power broke out. Soren suddenly felt his body rising into the air, but this was actually just an illusion. He was still in the same place, but his consciousness instantly crossed space and appeared in a bright galaxy under some kind of power. Everything under his feet was quickly becoming smaller. Soren saw an island scattered around the coast, a continent that was gradually shrinking, a world of ice and snow that stretched for thousands of miles in the north, and a glacier that towered into the clouds in the South Pole. A vast and boundless sea. The largest continent was in the center, and the other two continents were in more barren places. Among them, there was a terrible desert that occupied nearly half of the continent's area. That was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Finally, Soren saw a plain that supported the world, as if the mountains, rivers, and land were just a picture scroll, the work of a powerful god. This was the material plane. Soren's figure stood under the endless starry sky. He saw the other planes that were quickly passing by in the astral world, which were other independent worlds. They could be half-planes left over from the long river of history, or they could be some material planes that had not been discovered yet. Above his head was a bright starry sky, but when he looked over, what he saw was not the stars, but the kingdoms of countless gods. There was a dimly lit kingdom that was calling out to him, as if it was waiting for his return. Soren stood in the void. Behind him was a bright galaxy, and everything in front of him was so shocking. This was a scene that only the gods were qualified to see. His consciousness began to fall. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was still standing in the same place. There were mottled bloodstains on the ground, and everything he saw just now was like an illusion. But he knew that it was not an illusion. There were cries and screams in the indigenous tribe. The elite pirates harvested the heads expressionlessly, giving a quick death to the indigenous warriors who were injured but not dead. More than 2,000 troops had occupied every corner of the indigenous tribe. Although there were still scattered sounds of fighting, they were quickly cleaned up. The whole tribe was covered with a strong smell of blood. The pirates were used to it, but many half-elves were pale. These half-elves had not experienced much fighting, and they were far worse than the experienced pirates. Soren stood in place and thought for a long time. After a while, the figure of Scarface appeared in front of him, bowed and said, "Your Excellency Soren. All the rebels have been cleaned up." "Very good." Soren turned and looked at him, and said in a deep voice, "How are the casualties?" Scarface immediately replied, 70 or 80 people died, and more than 300 were injured. I have arranged for people to treat them. The casualties were not bad. Soren nodded when he heard the words. No matter how strong he was in this kind of battle, the pirates under his command would inevitably have casualties. However, this level was still within the acceptable range, but it would affect his next plan. Everything is going according to the plan. Soren glanced at the indigenous slaves who were circled together and said in a deep voice, "First, find out the nearby terrain and set up a cordon outside. There should be an indigenous tribe here. Be careful of their sneak attack at night." Scarface replied, "Understood." The sacrifice just now was obviously made by different groups of indigenous people. The oil paint on both sides was different. They should belong to another tribe. Soren was not in a hurry to attack them, but he was going to stabilize the operation here first. The size of the indigenous tribe was not small. The population was probably close to 8 or 9,000 people. So many captives could not be digested in a short time. Soren was going to send all the dangerous captives to the city of Mordor. Because the evil god they served died in the hands of Soren, many warriors in the indigenous tribe also gave up resistance. These warriors could not stay here. As long as they were given the chance, they would be able to obtain anything and use it as a weapon to threaten the pirates under Soren's command. They had to be sent to the city of Mordor to work as coolies. If they were too difficult to control, they would be shipped to the south coast as slaves and sold. Many places liked to use these fierce indigenous warriors as gladiators. The warriors were cleaning up the battlefield. Many of the Aborigines had gold and silver ornaments on them, which were directly stripped off. The mines on Treasure Island were quite rich, but because there was no trade, the natives made all kinds of crude ornaments out of the gold. Soren's purpose in coming here was to further increase his wealth. Now that he had more and more troops under his command, he could still hold on with the support of trade. If the Avatar crisis broke out in the future, all trade would inevitably be hit hard. At that time, they would lose most of their income from trade. They could only rely on the resources of Treasure Island to support these troops. This was also the reason why Soren was so generous when he promised that he would be exempt from paying taxes for the next 2 to 3 years. The reason was simple. The Avatar crisis lasted for more than 2 years before and after. It was not until the end of the turbulent period that the damage slowly recovered. Basically, all the chambers of commerce could only make more money this year. After that, it would be difficult to trade at all. Well, Soren was really like the devil sometimes, because he did not violate his promise. He just foresaw that the future trade would not be so good. If anyone could make a fortune in the turbulent period, it was their own ability. Naturally, the merchants did not know this. Recently, because Mordor City had accepted so many half-elves, the demand for various materials was quite high. On the one hand, they were busy transporting goods to Soren and trying to gain more favor from the Pirate King. On the other hand, they were buying materials from all over the world and selling them in Mordor City. They were trying to avoid taxes for the next 4 or 5 years, and then they could get a flag or something from the Pirate King. In this way, they could walk sideways on the sea. Basically, no one would come to provoke them. Soren's funds were flowing out in large amounts. In addition to food and other important materials, everything else that could be hoarded was sent to Mordor by ship. This money could still buy a large number of materials now, but by next year, it was estimated that they would not be able to buy much. The war destroyed the production. Everything that was prepared now was to deal with the future changes. Soon, pieces of gold and silver were moved out of the houses of the indigenous nobles. At a glance, there was a large pile of shiny gold. Bah! Scarface spat and rubbed his hands excitedly. I didn't expect these guys to be so rich. Your Excellency Soren. Why don't we do it again? Soren glanced at him and slowly shook his head. Don't be too hasty. The most important thing now is to escort the captives back. There is a gold mine nearby. Next, you stay here and arrange for people to mine. I'll let the giants stay too. If anything happens, they can deal with it. Be careful of the other indigenous people on this island. Don't be careless. Scarface had suffered a loss on Snake Island, so he immediately nodded and said, Understood. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Although the giant was the least intelligent among the many pirate leaders, his combat power was strong enough. Although he had not reached the realm of legends, the swamp giant's bloodline directly gave him the combat power of a legendary level. Soren sent him to Arendelle to deal with the Vrykul pirates, and the effect was quite good. He had a good relationship with Scarface, so staying here could deter other forces. In case of a battle, he did not have to worry about not being able to defeat the enemy. After all, many creatures above the legendary level on this island could not go too far away. Spirits were similar to earthbound spirits. A day passed quickly. The next day, Soren arranged for some of the captives to be escorted back. There was no need to leave too many people here. At most, 1,000 people were enough to mine the gold mine. However, the garrison was still strong because there were too many dangerous creatures on the treasure island. There were likely to be monsters on the route back to Motor Island and Treasure Island. Soren was not ready to go back himself, but he would let the mutant killer whale escort them. In the future, the mutant killer whale would be a sea monster entrenched here. It would include the route into its territory, so other sea monsters could be prevented from approaching. In the sea, every sea monster would not easily step into the territory of other monsters. Strange flames leaped. A shaman priest wearing a bone mask picked up some black powder and sprinkled it into the flames. The rising flames instantly exploded, and countless scenes could be vaguely seen inside. A special power shrouded here, and some existence in the earth seemed to be awakened. This power awakened with the ancient prayer, and then gradually integrated into the body of the old shaman. Soon, he trembled and closed his eyes, as if he was connecting with some kind of existence. Danger! Don't provoke the enemy. Outsiders. Very dangerous. A vague message sounded in his mind. The old shaman trembled and stopped. Then he slowly opened his eyes and said, The ancestral spirit has given me an oracle. Don't provoke those outsiders, be careful of them. In front of the shaman was a totem pole. It was different from the indigenous people that Soren destroyed. The spirit here was not so crazy and evil, and it even had a certain wisdom. When it was awakened, the aura it emitted was not kind, but it was not so evil either. It was more like a neutral power. There was silence in front of him. In front of the old shaman was a group of indigenous leaders. They were the most powerful warriors in the tribe, but at this moment, there was a trace of fear on their faces. The tribe that had been fighting for a long time suddenly disappeared. Such a thing could not be hidden from the indigenous people living here. But when they knew that their opponents were really destroyed, they did not feel ecstasy, but deep fear. It was just one night, the enemy tribe that they had been fighting for hundreds of years was destroyed just like that. Even the evil god they served was not spared. Terrifying. Dangerous. Fearful. After learning this news, the oldest shaman immediately decided to awaken the ancestral spirit and asked it to guide the tribe. He hoped to know what happened to these outsiders from the ancestral spirit. Such a thing was too terrifying. If these outsiders could wipe out their enemies in one night, they could probably wipe them out in one night as well. In the face of such a major event of the survival of the tribe, even the oldest shaman did not know what to do. So they could only pray to the ancestral spirit for help. But the ancestral spirit had given them very little information, and there was even a piece of information that he hadn't told his own people. That is, the ancestral spirits told him that the enemy was very powerful and dangerous. If there was a conflict, even the ancestral spirits would not be able to defeat the terrifying outsider. The best way was to move the entire tribe to another island. That way, they could avoid the calamity of extermination. The ancestral souls were filled with wisdom. The old shaman priest was convinced of this. This was because the souls of the ancestors they served were definitely not the evil gods of the enemy tribes. There was a huge gap between the two in essence. The inheritance of the ancestral spirit made them more rational. Although this tribe wasn't as strong as the one Soren faced, it was much more civilized. They had better defensive facilities, specialized blacksmiths to forge weapons and equipment, and had even tried to tame the velociraptors of Treasure Island. Therefore, even if the ancestral spirits could not bestow upon them the power to make their warriors go berserk, they still fought against their enemies for hundreds of years, and gradually strengthened their tribe. Right now, a difficult choice was placed in front of them. That was the appearance of the terrifying outsiders. What should they do in the future? Leaving their home was tantamount to giving up everything here. They had to start anew in an unknown and dangerous environment. The price they had to pay was quite heavy. That was why the old shaman didn't tell the others. If he told them this, the tribe would soon be in panic. Now, the only thing they could do was to wait and hope that these outsiders would not attack them. The old shaman looked into the distance. He heard the children playing in the tribe, and the women scolding and reprimanding. These poor people didn't know that an unprecedented disaster was about to come. The survival of the entire tribe was seriously threatened. The village was busy. Relying on his memory, Soren quickly found the approximate location of the gold mine. But even if he took it, he couldn't immediately mine it. Soren needed to mobilize manpower and tools, and he had to do it secretly. Because until now, many of his men didn't know what was on this island. They only thought that they were here to rob the Aborigines. This matter had to be handed over to his trusted men. Soren asked the one-eyed man to personally go to the south coast to mobilize manpower. It would be best if he could directly bring back some people who were proficient in mining. Soren didn't care about the specific methods used. He only cared about the manpower and tools he saw during the mission time. The Aborigines were quite poor. Apart from the gold and silver mines here, there was basically nothing that could be taken out. Even the most powerful shaman didn't have many rare-grade equipment. The level of their civilization was too low, and they only inherited part of the knowledge of voodoo. Almost a week had passed. Soren needed a lot of time to go back and forth. He couldn't stay on the treasure island for too long, so a lot of things had to be done at once. Unfortunately, the half-elf first mate had to stay on Raging Sand Island. Otherwise, with him there, Soren could have just left everything to him because the half-elf first mate was still very capable of doing things. The first batch of captives had been sent away. Soren asked the Aborigines to renovate the village, and then ordered the materials on the warship to be transported down. Half of the people went back. Half of the people stayed here. Soren spent 3 days to leave a teleportation mark here, so that if there was an emergency in the future, he could directly use teleportation to support. When the third batch of slaves was also transported away, Soren finally finished everything here and was ready to return to Port Mordor first. Nearly 1,000 people were left on the treasure island, as well as about 2,000 indigenous captives. When the one-eyed man came back, other pirates would be transferred to guard. These elites couldn't be left in this place. Time ticked by and it was June. There was only about half a year left before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Soren didn't know what the current situation of Autumnfall was. The biggest inconvenience overseas was the information congestion. Port Mordor could still rely on the prosperous trade to collect a lot of information, but it was completely impossible on the treasure island. Now the situation on the mainland was constantly changing. Soren couldn't stay here for too long. So, the next day after dealing with many affairs, Soren decided to return to Port Mordor in person. Next. This was the most important thing that would determine his future destiny. The gentle sea breeze blew on his face. George walked briskly towards the dock. He could buy the freshest seafood here every morning. Now that he had a firm foundation in Mordor, he naturally had to add some meat to his family from time to time. All the seafood in the port of Mordor was very cheap. A lobster the size of a fist was only 3 or 5 copper dirhams. A fresh sea fish could be eaten for several days. George quickly selected the goods and then returned to his place of residence. It was just dawn today, and he had to report to the garrison immediately after he went back. The small courtyard where George lived was in the east of Mordor. It was a small independent brick courtyard with 2 rooms and 1 living room. Outside was a dug drainage ditch, and there was a well next to it. There was some land in the small courtyard, and there was a space for clothes. He cleaned it up 2 days ago and planted some lettuce with his sister. In this way, he would not have to buy any vegetables from outside in the future. As a civilian professional, although George had spent a lot of money, he still knew how to be frugal when it came to living his life. "You're back." His sister's gentle voice sounded in his ears. She made a gesture to George and whispered, "Why did you buy so many things again? What if you can't finish them?" His little nephew was sleeping inside. The more George looked at this little guy, the more he liked him, especially his big black eyes, which always made people feel full of spirit. George believed that he would grow into an excellent man in the future, although he joined the garrison of Mordor and had a generous reward. Whenever George wanted to persuade his sister not to go to work but to stay at home to take care of the child, his sister always shook her head stubbornly. She had always been a very strong woman. This might be because of their family's bloodline. Their mother also raised them like this. Breakfast was oatmeal, salted fish, lettuce, and seafood that was not eaten yesterday. The garrison took care of lunch and dinner. The training in Mordor was very strict. As a selected elite, George did not patrol like other people, but he received quite strict professional warrior training every day. This also led to his huge appetite. His sister just smiled gently next to him and added a little food to him from time to time. Although George used to be a militia, he never had the feeling of supporting the whole family like today. This was a man's responsibility. This responsibility made him stronger and more confident. Their daily training was double that of the other soldiers. In addition to the harsh combat training, they would also learn some simple knowledge in the afternoon. Some people said that they were the officers that Sir Soren had prepared. George didn't know if this was true, but he knew that there were people being eliminated every day, and he definitely didn't want to be eliminated. He wanted to give his sister a better life. His sister's gentle prayer sounded in his ears. To George, Sir Soren was more like an expert that he worshipped rather than a god that he believed in. Therefore, he only prayed once because he was only a general believer. However, it was different for her sister. Sir Soren seemed to occupy a very important position in her heart. She would pray devoutly before every meal to thank Sir Soren for everything he had given her. Although it was not an official prayer ceremony, he would lower his head slightly every time his sister prayed. "Thank you, Sir Soren." It was he who brought him a new life, away from war, disease, and hunger. Here, he could have more opportunities and a better future. And all of this was given to him by Sir Soren. George felt that it was difficult for him to really believe in a god, but this did not prevent him from expressing his loyalty to Sir Soren. Perhaps some people were born with a hard time becoming devout fanatics. "Thank you, Lord Soren, for giving us all this. May the Lord be immortal in his glory." His sister stopped praying. She gently lifted her long hair with her white fingers, looked at George in front of her gently, and whispered, "Go and train when you're full. I heard that if you can be selected, you may become an officer in the future. My little George may become a general in the future." Faith was just a very normal part of life. His sister would pray briefly 3 times a day, and then go to the priest for a formal prayer every week. For her, the most important thing now was that her brother could seize this opportunity to stand out. Such a habit was very common in Mordor. People would pray a few words before eating, and then hold a formal prayer every week. For ordinary people, the most important thing was still life. Faith was just a very normal part of life. "Don't worry." George nodded with a smile and said, "I will try my best to pass the test." After that, he turned and walked outside. As a seed selected by the garrison of Mordor, George had achieved his initial goal, which was to have an independent small courtyard. A home of his own. Now he had a bigger dream. He hoped that he could become a strong man. The dreams of small people always grew bigger little by little. Some simple knowledge allowed him to learn a lot. He hoped that he could learn enough one day. It had begun to get busy outside. Mordor was being expanded every day, but the most important thing now was to build a temple that belonged to Lord Sauron. The best craftsmen on the south coast were invited here. People were busy preparing every day because this would be the first temple of Lord Sauron in the mortal world. Now that the foundation of the temple had been built, George sometimes saw mysterious spellcasters. They only needed to chant a spell, and they could turn the soil into solid rock. This magical ability made him feel awe. Although it wasn't completed yet, the entire temple looked like it was integrated into a single entity. Perhaps it was not as magnificent as the Temple of Wealth, nor was it as tall and magnificent as the Temple of Sea, but anyone who saw it for the first time would feel a kind of solemnity, as if everything in front of them was in order. There were more and more pedestrians outside. People from Autumnfall quickly got used to the order of the city. They gradually accepted the new life and integrated as much as possible. Because there was a future and hope here, even the lowliest commoners yearned for a better life in the future. George could not help but speed up his pace. Today, there was still a harsh training waiting for him. Only by persisting to the end could he have a better future. Raging Sand Island. The half-elf first mate looked at the document in front of him. After a few glances, he murmured, "Have the orcs and half-elves entered a stalemate? It seems that this Earthwalker is also a very powerful legendary figure. Come. Send this information to Mordor immediately." Since Sauron went to Treasure Island, he temporarily took over the affairs of the south coast. As a half-elf pirate at the bottom, he had always been cautious. Because he was not the most powerful pirate leader, but he was the most powerful one among all the pirate leaders. All along, he had been desperately improving himself. He did not have the bloodline of the giants, so everything could only be done through hard training. Every pirate leader was a competitor. The half-elf first mate was not willing to easily give up his power, so he had to work harder. Adele Isabella was transferred away. But the other pirate leaders were still unwilling to fall behind because they knew that they could go further. Yes. The half-elf first mate thought that Sir Sauron just wanted to build a sea kingdom, but he never expected that Sir Sauron was actually preparing to become a god. That was a god. If Sir Sauron really became a god, the situation would be different for his subordinates. Gods could not do everything by themselves. Even in the future, Sir Sauron might return to the kingdom of God. At that time, he would need a spokesperson in the mortal world. Not a spokesperson like a church pastor, but a spokesperson to help him rule and control the pirate army. In this case, there was no doubt that these pirate leaders could go further. The half-elf first mate fell into deep thought. As the smartest and most resourceful pirate leader, he believed that he was more suitable for this position than the other pirate leaders. He had enough loyalty to Sir Sauron. Perhaps he was not the strongest in combat, but in all aspects, he believed that he was far more competitive than the others. Now, the most important thing was to show himself to Sir Sauron. The military parade was an important opportunity. If he could do everything beautifully, there was no doubt that his status in Sir Sauron's eyes would be further improved. Come. The half-elf first mate seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and said, "Prepare a warship. I want to go to the City of Wealth. Port Tylon, Sea Temple." The figure of the Naga siren priest stood in the pool behind the temple for a long time without moving. After a long time, she let out a faint sigh and said slowly, "Has the enchantment of the dragon bone worship been completed?" A faint voice came and replied, "It's almost done. Magic sails, dragon bone ram, hull reinforcement." The expression on the Naga siren priest's face was quite complicated at the moment. After a while, she waved and said, "Get ready to send it over." It seems that he intends to show his power on the south coast. She never dreamed that Soren's ambition was to become a god. Thinking back, the scene of him begging her to remove the influence of energy absorption was still in front of her, but in the blink of an eye, he had become an existence that she had to look up to. At this moment, the Naga siren priest's heart was full of thoughts. P.S. I can't sleep at night, so I just got up and wrote a chapter. There's one more today. The monsoon from the southwest sea brought a new round of torrential rain. Many fishing boats fishing in the offshore areas returned to the port of Mordor. Ships of marine products were transported up by sailors, many of which would be made into salted fish and transported to other places to be sold. The profit of selling salted fish was not in the fish. More often than not, salted fish was directly sold as a substitute for sea salt because the amount of salt in these salted fish was actually quite good. A dark cloud appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was foreseeable that a heavy rain was about to hit. Many merchants were busy packing up, and the fleet also docked at the port and put away the sails. The sailors and laborers shouted to speed up the transportation of goods because as they gradually became familiar with the weather overseas, they also knew that the rainstorm would come faster than expected. The shops moved in the goods outside, but the tavern next door was still lively. Many pirates still lived a drunken life. The Temple of Wealth directly built a luxurious tavern in the port of Mordor. It provided expensive wine and beautiful women from the south coast. There were also some civilians in the port of Mordor. Most of them were craftsmen. They lived here after gaining freedom. Soren did not restrict them too much. They could come and go freely and live the life they wanted. But at this time, there were very few people who were really willing to leave because they heard that many places on the south coast were in chaos. The news in Port Mordor spread quickly. Many people were quite clear about the situation on the mainland. If they didn't fight here or there, they would be fighting there. Running out at this time was simply courting death. A cargo ship was slowly docked at the port. The dock clerk, about 50 years old and wearing a top hat, walked quickly over, followed by a little boy of 10 years old. Foreign ship. Medium-sized cargo ship. The docking fee is 5 silver dirhams a day. The clerk nodded with a smile, then stretched out his palm. Soon the captain threw a small money bag over. He shook the money bag and listened to the crisp sound inside. Then he quickly recorded with a smile, 10 silver dirhams, docking for 2 days. The little boy behind looked at him with wide eyes. He was just a little follower who occasionally ran errands for the adults. He could get 5 copper dirhams a day. If he was lucky, someone would give him something. Soon. The clerk left. It was going to rain soon. He was more or less a dignified official in the port of Mordor. He was responsible for collecting the fees for docking merchant ships. If he was drenched, it would be a loss of face. The sailors on the freighter began to move things. At this moment, 2 figures in black cloaks appeared on the deck. They nodded at the captain and jumped down lightly. "Is this Mordor City?" A slightly immature male voice sounded. The silver armor under the black cloak could be vaguely seen. He looked around carefully and murmured, "It's different from what I imagined. I thought this would be another city of wealth." The vicissitudes of life were watching them. An older man glanced around and said slowly, "It's indeed different from what we imagined. In the legends, the pirate king Soren was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. He was the son of the god of fear, a cruel dictator, and a cunning villain. But along the way, whether it was Shipwreck Bay, Port Tylon, Raging Sand Island, or today's Mordor City, what we saw was order. I thought the pirates' rule would be brutal and chaotic, but never did I expect to see strict order and strict laws along the way. Moreover, it seems that the people under his rule, be it commoners or merchants, have a better life than other places." They had seen pirates on Raging Sand Island who were hung up by the law enforcement team and whipped more than 10 times. Their whole back was bloody. Along the way, they saw the prosperity of the south coast. When other places were in chaos and starvation, the whole south coast still maintained normal order. People were not affected by the turmoil for the time being. The civilians in these places lived well. In a dark corner, some vague figures were watching the two men coming down from the freighter. One of them said slowly, "Who are they? Do we need to report them?" Recently, there have been a lot of people coming to Port Mordor. The figure of the rogue was very inconspicuous in the corner. The man in the lead looked carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, "Just two paladins. There's no need to pay too much attention to them. They will leave after a while." The paladins were not a threat. Because everything in Mordor City gave people confidence that they would not be enemies of the paladins. The two paladins were observing everything here. The legend of Sorin had spread throughout the continent, and there were various rumors about him everywhere. As the guardian of the world's justice and kindness, the paladins also noticed the legendary evil pirate king who rose rapidly. Sorin the Great Demon King. There were actually a lot of rumors about him, but it seemed that the rumors were different from what they saw in front of him. Because before coming to Mordor City, they imagined that Sorin should be an evil demon king. Countless people died under his hands. He used cruel rule and violence to control the south coast, forcing others to surrender to him. Before coming to the south coast, they heard a lot of rumors about him along the way. In addition to the powerful strength of Sorin, there were more rumors about his extravagance, cruelty, lawlessness, insidiousness, and so on. As if it was natural, they became extremely angry. As the paladins who guarded justice, they couldn't wait to kill Sorin the Great Demon King with their own hands. But as they got closer to the coast, the rumors they heard were not the same. The evil Sorin the Great Demon King seemed to have become an ambitious figure. He unified the pirates everywhere with an iron fist, and then took this opportunity to rise rapidly, and eventually became the most powerful pirate king in history. It seemed that people still said that he was ruthless and was an extremely ruthless figure, but it seemed that he was no longer described as a demon. They walked all the way forward. When they came to the bustling Port Tylon, their ideas were subverted again. The evil Sorin the Great Demon King became an idol here, and it was believed that he brought the wealth and status of Port Tylon today. Whether it was the route of Arendelle or the route of the Eastern Sea, Port Tylon now had the strength comparable to the City of Wealth. In the eyes of many civilians, the evil Sorin the Great Demon King was a wise ruler, a capable king-like figure. Although he still had the evaluation of being ruthless, and so on, all the other sayings seemed to have disappeared. As long as Sorin the Great Demon King was mentioned, even the lowest level of civilians knew that His Excellency attached great importance to his promises. His reputation among the civilians at the bottom seemed to have been reversed. Although people were in awe of him, they were also very supportive of him. Everything seemed to be a drama, in the end. The two paladins definitely came to see the legendary city of Mordor, the city of miracles that rose in the outer islands. It gathered a lot of wealth in a very short time and affected the trade structure of the entire south coast. Mordor. This place, which was described in other rumors as Mordor, City of Demons, and City of Fear, completely subverted the ideas of the two paladins, and they really felt silent. The son of slaughter, the son of fear, a bloody and cold dictator, an evil and depraved wanderer, in this place called Mordor, what they saw was that civilians lived and worked in peace and prosperity. They saw that the law was strict and orderly. They saw an unprecedented city of civilization. There were no filthy and messy cities like other cities, nor were there poor refugees living on the streets. Even the laborers living at the bottom were wearing complete clothes and had a healthy blush on their faces, which meant that they had been away from hunger for a long time. They could hear the sound of children playing in their ears, the sound of merchants bargaining in front, and the solemn security team patrolling in the distance. Here, they actually saw something more prosperous, more vibrant, and more hopeful than the territory under the control of the Church of Glory. And all this was not brought by justice and kindness, but by a great demon king named Sorin. How ironic! Your Excellency High Priestess. The priests and believers on both sides of the road humbly bowed their heads and gave way. The psionic warlock appeared in a black priest robe with gold and silver edges. There were mysterious rune marks in the cuffs, and a complex 9-pointed star array was engraved on her full chest. At this moment, she had taken off the veil on her face, revealing a beautiful but slightly strange face, which meant that she was not a purebred human and had other bloodlines. The psionic warlock's expression was serious and solemn. She glanced at the others in front of her and slowly said, "Everyone else, leave. Priests, follow me into the temple to pray." The magnificent temple looked integrated. As the high priestess of the church, she presided over the entire temple from design to completion. The location of the temple was chosen on the side of the central square, built in the most striking place in the center of Autumn Fall. Because of the large use of the spell mud to stone, the structure of the entire temple was quite stable. It could be understood as the existence of half a wizard tower. With the rise of Soren's power, Gloria's status in the Northern Witch Council had also risen sharply. The Witch Council was obviously very willing to make friends with a new god, so the layout of the entire temple was up to the standard of the construction of a wizard tower. A temple was an unbreakable fortress, as the most important place of activity for the gods in the mortal world. Any temple that was still operating must have the ability to fight against legendary powers. Or else, once there was a conflict in the future, the temple, as the core of the activity, would be pulled out by the enemy one by one, and it would be impossible to provide shelter for the priests and believers of the church. This temple, as the first and most important great temple of Soren, may require millions of kindler to be invested in it. The cost may be more expensive than many wizard towers. However, only the outline of the temple had been completed. At present, only the construction part of the temple had been completed. The other aspects of magic guidance, rune engraving, array arrangement, and so on had not yet been started. When it was really completed, the energy field of the great temple could cover the entire island of Moder and even directly affect the climate of the island. This was a huge project, just like the temple in the City of Wealth. In the end, it might still need a saint necromancer to be in charge of guarding it. There were exquisite reliefs on the walls of the temple. They were all about Soren's achievements. The half-elf craftsman had engraved Soren's achievements into reliefs. Currently, only a part of it had been completed, and there was still a lot of space left. In the near future, they would continue to carve Soren's other deeds into reliefs on the walls of the shrine. They might even carve the war between the gods. Of course, it wasn't just Soren himself. If the heroes of the church did something legendary or epic, they would also leave behind a relief sculpture. 72 white marble pillars supported the structure of the temple. There was nothing engraved on them, but they seemed to have a special meaning. The interior of the temple was quite spacious. In the center of the hall was an exquisite and lifelike statue of a god. Soren was shrouded in a cloak, holding a scimitar with both hands. His eyes were calmly looking into the distance, as if he was looking into the future, and also as if he was protecting something. The statue was only an ordinary object at the moment. There was a faint glow of divine power on it, but it hadn't been fully activated yet. Only when the investiture ceremony began would Soren's divine sense descend upon the statue. Only then would it be considered complete. This statue would be an important tool for Soren to receive faith and prayers. It could greatly strengthen the connection between the believers and Soren. Finally, Soren could use the statue's eyes to observe everything. The high priestess figure came in front of the statue. As she slowly knelt down, the priests behind her also knelt down. Before the apotheosis ceremony, the statue needed to gather more divine power. It was difficult for ordinary mortals to provide enough power of faith. But these priests were different. At the very least, they were devout believers, and they had stronger beliefs. Although believers made up the majority of the church's faith, the truly pure and powerful faith was always provided by these priests. If devout believers were a stream, then the priests were a river. My Lord Soren, you are the master of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of the pirates. My Lord Soren, you are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren, your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through danger. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Slaughter will make you stronger. The death of your enemies will spread your light. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My lord Soren. You will raise your kingdom high. Become the stars in the sky. Along with the orderly prayers, a faint glow of divine power appeared on the statue. This prayer would also sound when Soren was investiture. It would tell the world about the realm that Soren had when he was investiture. The first line was the most important part, representing the half-elves, Mordor, and the pirates. The second line was the less important part, representing the half-elves, rogues, and order. The third part was the core of the investiture, representing the half-elves, protection, order, rule, slaughter, death, and so on. Finally, it was the conclusion of the investiture. Throughout the entire prayer, only one part appeared in the first line of the 3 paragraphs, and that was, half-elves. This represented Soren's core clergy. Mordor and the pirates were his foundation, the shadow was an extension of the rogues, and the order represented his faction. Slaughter referred to his identity as the son of slaughter, rule represented his influence on Mordor, and death was an extension of slaughter. These all represented the realms that Soren himself had come into contact with, but his real core was only the half-elves at the beginning of each paragraph. Gods had many realms. Order told the world about his faction, and from now on, the gods of the Order faction would accept him and admit that he belonged to the side of Order. In the future, if he was strong enough, he might be able to master the Order realm or even have the Order clergy. Order was a very powerful force. Almost most of the gods in the Order faction would have the power of Order, and there were many who had the Order realm. However, only some powerful gods could incorporate Order into their clergy. For example, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, had the evil clergy, which was opposite to the good faction, and also had a very powerful chaos realm. This meant that the gods had mastered the power of the law from the origin. The core of Soren's investiture prayer was only half-elves, and everything else was an extension. As long as there was no direct conflict in the clergy, other gods would not be too hostile to him because of the collision of the extended realms. Because most of the gods had various extended realms, just like the gods who mastered the war clergy had basically dabbled in the realm of death. This kind of extension was a very common thing within the gods, which was equivalent to private competitors. However, if there was a direct conflict in the clergy, it might be a battle between 2 gods. Night fell. The psionic warlock, who had officially become the high priest, came to the port of Moder in a cloak. Now everything in the temple was on the right track, and the investiture ceremony was also in full swing. Soren was directly investiture as a true god, not a false god, like the demigod vampire. The investiture ceremony of the demigod vampire was like the king of grass, but Soren could not be so hasty. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he must be as solemn as the founding ceremony. Therefore, there were still quite a lot of things to be prepared. The demigod vampire sneaked around and found that the believers had arranged altars. In the end, there was not even a decent temple, so he directly became a god. This kind of thing was also a joke among the gods. Soren absolutely could not do this. As the spokesperson of Soren, the high priest absolutely would not allow this. So she had been quite busy recently. And now there was another important thing waiting for her. That was the holy emblem of the church, which represented the half-elven church and Soren himself and his clergy. They needed to complete it before the investiture ceremony. The high priest was waiting for Soren's return. P.S. Help. I forgot to think about the holy emblem of the church in advance. Who has a good idea? Quickly come up with it. Waiting online. Soren's return did not alarm too many people. Now Modo had attracted the attention of many outsiders. They were either disguised as merchants or sailors. They were all secretly observing this place and secretly guessing about Soren. The appearance of a new god was definitely not a trivial matter. If the situation on the continent had not been too chaotic, Modo City would have become the center of the whole world at this moment, attracting the attention of all forces. But even if the chaos had begun to spread, more and more people were secretly spying on Modo, but no one dared to be the first to stand out. After all, gods were gods after all. After Soren returned to Modo, the first thing he did was to go to his temple. Looking at the statue in the center of the temple that looked very similar to himself, Soren could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. From a mortal to a god, this wonderful state made him feel like he was standing in the clouds looking down on all living beings. If Soren survived the Avatar crisis safely, as long as he did not seek death in the future, he would be able to stand in the long river of history and watch the flowers bloom and fall. The almost immortal nature of gods allowed them to bless the people they cared about and enjoy a long life. No one would feel that they were tired of living, no creature wanted to completely die out. The existence of gods would not be boring tools. Otherwise, the god of light and Mother Earth would not have produced the goddess of agriculture today. In fact, if it were not for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, many hedonistic gods, such as the goddess of love, the goddess of joy, the goddess of dance, and so on, would start a new pleasure after answering the prayers of their believers, or send an avatar to find novel things and explore the mysteries of the multiverse. Of course, most of these gods had a patron. They were the subordinate gods of a certain divine system and did not have much ambition to expand their own priesthood. Therefore, the joy of life was in the pursuit of things that made them happy. Unless there was a divine war with a certain god, or there was some big movement in the divine system they belonged to, their real life was very leisurely, and they squandered their endless time. Of course, there were occasionally some weirdos among the gods. They were so lazy that they even found it troublesome to respond to the prayers of their believers. For such weirdos, their fate was basically needless to say. The dance goddess had a period of depravity. Indulging in forbidden pleasure, she rarely responded to her believers. If it weren't for the other friendly gods forcing her to straighten out, she would have been completely ruined by the Lady of the Night. This was the world of the gods. There were conscientious gods, such as the god of light, the god of justice, the god of observation, and so on. There were also leisurely gods, such as the goddess of love, the goddess of dance, the goddess of joy, and so on. There were also the god of exploration, the god of travel, the god of knowledge, who was addicted to the sea of knowledge and liked to preserve the information of various civilizations. There were also the evil gods, who were busy with various conspiracies, the gods of chaos, and the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune, who had nothing to do and were happy all day long. The last two twins of destiny were the typical undisciplined fellows who couldn't even respond to the prayers of their believers. They strolled along the river of time. From time to time, the two sisters would cause trouble for each other. Occasionally, they would appear in the eyes of the world, but they only cared about things that interested them. When gods reached the level of the twin of destiny, they seemed to have a lot of freedom. It seemed that no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Even the master gods with great divine powers would maintain respect for them. Soren still needed to complete the last step of the temple. That was to inject a trace of his divine sense into the statue in front of him. If the gods were not in the mortal world, this would require a huge prayer ceremony. In the end, the projection of the gods would appear, and then the whole process of opening the temple would be completed. Soren himself was still in the material plane, so he could only come in person and inject a part of his divine sense into the temple. From now on, as long as he wanted to, he could know everything in the temple at any time, but this would consume his divine power. A faint glow of divine power appeared on the statue, and in the end, it seemed to come alive. The eyes of the statue were surrounded by divine-like power. This was the palace of the gods in the mortal world. If Soren returned to the kingdom of God in the future, as long as he did not have to worry about consuming his divine power, then he could incarnate into the temple at any time. The preparation of the investiture ceremony was almost done. Now the last thing was the holy emblem of the church, which represented Soren's emblem. The high priest did not dare to make a decision on his own, so in the end, it was up to Soren to make the decision. The emblem of the gods had a special meaning. However, it could not be too complicated to the point that people could not recognize it. It would be inconvenient for the believers to walk around in the mortal world, but it could not be unknown either. It would be best if it was a holy emblem that people could recognize at a glance and feel that it was awesome. A holy emblem? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought, thinking about what kind of holy emblem he should use to represent himself. The abyss. Shadow. Slaughter. Half-elves, wanderers, pirates. Soren had seen many emblems, but when it came to making one for himself, it was a little difficult. However, he was not a person who liked to struggle, so he quickly came up with an idea. The black soil, mixed with the dark red tone, represented the breath of the abyss. The gray shadow, moving forward in the killing, walked in the chaotic time. Soren looked up at the statue in front of him and quickly found inspiration. Under the effect of divine power, he directly changed the substance and quickly formed the shape of an emblem. On the black barren land with mottled blood, there was a gray shadow all around. The figure of a wanderer was shrouded in a cloak, looking calmly into the distance, as if he was looking at the future, as if he was protecting something. It was a very simple emblem. At a glance, it left a deep impression, and it was very easy to recognize. It also had a kind of arrogant demeanor. The only drawback was that it did not have an obvious relationship with the half-elf's priesthood. However, Soren did not seem to care much about this, because he was making an emblem that represented himself. For him, the half-elves were only his priesthood, but it did not represent everything about him. Moreover, from the figure, Soren could easily recognize the characteristics of the half-elves. If someone carefully looked at this emblem, it would be easy to see that Soren's ambition did not lie with the half-elves. Shadow, slaughter, the breath of death. The whole holy emblem gave a feeling of oppression, as if it was looking at the future and seeing some terrible scenes, like a watcher walking in the shadows and killing. Soren completed the emblem with divine power, and finally injected his own power into it. After carefully looking at it, he could not help but nod with satisfaction. The high priest next to him had a strange expression, and the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch slightly. There were very few gods who directly used themselves as an emblem. In the past, the Dark Maiden, her emblem was a naked drow girl holding a silver sword and dancing under the full moon. Now that she had fallen, the emblem made by Soren reminded the high priest of this god, so she could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. The Dark Maiden was a kind and tragic god. However, the master was an evil existence, and the emblem he chose might have a special meaning. A week passed in the blink of an eye. When the half-elf's temple was completely completed, the time for Soren to become a god was about to come. The whole city of Mordor was in the midst of intense preparations. Countless eyes were looking at this overseas island. A large number of believers began to gather. They held prayer ceremonies every day to let the power of faith condense over the temple. The priests changed into new robes and quietly bathed and changed their clothes, waiting for the moment when their master Soren became a god, they would be baptized again. After Soren officially became a god, he would give them divine spells. At that time, the traces left by the original god of rogues and half-elves would be completely erased. They only served one master, a god they believed in. That was Soren. The light of dawn shone. Neat prayers echoed over the city of Mordor. Tens of thousands of half-elves gathered near the square, surrounding the temple, waiting for the sacred moment to come. On this day, our master Soren will officially become a god. My lord Soren, you are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My lord Soren, you are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My lord Soren, your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through the crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will bless our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My lord Soren, you will lift up your kingdom. Turn into the stars in the sky. Neat prayers echoed over the city of Mordor. Tens of thousands of believers gathered around the temple. There were countless peeping eyes in the darkness. As long as they did not get close to the core area of Mordor, the guards hidden in the dark would not expel them. At this moment, the sky was still dark. It was not long before dawn. The timing of Soren's ascension surprised many people. He did not choose the afternoon, evening, or dusk, nor did he like to move around at night like other evil gods. The time he chose to ascend was dawn, the last touch of darkness before dawn. No one knew why Soren chose this time. Perhaps only he had the answer in his heart. My lord Soren, you are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My lord Soren, you are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My lord Soren, your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through the crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren. You will raise the kingdom that belongs to you, transforming into the stars in the sky. The second prayer was heard. Accompanied by a faint holy light, the priests knelt down in the temple one by one. Then, countless believers knelt down. The vast sea of people knelt down at his feet. The high priest stood in front of the statue of Soren and looked down at everything. A strange light appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful psionic force field enveloped the entire square, connecting the souls of countless people together. Spirit force field, the prayers turned into a torrent, connecting everyone's hearts together. The devout faith shocked everyone's hearts. At this moment, even the wavering believers were completely integrated. Spirit force gathered at this moment, and they could sense the hearts of others. They could sense the power of faith, a spiritual sustenance, and a sense of security after receiving protection. My Lord Soren. You are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My Lord Soren. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren. Your name will become holy among the half-elves. You led us through danger. You gave us a peaceful life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren. You will raise the kingdom that belongs to you, transforming into the stars in the sky. The third prayer sounded. Invisibly, the voices that were a little uneven at first gradually merged into a whole. If the first prayer was a messy movement, then the second prayer was a melody that was directed by someone. When the third prayer sounded, tens of thousands of people turned into a whole, and all the voices were in unison. Tens of thousands of souls were fused together by faith, religion, and psionic power. In an instant, a considerable power of faith burst out. Every word they said became full of power. This powerful, holy word resounded over the island of Mordor, and even the nearby space trembled. The last touch of darkness disappeared, and the light of dawn appeared in the sky. That was the light of dawn. There was a dazzling holy light over the city of Mordor. At this moment, the entire temple burst out with powerful divine power. A beam of light rose from the statue and pierced the space into the sky in an instant. Stars emerged. At the last moment of darkness, a star that had been dim suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance. Its light sprinkled over the city of Mordor, covering the whole city in the light. Countless people's hearts were calm, as if they felt an eternal peaceful kingdom. Their hearts were shrouded by a force, and an unprecedented shock spread through everyone's heart. My Lord Soren. You are the master of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. The same voice came from the sky. It seemed to be the echo of tens of thousands of believers in the city of Mordor, but it came from the glorious sky above the city of Mordor, as if it came from the clouds and from another world. My Lord Soren. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. Arendelle, Royal Palace. Princess Royal's figure appeared on the tower in an instant. She seemed to have just woken up, wearing crystal blue pajamas. Princess Royal looked at the outer islands with dignified eyes. At the last moment of darkness before dawn, a star in the distance suddenly became as dazzling as the moon, illuminating a corner of the sky and sprinkling its brilliance on a certain place. Godhood? Princess Royal slowly closed her eyes. She could hear countless prayers over and over again, echoing in the sky and spreading throughout the material plane. This was the symbol of the birth of a true god. My Lord Soren. Your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You led us through the crisis. You gave us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Slaughter will make you stronger. The death of the enemy will spread your brilliance. Your kingdom will bless our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. North Tower. The legendary most powerful witch, the Eye of the North, had already stood on the astrology platform. She looked at the dazzling stars in the distance. Her pale pupils seemed to have seen everything, including everything that happened in Motor City. A true god was about to be born. Every time the prayers sounded, it was accumulating power for him. When the power of faith was accumulated enough, it was the moment when he lifted the throne to the sky. The prayers were still echoing. Soren's whole body was undergoing drastic changes. Countless power of faith poured into his body, and countless complex data appeared in front of his eyes. The god's template was taking shape, but his power was not enough. He still needed more prayers, more faith, and more divine power, with the arrival of the godhood. His prayers spread throughout the world and into the ears of other gods. At this moment, in countless planes, in the entire multiverse, many high and mighty existences turned their eyes here, to an inconspicuous island in the material plane. A true god was about to be born, from the heavens to the bottomless abyss of the Bottor Inferno. Gods, demons, devils, evil gods, elemental spirits, demigod liches, and countless powerful beings felt the emergence of a new god. This was the power of a true god. No matter what, it couldn't be hidden because this was a true god recognized by the multiverse. P.S. I will write this paragraph in one breath today. End of chapter 501. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.